My master clearly possesses terrifying power to tear through the void, but he never taught me any cultivation techniques or martial skills. Every day, he just makes me draw and sheath my sword 100 times, with each draw taking 100 years. After 100 years of repetition, I eventually became the fastest man in the world. When my master found out that I was even faster than him, he immediately wanted to challenge me, not realizing that I had been using my left hand for the past 100 years. As a result, in a moment of carelessness, he lost 3 hairs to me. Enraged, my master kicked me off the mountain on the spot and threatened to sever our master-disciple relationship. Upon hearing this, I was extremely excited. I have been away from home for 100 years and I do not know how things are at home. This is a perfect opportunity for me to go back and take a look. However, as soon as I returned to the doorstep of my home, I saw that the gate of the Zhou family had been smashed to pieces, and there were crowds of people watching the commotion both inside and outside the gate. At this moment in the hall, a tall man shouted sternly, "Zhou, did I give you face? I was not at home yesterday, and you dared to let your daughter break off the engagement." The refined man opposite him had a pale face and blood dripping from his mouth and nose. "Lin Long, you have committed a violent act and harmed innocent women from good families. Do you still have any justification?" I saw Lin Long with a proud face. "I'll tell you this today. Your daughter must marry. Not only she must marry, but I also want you to kneel on the city tower and apologize to my Lin family." Zhou's expression was gloomy. "You're dreaming. My Zhou family would rather die than sell our daughter to survive. Toasting without drinking is a punishment of drinking." Lin Long clenched his hands, his spiritual power boiling. "I thought that marrying into your family could clarify your family history. Since you are so arrogant, the Zhou family has no reason to exist. Today, as long as you are surnamed Zhou, none of you can leave alive." At this moment, a girl suddenly rushed out and stood in front of Zhou. "Master Lin, if you mess with my Zhou family today, aren't you afraid of my second master coming back to retaliate against you?" Hearing this, Lin Long laughed heartily. "Your second uncle's grave grass must be 3 feet high by now. If the rumors are true, why hasn't he come back for so long? But you don't have to worry. My son still wants to marry you, so you won't die so soon." Behind Lin Long, a young man with triangular eyes, Lin Shui, chuckled and said, "Zhou Chen, why bother? It's normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. It doesn't affect your status. Isn't this a kind of love?" Zhou Chen's pretty face turned red and white with anger. "I order you to leave my Zhou family immediately. Otherwise my second uncle will not let you off." Lin Shui laughed wildly. "I'm so scared. Yi, where are you? Come out and show us." "Excuse me, coming through." At this moment, I squeezed my way into the Lin family with a smile on my face, attracting everyone's attention, and Lin Shui's laughter abruptly stopped. "Who are you?" I smiled faintly. "I might be the second master in her mouth." Zhou suddenly widened his eyes. This grandson is younger than himself, yet he is pretending to be his second uncle at this time. Is he taking advantage or is there a hidden motive? And the cod here raised an eyebrow, hanging a broken sword scabbard around your waist to pretend to be a righteous person. Ha! As soon as the words fell, a punch came. Suddenly, blood splattered. A hand fell to the ground with a slap. Lin Shui let out a sharp scream, blood gushing from his right wrist. "My hand!" Seeing this scene, Lin Tong's face changed drastically. What exactly happened? That person just put down his hand. How did his own son's hand get broken? What is the deal with this person? Why is it that at the moment he made a move, even I, a person in the transcendence realm, couldn't see through it? A chill rose in Lin Tong's heart. I ignored Lin Long and turned around with a smile. "Asking you something. Who are you in the Zhou dynasty?" Zhou's face twitched before he could speak. Zhou Chen walked up and said, "He is my grandfather." I nodded repeatedly. "That's right. What about your paternal grandfather and grandmother?" "Grandpa and Grandma have been living in this wee villa for more than 10 years. Grandpa passed away almost half a year ago, and the Zhou family has always been managed by my father." Hearing this, I breathed a sigh of relief. As long as I'm alive, it's all good. At this moment, Zhou was full of doubt on his face. "Are you really my second uncle?" I smiled faintly. If my parents hadn't chosen to have another son back then, it should be my fault. For a moment, everyone in the Zhou family showed a look of ecstatic joy, and the rumors were indeed true. "Pay respects to second uncle." Zhou knelt down with a thud, followed by others kneeling down and shouting loudly, "Pay respects to second master." Seeing this, I clicked my tongue. Isn't it just leaving home for a while, and now I've come back with an elevated status? Get up, everyone. At this time, Lin Tong's face opposite was ugly in waves. Is it true or is it pretending to be mysterious? This guy doesn't have any cultivation, and he looks very weak. But what exactly happened just now? Here I looked at Lin Long and said lightly, "I just learned some information outside, regardless of the agreement back then. Since someone from both sides of the marriage is unwilling, let's just cancel it." Lin Tong's face twitched, gritting his teeth and growling lowly, openly breaking off the engagement. Humiliating my Lin family, and you think it's over? Where should I put my face? Where should I put my Lin family's face? All shame must be washed away with blood. Lin Tong suddenly drew his sword from his waist. Go die. With a thud, Lin Tong fell to the ground. The sword in his hand broke into 2 pieces, and his head rolled a good distance on the ground, leaving behind a trail of blood. At one point, the Lin family members fell into a state of panic, rushing out frantically. Those who were watching from outside also left the scene one after another. Lin Shui, on the other hand, had a pale face and a weak body as he crawled out. If his father was dead, he shouldn't try to be strong. However, just as Lin Shui crawled to the threshold, his body shook, split apart on both sides, and it was better to die with so many evil deeds. I lightly rubbed my chin, at the same time very puzzled. Why didn't they block it? At this moment, Zhou was dumbfounded, his mind in chaos. What happened? Who can tell him that he didn't see anything? And then Lin Tong, who had reached the state of rebirth, died. After coming back to his senses, Zhou trembled and asked, "May I ask, second uncle, what realm have you reached?" As soon as these words were spoken, I was immediately in a dilemma. According to the master's explanation, I am clearly just a beginner in the mortal blood realm. I have to wait until my blood shines with golden light and my bones carry golden patterns before I can enter the rebirth realm. But if I have been out for 100 years and my elder brother already has a granddaughter, while I am still in the mortal blood realm, how can I explain this? Almost, I responded vaguely. Hearing this, Zhou also did not dare to ask further. After all, this was his elder. At this time, Zhou Chen happily walked up and said, "Second master, you are amazing. How did you do it?" I smiled and said, "Just draw the sword. Nothing complicated." Zhou Chen looked surprised. "Did you draw your sword?" I looked at the other person in confusion. "Didn't you just see that?" Zhou Chen shook her head blankly. She and her father almost didn't see anything. Seeing the situation, Zhou quickly expressed his worries. "Second uncle, now that Lin Tong is dead, the Lin family will definitely not let it go." Lin Tong's father, Lin Long, is said to have broken through to the spirit communication realm. It might not be easy to deal with. Upon hearing this, I was also surprised. After reaching the spirit communication realm, cultivators can awaken their blood spirits. I once asked my master about this, and the answer I got was that there will be realms and blood spirits, but you will have to figure out the specifics yourself. In any case, once you figure it out, you won't say a word. But come to think of it, he had accidentally used 30% of his power to kill Lin Tong in order to avoid injuring himself, so he thought it would still be possible to deal with a Tonling realm, right? Before Zhou could speak, Zhou Chen had already sworn and laughed. "Father, now that the second master has returned, what else do you have to worry about?" But Zhou's mind is not on this at all. Any food? Preferably the kind of ungreased overgreased meat. Big elbow. Putting the Lin family's business aside for now, he was really hungry. Zhou reacted and hurriedly greeted. Yes, all of you clean up the bodies, in addition to hurrying to cook, to receive the second uncle. Chapter 4, He's really hungry. Inside the living room, he's really hungry. Zhou looked at the wolfish Zhou with a dazed expression. If this wasn't his second uncle, he definitely suspected that it was a starving ghost that came to the door. Zhou Chen, however, was smiling with her beautiful eyes and kept pouring wine for Zhou. "Not only do you not have to marry that scumbag, the family crisis is solved. What could be happier than that? Any more?" Zhou looked up, and Zhou Chen was busy taking a handkerchief to wipe away the grease from the corners of his mouth. "Yes, there is." Zhou nodded repeatedly. "Roasted leg of lamb will be bought right back." In the bottom of his heart, he was still a little apprehensive. "Second uncle, Lin family this thing." As he spoke, there were already 2 underlings who hurriedly ran back from outside carrying a roasted leg of lamb. Zhou's eyes were glowing and he was on the verge of crying. Hell knows what he's been through all these years. As a large mouthful of lamb went down, Zhou let out a moan, and there were tears crossing the corners of his eyes. That's how people live. No more Pepto-Bismol. Then it's not for human consumption. For a while Zhou opened his eyes. At such an old age, why are you so unstable when things go wrong? Zhou hurriedly said. Second uncle's lesson is correct. Zhou directly hugged the roasted leg of lamb and nibbled on it. I wasn't serious just now. Put your heart back in your stomach. Given that master teacher that old Deng didn't teach himself any other sword techniques, the sword drawing technique was figured out by Zhou in a new way. Random sword drawing, continuous sword drawing, super continuous sword drawing, serious sword drawing technique, serious continuous sword drawing technique, super serious continuous sword drawing technique. In a nutshell, the master leads the way, and it's up to the individual to figure it out blindly. To kill Lin Tong, He just drew his sword at random. Didn't even draw his sword seriously. Zhou Chen couldn't help himself. Second master. Eat slowly. She just thought it was fantastic that someone who looked as young as she did was her second master. In an instant, a leg of lamb was eaten clean and naked. Zhou burped as he was finally full. This feeling of being full is so wonderful. It felt like my whole body was falling into the clouds and floating. Boo! With a loud bang, the Zhou family's gate, including the courtyard wall, directly collapsed in a crushing manner. Chowan, accompanied by a majestic aura, an angry shout resounded throughout the Zhou family. In a flash, everyone's face suddenly changed. Zhou En's body trembled. Second uncle. It's Lin Long coming. A white-haired old man took one step and shattered the floor as he came in a rage. All of you get out and die. Zhou burped his way to the living room door. Lin Long's gaze was stern and instantly landed on Zhou's body as his blood chi surrounded behind him, then transformed into a fierce tiger and let out a deafening roar. It's really the psychic realm. Zhou lost his voice and his face was colorless. At the Tongling realm, when one awakens a blood spirit, one completely draws a line with ordinary cultivators. Zhou looked at the trampled floor and door. You pay. Even if Zhou Chen was confident, she was scared to death by that terrifying might. Second master. Zhou waved his hand, because the other party seemed weaker than himself in his senses. Lin Long gritted his teeth. You're the one who killed my son and grandson? Zhou nodded. Yes. Seeing him answer so painfully, Lin Long was also stunned. Very good. Very good. Lin Long laughed back in anger. Rather, you are a lord who dares to do and recognize. You're afraid that you don't know who's behind me. Zhou shook his head. I really don't know. Lin Long angrily shouted. Mad enough. I'll let you die today. The old man's teacher is from the Mighty Tiger sect. If you offend me, you are also offending the Mighty Tiger sect. Zhou was stunned and couldn't help but turn around. What is the Mighty Tiger sect? Is it very powerful? Zhou changed his face. His lips trembled and his body went limp as he leaned against the doorframe. The top 500 sects in the Koan Yuan continent. Zhou breathed a sigh of relief. Top 500. I thought top 5. Lin Long angrily shouted. Little Yakuza. Although I don't know exactly what means you used to kill my son, I'm very clear that you're simply weak and pathetic. And you're not even qualified to stand in front of me. After I kill all of you, I will then shatter all of those old things from your Zhou family to solve the hatred in my heart. The blood spirit tiger roared. And Lin Long's body moved with a surge of might that shook the entire Zhou family. Zhou silently placed his right hand on the hilt of the sword at his waist. Come to die. Lin Long let out a tiger's roar and pushed his palm horizontally with a majestic momentum. Before the people arrived, the air had already come, blowing the tiles all over the sky. Zhou Chen let out a gasp of shock, only to feel the blood chi boiling in front of him, as furious as a tsunami. It seemed that, at any moment, he would be swallowed by the tiger in one bite. Zhou's eyes turned cold as he seriously drew his sword art. Boo! Lin Long fell in front of Zhou, his head attached to the right half of his body, and the left half of his body ran to the living room with 2 legs. Lin Long looked up with difficulty, his eyes full of incomprehension. How did your own legs run away on their own? As far as his eyes could see, Zhou just loosened the hilt of his sword. Did he draw his sword? What just happened? Why did it only feel like his body separated in an instant? The blood spirit also instantly dissipated? Zhou squatted down. I know you have something to say. Hurry up and say it while you still have breath. Lin Long has blood gushing out of his mouth and nose. I am an outer elder of the Mighty Tiger sect. I have been paying tribute all these years, and the relationship is intricate. If you kill me, they will not let you go. Zhou nodded his head with a calm expression. Well, I've made a note of it. Lin Long's eyes were filled with unwillingness. Shouldn't you show fear at this time? That's the top 500 sects in the Koan Yuan continent. Zhou scratched his head. Afraid? It was as if he had been with his master for so long that he had never borne such emotions again. Well, I'm scared. Zhou looked at Lin Long. He felt that the other party should need this answer. Lin Long's face twisted. You're lying. Zhou consoled. I'm really scared. I'm scared inside. Lin Long shed 2 lines of blood and tears, his head hanging to the ground. Zhou dropped his butt to the ground. Second uncle. That is the Mighty Tiger sect. There were rumors of this in the past, but none of them have ever been confirmed. According to rumor, that kind of clan is there beyond the Jinchuan realm of the terrifyingly strong. Zhou didn't have much of a concept of these things at all in his heart. Take me to see my parents and big brother. It's been too long since I've seen them. I do miss them. Zhou Chen busily said. Second master. Father, he has to take care of some family business. Let me take you there. Zhou didn't feel anything about it. Nothing grips me. You take me or tell me the place. I'll go by myself as well. Zhou suddenly realized a very important issue. This second uncle of his seemed to think a little differently from normal people, as if nothing could make him care very much. There are often three reasons why this happens. First, the division that Uncle 2 is in is probably stronger. Second, Uncle 2 is very strong. Third, Uncle 2 is unresponsive. Obviously, the third point must be excluded, and naturally, that would make the first and second fit. Thinking of this, Zhou stood up violently, and his eyes suddenly had a light in them again. Chapter 5, I seem a little strong. Sitting in the wagon, Zhou looked perplexed and a little bit scared. I seem a little strong? He rubbed his chin, thinking that the first time he had killed someone, he hadn't felt a thing. Following this, he murmured in a very puzzled manner, since when have I been so unafraid of death? That's weird. It's obviously weak. His positioning of himself was very clear, that of an ordinary cultivator who had drawn his sword for 99 years and was still in the mortal blood realm. His left hand gently caressed the scabbard of the evil punishing sword, and the coldness coming from his fingertips seemed to be reminding him that this was all real. There are 3 steps to sword drawing. Embrace the sword, draw it, and put it away. It was not the sword body that was contained, but the sword heart. The invincible sword heart. The sword heart that destroys the world. The sword heart that goes forward. Before that kind of sword heart, all things were unstoppable. The master had said that the moment you hold the hilt of your sword and face your enemy, your heart will tell you whether this person in front of you can be killed by you. If you don't even have the courage to draw your sword, then pat your ass and leave. As for whose ass to pat, the master did not explain. To draw one's sword means to draw one's heart, so that one's sword heart sweeps across the world with the moment one draws one's sword. As for putting away the sword, the explanation is even simpler. Take it and leave it. If you can draw a sword and kill, you must have the ability to bear all things as if you were closing a sword. Drawing the sword is killing, withdrawing it is peace. After checking the large amount of spirit stones within his storage ring, Zhou felt that he was going to cultivate harder. He can't really be a loser all his life, can he? At the very least, what about a spirit? Let's see what our blood spirit is. Oh, that seems indecent. Zhou pondered over it for a while, and then felt that he could not find a more suitable word. Zhou Chen, who was in charge of driving the car, couldn't help but turn around. Second master, you're just too powerful. I can't see you make a move at all. Even Lin Long of the Tongling realm isn't your opponent yet. Zhou blinked, right? I think I'm a bit awesome too. Zhou Chen smiled and said, Second master, you've definitely reached the legendary Jinchuan realm, haven't you? Zhou broke his fingers and did some math. Mortal blood realm, degenerate realm, spiritual realm, Jinchuan realm. Well, pretty much. Zhou made a vague and perfunctory reply, thinking that why do people nowadays always ask about realms? It's almost exactly like her dad. Not waiting for Zhou Chen to ask again, Zhou took the initiative to change the subject. I see that there are quite a few people in the Zhou family, all of them with foreign surnames? Many families do not have an absolute number of people with this surname, like serving tea, washing and cooking, that's all outside the family name. Zhou Chen was busy explaining, it's only my father who is within Qingping City. There's also my second and third uncles. However, for the sake of the family business, they are all in Qingyuan City, right near us, a distance of 200 miles. I also have an older brother who went to the clan to cultivate, and hasn't returned in 3 years. Zhou let out an "Oh." What's your father's rank? Zhou Chen nodded and turned back with some surprise. Zhou suddenly realized, your father is the boss. Zhou Chen was busy nodding. Yes then, Zhou also came to be a little interested. These were his juniors. What sect did your brother go to? Is it 500 strong? No? Zhou Chen shook his head. That's too difficult. The top 500 sects, squeezing their heads to get in. The sect that my brother went to is a third-rate force though. It all cost a lot to get in. Named Huaxing sect. Zhou casually leaned back. It's just the top 500. It's not that big of a deal. Zhou Chen's expression was filled with a few moments of yearning. A top 500 sect. Ordinary people wouldn't even dare to think about it. There are not only people from our Grand Xia dynasty, there are also a lot of pride from outside the dynasty. And it is said that every one of them is excellent. And as long as you come out from the top 500, you can enter the Demon Execution Division and the Evil Exorcism Office at will. Zhou was stunned. What? Zhou Chen was surprised. The Demon Execution Division and the Exorcism Office, doesn't Second Master know about this? Zhou shook his head, completely ignorant. I've been in the mountains all these years. Zhou Chen suddenly realized. The Demon Exorcism Division and the Exorcism Office are forces that have been established by the Great Xia dynasty as well as other dynasties, and as long as one is able to enter these forces, the benefits are all very good. Not only is there a large amount of spirit stones to be taken every month, there are also precious pills and techniques, etc. The most important thing is that the more you kill, the more you get to kill. Most importantly, the more you kill, the more rewards you get. Feats? Zhou raised an eyebrow. That old deng of his master. He didn't even teach himself the method of flying in the air. In this piece, he was lacking. There was also the fact that he hadn't entered the dematerialization realm for so many years, and the ones in the storage ring might not be enough to break through. Zhou Chen continued. The Demon Exorcism Division is mainly responsible for hunting and killing demonic beasts that plague the four directions, and the Exorcism Yamen exists specifically to expel evil spirits. Zhou inquired. Is the demonic plague very serious now? And what is an evil spirit? How he remembered that when he left back then, he didn't dare to say that the world was peaceful, but it was also close to not seeing demonic beasts. For Zhou's ignorance, Zhou Chen himself had found a good reason for him. For 100 years, he had been drunk on cultivation and had no interest in world affairs, so he didn't know much about what was happening outside. Soon, Zhou learned. It turns out that in the 9th year after he left, the world's demonic troubles rose up, especially in the borderlands. It was the demonic beasts that were rampant, destroying countless towns and cities. The Demon Execution Division and Evil Exorcism Office were also established as a result of this, to reward and mobilize the motivation to exterminate the demons. As for the evil sneaks, Zhou Chen did not know anything about them, and only said that they might be a kind of alien that had sneaked in from outside the domain. After speaking of this, Zhou Chen couldn't help but look worried again. Last month, I heard that a demonic infestation had also appeared near Qingyang City, 500 miles to our south, and I don't know if it will spread to us. In an encircling position? Zhou whispered softly, which could be understood through the description. The imperial city of the Daxia dynasty was in the core area of the dynasty, so the layout would be simple enough to wait for the whole world to die out before it died on their heads. Thinking back on his journey, he hadn't seen anything out of the ordinary, so I guess it was because the master had sent himself far enough away. But now that you're back, second master, you'll surely be at peace with each other. Zhou Chen laughed again. For this legendary second master, she was now not only worshipful, but also convinced. Zhou smiled and rubbed his chin uncomfortably. If you know that I'm in the mortal blood realm and you still dare to have this kind of self-confidence, I'll even call you second wife. Boom! Before the thought passed, a loud bang was heard from the front. The horses were so frightened that they nearly pulled the wagon sideways and fell to the ground. Zhou stabilized his body and his eyes snapped open as he sensed a ferocious aura filling the air. Demon! Demonic beasts! Zhou Chen let out a shrill cry, permeated with intense fear. Zhou lifted the curtain of the car, and saw that not far ahead, a 2-meter-tall blood-colored giant wolf was chewing on the body of a man, who was not yet dead, with blood spurting from his mouth and nose, and helplessly reaching out in this direction. Chapter 6 Blood Shadow Wolf. Click, click. The blood-colored giant wolf chewed on that man, and was soon left with a head rolling to the ground. In the other direction, there was another youth with a face like dirt and a body like sifting chaff, obviously scared out of his wits, standing dumbfounded in place. Zhou Chen's flowery face was filled with fear. She had heard a lot about demonic beasts, but Qingping City wasn't considered to be on the periphery, and today was the first time she had seen one. Zhou got off the carriage and quietly looked at the scarlet giant wolf. I don't know if it was because of the influence of that old den of his master's, but he just had a hard time generating fear. Or perhaps it was because of what master said, that he already possessed the heart of the sword? The scarlet giant wolf twisted its head to look at that youth and then looked at Zhou on its own, saliva mixed with blood flowing all over the place. In its perception, it was clear that Zhou was a bit more delicious. It smelled delicious and had the tasty flavor of lamb. The blood-colored giant wolf faced Zhou, and greed welled up in its scarlet eyes. The demonic beast's intuition made it realize that this person's bloodline was pure and his flesh was delicious. It was a qualitative change formed by countless pills piled together. This man, no longer human. Instead, it's a precious medicine. If he ate it in one bite, he could definitely save himself 100 years of bitter cultivation. Second master. Zhou Chen's red lips lost their blood color, and that ferocious aura went straight into her mind, shocking her out of her mind. But where did she have the guts to face it? The youth seemed to finally react and yelled sternly, "Run! This is the third-grade demonic beast Blood Shadow Wolf." Before the words fell, the Blood Shadow Wolf let out a growl and rose up, leaving behind a residual shadow as it flew at Zhou. In that instant, there seemed to be a flash of sword light, stirring up a storm. Zhou raised his right hand and grabbed the wolf's head that was tearing over, his body shape not moving at all. Drawing his sword for 99 years, this right arm of his had long been incredibly powerful. The lower half of the Blood Shadow Wolf's body fell to the ground, spilling its entrails and filling the air with the pungent odor of blood. Zhou looked at the wolf's head and pondered over it with a serious expression. His left hand pinched his fingers and pointed at the head of the Blood Shadow Wolf that was not yet dead, and then a strand of blood chi flew out to be absorbed by him. Unfortunately, it's not a 6th grade. Zhou Yu had some regrets. The 6th grade demonic beast contained a demonic elixir, which could not only quench the blood, but also play a role in refining the bones and forging the sinews and skin. Thinking back over the years, he'd taken one almost every year. Zhou Chen's eyes glowed as if he was looking at a heavenly god. He was that bountiful as jade. The mountains crumbled before his eyes without changing color. And every strike was a dream. It was clear that we had met for less than a day, but we felt safe and secure. It seemed as if there was no danger to speak of as long as one was around this man. Just a shame. He's his own second master. Boo! Zhou Yu dropped the wolf's head. He just absorbed a strand of essence blood within the wolf's head, striving to make his blood flooded with golden light early. Now that he had left his master, he had to rely on himself for many things. The young man shook his head a bit, making an effort to stay awake. Didn't see the man strike at all. Is it that girl? She pretends to be frightened, but she's really an unrivaled master of the art? Otherwise, how could he have beheaded the 3rd grade demonic beast blood shadow wolf with a single sword? Thank you, girl, for saving my life. The youth reacted and took 3 steps. My name Lu Rinjia is unforgettable. Zhou Chen froze, and busily said, no, nothing, I actually didn't do anything. When she tried to explain, Zhou Yu said, can you cook? Both of them were stunned. What was the meaning of this statement? Zhou Yu pointed at the blood shadow wolf. The wolf's legs must be delicious. He's hungry again. Now he was just eating with a vengeance, to take in all the good things he hadn't eaten in the last 100 years. Zhou Chen was busy saying, I'll get it now. Lu Rinjia was disgruntled, saying that this handsome male was really flighty, while others were responsible for killing wolves. He was in charge of eating them instead. Miss, wait, I know a bit of barbecuing. Let me serve. Zhou, you won't care about this. And sat straight on the carriage, raising his head to look at the sky silently. He was thinking about his next path of cultivation. It seemed like hunting demonic beasts was a good choice. As for joining a sect or something, he didn't have that in mind. The sect is too constraining, and he was born to love freedom. But if it's for the feats, maybe it's still something to consider. Zhou Yu is pondering again. How cool is it to fly around in the sky? Look at yourself. You even have to sit in a carriage. It's really too classless. A moment later, Lu Renjia's face was bitter as he cut the wolf's leg with his sword. Half an hour later, Lu Renjia was sweating profusely as he cut the wolf's leg with his sword. The 3rd grade blood shadow wolf's fur was tough and could not be broken by ordinary weapons. At this moment, Zhou Yu had already fallen asleep against the carriage. When night fell and a smell of meat filled the air, Zhou Yu woke up with a snort. Second master, you're awake? Zhou Chen trotted over with gusto. Upon hearing this, Lu Renjia's heart was disgruntled. It was really a 2nd-generation ancestor, but this is a strange name to call him. Either he is called the 2nd prince or the 2nd young master. What the hell is a 2nd master? Is it baked? Zhou Yu was more concerned about this matter. Lu Renjia stood up. You can eat it. It's just too hot right now. Before he could finish speaking, Zhou Yu had already run over, grabbed a wolf leg, and feasted on it. Lu Renjia frowned. Why is the girl suffering? Zhou Chen was puzzled. What? Lu Renjia said in a deep voice. The girl has outstanding abilities, yet she wants to commit herself to serving this kind of person. Don't you think it's too big to use? He stubbornly believed that at the very least, Zhou Chen had the urge to draw his sword, while Zhou Yu was not reacting at all, which proved that the one who made the move should be Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen listened more and more. Didn't think so? I think it's a lucky thing to be able to serve 2nd master. Lu Renjia frowned and lowered his voice. Truth be told, I am a disciple of the Yaoguang sect 300 miles from here. If the girl is willing, I am willing to introduce you. With your strength, you can definitely be a guest elder. While Zhou Yu was sleeping, Lu Renjia, after some conversation, had since learned about Zhou Chen's situation. Just a person from a secular family. But to think that such a young man would have such a cultivation level is an extraordinary talent. Zhou Chen was shocked. Brother Lu is actually a disciple of the Flare Light sect? Disrespectful. Upon hearing this, Lu Renjia immediately felt a lot of confidence, and without being able to help it, his back straightened up quite a bit. When traveling outside, the invisible reinforcement of the sect could not be ignored. At this moment, Zhou Yu walked back carrying the wolf's leg, his face full of shame. Zhou Chenjiao greeted her with a smile. 2nd master, isn't it good? Zhou Yu looked at the wolf's leg and then at the sky. Alas, between visiting my parents and the wolf's leg, I actually chose the wolf's leg. When it comes to being an unfilial son, Zhou Chen smiled from ear to ear. Let's hurry up then. As Zhou Yu entered the carriage, Lu Renjia reviewed the surrounding night, and his heart was secretly afraid. The scene of his senior brother being eaten still seemed to be swaying in front of his eyes. If he wanted to stay alive tonight, he feared he would need to hitch a ride and seek refuge with this girl. Miss Zhou. Lu Renjia hesitated. Can I travel with you? Zhou Chen glanced into the carriage and saw Zhou Yu continuing to gnaw on the wolf's leg, so he laughed and said, it's all fine It's not far from where we're going. Chapter 7, Meeting the Parents. Aqua Villa. It's actually just well named. It's a small area of farmhouses where a lot of old people retire. Get away from the hustle and bustle of the world and get close to the beauty of nature. Aqua Villa residence and retreat? Zhou Yu got off the carriage and looked up at the pagoda in front of him, and behind the pagoda, there were lush green fields. Zhou Chen was busy explaining on the side. Second master. You don't know. The great master and the great milk are old. Although grandpa has purchased a large number of pills to replenish their qi and blood, they still need to recuperate. His parents were ordinary people, and they were in their 30s when he left. Even if the master teacher, Nyo Dali, did leave behind belongings, the Zhou family was not aware of such things as cultivation. It was only after he made his fortune that his elder brother Zhou Chao, which was the only way to think of cultivation. An ordinary person, to be able to live to this lifespan, is already truly remarkable. So operating for 100 years, before the current Zhou family, Zhou Yu nodded, then turned back. You're still not leaving? Lu Renjia froze. I have business with Miss Zhou and need an answer from her. Zhou Yu was puzzled. Discuss what matter? Only then did Zhou Chen react. He said that he could let me go as a guest elder of the Yaoguang sect. I'm of low strength. Where would I be able to do that? Lu Renjia hurriedly said, Miss is too modest. Your ability. I have seen it in my eyes. Thinking back to that blood shadow wolf being killed in an instant, it was still quite shocking. If this kind of character, because of himself, joined the Flare Light sect, then he was afraid that his status would also rise, and perhaps the sect master would even look at himself. From now on, hooking up with a rich white girl and going to the top of life is exciting without having to think about it. Zhou Yu was slightly surprised, even though he didn't know much about those sects. He thought that this guest elder's status must be very good. Just how come he didn't see any talent in Zhou Chen? It's just a mortal blood realm third sky, weaker than yourself. That's odd. Zhou Yu once again scrutinized Zhou Chen and thought to himself, what the hell is he babbling about? I don't know if little Chen is strong or not. The more I read about it, the more confused my mind became. Subsequently, he felt that with this little bit of three-legged kung fu of his, it would be better to strike out cautiously in the future. Otherwise, once he was seen through, it would definitely be a dead end. Zhou Yu smiled. If you have that idea, just make your own decision. Zhou Chen blinked. She was a bit confused. How did she, who came from a mediocre background, suddenly qualify to become a guest elder of the Flare Light sect? My brain suddenly got a little itchy. I just couldn't figure it out. Lu Renjia courteously arched his hand. Girl, don't be in a hurry to refuse. I'll stay right here at the entrance of the village. If you have an idea, just let me know at any time. At the moment, it was pitch black. What he thought was also simple. The distance was so close. If something really happened, he just yelled out for help. It's hard to believe that this kind-hearted Miss Zhou would still not care about herself. Zhou Yu lazily ignored him and walked straight ahead. Zhou Chen hesitated and hurriedly said, then the carriage will be left for you to use as a temporary residence first. A little while later, the two arrived at one of the small farmhouses. The yard is small, with 3 rooms in the main house, a kitchen and a utility room in the yard. Time master, time mother, look who I've brought. Zhou Yu's left foot had just passed the courtyard gate, and Zhou Chen had already run in excitedly. Someone got up and strutted out under the glow of the candlelight. Little morning, right? Why are you still fussy? An old man with white eyebrows and beard stepped out. Zhou Yu met the other party's gaze. Father? The faces are somewhat familiar, but not recognizable. The old man with white eyebrows and beard looked stunned, struggling to recognize the youth in front of him in the light of the dim candle flame. At this moment, his brain raced. When did you have another son? It doesn't make sense. I'm still considered clean. Is it Jade's? Or little Flora's? If it wasn't really his son, why did the face seem a bit familiar? As if he had seen it somewhere. Zhou Chen snorted and laughed. Second master, this is my grandfather. Zhou Yu suddenly realized. Oh, big brother. Zhou Chao froze. Little brother. You are? And Xiao Chen. What did you call him? Zhou Chen was busy saying. He's the second master. He just came back today. Zhou Chao was surprised, quickly stepped forward and carefully scrutinized for a moment or two. Are you really little brother? Zhou Yu? Zhou Yu nodded his head. It was really that he had been separated for too long. So long that they had become complete strangers to each other. He left when he was 9 years old, and his older brother was only weak at that time. Y'all, you're back? Cough cough. Coughing sounds rang through the room. Zhou Yu was busy crossing over Zhou Chao and walked quickly towards the bedroom. A bedroom with 2 beds. On both beds sat two elderly people with withered faces. At this lifespan, their chi and blood were depleted, and their faces were full of skin that was similar to that of dead tree bark. Father, mother. Zhou Yu's voice is a little shaky on this decaying appearance, but where he came back some time later. I'm afraid that I can't see it. Y'all, come here. Mother Zhou tearfully raised her withered palm. Zhou Yu quickly walked over and squatted beside its legs. The strangeness of the eyes couldn't hold a candle to the true bond of blood, and that feeling was still strong. Zhou mother choked, trembling. See, the old man. We still see. Father Zhou raised his hand to wipe the tears from the corners of his eyes. Yes, finally. Zhou Chao stood at the bedroom door. His eyes reddened, only feeling like a dream. This walk was 100 years, not to mention my parents. Even I'm old as hell. The two old men couldn't wait to ask about the years, and Zhou Chao's answer. Yet it is extremely simple. Practice hard and think of nothing else. Thinking back to that one pillar mountain, after going up, he never came down at all. Eat, drink and sleep all on top. And every time a stranger comes alone, he wants to thank the other person for 8 generations. For the youngest son to be over 100 years old and still be able to remain so young. The two old men were also overwhelmed, only to say that they had accomplished their cultivation and had not wasted the time to leave home since they were young. Son, do you have a woman in mind? Your elder brother already has children and grandchildren, and in a few years' time, he will probably have a grandchild. Concentrate on your training and have no time for contact. Is it flawless? It's true that there's no chance. Zhou Yu had tears in his eyes. Hell knows how monotonous the days he lived were. Every time he thought about it, he was full of grievances. Besides, living on a mountain with an old man. It's embarrassing to use both your right and left hands. What can we do to relieve spring? The only way is to draw the sword. Whenever spring came, he drew his sword much faster. Boss, you have to make arrangements for your brother. Mother Zhou worried again. Mother, I know. I'll turn around and ask Zhouan to look for girls of a similar age in Qingping City. Chapter 8, So Rich. Late at night, the white moon hangs high. The parents had fallen into a deep sleep. They were too old for their son's return and it was a shock to them. They needed to adjust their mood. Courtyard. Zhou Chen was busy opening tea and snacks. Zhou Yu and Zhou Chao sat in the gazebo in the courtyard. It was a while before Zhou Chao spoke. Still going? Zhou Yu shook his head. Not going. Zhou Chao nodded and looked at Zhou Yu once again. Obviously brothers. One as young as old, the other as pale as a pine. He also knows that those with high cultivation never judge each other's age by appearance, but the heart is still a little bit relieved. If the one who took away that year was himself, how would it be? Zhou Chao whispered softly. Accompany your parents more. They are already too old. In order to wait for you to come back all these years. They also counted on actively cooperating with me and took some chi and blood pills. The chi blood pills were very expensive, with the value of one being in the range of 300 taels of gold. Although the Zhou family in Qingping City is good, but the second old man but every month to take. In the long run, since it is a large amount of expenditure. Zhou Yu nodded. I'll make it up to you after working hard for you all these years. Zhou Chao waved his hand. Being a brother, it's out of place to say this. Besides, if it's your parents, it's not my parents? The brothers smiled at each other. Zhou Chao smiled again and asked, You've learned a lot over the years, haven't you? Peripatetic hesitation. Shyness. Zhou Chao laughed out loud. Look at this mouth of mine. It's really old. I dare to ask anything. He reacted, knowing that the Gong methods of the sect forces could not be spoken of indiscriminately, and he also put Zhou Yu into this category. Zhou Yu digressed. Then how did you start cultivating? Big brother? Zhou Chao sighed. Back then, although your master left our Zhou family a copy of the Qi lookout skill, but as far as our little insight is concerned, how do we know how to cultivate a skill? Parents are also like me, then busy doing some business, until more than 10 years later. Some people bullying, which is the heart of the study of Kung Fu. Unfortunately, at that time, my parents were already in their 50s, and it was difficult for them to make a difference in cultivation. As for me, I also consumed a large amount of money to buy pills, which barely cultivated, muddled for 100 years, but only a ninth heaven of the degenerate realm, and then could not advance an inch. The way of cultivation, for the vast majority of people in the secular world, was a pie in the sky. Even if you were given a gongfu, it would be difficult for you to even read it. Zhou Yu nodded silently. His previous comment about compensation was not nonsense, but he did have a large amount of spirit stones and pills in his storage ring. Zhou Chao raised his head to look at Zhou Chen who was standing at the side. I heard that you insisted on withdrawing from the marriage? Zhou Chen blinked. Grandpa, you knew so quickly? Zhou Chao smiled bitterly. When it was still dark, I received a flying pigeon message from your father. Zhou Chen made a face. That Lin Cod is unforgivable. I won't marry him. Zhou Chao added, your father also said unclear. Only said that the trouble has been solved. What is this in the end? Upon hearing this, Zhou Chen instantly became excited and spoke colorfully about what had happened during the day. These words made Zhou Chao's jaw drop and he only felt that his heart was about to jump out of his chest. Zhou Chao's hand holding the teacup was trembling. Reluctantly took a sip and calmed himself. Lin Long, that old thing, is also dead? Zhou Chen nodded heavily. Right then, Zhou Chao pursed his lips tightly, and the moonlight sprinkled on his face, adding a little more gloom. Zhou Yu laughed. Big brother, I'm a bit sorry about that. I don't know what happened. I saw him like that, so I stepped in. Zhou Chao held back the shock in his heart, and his eyes showed a thoughtful color. Although this Lin Long is a person from the Mighty Tiger sect, the Mighty Tiger sect may not take him seriously, but the problem lies in that Mrs. Lin's body. This woman was a domineering young lady when she was young, coupled with the fact that two of her brothers were elders of the Mighty Tiger sect. No one was able to do anything to her. Now that this has happened, I'm afraid that it will be difficult to make things right. When the words came to this point, Zhou Yu was listening. If it was simply someone from the Mighty Tiger sect, Lin Long's death would have been in vain. After all, the 500 strongest sects in the Koan Yuan continent were so numerous that it was hard to care about a secular and not dazzling so one. The worst thing is that his wife is still alive. What's worse, his wife's two brothers are not lowly in the Mighty Tiger sect. I think that Lin Long said that he was from the Longhu sect, but he did not mention his great-uncle and brother-in-law, and he also left himself some face. Otherwise, wouldn't there be a suspicion of eating soft rice? Men, face is important. Zhou Chaowoods looked at Zhou Yu. Little brother, what are your thoughts on this? Thoughts? Zhou Yu picked up a piece of mung bean cake and ate it, but how could he know what Zhou Chao was thinking? In the opinion of Zhou Chao, my little brother went out for 100 years and returned as a teenager. I think its strength is already beyond the comprehension of a mortal like himself, but I just don't know why. I always feel that something is wrong. It was as if his own little brother didn't have the special prowess of those rumored to be strong. Ugh. Zhou Yu swallowed the mung bean cake. As the saying goes, soldiers come to block water to cover up the earth, then we can talk about it. Why should we consume ourselves internally now? Zhou Chao was surprised and his heart was quite shaken. Sure enough, this is how the truly strong are. Things in the world are not taken seriously at all. Zhou Chaowoods laughed. Look at me. I'm still treating you like a normal person. Zhou Yu was actually pondering over the fact that Lin Long was hundreds of years old. Yet he was only that strong. Roughly what his great-uncle and little-uncle are. It's not that far off. Though he himself was weak. Were they not? You don't have to be so presumptuous to be a human being. I didn't bring much with me this time back. Zhou Yu first subconsciously touched his waist before taking his storage ring and dropping 100 top-grade spirit stones. Big brother, you use it first. Iron still needs to be hard. When one's own strength is strong, it's more reliable than anything else. The legendary storage ring? Zhou Chao stared wide-eyed, then gulped as he looked at the top-grade spirit stone whose light flowed under the moonlight. Upper-grade spirit stones? Zhou Yu was at a loss. What's going on here? Is it a fake? He picked up a piece and carefully scrutinized it to make sure it wasn't a fake, although his master was unreliable. There was no need to prepare some fakes for himself. Was there? Zhou Chen covered his mouth, his eyes glaring like copper bells. Her impression of spirit stones was that when she started cultivating that chi-looking skill, her grandfather had spent 10,000 taels of gold or begged her grandparents to get a medium-grade spirit stone. And now, right in front of her, there were hundreds of top-grade spirit stones placed so casually. Zhou Chao took a deep breath of cold air. His lips couldn't suppress the trembling. Little brother, you are really scary. Zhou Yu scratched his head as he thought to himself, what's the big deal? In the past, he had to consume more than 5 pieces every day for his own cultivation, not counting those elixirs, as well as demonic pills of demonic beasts of the 6th grade or above. Just this word. Genus has no shame in saying it. After consuming so many cultivation resources, wasn't he still a mortal blood realm? Chapter 9 Crisis in the Dark. The cool night breeze eventually calmed Zhou Chao's restless heart. Xiao Chen, take a piece and use it for cultivation. Zhou Chao coughed lightly. Little brother, you'd better keep the rest for yourself, as my brother is already old. It's too much of a waste. Zhou Yu laughed. Big brother, you're just being too outgoing. I don't lack these things. Zhou Chao waved his hand. His attitude was resolute. There's really no need. You're still young nowadays and have a bright future. This old bones of mine. With a clattering sound, another pile of top-grade spirit stones appeared. Zhou Yu pointed. Look, there's no shortage at all. Zhou Chao breathed heavily and silently pressed his right hand on his heart. It's not working. It's really not working. The impact was so great that it felt like I was going to die. Geez. Zhou Chen's body trembled. Second master, you are also too much, right? Strictly speaking, Secular forces were not considered a circle of cultivators, and the things they could access were very limited, like this many top-grade spirit stones. I'm afraid that some small clans don't even have them. Zhou Yu looked as usual, and to put it bluntly, he didn't have much of a concept of anything. He went up the mountain at the age of 9 and came down at 108. The so-called life experience is probably only peeing in mud at the age of 9. There was also even less of a concept of what stream of money was involved. The master is eating and drinking enough. There is no shortage of elixirs, and demonic elixirs assist. The only problem is that too little is taught. Zhou Chao took deep breaths in succession and divided 4 top-grade spirit stones from it. Little brother. I am truly convinced. As for me, I also know that you have good intentions, but 2 top-grade spirit stones are enough for this girl to use for a good period of time. Moreover, a piker is not guilty of harboring a sin. You in the future categorically mustn't display it like this again. He made a simple distribution. Zhou Chen took 2 pieces. After all, youth is capital. Let Zhou Chen bring a piece to his son Zhouan, and keep a piece for himself. Other than that, that's saying nothing. Forced to do so, Zhou Yu was only able to collect all the remaining top-grade spirit stones. The piece of parental chi and blood pill. I have it here as well. Zhou Yu took out another bunch of jade bottles. All of them are what I usually eat. Zhou Chao suddenly realized. No wonder my little brother is more than 100 years old and still like a big young man. So he has been taking chi and blood pills. But after he casually picked up a bottle of chi and blood pills, his eyes widened. Zhou Yu was puzzled, thinking why was this big brother so startled? Zhou Chen hesitated. Grandpa, what's wrong? Zhou Chao gulped a bit and handed the opened bottle to Zhou Yu. You call this the chi and blood pill? Zhou Yu glanced at it. Isn't it just a chi and blood elixir? Zhou Chao's voice trembled. This is the extreme grade chi and blood pill. Zhou Yu bristled. That's not still a chi and blood elixir. Zhou Chao pinched his thigh with his left hand to clear his confused brain a bit. This is an extreme spirit elixir grade chi and blood elixir. Even if it was the same chi and blood dan, that grade could be different. What he usually purchased was only inferior, meaning that it wasn't even a lower grade spirit elixir. Even so, it's still worth a lot of money. As for the extreme spirit pills, they were actually beyond the realm of spirit pills. Just like one of the medicines in the 2nd grade chi and blood pill, blood vine, a 10-year portion would be sufficient. However, for a top-grade elixir, one would need 1,000 years of it. I'm afraid, with such a comparison, the gap is not so great. There's really no need to make such a fuss. Zhou Yu shook his head helplessly, thinking that his elder brother had been in the secular world for so many years and had also managed the Zhou family in a decent manner. Yet he was so indolent? At that moment, he picked up 2 more bottles of pills, one of which he handed to Zhou Chao. 6 flavors Emperor Phoenix pill. My master said that this is something good. Perhaps it will be of great benefit to you. As he spoke, he handed Zhou Chen another bottle. This bottle is the gold and silver spirit Shindan, which is more useful for women. Zhou Chao breathed heavily and rolled his eyes. Passing the legendary half-immortal level 6 flavors Emperor Phoenix pill? At this moment, one could only feel the chi and blood surging and the sky spinning. Zhou Chen was fairly calm. After all, he had never even heard of it. Seeing this, Zhou Yu had no choice but to stop talking and stop taking anything. In case Big Brother just hiccuped, he would really feel guilty. It took a while for Zhou Chao to calm down. Only his eyes were red and he couldn't stop swallowing. If he had the 6 flavors Emperor Phoenix pill, he might really be able to step into the psychic realm and fulfill the dream he had had for many years. As for the parents, there was really nothing that could be done about it, and they could only continue to hang on to their lives with chi and blood pills. Zhou Chao gripped the jade bottle tightly. Junior brother, what's your next plan? Zhou Yu honestly said. Cultivate hard. I can't think of anything else to do. He desperately needed to raise his strength. The mountain was peaceful, and now after coming down, it felt like there were broken things everywhere. Coupled with the demonic affliction in Zhou Chen's mouth, he felt that he had to improve his strength in order to be able to take care of his parents and the Zhou family. Zhou Chao couldn't help but sigh and look. How else can you say that your little brother is strong? That's totally the result of hard work. What about thinking about practicing at all times? When tomorrow comes, I'll send a message to Zhouan. Zhou Chao laughed. Let him find you a woman of similar age, or fulfill the dream in your parents' hearts. Zhou Yu grinned. There's no rush. There's no rush. Zhou Chao shook his head. It has to be urgent. You're over 100 years old. You can't afford to put it off any longer. Anyway, this doesn't affect your cultivation, does it? Influence? No impact? Zhou Yu tilted his head. The master didn't seem to have said that he couldn't get married either. Besides, I've been single for over 100 years, so getting married is no big deal, right? Zhou Chao took a deep breath and stood up. Little brother, you rest in your room today. Zhou Yu waved his hand. No, I'll just sit in the courtyard and make arrangements tomorrow. If you want to cultivate, you should hurry. Zhou Chao hesitated slightly, then smiled and said, that's fine. There was no extra room per se, and he really wanted to try out the power of the potion. As Zhou Chao left, Zhou Chen then smiled sweetly. Thank you, second master. Zhou Yu waved his hand. If you are practicing, then go too. Don't worry about me. When I was in the mountains, I often sat outside for the whole night. Zhou Chen spat out his tongue and sat down cross-legged in the living room. Zhou Yu thought briefly, and after the returning mood was completely calmed, he took out 2 top-grade spirit stones to hold onto, and straight away started a new round of body hardening, bone forging, and tendon refining by running the hegemony decision. Same time, outside the Bishui villa, Lu Rinjia sat on the carriage, tilting his head back to enjoy the moon, when he suddenly felt a tremor in his heart and quickly looked into the darkness in the distance. In the darkness of the shadows, there were 2 icy flashes of light, permeated with a ferocious aura. The horse snorted a little uneasily. Lu Ringjia's expression gradually tensed up. Could it be that the blood shadow wolves were chasing after him again? After all, this blood shadow wolf was a pack demonic beast. Chapter 10, The Amazing Woman. But just half an hour. The 2 top-grade spirit stones in Zhou Yu's hand then disappeared, and his cultivation remained as normal, almost like a bottomless pit. He was still at the 5th heavenly realm of the mortal blood realm. Could it be that I'm really stupidly qualified? Zhou Yu inwardly let out an exclamation, and after an internal vision, he vaguely realized that there seemed to be sporadic flashes of golden light in his blood. This discovery instantly made Zhou Yu a few more points of excitement. After practicing hard for 100 years, he finally saw hope. Looking at the tendons and bones again, above the bones, there also seemed to be faint lines, but they were not gold lines. In my current situation, if I leak the bottom, even if I don't get killed, I'll be laughed to death. Zhou Yu collected his mind and once again strengthened his thoughts, definitely not able to reveal his strength. Suddenly, Zhou Yu listened with his side ear, and vaguely seemed to hear someone shouting Miss Shou. That voice was Lu Renga? But why was there a hint of crying in the voice? Zhou Yu frowned slightly. This guy would not be looking at last morning, right? And what's the point of crying in the middle of the night? Are you in heat? So young and such a monkey. Zhou Yu looked unhappy. I've been single for over 100 years. What did I say? At the same time, several figures seemed to appear in the Aqua Villa. Rushing outside. Ow! Steeply, a wolf howl rang out. Zhou Yu's expression grew more and more disdainful, and he even learned to bark like a wolf? Not bad for a pervert. He shook his head, thinking that worldly people were more worldly than he was. When I stay with my parents for a while, I'll go on a flower hunt anyhow. Zhou Yu moved his own little mind again. If it wasn't for the fact that the master teacher didn't teach anything, he would have run down from there. How did we end up in this situation? Second master. Zhou Chen hurried out. Did something happen? Zhou Yu raised an eyebrow. Have you? Zhou Chen looked outside. I think I heard someone shouting my name. Zhou Yu was silent. Although this is not his own flesh and blood, but also has a blood relationship with himself, is it possible that a strange man has taken her heart so quickly? Holy, I think I am also graceful and handsome. It's just that my strength is weak. How come I've never seen a woman fall in love with me? Zhou Chen changed his face. A wolf cry? It can't be a blood shadow wolf, can it? She listened with her ear to the side, her pretty face white. Bloodshot wolves? Zhou Yu snapped awake. Really was killed by Nyo Dali. Stayed by his side every day. Really no sense of crisis at all. Call Big Brother. Zhou Yu subconsciously pointed towards the room. Your own mortal blood realm don't show. Big Brother is at least the 8th heaven of the dematerialization realm. It's more appropriate for him to make a move. Grandpa is making a serious breakthrough. Zhou Chen was busy saying, anyway, with you, second master, what are you afraid of? Zhou Yu's mouth is bitter. What am I afraid of? Can I not be afraid? I'm afraid I'll show my face. What if you're really at your wit's end? You'll still be hung up on? Zhou Chen hurriedly pulled Zhou Yu's wrist and ran out. Second master, we have to hurry. Don't get killed. Zhou Yu screamed bitterly in his heart. Other people's lives are lives. You two masters, I am not a person? When the two arrived, the fight outside the Bishui mountain village was really hot. Blood spilled everywhere. 5 third-grade demonic beasts, blood shadow wolves, were attacking the 3 old men and Lu Rinjia, who had blood flung into the distance whenever he moved. At the very back of that, a 1-meter-tall blood shadow wolf examined the front, not rushing to strike, its icy eyes dripping with an eerie killing intent. Your mother! My wagon! Zhou Yu snapped his eyes wide open and saw that the carriage was shattered and half of the horse's head was missing. Miss Shou! Lu Rinjia was overjoyed. Hurry and help! As he spoke, he was slapped by another blood shadow wolf with a paw, breaking bones in his arm. Those 3 old men hurriedly looked back and were all very surprised. They also sensed that the situation was not right, and that's why they rushed here. After which they fought. That's all people and demonic beasts are anyway. And the sense of territory was in full effect at this moment. They were also all at the level of the 8th and 9th heavens of the degenerate realm. Cultivating in the secular world was already difficult, and to be able to have this cultivation level was even good. Now that he took a look at Zhou Chen, who was a mortal blood realm, his heart was instantly like ashes. Deity, doomed to fall into the blood shadow wolf's ration tonight. Perhaps the other seniors at the Bayshore Hills residential and nursing home will be able to catch up without having to wait for their own bodies to get cold. Zhou Chen's pretty face was white, but that sense of justice in her heart worked to make her unable to resist quickly drawing her sword. She had some regrets now. From the time she got the elixir, she had been admiring it under the light. That gold and silver spirit Xiandan was really too beautiful to be eaten at all. Now, she regretted very much that she should have eaten it first if she had known. But, we're not afraid. There's still the second master. Zhou raised his head, his face turning blue. Fighting is fighting, but destroying items is absolutely intolerable. Let's say this horse has been working hard all the way. Has it said a word of dissatisfaction? However, as his gaze fell on the blood shadow wolf standing at the back, Zhou finally lowered his head. He thought, why don't we just put up with it? Zhou Chen took a deep breath and drew his sword to charge upwards. Zhou only felt a flash of light out of the corner of his eye. Zhou Chen rushed up. Her guts made Zhou quite shocked. Who gave her the courage? Is this girl so brave? Zhou frowned and had to take a step forward. Zhou Chen dropped his sword to rescue Lu Rinjia. Why didn't he rescue the old men? Probably because they were already too old and not handsome. Boo! The entire blood shadow wolf that attacked Lu Rinjia separated, spilling its intestines and guts all over the ground. Lu Rinjia was thrilled with tears. Miss Zhou is mighty. Zhou Chen was stunned and glanced at the sharp sword in his hand. Was he really that powerful? Seeing that an old man nearby was about to have his head bitten off by a wolf, he once again stabbed his sword. However, the wolf's head flew straight into the air. Zhou Chen hurriedly glanced back and saw Zhou behind him, and immediately his confidence and courage grew. Pulling a sword flower, it flashed with a cold light under the moonlight. The other 3 blood shadow wolves instantly separated their corpses. Lu Rinjia forced himself to endure the severe pain and shouted excitedly, Miss Zhou is domineering. When a person can't see the truth, it's no different than being blinded by lust, and can even seem a little stupid. Roar! The giant wolf standing at the end could no longer stand it, bringing up a fishy wind to kill in a stern and domineering manner. And the moment it ran, it caused the great earthquake to shatter. Zhou Chen let out a cry of shock and covered her face with both hands, not daring to look at all. Boo! The ground shook as the giant wolf's body was chopped open from its head, passing through both sides of Zhou Chen and falling heavily to the ground. Lu Ringjia's eyes glowed as he muttered, strange woman, how could there be such a strange woman in time, able to kill even a 4th grade blood shadow wolf with a single sword? The 3 old men who were seriously injured were moved. This female doll was so good. A mortal blood realm 3rd sky, actually had such heaven-defying battle power. Chapter 11. Moonlight. Zhou strutted forward and looked at Lu Ringjia after scanning the weak. The wolf legs are all unloaded. The meat is firm and delicious. To this day he's still reeling from it. Lu Ringjia was bleeding all over his body, and he couldn't help but look angrily at Zhou when he heard this. Zhou frowned. What's wrong? Lu Rinjia's teeth clacked. Miss Zhou didn't even speak. Who are you? What? Zhou was stunned. I worked so hard. What's wrong with eating a few wolf legs? Lu Ringjia's eyes glazed over a lot. What a shameless second-generation ancestor. All the dirty work is done by Miss Zhou. He just follows behind and adds to the mess. And now he even wants food? What's with the face? I'm just asking you. Do you want to be ashamed? Still trying? You're trying to watch the show. Zhou Chen's delicate body trembled. In that moment she felt that her head would be bitten to pieces at any moment. At this moment, she sniffed. Her lips trembled. Mr. Lu, my second master may be hungry. Can you suffer a little? Okay. Lu Ringjia couldn't care less about his injuries and scrambled to put on a smiling face. I'll bake it right away. Zhou couldn't help but despise glancing at Lu Ringjia. This guy seems like one of those things that master occasionally says to come. Dog licking? Oh, and Master Chief is a big licker too. Zhou was thoughtful in his mind and turned straight away. You're from the old Chao family? One of the old men stopped Zhou Chen, his eyes showing gratitude. Thank you so much. Zhou Chen blushed. No, nothing, I actually didn't do anything. By the way, my grandfather is Zhou Chao. You're Zhou Chao's granddaughter. The other 2 old men couldn't help but marvel. Truly a dragon and phoenix among men. Those brats in our family can't compare to you by a long shot. We'll go back and clean up a bit, and when the day breaks, we'll definitely come to the door to say thank you. Zhou Chen mumbled and said hurriedly, your injuries? It's okay, it won't die. The 3 old men were broad-minded and waved their hands. Then they were worried. I can't imagine that the demonic plague has already come to us. I'm afraid that we won't be able to live peacefully in the future. As they spoke, the three of them shook their heads and hammered their waists as they headed inside. Zhou Chen looked at Lu Ringjia again. Are you alright? Lu Renga hurriedly said. It's fine. Just a broken arm. He was bleeding all over the place. So he was more than fine. This little life was almost over. Zhou Chen was worried that he would really die here. So he said, you'd better come back with me to heal your wounds. Lu Rengjia hurriedly said, these wolf legs? Zhou Chen said, let's pack it up tomorrow. He didn't say he had to eat it now. Lu Rengjia sighed, it's just that I'm afraid he won't like it and should reprimand you again. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chen smiled sweetly. The second master is very nice, but he's just a bit gluttonous. Thinking back to yesterday until now, the second master has done nothing but eat, and then he still eats. After Lu Ringjia relaxed, he was in pain, but he still forced himself to be calm. Miss Zhou, you have such a strong strength. Why do you need to live under people for so long? When you become a guest elder of our Yaoguang sect, with the help of the sect's power, even if his family's strength is even stronger, then they won't dare to restrain you anymore. Zhou Chen was unsure. I think it's okay, and I'm not that strong. Lu Ringjia mentally sighed again. What a strange woman. He is strong but not arrogant, and has a heart of justice to help the world. Such a woman is truly a dragon and phoenix among men, an example of women in the world. And look at the she's serving. Just know how to eat. If I get mad, I'll poison you to death. It's only been a day, and I've come across all this crap on net, so it really isn't as quiet as it was on the mountain. Zhou Yu, who had returned to the small courtyard, sighed in his heart and felt a little annoyed. It's boring to draw swords every day in the mountains, but it's not fun to kill people every day. He had just sat down on his side when Zhou Chen came back over there holding Lu Ringjia. Zhou Yu tilted his head, and Lu Ringjia also twisted his head to look over since his eyes were very unkind. Zhou Yu frowned slightly, his heart wondering, no matter what, he had saved this grandson's life. What kind of attitude is this? I'll kill him with my sword. Zhou Chao still hasn't moved. He should be breaking through. Zhou Yu glanced over there again, and was able to sense that Zhou Chao's aura was slightly manic, and he should be in the process of condensing his blood spirit. Where's the wolf's leg? Zhou Yu asked a very insensitive question. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chen was busy putting Lu Ringjia down. Second master, I'll go and dispose of the corpse in a while, and I'll definitely help you bring back the wolf's leg. Zhou Yu nodded and once again closed his eyes to ponder his question. Lu Ringjia's teeth were almost clenched. Was this scumbag really that blind? How can I improve my training quickly? How quickly does the blood glow with gold, the bones with gold, and the tendons with the sound of a dragon's roar? If you really can't, just join the demon execution division or something, and get a few feats to use. Zhou Yu became more and more determined to this idea. People cannot mix every day in this life. Since the master is not trustworthy, he himself is responsible for his own life. Or, Zhou Yu opened his eyes again and looked towards Lu Ringjia, who was being treated for his wounds by Zhou Chen. This kid is from the Yu-Light sect? That's what the sects are, right? Young man. Zhou Yu showed a smile on his face. Is there any light body technique of a kind? Of course, it's best if it's for flying. Upon hearing this, Lu Ringjia's eyes narrowed slightly, instantly gaining insight into what Zhou Yu had in mind. How could he want to make a mark in the way of cultivation? Is this to ask for a gongfu? Zhou Yu chose these with his own considerations. The tricks and whatnot will be pushed back a bit first. First learn the things to escape. Ha! Lu Ringjia showed a shameful smile on his face. Please forgive me for speaking straight. I don't see your honor as a cultivator either. Even if there is a divine grade technique given to you, it will be for nothing. Zhou Chen changed color. How unpleasant were these words. The second master that has a big history. I'm afraid that he will be angry because of this. Second master. Zhou Chen called out with some impatience. The smile on Zhou Yu's face completely froze. The second half of Lu Ringjia's sentence. It's what that old man, Shidoshi, says every day. You are foolishly qualified. Even if there are divine grade techniques given to you, it will be for nothing. Zhou Yu sighed, the words of Master Niu Dali echoing in his mind. Lu Ringjia pursed his lips, and felt that he shouldn't be so devastated, wanting to speak out to explain one or two, but really embarrassed to say it. Zhou Yu secretly shook his head. Maybe it wasn't that the master didn't teach, it was really just that he was stupidly qualified. Otherwise, why would an outsider be able to see through his own qualifications? But for that, he was a bit puzzled. How did they see that he was stupid? Could it be that all my life? Zhou Yu raised his head to look at the glowing sky. Is it really all you can do to cultivate the sword drawing technique? No sooner had the thought arisen than an odd shriek could be heard coming from the room, and a force was reviving. Quack! That voice was that loud. Zhou Yu felt something in his heart. Blood spirit? Chapter 12, So understood. Boo! the door to the room opened wide. The first rays of the morning sunlight poured down on the courtyard. Zhou Chao was full of excitement, and his aged face was a few times younger. At this moment, there is a blood gas behind him, in which sits a face-sized frogs. However, there was no doubt that this was a blood spirit of the Tonling realm. After possessing a blood spirit, one had solidly drawn a line with the dematerialization realm, and was considered an expert in the world. Zhou Yu's eyes did not hide his envy in the slightest. Blood spirit? This is blood spirit, the blood spirit of his dreams. Both fists gradually clenched. It will come. It will come. The realm will come. And so will the blood spirits. Ha 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 ha. Zhou Chao laughed openly. Little brother. Ah, I can't imagine that you solved my brother's problems for decades with a single elixir. The smile on Zhou Yu's face was a bit ugly. That crap. He had eaten at least 1,000 of them. And he ate them and now he wanted to vomit when he smelled them. How can people be so different from each other? Zhou Chao rushed in and heavily hugged Zhou Yu. Little brother, you are truly a blessing for our Zhou family. When you left back then, we went from poor to rich. Now that you've returned, you've even made our Zhou family go from weak to strong. Zhou Yu cried, tears streaming down his face. It's just heartbreaking. At this moment, he once again realized just how good Master Niu Dali was to him. He's wasted himself to this state, and he's not even willing to give himself up. Such an ingrate. Oh no, where can I find such a good man? Zhou Chao let go of Zhou Yu, could not help but have his eyes redden. Look at this little brother of his. Actually cried with excitement because of his own breakthrough. Not worthy of being a blood brother. Even if we haven't seen each other for 100 years, this brotherhood is still there. Congratulations grandpa. Zhou Chen ran over happily. Ha ha, girl, you'll get that chance later too. Zhou Chao was in a very good mood and only felt that life was full of hope. Then his eyes fell on Lu Rinjia's body, and he couldn't help but be dismayed. This is? Zhou Chen at that moment briefly and succinctly talked about the wolf infestation. At those words, Zhou Chao immediately frowned and also collected his own blood spirit. 5 heads? That many? 3 months ago, I heard that the demonic plague was still only in the 18th ring. How did it come to the 16th ring so quickly? Zhou Yu, however, did not understand. What 18 rings? Zhou Chen was busy explaining for Zhou Yu. The imperial city at the center of the Huaxia dynasty is the inner ring, with which a circle is formed and different cities are established. And by extension after that, it's the 2nd ring, the 3rd ring, the 4th ring, and so on. Zhou Yu suddenly realized that if you put it that way, then the Jinwei Pass was outside the 30th ring? Zhou Chao sighed. It's also because of this reason that a lot of people have been thinking about living in the center area over the years. Zhou Yu also heard it. This kind of demonic infestation will surely die first in the periphery, and when it really enters the inner ring, it will be extinction. The good thing, though, is that the further inward you go, the more powerful you are. They are rich in resources, high in status and powerful. The outer ring is not comparable to them. That seriously injured and dying Lu Renjia's heart became more and more indignant. This 2nd-generation ancestor is afraid to be a little cute, right? You don't even know the distribution of the city? It's such a pity that Miss Zhou, such a marvelous woman, has to serve such a wastrel. He wanted to say something, but he felt a gust of weakness in his body and fainted straight to the ground with a tilt of his head. The 3 men glanced that way and averted their eyes. Zhou Chao inquired, Junior brother, do you have any views on this? Does your master have any explanation? Where in Zhou Yu's mind is this concept? He hadn't done anything since he'd been on the mountain for 100 years. My master just told me to go home. Zhou Yu didn't have the heart to say that he cried out to sever the master-disciple relationship. And then his master really sent himself down the mountain. Just getting you home? Zhou Chao frowned. Thinking seriously. Zhou Yu nodded and didn't explain. Understood. Zhou Chao clapped his hands together. Your master must have already known about the demonic infestation. That's why he let you come down to the mountain. Just to let you solve the demonic infestation. Zhou Yu froze. Is there an explanation for this? It sounds like it's oddly reasonable. But when did master know? He has been on the mountain, and his master has not left half a step off. In addition to the occasional visit, Niu Dali is not moving an inch from the Jinwei Pass. But well, Zhou Yu's thoughts turned around and he felt that this statement was also very capable of explaining how he had suddenly returned. Zhou Yu laughed. That's pretty much what it means. Zhou Chao sighed. I vaguely remember when your master descended from the sky and touched your whole body. Zhou Yu blackened his face. Big brother, don't speak with ambiguity. Zhou Chao laughed loudly. Well, it is just that after checking your body for you, he took you to step into the air and left. What kind of demeanor is that? It is really the descent of a true immortal. I think that little brother's cultivation nowadays is just intentionally kept at the mortal blood realm to keep a low profile, right? Even secular people knew that some strong people possessed the means to hide their chi. which allowed them to reveal their cultivation in a weak realm. Zhou Yu responded vaguely, pretty much. Zhou Chen made a face. Grandpa, don't even think about prying into second master's cultivation. He killed 5 blood shadow wolves in a row, but he didn't even use his blood spirit, and I suspect that one of the blood shadow wolves is definitely a 4th grade demon beast. Zhou Chao became more and more shocked. Little brother is truly unfathomable. Zhou Yu forced a smile. Was that useless? That's no. However, the overall meaning is pretty much the same, which is always that you don't need to use it, lest they still want to talk about these issues. Zhou Yu hastily changed the subject. Big brother, this blood spirit of yours? Arrow poison frog. Zhou Chao smiled. It's a kind of blood spirit that attacks with poison, and the specific ability still needs to be slowly figured out. Of course, if it's compared to you, it's definitely a far cry. Regarding the blood spirit, Zhou Yu still didn't know quite a lot about it. The stronger the individual's bloodline, the more powerful the awakened blood spirit tended to be. As for their grades, they were of the house grade, fierce fury, spirit beast, divine beast, and divine spirit grades. The arrow poison frog belongs to the fierce fury class, and the multitude of products, like the common wolf, the wild boar, the monkey, the small sparrow, and so on. Only, about the bloodline this piece, he himself is not clear, as long as dare to ask, is your qualification stupid? Think so much to do? So much so that it caused him to be interested in his own. A little low self-esteem. He doubted he'd ever awaken a dingo or anything. This old deng can't get rid of the blow he dealt me for a while. Zhou Yu clenched his teeth and looked complicated. Zhou Chao was puzzled. Little brother, what's wrong with you? Zhou Yu squeezed out a smile. I'm just wondering when I'm going to expel the demonic beasts and return the world to a clean place. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chao looked delighted. As long as you're willing to make a move, you can definitely keep the peace on one side. Zhou Yu was bitter and helpless in his heart, and he really wanted to slap him across the face. Who gave you that confidence? Chapter 13, No Coincidence. Sunrise. The not-so-small courtyard flooded in with the 3 old men from last night. Brother Zhou. One of the old men greeted them eagerly. Zhou Chao was surprised. Brother Li? Brother Ma? Brother Zhao? Why are you guys free to come over today? The old man named Liang arched his hand and smiled. Last night, he spoke eloquently, which made Zhou Chao react. At that time, they were talking about this matter, but Zhou Chen didn't recognize them. Liang sighed in admiration. This granddaughter of Brother Zhou is truly outstanding. She is simply a supreme genius, with the posture of an immortal. Zhou Chao looked at Zhou Yu with some bewilderment and then at Zhou Chen. That's not what it says at night. How come in their mouths? It was all Zhou Chen who made the move? Moreover, what cultivation level of Zhou Chen could he not say in his heart? In front of me, these 3 are all old men from nearby cities who have come to retire. There is little hope of a lifetime breakthrough, and they have long since vacated their nests for future generations. Strength-wise, everyone is pretty much the same. If you don't enter the psychic, you are all mortal. Ma Shun was taken aback. Brother Zhou, you broke through? Upon hearing this, the other 2 reacted, and all of their complexions changed drastically. Psychic, really psychic. They used to be about the same as each other and could be treated as equals. But now, the other party is already in the Tongling realm, completely pulling away. Zhou Chao twirled his whiskers and laughed. I had an occasional feeling last night, so I just made a breakthrough. Can we talk about the 6 flavored Emperor Phoenix pills? Absolutely not. Isn't that inviting trouble for my little brother? He understands the reasoning of the piker, but he understands it more than Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu was very bored as he lay on his back in the gazebo, looking at the evil execution sword in front of him with his eyes lifeless. I was trying to kill some demonic beasts, but at the time, I guess, it was purely just talk. He couldn't care less about a couple of 100-year-olds out there with the cheesy tune of "You praise me. I'm humble. I'll praise you again. I'll be humble again." Counting on his fingers, when the effects of this Lin family matter were completely resolved, then he would marry a few daughters-in-law, and that seemed like a good life. Cocking his head toward the room where his parents were, he knew in his heart that what his parents wanted was a well-behaved, honest, and understanding child. No drinking, no greenhouses, no swearing. Greenhouse? Zhou Yu's eyes got light and he sat up violently. Think of all the delicate flowers in a place like that. Little brother? Zhou Chao frowned and called out a few times. Ha! Zhou Yu stood up. What? Zhou Chao was helpless. What are you thinking? Shouted at you several times. Zhou Yu was busy saying, I was thinking about where to go to enjoy the flowers. Zhou Chao laughed. Little brother is really a naked child. Even after hundreds of years old, he is still thinking about these things that only young people would think about. Come over here. I'll introduce you to these old friends. Li Ying was surprised. Brother Zhou, is this your little brother? All three of them subconsciously looked towards the main house, followed by a rather shocked look at each other. Seeing that this young man is only 20 years old, do you think that the old couple gave birth to a unicorn child when they were hundreds of years old? The genus is not to be missed. Zhou Chao nodded. Naturally. Ma Shan hesitated. 8 friends? Zhou Chao laughed. The three old men's hearts sighed once again. This physical strength was absolutely amazing. They are familiar with Zhou Chao, since they know that Zhou Chao's parents are relying on the qi and blood pills to hang on to their breath, which has kept them alive until now. Zhou looked at the three old men with boredom and knew that they were the former family heads of Qingyuan City, the closest city to Qingping City. Li Ying and the three of them felt it carefully, and although Zhou gave them a somewhat strange feeling, in general they could be judged to be at the 5th level of the mortal blood realm, so they were not too interested. Zhou is equally interested in them in a generalized way, thinking back on his years, except for that old man Niu Dali. What he saw, all of them are old guys who are half in the ground, not fresh at all. Most importantly, these three old men didn't feel any sense of threat to themselves. At this exact moment, Zhou Chen and Lu Rinjia, who had gone out early in the morning to cut the wolf's legs, returned. Zhou shifted the goalposts at the first opportunity and came up. Roast it well. Make sure it's charred on the outside and tender on the inside. Lu Ringjia gritted his teeth. If it wasn't for the fear of Zhou Chen suffering a reprimand, he really wanted to slap him across the face. His own little life was about to be lost, and here he was still only thinking about food. I'm sorry, my brother is childish and playful. Zhou Chao looked at the three Liang people with an apologetic face. Ma Shan's expression suddenly became much more grave. Brother Zhou, now that we have demonic infestations in all of these 16 rings, I'm afraid that it won't be many days before such demonic infestations erupt everywhere. I wonder if you have any specific ideas about this? Upon hearing about the demonic plague, Li Ying and the two of them also grimaced. This thing is too serious. When a demonic beast appeared, it often meant that hundreds or thousands of demonic beasts had already infiltrated that darkness. It's just not as obvious because the place is big enough. Zhou Chao pondered. After hearing about these things last night, I had thought of informing my son as soon as possible. Also report to the Demon Execution Division at the same time, hoping that they would be able to step in. Li Ying shook his head. I'm afraid it's very difficult. I heard that the Demon Execution Division on our side rushed to the more outer regions some time ago, including those clan forces as well. They might have to save themselves this time. Self-help? Zhou Chao's face changed slightly, and he couldn't help but look at Zhou, and then his heart settled down a little more. Zhao Stick nodded. This matter can only be saved by ourselves, but the problem is, no matter if it's us in Qingyuan City or you in Qingping City, there shouldn't be more than 10 at the passing spirit realm plus you, right? Li Ying's speech. Tonling Realm 9 Heavens can also desperately kill the 5th grade demonic beast, but if there are a few more of them. A few people were silent again. Ma Shan frowned. The closest to us is the Mighty Tiger Sect, which is one of the top 500 in the Kuan Yuan continent. If they are willing to spare a portion of their people to support them, they will definitely be able to preserve the two cities of Qingping and Qingyuan. But it is the price that is feared to be cut by the great clans. The clan power and the dynasty were in a marvelous state of balance. The Demon Execution Division belongs to the Huaxia dynasty, and as long as you kill demons, you can be rewarded. However, if you ask a sect power to do the job, then you must inevitably be prepared with enough favors. Without favors, who would do it for you? Justice sometimes couldn't be eaten for food. Zhou Chao's face, however, was complicated. After all, Lin Long was killed by his little brother, and that was a person from the Mighty Tiger Sect. He suddenly felt that the world was really confused. You say this Lin Long is also really good death. Have to choose this time to die. Zhou Chao mentally spat and cursed. Very upset. Where did Li Ying and the others know what was going on here? Brother Zhou, today, we are, firstly, here to pay our respects at the door. Secondly, we hope that you will prepare to return to Qingping City. 3 days later, we will discuss with the Lin family in Qingping City. After all, that Lin Long is a member of the Tiger Sect, and it would be much more convenient to contact him than us. At that time, even if the fierce Tiger Sect sends out a Jinxian realm powerhouse, it will be enough to protect us. Chapter 14 A Wisp of Killing Heart. Big brother, eat the wolf's leg. This Lu Rinjia's craftsmanship is really one of a kind. Under the gazebo, Zhou prettily hugged the wolf's leg and gnawed on it. The three old men Li Ying had already left, and Zhou Chao looked at Zhou with an increasingly complex expression. It's so heartless. You're not tired of living. Is this really his brother? The 108-year-old brother? What? Zhou was quite puzzled. Zhou Chao had to whisper the idea of Li Ying's trio and also mentioned the Mighty Tiger Sect. After all, there was Lu Rinjia, an outsider. It was not good to say straight out that Zhou killed the Mighty Tiger Sect's people. If this is publicized everywhere, People will have to find a way to kill you even if they don't want to talk to you in the first place. It's actually quite simple. Zhou pondered for a moment. Wouldn't it be fine to kill all of Lin Long's great-uncles and brothers-in-law in advance, and then not alert the mighty tiger sect? Zhou Chao was dumbfounded. This idea was really confident enough. He didn't deny that his little brother had that ability, but those two were mighty tiger sect's elder level. The top 500 of the Kuan continent. Is it a child's play? As for the manpower of the demon infestation, Zhou Yu's eyes rolled and he raised his hand to point at Lu Rinjia, who was still roasting the wolf leg. He seems to be some kind of wanting ancestor clan? Lu Rinjia held back his anger. Yaoguang sect. Zhou Yu nodded his head repeatedly. Yes, Yaoguang sect. Let him go back and get some people. Won't that be fine? Zhou Chao and Zhou Chen also looked over to themselves. Lu Rinjia instantly felt the pressure multiply and looked anxious. Don't look at me I'm actually an outer disciple of the Flare Light sect. I'm still only at the waste stage of the fifth heavens of the mortal blood realm until now, so I don't have much of a status in the sect. Mortal blood realm fifth heavenly. Waste stage. Zhou Yu frowned a little, having a feeling of being offended. Lu Rinjia looked embarrassed, but in fact, he had his own little plan in the bottom of his heart. If he was able to introduce a talented person like Zhou Chen to the door, then he would be able to benefit from it. Most importantly, the relationship with each other was now also good, so when the time came, at least someone would take care of themselves, wouldn't they? A softie? Don't bull ********. Soft rice is so delicious, who wouldn't eat it if they could? Speak up, Zhou Yu inquired. Rather, I forgot to ask you, what were you and the Eaten One going to do that day? Lu Rinjia hesitated, scouting the neighborhood. That is, to see if any demonic beasts have entered the 16th ring area. The result, as you all know, wasn't very lucky. Zhou Yu let out an "oh." So, your clan side actually knows everything, right? Lu Rinjia nodded. We had a dozen waves of people going down the mountain at that time, and although I didn't go back, the others must have passed back the appropriate information. Zhou Chao busily said. Then what kind of view will Yaoguang sect hold on this matter? Will it send people to maintain the nearby cities? Lu Rinjia shook his head. I don't know. My position is too low. I'm not sure how the upper side will decide. The words fell, and then busily said, elders see this matter, or have to ask the Fierce Tiger sect to take action. Fierce Tiger sect force 10 years ago crowded into the top 500 of the Kuan continent. Their light door people are more than the number of 500. The outer door elders are Jinxian Realmet. That kind of great power was not something that the Flare sect could be compared to. At those words, Zhou Chao's brows furrowed. Although my little brother has money, once the top quality spirit stone is exposed, it is definitely a curse, not a blessing. The best way to deal with such precious cultivation resources was to secretly consume them on your own, rather than to exchange them for external goods. Plus, they were dealing with a demon infestation, which wasn't a two-headed problem. The more manpower you have, the much simpler it will be in dealing with this. Zhou Yu looked at his big brother in amusement. As for being so worried, one has to think of something good. Maybe the demon execution division cleaned it up when they passed by? Zhou Chao smiled helplessly. It's not to be ruled out either. It seems like empty thoughts here would just be an internal mental exercise that would mean very little. As soon as his thoughts fell, Zhou Chao looked at Zhou Yu. We'll set off back to Qingping City this afternoon. What do you think? Zhou Yu scratched his head. I'm still pondering on accompanying my parents for a while. So how about this? You stay at the mountain villa. I'll go back with Xiao Chun early tomorrow morning. At that time, if there are any negotiations, let Zhou step in, shall we not? The demonic plague was here, and he was not at ease. Without waiting for Zhou Chao to speak, Zhou Yu once again said, furthermore, you just broke through to the Tongling realm. You still need time to stabilize and meditate. Since I'm back, then leave these things to me. I also want to contribute to the family. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chao looked excited. Good brother, you really have grown up. The day after the matter was finalized, Zhou Yu set off with Zhou Chen, and Lu Rinjia left the residence with them. Since, when it was time to bid farewell, Lu Rinjia looked serious. I will return to the mountain gate to resume my duties, and no matter what kind of outcome there is, I will definitely head to the Zhou family in Qingping City to seek you out. In addition, Miss Zhou, I also hope that you can seriously consider this matter, and I will also report this matter to the elders. Zhou Chen was stunned. Before the words left his mouth, Lu Rinjia ran away in a hurry. Where did Zhou Yu care about him? Straight ahead. Zhou Chen quickly chased after him. Second master. Zhou Yu's feet didn't stop. Can't give it up? Zhou Chen beamed, going in the wrong direction. Zhou Yu was stunned and turned to look. You lead the way. Along the way Zhou Chen was worried. Second master, the clan you are in must be very powerful. Is it possible to consider? She wanted to say something, The meaning was obvious, and that was for Zhou to go and move help. Other than that, just the third-grade demonic beast Blood Shadow Wolf scared her. How could Zhou dare to tell the exact situation? No harm done. Isn't there still me here? Zhou Chen bit her lip lightly. But even if you are strong, you are still divided. Zhou, on the other hand, didn't say anything. Problems moving help. He has to have something to move to. There's just one old man on the mountain, and he still doesn't leave the town pass for years. Zhou Chen hurriedly followed. Second master, I'm not questioning your meaning. I've heard that once a demonic plague appears, it won't be as simple as one or two. There will be all sorts of demonic beasts appearing in hordes. Ugh. Zhou sighed in his heart and secretly pondered. I also said that I would find a greenhouse to release it. This crap is not annoying enough. Other than that, for this reason, it would be enough for these demonic beasts to die 10,000 times and not even regret it. Zhou secretly gritted his teeth, and a nameless fire in the bottom of his heart whooshed up much higher. Don't worry. Zhou's eyes became much more stern. I've been away from home for 100 years. It's not easy for me to come back and reunite with my parents. How could I possibly allow these trash demonic beasts to ruin my happy life? I still don't believe it. What the old man can do, I can't do? Although I haven't killed any demonic beasts over the years, I can't help but eat a lot, and every time he ate it, it could be a 6th grade or higher demonic pills. Just for that, he had no respect for these demonic beasts. Since they come to offend without any knowledge of death, they will all be killed. Chapter 15, Li Wanji. Halfway through their journey, the two of them trembled, and both of them stood in place. In front of that, the group of wolves were feeding. Blood was flowing, guts were spilled all over the place, and some of the gnawed bare heads still had eyes left to look at their side in death. One of the biggest blood shadow wolves was swallowing a baby in one bite. This was a small town between Qingping City and the Bishui Mountain residence. 1 head, 2 heads. Zhou Chen's lips trembled and he didn't dare to move. But he had the presence of mind to count here. 35 heads. Coupled with the previous encounter, the habits of this kind of group living demonic beasts are really like this. No matter where they go, they are all in groups. Zhou Chen's delicate body trembled and hid behind Zhou. Second master, I'm afraid. Zhou said in his heart, I am also afraid. It's too much of a ing thing. Bastard. Sure enough, a pack of blood shadow wolves slipped in. A shouting and cursing sound rang out as a majestic woman landed with a copper hammer in her hand. She was covered in blood and wounds. Her voice was as loud as a bell, and her body was as stout as a bear. You too, why don't you hurry up and leave? Zhou looked at her and then at himself. The woman was at least 1 meter 8, a drop taller than he. Zhou. The most important thing is that the other party's body of tendon meat, body size are too big. To say that his appearance, it is also exquisite, but with this kind of majestic and powerful body, it really has a different flavor. Ow! A wolf whistled long and darted. The woman lifted her foot and directly kicked the charging blood shadow wolf's brain and dropped it to the ground. Zhou couldn't help but exclaim. A little bit of vermilion lips that no one has tasted. A kick that killed the blood shadow wolf. Not to mention the blood shadow wolf. Even if her husband pissed her off, it was estimated that his end would definitely not be any better than this wolf. This woman was extremely formidable, and her copper hammer was wielded with infinite strength. Without using the blood spirit, it killed 5 blood shadow wolves in a row in a short period of time. Accompanied by the sound of wolf cries, all the blood shadow wolves that were feeding surrounded each other. Group-dwelling demonic beasts all had one most basic thing in common, and that was the trick of cooperating in a huddle. The woman had come from nowhere, but she was dusty and had long been wounded. On the contrary, the pack wolves were moving in and out in an orderly manner, making extreme pulls, and the main fight was one of attrition. Zhou Chen was incomparably surprised. Second master, this wolf demon is so smart. Zhou nodded. The woman's strength was undeniable, but she was slower in speed. If she chased forward, the wolves in the back would attack, and if she defended back, the ones being chased would turn around and come back to attack. So much for making her very passive. Zhou suddenly woke up with a start, his eyes showing displeasure. Why? Because from the beginning until now, whether it was the wolves or the woman, surprisingly no one looked at them? What's going on? Weakness should be discriminated against? Discontent festered in the back of his mind. But then came the thought of his own abilities. Discrimination is discrimination. Zhou sighed in the bottom of his heart. I must cultivate harder before I can do that. Don't look at him as having all kinds of ideas before. When things come to a head, he immediately changes his mind. No one knows himself better than he knows himself. If you can't be strong and still fool around, you will definitely die without a body. Zhou Chen exclaimed. Second master, she's injured. The blood shadow wolf moved swiftly, splitting its legs and biting them. The main fight being one of attrition. Zhou mumbled. Then, what? I am hungry. Hurry home to eat. Zhou Chen froze, then quickly drew his sword. Second master, I understand. Before the words fell, he was already striding forward, charging towards the closest blood shadow wolf. At this moment, the fear in her eyes completely disappeared. The second master's words boosted her confidence. Hungry means don't delay too much here. Just kill it all and be done with it. Zhou Yu's eyes were wide open. Understand? What exactly do you understand? Sensing Zhou Chen coming, the three blood shadow wolves hissed and quickly encircled. Zhou Yu gritted his teeth in anger and took a swift step to follow up, his right hand gripping the hilt of his sword. Continuous sword drawing. It was also the only moment when there was a flash of sword light. Little morning. Zhou Yu called out and just wanted to say hurry up and go. However, he saw that Zhou Chen with tears in his eyes, looking at himself with gratitude. Second master, I know you want to sharpen me because of my fear. Don't worry, I will never be afraid again. Zhou Chen tightened his grip on his sword and spoke. She gets it, she gets everything. The second master is practicing for himself. All he had to do was to charge fearlessly, and all the dangers would be taken care of by the second master himself. All he wanted was for him to no longer fear all demonic beasts. That's the greatest care an elder can give to a younger one. The robust woman forced back the wolves and roared. Good guts, girl, good swordsmanship. Hearing this praise, Zhou Chen became more and more valiant, defiantly charging forward. Zhou Yu frowned tightly, but had to follow behind it. No matter how to say is also his granddaughter, which can let her in front of their own accident. Zhou Chen swung his sword, and the blood shadow wolf separated with it. Ow! Along with one of the giant wolves growling, most of the blood shadow wolves turned their heads around, leaving only 5 to surround the woman. Zhou Chen's pretty face tightened as the entire remaining 18 blood shadow wolves came surging in with fierce eyes and a ferocious aura. Along with the blood shadow wolf's Mercedes, the ground shook and the ferocious aura that filled the air converged to form a ferocious wolf the size of a house. Zhou Chen fiercely gritted his teeth. Second master, I won't be afraid anymore. Zhou Yu took a long breath, his body slightly crouched and sidestepped, his right hand gripping the hilt of the sword. Super continuous sword drawing. The blood shadow wolves were too numerous to allow him to hesitate. Boom! The air currents raged and packs of wolves raced to the scene. However, the moment they got close to them, they fell to the ground, their heads cracking open. Zhou Chen closed his eyes tightly and held his sword with both hands against the head of a blood shadow wolf. Boo! The woman took this opportunity to make a killing, hammering a blood shadow wolf, and in an instant, only one blood shadow wolf fled in fear. The woman let out an explosive cry, like a meteor falling into the air, and stomped the fleeing blood shadow wolf to death under her feet. Huffing and puffing, Zhou Chen leaned on her sword with both hands, panting heavily as her pretty face went pale for a while. So dangerous. The robust woman turned around with a complex expression and said in her heart, what a fast sword technique. This girl is not very old. But this sword technique is the peak of excellence. Even if it is some of the masters that I know, they are not as good as her by 10%. She was so confident in herself that even though she was entangled in a fight, she had time to divide her mind and focus on the battlefield over there. But just for a moment, she saw nothing. The robust woman came striding in. Thanks for the help, girl. Zhou Chen lifted his pale little face, pulling out a sword to help someone on the road. This is all what people of my generation who cultivate should do. Yes. The robust woman roared. Just for this realization, you are 10 or 100 times better than those who only know how to mix up the credits. If the girl doesn't mind, I, Li Wanji, am willing to make you a friend. Chapter 16 The Demon Execution Division. Hearing this, Zhou Chen looked coy. The girl fallacious praise. In fact, it is all my second master. Li Wanji said straight away. Is the girl willing to join our Demon Execution Division and contribute to the people of the world? The Demon Execution Division? Zhou Chen also stopped trying to share the credit and exclaimed in ecstasy. Miss Li is actually from the Demon Execution Division? Li Wanji nodded. Exactly. Li Mao is not talented. If the girl is willing, I can serve as an introducer. Zhou Chen then lost it again. But I heard that only the top 500 sects are qualified to join the Demon Execution Division and enjoy the benefits of the dynasty. But I'm just a secular family scion, so I'm afraid I'll be dragging you guys down. Li Wanji laughed loudly. Why should the girl be presumptuous? Just based on your courage and swordsmanship, the top 500 disciples may not be better than you. Most importantly, your kindness is something others don't have. I believe that if the girl is willing to join the Demon Execution Division, she can definitely save more people. Zhou Chen was instantly happy again. It was the Demon Execution Division. If you can enter the Demon Execution Division, you can realize your dream of saving the world. Who doesn't have a dream of being a savior? Zhou Chen looked at Zhou Yu excitedly. Second master, Demon Execution Division. Hey, it's Demon Execution Division. Only then did Li Wanji look at Zhou. Not impressed. Only knowing the man hiding behind Zhou Chen. The appearance is not bad. It is this courage. It seems to be a little small. After all, a big old man was hiding behind a little girl. How could the gap be so wide when they were at the same mortal blood realm? Can I join in? Zhou was straightforward and had wanted to get some feats. If not, get a fast running feat. The corner of Li Wanji's mouth curled slightly, but she couldn't help but have another thought. Zhou Chen, a deliverance realm behaving like this, while this person in front of him was only in the mortal blood realm. Was there that much weirdness here? But when she looked at Zhou again, she still felt that she couldn't understand at all. After all, Zhou's sword drawing technique was just too fast, and even though she was experienced in battle, she was unable to distinguish it. For a moment, it was difficult for a few moments. Zhou Chen hesitated. Is my second master unable to join? In her mind, the second master that was like a god of war, Li Wanji said, the Demon Execution Division wants people who are courageous and strong. After all, those sect forces are only willing to shrink their heads and hide in the back, while the Demon Execution Division welfare is good. That comes with a price, and must rush to the front line. Next, the two learned about the current situation from Li Wanji's mouth. Nearly all of the cities outside the 17 rings had fallen, becoming food for the demonic beasts. Nowadays, the 17th ring was already in a full-blown war between humans and demonic beasts. Once an accident occurs, it is believed that it won't take long for the war to completely spread to the 16th ring. A 6th grade Blood Wolf King has appeared in the direction I'm guarding this time. Li Wanji looked grave. It was because of this blood wolf that many of my colleagues died tragically, and it also caused the defense line to slip, allowing this pack of blood shadow wolves to sneak in. Therefore, this is why I chased it here. 6th grade Blood Wolf King? Zhou's eyes lit up. Demon pills, demonic beasts above the 6th grade do have demon pills. Zhou Chen's pretty face changed color. 6th grade. Her heart trembled and she couldn't help but look at Zhou. Seeing that the latter's expression was still as calm as ever, she couldn't help but feel a little more at ease. Zhou lightly rubbed his fingers and secretly thought, based on my experience of fighting wolves these days, wolves will not resist my sword drawing technique and will only choose to harden themselves. Revolving around this, the 6th grade Blood Wolf King may not necessarily resist either. As long as it doesn't resist, even if I'm at the mortal blood realm, I own a certain possibility of beheading it. In terms of the speed of drawing a sword, he, Zhou, still had some confidence. Girl. Zhou opened his mouth and inquired, if I am able to kill the Blood Wolf King, can I exchange it for a flying method from the Demon Execution Division? Li Wanji stared at Zhou as if she had heard some extraordinary topic. Zhou tilted his head. How many meanings? Could it be that the fact that he had just killed so many blood shadow wolves was not enough to prove his ability? Why is that? Li Wanji laughed. If you can kill the Blood Wolf King, I'll marry you for all I care. Zhou was busy waving his hand. This is not necessary. I only want the feats. Li Wanji shook her head. Hopefully. Zhou Chen approached Li Wanji. Miss Li is not lightly injured, and it just so happens that this place is not far from Qingping City. Why don't we go together to rest for a few days? I also have some healing pills at home. Li Wanji thought briefly. Then thank you very much. After I recuperate from my injuries, I have to rush to the battlefield as soon as possible. Within a short period of time, Zhou Chen and Li Wanji were getting along very well, which made Zhou very incomprehensible. It is clear that you have put in the most effort and in the end you are despised. In front of the stout Li Wanji, not to mention the 18 or 19-year-old Zhou Chen, even Zhou felt 2 circles smaller. However, during the conversation between Li Wanji and Zhou Chen, Zhou also realized more and more how severe the current situation really was. How big is the Chinese dynasty? However, there were already demonic infestations in all directions, which had reached a point where it was difficult for ordinary people to move an inch. If you want to live, you have to rush to the very center. Demon Extermination Division is a relevant department set up by the Huaxia dynasty. The dynasty provides incentive resources. The strongest of all the major sects can join them. The price is to detach from the original sect. Secular cultivators can also enter, but this requires the corresponding strength. Minimum need to pass the spirit realm. Say this Li Wanji is already past the spirit realm 8 days of experts. There were no words along the way, merely corresponding to the circumambulation. Li Wanji ignored him, as did Lu Rinjia. This was still more difficult for Zhou to understand. Contributing the most, yet being ignored. That feeling really isn't good either. By the time he rushed back to the Zhou family in Qingping City, it was already the following morning. After arriving at the Zhou family, Zhouan came to greet Zhou at the first opportunity, while Zhou Chen took Li Wanji to his residence. Second uncle, I can't believe you came back so soon. Zhouan wore a smile on his face and saluted respectfully. Zhou smiled. This time, I still encountered something when I went to the Aqua Villa residence and retirement home, so I had to come back early. Zhou laughed. Father has already flown the pigeon legend. Nephew is already aware of it. Rather, it is the matter mentioned by father. I also went forward to contact one or two. Zhou gave an oh-so-subtle cry. Zhou said, second uncle, when will you have time to meet? Zhou didn't understand. See what? Zhou said. A blind date. Father asked me to choose a woman of similar age for you. I spent a small half day yesterday to find one for you. Zhou frowned. It's better to forget about it. Zhou hurriedly said, second uncle, I have already talked to people, regardless of whether it is to your liking or not. Why don't you give me the honor of meeting him? Chapter 17, Chongpying Ichibana. A blind date? Meet? That would be ridiculous. But I'm here now, so I'd like to meet you, wouldn't I? With an apprehensive heart, he changed into a new set of brocade robes, and his hair was combed by Zhou Chen, making him look elegant. The girl of the week was also excited to see her second wife soon. It also seems to be a rather interesting thing to do. It was noon. Zhou Chen probed his head and watched outside the courtyard, while Zhou was sitting upright with the Punisher sword on his waist. It was a bit outrageous to bring a weapon on a blind date, but he was one of those who could never leave his sword behind. In this life, he knew only one sword drawing technique, but whenever the sword was away from his body, then there was no security whatsoever. Why are you in a bigger hurry than I am? Zhou was puzzled. Not going to accompany that Li Wanji? Zhou Chen winked. After all, it's the future second wife. I'll help you keep an eye on it. Zhou lightly rubbed his chin with interest. I'm really looking forward to it when you say it like this, and I don't know what kind of big girl it is. Zhou Chen responded with a smile. My father's vision is extremely good, so you can rest assured. Ahem. As they spoke, a coughing sound came from outside. The duo immediately stood up and saw Zhou helping an old woman with white hair and a cane walk in. Look further back, but there is no one there. Oh, so that's it. Zhou Chen drifted off. I've heard that some people will let their parents and elders take a look at the man's appearance and test his character before going on a blind date. Otherwise, it's the case that you can't even meet the girl's family. Zhou suddenly realized, but it turned out to mean this. Zhou helped the old woman walk in, and Zhou Chen was busy welcoming her, helping her to take a seat, showing his master's demeanor. Zhou stepped forward and whispered in his ear, second uncle, this is Granny Su. When she was young, she was nicknamed the Flower of Qingping, and I had to beg her to come here. Counting the age, then you are still 20 years younger than you. Suitable, as the saying goes, when a woman is 88 years old, she will be rich if she marries her. Zhou's eyes lit up. The former words proved one thing, her children were bound to be dignified in appearance as well, not vulgar. However, the second half of this sentence, the genus was somewhat less understandable. Granny Su struggled to open her cloudy eyes and looked up. Where is your second uncle? How come I can't see it? Zhou hurriedly said, Granny Su, this is my second uncle. Ha? Granny Su stood up trembling, squinting his eyes to try to look. Look, strange young Lu. Zhou laughed. My second uncle has cultivated the way. Since he is a few years younger than normal people. Are you still satisfied with the way you look? Zhou Chen helped Granny Su sit down. Granny, don't fall. It's better to sit down and talk. Granny Su gasped. Alas, I'm old enough that I shouldn't be tossing and turning anymore. If you were not sincere, you would not be able to do this. Zhou looked sideways. Wait a minute. I'm a bit confused. So, I'm meeting her first before I can meet her daughter or granddaughter, right? Zhou was puzzled. Second uncle, why are you saying this? As long as you two agree, how would those who are juniors dare to say no? Zhou was bewildered. Is it so hasty? Isn't it a bit disrespectful to the woman? Zhou laughed. Second uncle, you two are highly respected. When you decide, it will naturally be a done deal. As for the marriage contract, my nephew will naturally help you with all of it. As he spoke, he walked across the room. Granny Su, are you satisfied? Granny Su's face full of folds trembled a bit, nodding her head repeatedly. Satisfied. Satisfied yet. Zhou suddenly let out a huge sigh of relief. Second uncle, if you are satisfied, then this matter is settled? I'll go prepare the bride price and marriage certificate now. Zhou frowned. I didn't even see anyone. What am I satisfied with? Zhou laughed. Second uncle, don't make fun of little nephew. Have you not already seen this? At those words, Zhou was busy looking out and then forward. Where is it? Why don't I see it? Chaoan was bewildered. Isn't this sitting here? Puff. Zhou's body trembled and fell to the ground. Zhou Chen also reacted since, covering his mouth with both hands and staring with wide eyes. The second master's blind date turned out to be the Granny Su in front of him. She unbelievably looked at Zhou. You are no longer blind but also not so messy, right? Second uncle looks, say 20 or said more than ah. Granny Sue struggled to open her eyes. Little and ah. Why do I hear something falling on the ground? Zhou even said it was fine and hurriedly went to help Zhou. Second uncle. You can't say no now. I've gone to great lengths to help you find a marriage. If it wasn't for the fact that our Zhou family is still somewhat successful, people wouldn't even come. Hold it. Hold it. Zhou raised his hand. This ends here. I'm slightly disappointed in you. I can even say that I'm very as well as extremely disappointed. This is not a blind date? It's clear that they're going to give someone a pension. Zhou Anton was anxious. Second uncle. It is said that young couples grow old together. Besides, the person is still 20 years younger than you. Zhou rebuked. I don't agree. Even if your grandparents are here today, I don't agree. No? Granny Sue raised her head violently. You still don't see me? Good. Good. Good Zhou family. How dare you humiliate me like this? Zhou said anxiously. Granny Sue, take it easy for now. Granny Sue angrily hit the ground with her walking stick and stood up trembling. I, Xingping One Flower, cannot tolerate this madman's humiliation, and in the future, the two Sue and Zhou families will completely cut off their dealings. Zhou Chen was busy going up to help. Granny, I'll see you off. Granny Sue waved her hand angrily, but how could she push Zhou Chen away? Seeing the two of them leaving the courtyard gate under repair, Zhou stamped his feet anxiously. Second uncle, how can you do this? This is such a good marriage. Granny Sue doesn't have many years left to live, and if I hadn't begged her, she wouldn't have gone out. As long as you marry her, you'll be the highest-ranking member of the Sue family from now on. Zhou grimaced. Are you serious? Zhou nodded heavily. After father sent a letter by pigeon, I went to great lengths to make arrangements for you. After thinking about it, the only person who is worthy of you is this Granny Sue, who is also similar in age to you. But now that you are doing this, alas, little nephew really doesn't know what to do. Then you don't do anything. Zhou angrily walked out. Look, this is what all the crap. Zhou scratched his head, wanted to attack but did not have the guts, probed into his pocket and took out a small note. Read it carefully. It does say to find a woman of similar age. Ah, what did you do wrong? Could it be that? Zhou suddenly changed his face. Second uncle wants an old cow to eat young grass? You want to find a young girl in her 28th year? If that's true, wouldn't that be a bit old and immodest? Just as the thought fell, Zhou Chen over there hurriedly ran back. Father, something has happened. Old Mrs. Lin has returned to Qingping City. Chapter 18, Shadows in the Dark. The Lin family was sensational. All of the Lin family's first line, branches, and servants knelt all over the courtyard. A gold-encrusted carriage stopped at the Lin family's gate, and a half-hundred maidservants came forward to lift the curtains, and also a little bit of people knelt under the carriage to act as stools. Following that, old Lady Lin, who was richly dressed and wearing a phoenix hairpin accessory on her head, walked out. Her breath was compelling and her eyes were stern. Mother! An old man in front of the mansion door prostrated himself. Big brother was killed for the Zhou family, and the eldest nephew was also in trouble. You old man can be the master for our Lin family. The old man was Lin Long, the second house of the Lin family, Lin Long's own brother. Old Mrs. Lin was the second penetrating realm expert besides Lin Long. Therefore, after Lin Long and Lin Tong died, no one in the Lin family dared to make a move. After all, an existence that was able to kill a Tongling realm powerhouse, that was definitely something they couldn't afford to mess with. What an unknowing Zhou family. Old Mrs. Lin's eyes were filled with rage. Killing my husband, destroying my favorites, and killing my beloved grandson. Have they forgotten who is in charge of this Qingping city? Lin Yong obediently climbed up and supported old Mrs. Lin. Mother, did uncle and the others notify? The Zhou family must have come prepared this time. First, they used the withdrawal of the marriage as an excuse, thus laying a killing game to victimize my Lin family. We must not be unguarded. Lin old lady gritted her teeth. A group of dirty people really take themselves seriously. You an order down. Guard all the city gates. All the people of the Zhou family can only enter, cannot come out. When my little brother arrives tomorrow, I will tell them to leave no dogs or chickens behind. Lin Yong was overjoyed in his heart. This family head position, it was finally going to be the turn of his own lineage. This time, Lin Long and the others were in trouble. He had pressed down his heart's indignation, but he also had a few moments of gratitude. Without a change in his family, he will not have the opportunity to outlaw the first family in his own lifetime. Now that the old lady is back, that still can't be rushed. What's the point of rushing when the person is already dead anyway? Will they be resurrected or what? The only thing to do was to wait for the two uncles to come and avoid any further changes in things. Lin Yong pressed down his heart's joy, and with eyes full of sadness, he helped the old lady to walk towards the mansion. Second master, That's pretty much it. Zhou spoke softly, worried. It seems that everything is back to the way it was at the very beginning. Zhou was also apprehensive, although he had seen Zhou's ability to kill Lin Long, but in general it was similar to not seeing it. Zhou slumped on the table, feeling a headache. The haze of the blind date is still lingering in his mind. Is this Zhou blind? Zhou whispered. Second uncle. It's possible that I made a mistake about the blind date. I should have asked you about your requirements in advance instead of taking matters into my own hands in private. In his opinion, he was able to offend anyone now, except for Uncle Tu. If Uncle Tu doesn't care about these things now, then the Zhou family's good days are completely over. Tiger's Gate. Zhou sat up, his left hand subconsciously resting on the evil Punisher sword. So they're not moving much now, are they? Zhou nodded his head repeatedly. Ever since Lin Long died, Lin Long of the second house acted as if nothing had happened. But that's reasonable. After all, Lin Long is only in the dematerialization realm. Zhou's eyes showed a thoughtful look. From where his big brother was, he naturally knew all about the situation. The Lin family isn't scary. What's scary is the Lin family's old lady's mother's family. Both brothers were elders of the mighty Tiger sect, and for that alone, they were superior to countless secular families. He's waiting for the old lady to come back, and for those two uncles from Manticore. Zhou spoke softly. The fierce Tiger sect is one of the top 500 in the Kuan Yuan continent. So naturally, face matters are still more important to them. There is only one thing to figure out now, and that is the value of old lady Lin's two brothers to the mighty Tiger sect. Zhou drifted off. If they are very important, once they are killed, it will only lead to endless trouble. But if they are just some dispensable outer sect elders, perhaps after they are cleanly disposed of, they won't bring any trouble. Zhou nodded. That's the point. The mighty Tiger sect is a large family with over 500 disciples. If it was really just an outer sect elder, it would actually be very difficult to be remembered by the top echelons of the mighty Tiger sect. Zhou inquired. So now is the time to wait for them to show up and then focus on them? Zhou nodded. Obviously, this is the best course of action. As the words fell, he looked at Zhou rather ruefully. Great nephew, don't have any other. You just let your second uncle me rest for a few days. He hadn't had a proper rest since he came down the mountain. Until now, he didn't even know where the greenhouse was. Who can understand this kind of suffocation? Zhou looked ashamed. Second uncle. Then you rest first. We will retire first. Zhou nodded and was busy greeting again. Right. Let's eat roasted suckling pig today. Zhou hurriedly agreed and hurriedly left with Zhou. Much ado about nothing. Zhou, who was out of the door, immediately sighed with a sad face. The matter of the demonic plague has been rumored, and the matter of the Lin family was imminent. He felt that he was really tired of being the head of this family. Right, father. Zhou took out a money pouch and pulled out a top-grade spirit stone from it and handed it to Zhou. This is from second master. Zhou's body shivered. Top-grade spirit stones? He'd lived half his life and this was the first time he'd seen it. Zhou nodded. Yeah, here's your share. I still have it here. Only then did Zhou take it, only to feel that his heart was simply clutched hard by a big hand. This is to get rich. Zhou waved his hand. Then I'll go and accompany Miss Li Ha. It's not like I can leave someone alone in the guest room. Zhou was godless. Up to now he didn't know what that girl Li who was more than a Hanyu was, and of course he didn't have the heart to care. At that moment, he put the top-grade spirit stone into his arms and hurriedly walked outside. Housekeeper Ma ordered to prepare a roasted suckling pig to be sent to second uncle's room. At this very moment, in an alley across from the Zhou family, a shadow crept silently, and the shadow was like flowing water, revealing two starbursts. Following that, the shadows parted from it and watched the Zhou family. Niu Dali's disciple. Is it really just such a mortal blood realm loser? One of the shadows made a guttural sound. The other shadow twisted its head. It's too strange. He went down the mountain 100 years ago and brought a child back with him. Now that he has come down from the mountain, but it is this bad. I really can't figure it out. Can't it be that it's that old thing that's playing tricks? Defrauding the Lord? The former's body squirmed, revealing a bit of hatred. Don't want to think about that much. That old thing Ox Dali killed so many of our fellow clansmen. It's time to let him experience the pain of cutting his skin. May not, the latter said in a deep voice. The Lord is only asking for surveillance, not to do anything without authorization. After all, that old thing Niu Dali has an extremely deep city. Perhaps this kid has secrets that we can't see through. Moreover, with Niu Dali's ability, even if he really is a waste, 100 years of age would be able to cultivate him into a decent powerhouse. It's impossible that he's still only in the mortal blood realm by now. I very much doubt that there is something odd about this kid's physique. So, what we need to do now is to keep watching him until we figure out what the hell is going on. Chapter 19, A Treacherous Enemy. At night, the bright moon hangs high. Zhou stood in the middle of the branch, his right hand gripping the hilt of his sword, his eyes looking straight ahead. There was no wind, no waves, and he didn't move at all. Talent is not enough. Effort is. Since he would only be able to draw his sword, he would make the sword drawing technique stronger and faster. After standing for an hour, he had drawn his sword 10,000 times. The main focus is the word fast. Zhou looked up with a strange feeling in his heart. The watery moonlight spilled over the land, illuminating the streets and giving the shadows a sinister quality. In a matter of moments, the hegemony decree was in operation. At this moment, the entire Qingping city was static for him. But the only thing that seemed to be in the darkness was the treacherous air current surging and hovering around the Zhou family. This air current was permeated with a few eerie, ferocious, and strongly pressed violent emotions. Someone's trying to make a move on me? Zhou's mind turned. After possessing the sword heart, any feeling that was unfavorable to him would be directly detected. One of the especially obvious ones was hostility. Niu Dali had said that those who had killing intent towards you must be resolved as soon as possible. The most important thing to do is to keep it simple and don't leave so much trouble for yourself. How can someone as honest and kind as me be targeted so quickly? Zhou tilted his head. That aura made him feel that it simply did not belong to the human race. As soon as his thoughts fell, Zhou slowly walked outward. Standing on the street in front of the Zhou family's entrance, looking at one of the alleys with an indifferent expression, the hostility he detected was from the depths of the alley, with multiple courtyard walls as barriers, but still sending out hostility towards me. It seems not simple. There must be a secret method that has been keeping an eye on my every move. Traveling some distance further, that feeling abruptly disappeared. Zhou frowned a little, thought about it, and walked straight back to the Zhou family again. Something is really wrong with this kid. Hundreds of meters away in an alley, shadows squirmed, sensing us so quickly. Not necessarily. The two shadows talked to each other. I see that this kid, who does nothing but eat, doesn't look like an expert at all. Hello, are you looking for me? Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind the shadows. The two shadows lurched and lunged forward, pulling away. Zhou tilted his head. What are you guys? In his eyes, it was two shadows flowing, like black water, but not solid. One of the shadows was surprised. How did you find us? Zhou calmly said. It's just so straight from the back. Another shadow quickly wriggled, a sharp claw poking out, rising against the wind, like the size of a millstone grabbing at his head. Seek death. The sharp claws exploded in a flash of cold light. Withdraw. The shadow that didn't make a move let out a low gulp, his body slamming into the shadows of the corner. Zhou's right hand quickly gripped the hilt of the sword, and the ground was instantly torn apart, leaving behind two half-formed bodies. Only that body wriggled like an earthworm and then completely collapsed and disappeared. Zhou squatted down and carefully examined it. Completely disappeared. Not even a trace left. What the hell? Zhou lightly rubbed his chin, his eyes showing a puzzled look. From the sense of touch, they were not living things at all. He had indeed severed their bodies in that instant, but they still escaped. As Zhou let go of his senses again, that hostility disappeared completely. It's kind of like the Shadowbane, but not quite. Could it be that evil spirit that Xiaochen was talking about? Zhou's thoughts surged, recalling that he hadn't been down the mountain all these years, and he definitely didn't have any enemies. The Lin family, it should still be related to the Lin family. Zhou frowned slightly. It must be because I killed Lin Long. So they are now being extremely careful and cautious. Not only are they waiting for Mrs. Lin's brother to come, but they have also additionally looked for outside help. Thinking about this, his heart was even more indignant. It's so endless. Just because Zhou Chen backed out of her marriage to a scumbag, she had to make such a big deal out of it? Zhou walked slowly back to the Zhou family, and his expression grew colder and colder. All he wanted to do when he came down from the mountain was to marry a beautiful daughter-in-law and live a happy little life. But this succession of things had filled him with irritation and killing intent. Early the next morning, the chickens were crowing and the dogs were barking. Zhou woke up from his state of cultivation, having once again consumed 5 top-grade spirit stones this night. The realm remained perfectly at the 5th sky of the mortal blood realm. He clearly felt that the aura in his body was indeed enhancing, but he just couldn't break through. I should be in the late bloomer category. Zhou patted his chest and comforted himself. Having been struck by his master for 100 years, his ability to resist pressure could be said to be extremely strong. When I make a splash, light up Boulder's dog's eyes. The corner of Zhou's mouth turned up and he smiled to himself. Second master. Zhou Chen personally brought breakfast and placed it on the stone table in the courtyard. You're early. Zhou glanced at Zhou Chen and couldn't help but be surprised. You're at the dematerialization realm? Upon hearing this, Zhou Chen looked overjoyed. Yes, the elixir given by the second master is too strong. I was only at the 3rd heaven of the mortal blood realm, and after taking this gold and silver Xiandan, I directly made a breakthrough. Zhou looked stunned and muttered. So it really works. I thought it was bragging. Zhou Chen didn't listen carefully. What? Zhou coughed lightly. It's fine. As long as it works. I have a lot of pills here. So I'll give you another 6 flavors Emperor Phoenix pill. You can take it in a few days. As he spoke, he took out a jade bottle and poured Zhou Chen a 6 flavors Emperor Phoenix pill. He was even thinking that it wouldn't be possible for a single 6 flavors Emperor Phoenix pill to allow Zhou Chen to break through to the passing spirit realm as well. Would it? If that were true, then God would be unfair to him. Zhou Chen received the elixir with both hands and bowed in agitation. Thank you, second master. We're all family. What's there to thank? Zhou waved his hand carelessly, but in the bottom of his heart, he began to wonder, if you can't do it on your own, is it possible to choose to go by the sword? Let's say, for example, raising the strength of everyone in the Zhou family with their own pills and spirit stones. In that case, even if he was at the mortal blood realm, wouldn't there still be someone who could protect him? Thinking of this, Zhou couldn't help but turn up the corner of his mouth and let out a hefty laugh. If the Zhou family's overall strength was raised, then wouldn't they be able to help themselves hunt demonic beasts above the 6th grade and get demonic pills for themselves? One is simply too wise for one's own good. Zhou Chen was so happy that her little face was flushed with excitement. Zhou inquired, by the way, what kind of feats does our Zhou family have? Zhou Chen said, it's the chi-looking skill. Ah, with a set of cloudy sky sword technique attached to it. There's sword play. Zhou's expression was suddenly happy. Zhou Chen then added, but you certainly can't look at it. Second master, I heard my father say that it was originally left behind by your master back then. Zhou's face shook and gave a sarcastic smile. This is natural. I can't see it since. Roar. Steeply. A tiger's roar shook the entire Zhou family courtyard for a moment, followed by the sight of bricks flying all over the sky. Chapter 20, a net that can't be exhausted. A loud bang completely shattered the early morning quiet. Zhou picked up a meat bun and stuffed it into his mouth, looking disgruntled. The gate, which had not yet been repaired, once again suffered merciless damage. Zhou Chen changed his face. Second master, it should be the Lin family coming. Without a word, Zhou walked out to the outside compound and saw that the courtyard walls on both sides of the gate were reduced to rubble. He just doesn't get it. This gate is standing here fine. Why does it have to be vandalized to and fro? Zhou and Butler Ma and the others rushed out, and Li Wanji also walked out from the guest room. Zhou's face was unsightly as he first quickly saluted Zhou. Second uncle. Zhou stood still and indifferently looked toward the courtyard door. A pugilistic man was dressed in half armor, his right hand gripping a large tiger-headed sword. Behind him were the Lin family's old lady and Lin Yong and the others. In other directions, the people of the Lin family stood with blades in their hands, completely surrounding the Zhou family. For a while, an aura of solemnity filled the air. Old Mrs. Lin's eyes were filled with hatred. Where is Zhou Chao? Let this old bastard roll out and suffer death. Zhou took a deep breath and took a step forward. Old Mrs. Lin, what happened before? It was not my Zhou family that started the trouble first. Boo! The pugilist took an arrow step forward and kicked Zhou back into the main hall, where the 2 doors were smashed to pieces. Zhou Chen exclaimed, Father! She hurried over to check it out. Her sternum was broken 30 to 40%, and she fainted straight away. The pugilistic man's tone was cold. Everyone in the Zhou family, immediately gather all of them to come out and suffer death. Li Wanji stepped out broadly and said in a deep voice, Who are you? Don't you know that large-scale private fights are forbidden now that the demonic plague is on the rise? The brawny man raised his eyebrows. I'm Fierce Tiger Sect Outer Sect Elder Pao Xing. And who are you? Li Wanji spoke coldly. I am Li Wanji, a person from the Demon Execution Division. I advise you to back off immediately. With this ability, it would be better to kill a few more demonic beasts. The Zhou family's group of subordinates looked at Li Wanji. The Demon Execution Division they had heard a lot, but today was the first time they had seen it. Bao Xing looked hideous. Demon Punishment Division? You think that this name can scare me? On the contrary, you, as a member of the Demon Execution Division, you don't go to the front line to hunt and kill demonic beasts, but you even come to meddle in matters between families. Isn't this ridiculous? If I report this to the Demon Execution Division, I'm afraid you won't be able to protect yourself. You! Li Wanji was furious. Her right hand unhooked the copper hammer from her waist. Bao Xing showed a shameful smile on his face. Want to make a move? You're just a Tongling realm. I'm a Jinchuan realm. Lin Yong clamored. Brother-in-law, what's the point of talking so much nonsense with them? Chop them all up and feed them to the dogs. Li Wanji's teeth clacked. The Demon Execution Division had the rules of the Demon Execution Division. The establishment of the Demon Execution Division was originally to deal with the demonic plague, not for them to take this identity and fool around in the secular world. They cannot interfere in worldly matters. By the same token, secular people or people from the sects that also absolutely can't make a move against the people of the Demon Execution Division. The Demon Execution Division is protected by the Huaxia dynasty. As Bao Xing said, if this matter was reported, she would not be spared a chastisement. Zhou Yu walked forward slowly. You have another big brother, right? Why didn't he come? Bao Xing gazed at Zhou Yu. To exterminate your Zhou family, I alone am enough. However, you brat but have some guts. A mere mortal blood realm. How dare you stand in front of me like this? Zhou Yu couldn't help but sigh. If he doesn't come, this will be troublesome. Before this, he had fantasized about wiping out the other side and completely eradicating this matter, trying not to let the mighty tiger sect notice. But now that one of them isn't coming, it's destined to be a hidden danger. Bao Xing laughed fiercely. Kid, I don't even know how many goods like you I've killed. If I were to say so, I should have gotten rid of your Zhou family in the past. It's just that my incompetent brother-in-law wants to understand the Zhou family's history. He also said that your Zhou family has some kind of second old man who left home to cultivate many years ago. How ridiculous. The Chao family is of the type that gets rich overnight. That first bucket of money tends to make people care a lot. Coupled with the rumors of the mysterious Zhou family's second son following a high-ranking person to leave home to cultivate, just this point was enough to make most people back off. Boom! The air currents around Bao Xing surged and intertwined into a fierce tiger, which was not only much larger and more powerful than Lin Long's blood spirit. Under that kind of pressure, even a passage realm like Li Wanji looked pained and subconsciously took several steps back. Those who were not strong enough to do so even retreated and pulled away. It seemed that at this moment, the person standing in front of them was not a person, but a ferocious tiger, a king of all beasts. The tiger roared. Its eyes were fierce, and it stared intently at Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu looked excited, his eyes full of envy. Too damn envious. When would you be able to have your own blood spirit? Bao Xing's eyes showed a shameful smile. Zhou Yu's expression looked like he was scared silly to him. When he raised his hand, blood chi surrounded the tiger head greatsword, and that sharp aura became even more ferocious. The old one won't come out so the young one can come out and take the fall, right? Bao Xing let out a wild whistle. Then I'll split you in half first, and then I'll find them one by one and chop them all up and feed them to the dogs. Li Wanji changed color. Run! This was an expert of the Jinchuan realm, where the aura was transformed into substantial spiritual power. Not only is the chi-si enlarged by a factor of 2, the strength of the physical body is also increasing exponentially. Not to mention a mortal blood realm. Even if a Tongling realm expert was in front of it, it would be difficult for him to last more than 3 moves. Zhou Chen hurriedly ran out and hastily drew his sword. Zhou Yu slowly spoke. Although I am weak, you seem to be even weaker. The tiger's head greatsword brought down a violent wave of air, and the gusty wind blew so much smoke and dust that it was impossible to open one's eyes. Killing intent lingered in Bao Xing's eyes, and he had been able to clearly see that the other party had been directly split in half. His brain and intestines and entrails scattered throughout the courtyard. You are very wild, but unfortunately, you have met me. Li Wanji gripped the copper hammer and quickly rushed over. It was still impossible to do nothing but sit back and watch. After all, Zhou Chen had saved his life. Naturally, one could not watch her second master die a horrible death in front of her. But suddenly, Li Wanji quickly stepped back, and the brightly shining head of the blade landed in front of her, piercing into the hard stone floor. The smile on Bao Xing's face converged. He looked at his tiger head sword with some bewilderment. This was a treasure weapon, and it was broken? He looked up at Zhou Yu again and felt a blur before his eyes. He wanted to turn his head to look at his sister, to ask if he had gotten something wrong, but he was no longer able to speak, and his upper body fell diagonally to the ground, his half-armor cracking flat and falling heavily to the ground. All around, there was silence. Li Wanji looked at Zhou Chen and then at Zhou Yu in surprise. It was even this terrifying sword technique again. What the hell is going on? Am I blind? Chapter 21, Exploring Secrets. Unbelievable. Dumbstruck, old Mrs. Lin was unable to return to her senses for a long time. Everything in front of her was as if she was dreaming. It's an absolute nightmare. Could it be that? Elder Mrs. Lin retreated in fear. Was there still a supreme expert hidden in the dark? Is the legend of the Chao family true? The Zhou family's second son back then really followed a worldly master to cultivate? Trouble is everywhere when you live in a turbulent world. Zhou Yu sighed lowly. But if one is too afraid of trouble, then trouble will only come one after another and never cease. The moment his right hand rested on the hilt of his sword, everyone felt as if the wind had risen. Not a raging wind, but a cut wind. The wind was messy, and the pungent odor of blood was wrapped in the messy wind. He just stood there and let go of his right hand again. Not a single step was taken, nor did he seem to draw his sword. Flutter. The moment the first sound rang out, the crumbling courtyard walls collapsed and one after another fell to the ground. The only thing they had in common was one thing. the separation of their corpses. Mrs. Lin fell to the ground, her head rolling some distance away, full of confusion and disbelief. Li Wanji was covered with icy chills. So the most terrible thing in this world is invisible. Thinking back to the scene of killing the blood shadow wolf earlier, his heart couldn't help but feel a trifle more fearful. To cut dozens of people in a row in an invisible manner and still be able to make them completely invisible. This was already a divine skill that could not be compared to mere mortals. Even she wondered if someone else was secretly in on it. Zhou turned around and walked back, and there was silence all around. Blood gathered and stained the streets red. Those watching from afar fled in alarm. Where did anyone dare to stay? Zhou looked at Zhou Chen. I'll go back to bed first. You arrange for someone to handle the matters in the back. Zhou Chen nodded his head repeatedly. Okay, second master. She also felt like a dream. The Lin family, which was quite prestigious in Qingping City, was just completely finished. Li Wanji couldn't figure out who exactly made the move. So she said, Miss Zhou, I very sincerely invite you, hoping that you can join the Demon Execution Division and be able to go to the front lines to exterminate the demonic beasts and make more contributions to the people of the world. Zhou Chen was busy saying, I have that heart, just my own strength. I understand. I do understand the girl's concern. Li Wanji said with a straight face, I see that your weapon is only an unusual sharp sword, but in the Demon Exorcism Division, as long as you have enough merit points, exchanging it for an extremely high-quality spirit sword is also possible. Other than those exceptionally gifted supreme geniuses, the only place with the most promising future for all loose cultivators is the Demon Execution Division and the Exorcism Office. Zhou Chen was listening to the clouds, but the extreme spirit sword was listening clearly. The rapier in her hand, 30 taels of silver a hilt, was very ordinary indeed, and treasure weapons and spirit weapons that were only available in the clan. If there was no background and no one to take care of them, even if they joined one of the top 500 sects in the Koan Yuan continent, they might not have a future to develop. Other than that, the children of any random elder of status, would you be able to compete with them? This world is, by nature, a vast network of nepotism. You want to have a future without connections? It's like a fool's errand. Li Wanji's right hand landed on Zhou Chen's shoulder. Really? You can rest assured that I will definitely not divulge your secrets and let you be targeted by those narrow-minded people. She fell back on her own brain again, thinking that the wood for the trees must be destroyed. Regardless of whether it was Zhou Chen or Zhou Yu, both of them must not want their secrets to be exposed in front of some powerful people, which could easily attract right and wrong. Although she was also only in her 20s, she had been traveling the world for more than 5 years. Even, she had witnessed the moves of those bellyachers to obliterate geniuses. Zhou Chen let out a strong laugh. I'll take care of the body first. She was mentally confused as well. What was her secret? Does she know she worships her second master? But it wasn't exactly a secret, was it? Besides, the second master had given himself so many good things, it was only natural to worship them, right? I'll help you. Li Wanji facing the ground full of corpses. That is completely unchanged face. People who have been on the front line, human corpses or demonic beast corpses, and there is no difference. As for Zhou Yu, when he said he was going back to sleep, he was bound to go back to sleep. He was not worried about Zhou En's situation. After all, Zhou Chen wouldn't be so calm if he was really kicked to death. Zhou Yu, who was lying on the bed, was thinking about another thing, and that was that this matter was destined to not be able to get around the mighty tiger sect. He thought back carefully to those years in the mountains, and saw those old guys who were as old as Niu Dali who were almost in the ground. Was there anyone who was from the mighty tiger sect? The second thing is, why did the Lin family hire foreign aid, but didn't make a move this time? Isn't that strange? So annoying, so annoying. Zhou Yu covered his head with the quilt and felt more and more that his qualifications were stupid and his brain was dumb. But we're a smart person. I guess the blink of an eye will be able to think of all the things clear, where such as their own. The reaction is also slower than ordinary people? An hour later, the sleeping Zhou Yu sat up violently again. It was just that there was that extra bronze token in his hand, with the word town domain on it. This token is for the old guy to prove his identity, right? Zhou Yu tilted his head. Why did you put it in the storage ring for me this time? Could it be that? Zhou Yu changed his face, thinking of the terrible outcome. This old deng doesn't want to guard the Jinwan Pass anymore, and wants me to sit there like I'm in jail? Zhou Yu had a cold shiver. 100 years of solitude, he was about to collapse. That old man did not know how many years he had been sitting in the Jinwei Pass withered. That's the kind of thing that one would never be able to do on one's own. No, absolutely not able to go back to the Jinwei Pass again. Death, I will die outside. Zhou Yu clenched his fists and put the token away again. I have to make the Zhou family strong. Strong enough to protect me. In that case, even if my master comes to capture me back to guard the Jin Domain Pass, I'll still have the strength to deal with him. Well, That's right. Just do it. Isn't this just a demon infestation out here? What's the big deal? I'll turn around and run to the front line to kill the Demon King. Anyway, I've realized that no matter if it's the elders of this whatsoever fierce tiger sect or the demonic beasts, they've never resisted my attacks. If you don't resist my opponents, then how many will you kill? When the time comes to get a flying technique, little master, I have a way to the sky and a door to the ground. I'm still afraid that he'll catch me back. When the Zhou family prospers, I'll marry 3 wives and 4 concubines and live my own happy little life. Isn't it more beautiful than going to Junwei Pass? When the mind opens, the pattern also opens itself. Zhou Yu heatedly laughed in a cozy manner. I just felt enlightened and relaxed all over. Then doesn't Li Wanji care about Xiao Chun? Then let Zhou Chen go with her so that Zhou Chen can take me with him. The plan is perfect. And in the future, let's see who dares to say I'm stupid in the head. Chapter 22, Twisted Emotions. Later that night, to celebrate the lifting of the doom and gloom, Chaoan dragged his badly injured body to organize a sumptuous dinner. This table, instead of delicacy and character, is all about the word hard. Marinated pig's head, marinated cow's head, marinated sheep's head. The main focus is a hard enough. My Zhou family was struck by a great disaster. Thanks to second uncle coming back from a long distance to save the Zhou family from the fire. Zhouan stood up holding the table. Here, my nephew once again thanks second uncle. Zhou Yu waved his hand and stared at the 3 heads on the table without blinking. By itself, he wasn't very hungry, but as soon as he smelled the halibut, he was immediately 3 times hungrier. Zhouan arched his hand at Li Wanji again on his own. Many thanks to the girl for her righteousness. Li Wanji stood up. Senior is polite. I actually didn't do anything. Zhouan smiled. Second uncle. Then you speak a few words? Zhou Yu was stunned. The entire table. Just 4 people. Who did he tell it to? Besides, what should I say? I don't understand the etiquette at all. Zhou Chen promptly relieved Zhou Yu and led the applause. Second master said it well. We will definitely listen to your teachings in the future and strive to move forward. Zhou Yu returned a smile. This girl really understands. Li Wanji was then puzzled as to why this Miss Zhou was so attentive to this not-so-good second master. Although they are second masters, the 2 are of similar age. Could it be that? Li Wanji was secretly taken aback. No wonder it was said that all geniuses had some quirks. This Zhou Chen was indeed gifted with exceptional strength. But it seemed, she had a strange emotion for this elder. It was because of the existence of this twisted emotion that caused her to prefer to hide her strength and serve Zhou Yu in front of him in a lowly manner. Geez. Li Wanji's heart rippled as she secretly pondered, what kind of strange relationship do these 2 people have? Miss Zhou Chen treats me so well, I can't let her fall into the wrong zone. Moreover, this kind of emotion should never be allowed. It is against the norms of morality. No, I must take you away. I believe that in the endless killing, you will be able to set yourself right. In her opinion, Zhou Chen's attitude towards Zhou Yu was really good to an unfathomable extent. That's more than a real father. Where did Zhou Yu know what Li Wanji was thinking? Woody greeted. Then let's not sit around. Let's eat. Miss Li, you must not be polite, just like in your own home. Li Wanji laughed. She was tall, and she directly carried the ox head's tray over and feasted on it. Zhou Yu also self-ended away from the sheep's head. Zhouan whispered, Second master, if it's not enough to eat, I'll order someone to make it again, and it's okay to buy it. Zhou Yu didn't have the heart to pay attention to him and was eating happily. Seeing this, Zhouan lowered his voice. I have already informed my second and third brothers to rush back to pay their respects to you, and I believe they will be back in a few days. There is also my son who is a little bit of a tool. You come back this time. The time is too hasty. Their side have to explain a little bit. So I came back a little bit late. So you old forgive me. Zhou Yu's mouth was full of mutton and he made a whimpering sound. It doesn't matter. It's not my son. Having you guys is enough. Zhouan was overjoyed. Thank you for second uncle's love. I will definitely not let you down. Love? Zhou Yu tilted his head and continued to eat again. And love cannot be talked about. Originally did not know they existed, but even more never seen. Only if they were the heirs of their elder brother. They would be their blood relatives. Then again, Zhou Yu was never good at dealing with people in the first place. In past years, those who occasionally went to the mountain to find Master, were all prepared their own wine and food, and Master, his old man, was always nonchalant. Zhouan added, Second uncle, it's all coming back eventually, so you'll meet then? Zhou Yu suddenly looked up at Zhou Chen and blinked. Zhou Chen understood and was busy trotting over, listening with his ear. Zhou Yu whispered his thoughts. Zhou Chen was surprised and just nodded. Zhou Chen then returned to his original position, and only after Li Wanji had gnawed on half of the cow's head did he smile. Miss Li, I pondered. Now that the demonic plague has risen, and you're from the Demon Execution Division, can you bring me along? led me into the demon execution division? Upon hearing this, Zhou panicked. Silly daughter, what are you babbling about? Hurry up and eat. Under the table, Zhou kicked Zhou, who then shut up. Li Wanji's eyes showed joy. Have you thought about it? Zhou Chen nodded. Yes, as a member of the world, I have the power to contribute. That's great. Li Wanji was overjoyed. Don't worry, I still have some contacts. This is no problem at all. Even if I don't look for anyone, as long as you have made a merit, the Demon Execution Division will definitely have no reason to reject you. Zhou Chen first thanked him before introducing the topic. But my second master also wants to go and take a look. What do you think about this? Upon hearing this, the smile on Li Wanji's face instantly froze, and she looked at Zhou with a slight frown on her brow. Zhou looked back, and he was tempted to ask, how many meanings? Who are you looking down on? Zhou Chen was busy saying, is there a difficulty? Li Wanji put down the bull's head. The front line is not like the rear. There are demonic beasts like a tidal wave there. Many cities have fallen, and the people inside are counting on the people outside to rescue them. If this elder is thinking of going to see the scenery, please forgive me for speaking frankly. There is nothing to see there at all. Besides corpses, there are only corpses. Zhou smiled. I want to go for a long look. Li Wanji frowned as she couldn't help but think. It was difficult to make a decision whether it was Zhou Chen or Zhou. After all, what she was able to see was Zhou Chen drawing his sword. He himself was just baffled as to how Zhou Chen had managed to do it. If Zhou Chen couldn't do it, was it Zhou who did it? And words from the front line. Anyway, as long as you don't go deeper, you deserve to have no fear for your life. Zhou tilted his head, and he wondered, how can this woman, who is like a big man, look at herself like this? Obviously, in her own perception, Li Wanji was as weak as a blood shadow wolf. Zhou Chen busily said, Miss Li, my second master is very powerful. Although she couldn't see Zhou draw his sword, she already had a heartfelt admiration for him. If it weren't for the second master, the Zhou family would have been destroyed. Li Wanji was somewhat helpless, eventually had to say, it's fine to go, but I just hope that I have to pay more attention then. Zhou Chen thanked him repeatedly. Thank you so much then. Having you lead the way will definitely be much more convenient. Li Wanji secretly laughed bitterly, thinking that it might be because she didn't have such a second master, so she couldn't fully be able to understand the relationship between them. Zhou was also overjoyed. You see, his plan was just so smooth. With such a familiar person leading the way, he was also able to understand the situation of today's demonic infestation as quickly as possible. The most important thing was the distribution of demonic beasts above the 6th grade. These types of demonic beasts had demonic pills, which was in line with his own tastes. One couldn't possibly run to the front lines and find out for oneself, could one? But it's different with Li Wanji. She definitely knows a lot of things she doesn't know. Chapter 23, Don't Fight Me. By noon the next day, Li Wanji could not stay any longer. Her character was as rough as a man's, and she did things in a thunderous manner. The matter of the blood shadow wolf had already been resolved, and coupled with the fact that she had recovered from her injuries, she naturally thought of departing. Uncle 2, Zhou is full of sorrow. Once you leave the mighty tiger gateside, Zhou did have an early idea. Just say it according to the set of words I handed you, and then again. Qingping City is in the 16th ring, and we're just going to the 17th ring, not far away from each other. Zhou was on the verge of tears. Is that called not far? It's not that far. It's 300 miles. In order to take away Zhou Chen, Li Wanji had all sorts of ideas since. Senior, you can rest assured, as long as Xiao Chen has joined the Demon Execution Division, even if the mighty tiger sect wants to move against you, they will have to weigh it up. Unless he only came for personal vendetta. Moreover, they also have families, and without getting rid of little Chen, they definitely wouldn't dare to directly attack you, unless their own families want to be buried with them. Zhou looked blankly at Li Wanji and then at Zhou. Did the girl say something wrong? Shouldn't the person you really want to get rid of be your own second uncle? How come it's his own daughter? Li Wanji's thinking is very simple and pure. You move my family, I will destroy your whole clan. If you don't care, then we'll fight in blood once to see who cares more. Zhou Chen also couldn't help but feel a bit more worried. Father, just follow what second master taught you to say. Zhou nodded his head helplessly, thinking that last night when he dispersed, second uncle had also given himself 10 top-grade spirit stones and 3 6-flavored Emperor Phoenix pills. As long as he was able to rush before Pao Xing's big brother came and his strength increased again. Other than that, escaping should not be a problem. Then again, the other side is also throwing in the towel right now and can't figure out what exactly is going on with the Zhou family. The matter of the 2 Zhou Lin families had also long been rumored in Qingping City. It was believed that the other party would also surely gather intelligence so as to ascertain the situation of his second uncle. Thinking about this, Zhou mood was much calmer. I'll be back in a month. Zhou waved his hand and couldn't wait to start his cultivation program. Zhou Chen leaped forward and followed behind. If it was in the past, she would never have had the guts. But it was different now. As long as the second master was there, she felt that she could make a break for it even if it was a dragon's den. Zhou Chen stood in front of the carriage and waved at Li Wanji. Miss Li, go. Li Wanji squeezed out a smile and walked broadly, feeling that she really wasn't normally bold when she brought a mortal blood realm and a dematerialization realm with her. And as they left an hour later, Lu Renjia of the Flare Light sect hurriedly arrived. The sight of the crumbling ruins of the gate was not to be frowned upon. Eventually his eyes landed on the plaque of the Zhou family off to the side, and that sealed the deal. Zhou, who was commanding the men, could not help but look over. Is there something wrong with your son? Lu Renjia clasped his fists. Dare I ask, is this the home of Miss Zhou Qinzhou? Zhou was surprised to survey the other party. His daughter hardly went out. Yet where did she recognize so many people? Wasn't it from the Mighty Tiger sect? But it wasn't right. There was no way the other side could react so quickly. Lu Renjia hurriedly said, some days ago, thanks to Miss Zhou's righteousness, she saved my life. Zhou drifted off. Oh, then you didn't find the wrong place. However, Xiao Chen went out. Out the door? Lu Renjia was surprised. When will you return? Zhou said. They went to the front line to kill demonic beasts and just left not long ago. As for the time to come back, it was said to be a month later. Lu Renjia changed color. Front line. This. Zhou was puzzled. Your Excellency has something to do? Lu Renjia hurriedly said. I have come here to inform Miss Zhou that the 16th ring is currently quite stable, and the demonic beasts encountered previously should have only broken through the defenses and missed in. Zhou was aware of this since. I have the honor of having Your Excellency come to deliver the message. As he spoke, he saw another group of people coming in great numbers. The leaders were clearly the three old men, Ma Shun, Li Ying, and Xiao Bun, from the Bishui Mountain Resort Residential Care Center. Second Master. Why do I feel as if there's something we've forgotten? Yes? Zhou inside the carriage cocked his head. It was reasonable to say that he was not too old to forget things. Li Wanji smiled and said, being a human being, it's normal to forget things once in a while. If you can't think of it, you don't have to think of it. Zhou Chen suddenly woke up with a start. I remember, when we were at the residential care home, I think we said that we were going to talk about things at home and expel the demonic beasts. Zhou drifted off, as if there was such a thing. Those three old men came and went, and they didn't recognize themselves anyway. Big Brother did give an explanation, and then took things right off the table himself. Li Wanji gave a sunny smile. There are no demonic beasts, so what's the point of negotiating? Zhou nodded. Very reasonable. Zhou Chen hesitated. Should I turn around and tell father about it? Zhou shook his head. It doesn't matter. If they come anyway, they will definitely learn the specifics. Zhou Chen gave an oh-so-quiet sound and continued to drive the carriage. Li Wanji looked straight at Zhou. Zhou raised an eyebrow. Something wrong? Li Wanji frowned. Shouldn't you be the one driving the car? Zhou laughed lightly. First of all, I won't. Secondly, I'm the elder. Li Wanji gritted her teeth. On top of the battlefield. No one cares if you are an elder or not. Zhou Chen laughed. Miss Li, it's fine. I'll just drive the car. Li Wanji was already full of anger, and she was even more furious at hearing this. I just don't understand. Why are you so obedient to him? It's not appropriate for a man to let a girl drive the car, is it? Zhou hesitated. I really don't. Li Wanji angrily rebuked. Then what would you know? Zhou pursed his lips, thinking back to every day of those years, and finally gave an honest answer. It will be eaten. But for such a sincere answer, to Li Wanji, it was a kind of saying that deliberately disgusted her. Zhou looked sincere, and his whole body was permeated with the word honest. He's really telling the truth. He went up the mountain at the age of 9 and came down at the age of 108. Other than drawing his sword, he was literally eating all the time. Li Wanji's right hand grabbed fiercely. Other people spoil you, but I won't. Her right hand suddenly lurched, her face shocked. The right hand that was grabbing at the other party's neck, but I don't know when the other party clamped his wrist, and those two fingers like a vice, actually clamped his own bones want to break. Zhou spoke in a bland tone. Don't fight me. There was fear welling up in Li Wanji's heart. The other party's body didn't have any killing intent presented, but there was an inexplicable aura that pressed down on her. In a trance, she felt that the one in front of her was no longer human. Rather, it is a killing sword that is ready to be sheathed at any time. Chapter 24, Talking Big. Inside the carriage, Li Wanji retracted her right hand, and a sharp pain came from her wrist. For a while, she gazed at Zhou in shock. It's completely unreadable. Off the charts? Since when did a loose cultivator in the secular world have such tactics? I don't think I've made a mistake, have I? Zhou smiled embarrassedly. It hurt you, didn't it? I'm very sorry. I often use my right hand, so I'm a bit stronger. Use your right hand a lot? Li Wanji's body leaned back as far as she could, looking at the other party's lower side and then the other party's right hand, and only felt a little nauseous. Zhou shrugged his shoulders and silently leaned back, closing his eyes and faking sleep. Li Wanji's gaze fell to her own wrist, and 2 blood marks were especially visible on her wheat-colored skin. Is it an illusion? This person looked a bit out of place. How could he possess such terrifying finger power? Thinking of this, Li Wanji lifted the curtain of the car to sit outside and talk to Zhou Chen. She felt that no matter what the truth was, she should have a good relationship with Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen Woods inquired up. Miss Li, call me by my name. Li Wanji spoke. Over the years, no one would treat me as a woman either. Her majestic stature is really hard to associate with a woman. Stick a beard on it. Definitely rough big man one. Zhou Chen laughed. Wanji, is the place we're going to, the place where the blood shadow wolf ran over? I remember you saying that there's a 6th grade blood shadow wolf king over there? Is it really terrifying? Li Wanji's complexion suddenly became much more grave. That's right, the 6th grade demonic beast already possesses a demonic Dan. Its strength is terrifying. Even a Jinchuan realm expert would have a hard time surviving more than 3 shades of light. However, when I was chasing those fleeing blood shadow wolves, I did hear that a Yin-Yang realm powerhouse went forward to deal with it. Zhou Chen was shocked. Yin-Yang realm? Goodness, even such a character would appear? In the secular world, there were very few who could understand the Jinchuan realm, let alone the Yin-Yang realm. Li Wanji nodded. After all, that side is a battlefield. As the words left his mouth, he also admonished. It's your first time on the front line. There are a lot of things you guys don't understand. Remember, we're just letting you familiarize yourself this time. So don't be greedy, and don't fall behind. Zhou Chen nodded repeatedly. I'll remember. Li Wanji inquired. What is your blood spirit? Zhou Chen let out an ah. I'm only in the first heaven of the degenerate realm, and I don't even have the Tonling realm yet. Li Wanji was stunned. Really? Zhou Chen said. Yes, and it's still not long after the breakthrough. Li Wanji frowned. Then her eyes showed shock. In her perception, Zhou Chen was indeed in the degenerate realm. A dematerialization realm could casually take care of so many blood shadow wolves? All of this would only mean that she was indeed exceptionally talented and had cultivated a legendary divine level technique. That's strange. Li Wanji pondered in her heart. Also puzzled, where would a small family in the secular world come up with a divine level technique? Even the sect she was in didn't have a divine grade technique. Zhou Chen curiously said. By the way, Wanji, what sect are you from? The Demon Exorcism Division was not a sect, but a place where only those who had achieved success in cultivation would join, mainly to get rich cultivation resources as soon as possible. As long as you are willing to work and suffer, cultivation resources are just not enough. This is the guarantee given by the Wahaba dynasty, the Water Rhythm sect. Li Wanji spoke softly, a trifle displeased between her brows. Zhou Chen exclaimed in shock. The top 500 sects in the Kuan Yuan continent. Oh my. I didn't think that your origins were so great. It is said that this Water Rhythm sect can even be ranked in the top 100, right? Li Wanji smiled disdainfully. I'm just an outer disciple. There's nothing worth showing off. Zhou Chen was still excited. Second master, the Water Rhythm sect. Ah, it's awesome. Zhou didn't even lift his eyes. Never heard of it. I've only heard of the Moon Emperor sect. Li Wanji was not in a good mood when she originally said this, and she could not help but be even more annoyed when she heard this. Make it seem like you know someone from the Moon Emperor sect. Only then did Zhou open his eyes, lifted the curtain and said with slight excitement, don't really say. I really know one. It's different from normal people. It has a halo at the back of its head. You know? The one I saw just happens to have a crescent moon halo at the back of its head. Upon hearing this, Li Wanji immediately revealed a look of contempt. Isn't that properly sick in the head? Wasting spiritual energy to condense illusory things? Zhou said very seriously. How can it be fake when I saw it with my own eyes? However, my master also said that it's a waste of spiritual energy to fake it. Li Wanji frowned, thinking that Zhou was talking big. After all, even if there was one like that, it must not be an ordinary cultivator. In a moment, are you still trying to say that you still know the Haotian sect? Zhou couldn't help but be surprised. How did you know? Li Wanji sighed and couldn't help but sneer. Being a human being strength can be weak, but to keep talking big can be disgusting. Zhou urgently said, I really have seen Haotian sect sovereign well. Just a little old man. Hold up 1.6 meters. Okay. Li Wanji is full of disgust. She is the most hate those who think they are men. Always self-righteous to make up some big words to deceive women's hearts. It's not that I doubt you. Do you know where the Haotian sect gate is facing? Zhou Yu snapped. I really don't know about this. He was the one who went to pay homage to my master. Ha! Li Wanji shook her head repeatedly. That Haotian sect was the #1 sect. That powerful sect didn't even give a damn about the Huaxia dynasty. If you really knew the Haotian sect's patriarch, would you still be here? He'd have flown the coop long ago. What kind of Haotian sect patriarch goes to visit his master? Isn't that a joke? She even suspected that if this topic continued any further, he should say that he was a disciple of the town envoy. Man, really can never change the problem of talking big. Zhou Yu rubbed his nose and landed in an uncomfortable position, and his heart was indignant. One by one, when they went to meet my master, they were all human-like, but I never imagined that as soon as I said that I knew them, they were looked down upon instead. It seems that in the future, this kind of topic should be talked about less, and it's best not to talk about it. It didn't bother him, probably judging the unconventional by the conventional was itself abnormal. Zhou Chen spat out his tongue and didn't dare to continue this topic, lest he make a noise. There were no more words along the way, and by mid-afternoon the air around them was filled with a pungent odor. Zhou Yu stuck his head out of the carriage window and looked out. The weather was as usual, but it just gave a completely different feel. The foul air wafted with the scent of blood that had not dissipated over the years, and wherever his eyes looked, he could vaguely see traces of blood spilling onto the earth. Li Wanji held the copper hammer in her hand and said in a deep voice, "Now that we have entered the area of the 17th ring, all be careful. There may be demonic beasts that sneak in nearby." Zhou Yu's gaze fell to the ground. "Be careful." Boom! The ground exploded and a huge mouthpiece appeared, wanting to swallow the carriage completely. Chapter 25, Attack. The sudden attack caught all three of them off guard, but that Li Wanji was experienced after all. With her left hand grabbing Zhou Chen, she stepped off the carriage with one foot and bounced up. Her blood chi intertwined behind her, exuding an eerie aura. "Evil spirits haunt." Li Wanji roared lowly, and the blood spirit wrapped itself straight up, and the copper hammer in her hand changed as she landed a fierce blow. Boo! The ground shook greatly, and the demonic beast's mouth closed as it suffered a terrifying blow and quickly retracted back into the ground. The carriage also burst into pieces in response, scattering all over the ground. No good. Li Wanji turned around and put Zhou Chen down, and her heart snapped. Miss Zhou was so powerful that she didn't need her own help, and she was afraid that that second ancestor was going to be in trouble. "My wagon! My horse!" In the wreckage of the broken carriage, Zhou Yu ran out with a heartbroken face. There, in the distance, was just a pothole. But where was the horse? Unforgivable. Unforgivable. Zhou Yu's face was blue and his eyes showed killing intent. It's too much. A good horse, working hard, and he just got eaten? It's the 4th grade demonic beast Turbid Ran. Li Wanji's body was surrounded by blood chi, permeated with a murderous aura. This thing can travel underground at will, specializing in sneak attacks, very difficult to deal with. Zhou Chen's face tightened, never imagining that he had just entered the 17th ring's territory and immediately encountered a 4th grade demonic beast. If this thing sneaks into Qingping City, wouldn't it be able to swallow a dozen or so children in one bite? Li Wanji looked at Zhou Chen. Adjust your mood. As long as you enter the front line, such things are commonplace, and it's actually not surprising to encounter any demonic beasts. This is the front line, the killing zone. The human race viewed the demonic beasts as invaders, and the demonic beasts viewed the human race as food. Zhou Chen pursed his lips. I understand. Li Wanji raised her hand and pointed to the distance. See the city over there? That's where we're going at this stop, and it's also the area where I was stationed before. In the distance, there was a lone city, roughly 50 miles apart. On both sides of the lone city, there were strange curtains of light flowing, forming an immense and incomparable barrier that extended into the distance. On the way here, Li Wanji explained, by some cultivators who were proficient in formations, they worked together to run the guarding array, and the only import and export was to every fallen city. The guardian array was laid out along the borderline, extremely labor-intensive and financial. Whenever they couldn't hold on, they would choose to shrink the guardian formation and retreat inland. Zhou Chen inquired, then doesn't this Turbid Ran want to find a way to get rid of it? Li Wanji sighed. This Turbid Ran walks underground and is an extremely difficult opponent for many cultivators. In this matter, we can only go back and notify and see if we can assign corresponding cultivators to solve it. Zhou Chen also understood since that cultivators of their type were not good at underground battles. As long as Turbid Ren doesn't come out, there's nothing that can be done. Li Wanji finished speaking and walked straight forward. Let's go. Don't waste your time here. Zhou Chen let out an oh-so-sweet sound and quickly followed. Completely inexcusable. Zhou Yu's teeth clacked as killing intent lingered in his eyes. In a matter of moments, a cold light sliced through the earth flatly, stretching for hundreds of meters, accompanied by a muffled scream. What's that noise? Li Wanji quickly looked back. However, he was only able to see the cloudy Zhou. Zhou took a broad step forward, and his mood was suddenly much better. Master 2, are you thirsty? Are you hungry? Zhou picked up his traveling bag and bounced around to follow Zhou. What have you prepared to eat? Chow Chow has no heart. Zhou opened his traveling bag straight away. There's beef jerky, dried sweet potatoes. Zhou reached out. Have a pack of beef jerky. Witnessing all of this, Li Wanji only felt that her heart was very addled, and she sighed long in her heart. Silly girl, this isn't love. This is monstrous. Even if this person is handsome, that is also your second master. Your performance is really too positive. The three of them traveled less than 10 miles to see a village, everywhere stained with traces of blood, houses collapsed, and some of the ruins under the exposed half of the skeleton. In addition to human ones, there were also demonic beasts rotting bones. Looking around, it's shocking. Li Wanji looked heavy. At that time, the situation was grim over at the 18 rings, and forced to do nothing. All the experts who had set up the formations took the lead in activating the formations at the back. At that time, the beast tide swept in like seawater, and it was simply too late to demobilize. Of course, even if they were demobilized, it would only increase internal conflicts. Other than that, even if 100,000 people flooded into Qingping City, it would be a big mess. The hungry need food, and the terrified want to hold their ground. Zhou squatted down and reached out to pick up a licked and smooth skull, which looked like it was at most 7 or 8 years old. Li Wanji swept a glance. Under a demonic plague, the most pathetic are always the ordinary people. If it wasn't for reacting fast enough at that time, that group of demonic beasts would have run even farther, and would have caused the 16th ring to fall completely as well. Zhou weighed the skull in his hand, his eyes showing a thoughtful look. Zhou sighed quietly. I always feel that the demonic affliction is far away from me, but I never thought that it has long been imminent. The sects are not united, and even if they are still dealing with the Huaxia dynasty. Li Wanji laughed coldly. The dynasty is very limited in what it can do in this situation. Otherwise, it wouldn't have set up the Demon Execution Division and the Exorcism Office. As she spoke, she couldn't help but look at Zhou. I really hope that more and more geniuses like you can join the battlefield, instead of being like those clan powers, who only know how to close their doors and live their own lives. Zhou looked awe-inspiring. Wanji, I will definitely work hard to kill demons and do my part for the peace of the world. Li Wanji spread her face and smiled. Zhou's answer satisfied her. She felt that she was about to be able to see a true demon-slaying great general descending into the world, and at that time, just hearing her name would be enough to make those great demons tremble in fear. Zhou stood up and placed the skull in his hand on the crumbling courtyard wall, letting its eyes look at the orientation of the city wall in the distance. Li Wanji urged, let's go. After we go to the place, I will also introduce you to a yellow-level demon exterminator and issue you with an identity token. As long as you have this token, you can record those demonic beasts you killed. In other words, this is merit points. It's just a pity that I'm only a trainee. Otherwise, I could have this right. Zhou walked forward with a slightly indifferent expression, his left hand resting on the evil Punisher sword, his mood slightly complicated. This was still completely different from what the Zhou family had encountered. Those who died in the demon plague were more than simply 100,000 or 800,000. Looks like Zhou's left hand gripped the scabbard. He is going to kill. Greatly. What are you doing walking so fast? Li Wanji grabbed Zhou by the shoulders. It's easy for something to happen to you if you're so reckless. Chapter 26, Yi City. Zhou was startled and looked up, but Li Wanji was too lazy to look at him and continued to walk forward. Zhou helped Zhou up. Second master, is everything alright? Zhou took a long breath. Forget it, good men don't fight with women. I don't know. This woman's hands are pretty strong. As he spoke, he looked at Zhou again. Learn from others. Zhou blinked. What? Zhou sighed in admiration. Marrying one of her tops, marrying 3, definitely not losing money. Zhou guffawed. Zhou said this from the bottom of his heart. In his opinion, this Li Wanji, in addition to the bad temper, but also a good person. The body is stout, but what a delicate face she has. It's those two items together that always feel weird. But one thing was for sure. Whoever could marry Li Wanji would not have to worry about being bullied at all. As long as she was around, I'm sure her future husband would feel safe and secure. The rest of the journey was much smoother. Li's city. The only thing that remains of the scarred citadel is these two words that have retained their former appearance. The moment he entered the city gates, the air was filled with a strong odor of herbs in addition to the smell of blood. As far as the eye could see, most of the houses had collapsed, and some people were building random shacks beside the streets, and there were also many people boiling medicine on both sides of the streets. As for the number of people, it was not comparable to a normal living city since, Zhou softly whispered, the healing elixir has a better potency, right? Li Wanji snorted coldly. What you can think of? Would you think we can't think of it? Although herbs are of average utility, the advantage lies in the fact that they can be boiled in the first place. Just ask, how many pills can an alchemist refine in a day? And when it comes to the real fight, how much will be consumed every day? Without enough reserves, this kind of thing is simply unrealistic. Zhou Chen nodded. I heard that alchemists are rare. Mastery is one aspect, and secondly, the time spent is something many can't stand. Similarly in cultivation, you are still pondering on alchemy, and others are several great realms higher than you. If you really want to kill you, it's just like playing. When the payout is not proportional to the income, people back off. Zhou rubbed his nose and felt like an idiot. Li Wanji suddenly lowered her voice. You guys are new here, so you are not clear about the situation on the front line. Yi City is just one of the entrances and exits, but no matter where you are, remember not to expose the pills you have on you. Assuming you guys have it. Zhou said to himself that there is no need to assume this. I really have. Zhou Chen was puzzled. Why grin? Li Wanji whispered. If you don't show your wealth, you will be easily intercepted. Although joining the Demon Execution Division is also a way to contribute to the world, but these people have been killing for years and years, and each of them is ruthless and venomous, and is not the good old boy you think they are. Upon hearing this, Zhou swept his gaze over the sides and found that some people had swept over the three of them if they intended to or not. Compared to the others, Zhou and the others were the newcomers. New arrivals often had the characteristic that they would carry with them things such as pills that they had not yet had time to consume. Zhou swept his gaze across one of the areas and met the gaze of a young man. The man's clothes were covered in blood and his eyes were cold. He's killed people, Zhou secretly said in his heart, and killed a lot. It's not uncommon to kill people. He, Zhou, has killed people too, but the man's murderous aura was like substance, indicating that he had killed many people. The most marvelous thing was that this man was obviously dirty, yet he somehow gave him a very clean feeling. Zhou shifted his gaze and looked again at an old gray-haired man squatting in the corner picking his nails with a small razor blade. The moment he saw the other party, he actually developed a feeling to draw his sword. This person, it's dangerous. Zhou's eyes narrowed slightly. The old man just sat alone with his head down and did not glance this way. I thought of the Demon Execution Division as simple, Zhou secretly said in the bottom of his heart. It's purely a group of murderous devils getting together. They are extremely difficult to obtain cultivation resources because of themselves. Therefore they will respond to the call of the Huaxia dynasty and join the Demon Execution Division. Dispersed cultivators and sect cultivators were completely different. These people come from all kinds of backgrounds, and coupled with different self-growth environments, they naturally have different styles of acting. Perhaps their realm wasn't very high, but their real-world experience was absolutely incomparably rich. And once they moved, you would be killed by them if you dared to hesitate for a single moment. When they first entered Yi City, these people were left with only 4 words in Zhou's mind: poor and vicious. There were people like Li Wanji who wanted to contribute to the world, but the number was definitely very small. Don't leave my side. Zhou took a quick step and grabbed Zhou Chen's wrist. Zhou Chen nodded heavily. Aha! As they walked forward, Zhou felt a gaze fall on his back like a hot sun. The feeling was like being surrounded by wolves. Not long after, the three entered a more complete mansion, where people also came in and out. Enter the courtyard gate and go straight into the main hall. In the middle of the main hall sat a yellow-robed old man, and the other party was the yellow-ranked Demon Exorcist Division that Li Wanji was talking about. Among the Demon Executioners, as long as they were able to be rated, it would mean that they were from the Huaxia dynasty and belonged to a proper position, such as Li Wanji, such as the vast majority of people outside, were only trainee demon exterminators, and this had nothing to do with strength. Elder Nye. Li Wanji stepped forward respectfully. The yellow-robed demon exterminator Nye-san looked up. Wanji, how are things being handled inside? Li Wanji busily said. It's all taken care of. I'll bring them here today to do some formalities and receive the demon execution order. Nye-san's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a terrifying intimidation. Zhou Chen's mind trembled. Where did he dare to look at the other party? Zhou took a diagonal step to block Zhou Chen's front and smiled at him. Nye-san crossed his arms on the table. A degenerate realm and a mortal blood realm do not conform to the rules. Such a person, going into battle is death. Li Wanji busily came forward and whispered about killing the blood shadow wolf earlier. Nathan was surprised. Really? Li Wanji nodded her head. 1,000 times true. Otherwise, under the siege of dozens of blood shadow wolves, in my state at that time, it would have been impossible for me to come back alive. Nie Sen's eyes showed suspicion. He was a Jinxian realm powerhouse, so he was able to tell that Zhou Chen was ordinary. Instead, it was Zhou Yu that gave him an uncomfortable feeling. But Li Wanji was full of passion and justice, and would definitely not take other people's lives as a child's play. Have you guys thought this through? Nie Sen calmly said. This hunting of demonic beasts is not a child's play. Once you leave the city, if you want to regret it again, you might not have the chance. Zhou Yu smiled and nodded. Think about it. Nie Sen didn't stop him. Alright then, as you wish. At that moment, he took out 2 3-inch tall jade tokens. Put a drop of your blood on them. Don't lose them. This is a credit that concerns your future. As for how to use it, Li Wanji will tell you. Chapter 27, The Demon Execution Order. That's it? Zhou Yu was a bit dismayed that it was so simple that he didn't even ask for a name. Yellow-robed demon punisher Nie Sen said blandly. Before you become true demon punishers, this division does not need to know any of your names. So, by the way, let me remind you guys, if someone takes your demon execution orders, they can likewise be exchanged for merit points. Zhou Chen was surprised. Wouldn't that be encouraging people to kill each other? Nie Sen gave a sunny smile. It's not true that I can talk about egging you on. This is also to tell you that sometimes the hearts of people are even more vicious than demonic beasts. Or perhaps I should say that what this world needs is a top-notch powerhouse that intimidates a party. Not a weak scholar with empty ambitions. Zhou Yu flipped the demon execution order in his hand and just smiled. Totally understandable. In the case of a demonic infestation, 10 evil strongmen could be worth 10, 000 or 100, 000 ordinary people. Be reasonable? Where's the sense in that? What the Chinese dynasty wants is practical results that can be seen, just like 10, 000 pieces of extremely high-quality spirit stones. If you divide them into 10, 000 portions, one strong person might not be born out of those 10, 000 people. But what if all these 10, 000 top-quality spirit stones fell on one person? That effect can be different. Of course, his peripatetic exclusion. Zhou Yu's fingernail cut through his ring finger, leaving a bloodstain on the demon execution order. Nie Sen's eyes snapped open, then rubbed them. For some reason, in that instant, he seemed to see what appeared to be an inconspicuous flash of golden light in that drop of blood. But soon he cast away the thought. A mortal blood realm that still dared to come to the front line at this time of the year could definitely not be in existence with a higher bloodline. After all, a character like that, no matter if it was a clan or a Chinese dynasty, could be tightly protected after it grew up. We'll talk outside. Li Wanji led the two out of the main hall, thus taking out her demon execution order to explain for the two. Your blood can stimulate the formation inside the demon execution order. From now on, whenever you kill a demonic beast, be sure to take out the demon execution order at the first time, and only need to catalyze it with your spiritual chi. Zhou Chen was puzzled. Why is this? Li Wanji said. The formation that the demon execution order possesses is the soul regeneration formation, which takes the souls of demonic beasts in it. In this way, every time you return to the city, you can turn it in and exchange it for merit points, and the merit points will also be recorded in the demon execution order. You guys take a look at the back. There are a total of 45 small bumps on the back. That represents the number. The 9 in the first row are all lit up, which means 9 merit points. For 10 merit points, the first one in the second row will light up. The ones in the third row are 100. The fourth row represents 1,000. And the fifth row represents 10,000. Zhou Yu turned it over and looked at it, and it was just as Li Wanji had said. I remember the first time I saw you. How come you didn't go to dementia? As far as that situation was concerned, I was in a panic myself, so where was I in the mood to ponder that? Li Wanji looked grave as she once again urged. All of you remember, don't lose it. After all, at 100 merit points, you can exchange it for a treasure weapon. Zhou Chen was curious. What about extreme spiritual weapons? Li Wanji responded. 50,000 merit points can be exchanged for one piece. Zhou Yu was dumbfounded. 50,000 merit points? How long will that monkey go? Li Wanji said in a deep voice. If you were in a sect, no matter how hard you try, that would be no chance. At the very least, the Huaxia dynasty has given you a chance. Zhou Yu couldn't help but glance at the evil punishing sword on his waist. In that case, it was still his master who was generous enough. Li Wanji followed Zhou Yu's gaze. As for you, this broken sword is fine to use. The sword, the scabbard of the sword, is permeated with an air of obsolescence. Frankly, very unremarkable. According to what Master Nyodali said, those who use swords can't just use them, but also learn to care for them. For this reason, Nyodali has also written 36 tips for aftercare of the sword. But the problem is that while Nyodali is lazy, Zhou Yu is even lazier. When Nyodali obtained this sword, He had also cared for it for 3 years. Zhou listened to it and then cared for it with all his heart for a month. Finally, just swing for the fences. Li Wanji then continued. A first-grade demonic beast is 1 merit point. A second-grade one is 5. A third-grade one is 10. A fourth-grade one is 30. A fifth-grade one is 100. A sixth-grade one is 300. A seventh-grade one is 1,000. An eighth-grade one is 5,000. And a ninth-grade one is 50,000. Zhou Yu's eyes lit up. That means that if you kill a ninth-grade one, you can directly exchange it for an extreme spirit weapon? Li Wanji looked at Zhou Yu as if she was looking at an idiot. This guy is afraid of not losing his mind, right? Those of the ninth grade are truly great demons that can transform into forms at will and are strong. Zhou Yu coughed lightly to hide the embarrassment. Zhou Chen, however, broke his fingers and began to calculate. To kill a first-grade demonic beast is to kill a full 50,000 heads, and to kill a second-grade one requires 10,000 heads. Zhou Yu laughed. Miss Li, how many merit points do you have now? Li Wanji took out her own demon execution order and showed it to the two, only to see that the third row was all lit up with 5. That represented 500 points. I traded 300 merit points for my weapon, so it's kind of a great bargain to pick up. This kind of heavy blade is used by fewer people. That copper hammer was a superb treasure weapon. In that case, Li Wanji was accumulating over 800 merit points. Leaving aside the demonic beasts above the 5th grade, she had to kill nearly 30 of the 4th grade ones, so it could be said that she was working hard. Zhou Yu then asked what he was most concerned about. If I just want to exchange for a powerful flying spell, how many merit points do I need? Li Wanji originally did not want to care about Zhou Yu, but in the way of Zhou Chen still chose to answer. The grade of the Gongfu is also categorized as Heaven and Earth, Xian and Yellow and Divine grade. The Divine grade Gongfu is said to be available in the Huaxia dynasty, but the requirements are extremely harsh, so I am also not clear about it. For the Yellow grade, it's about 5,000 merit points. The Xian grade is going to be tens of thousands. The Earth grade is starting at 30,000, and I'm not sure about the Heaven grade. Zhou Yu instantly glared. So exaggerated? Li Wanji said. Feats are different from external objects. If one more person learns it, there is one more hidden danger of leakage. But if you just need flying feats, it should be much cheaper. Zhou Yu laughed. Is it straight out? Li Wanji was surprised. You're in a hurry? Zhou Yu laughed. I feel that the inside of the city is more dangerous than the outside. Upon hearing this, Li Wanji sighed lowly. She was also dissatisfied with this situation, but was powerless to change it. With too many restrictions, that group of people quit anytime they want. Zhou Chen was still in a state of bewilderment, and her ability to adapt was clearly inferior to Zhou Yu. Li Wanji walked outside. Let's first talk to you guys about a state of affairs in normal times. Although everyone is a casual cultivator, they have always gone out of the city in small groups. After all, as long as one is a little more prepared, being of the same human race, there are definitely still benefits. You're going out of town? On the road outside the courtyard gate, a bald man stood up, beckoned and smiled. It just so happens that we are also gathering people to leave the city. Why don't we join together? Chapter 28, Bald 3. Faced with such an invitation, it's as if someone handed you a pillow just as you dozed off? Zhou Yu laughed and smiled pleasantly. He only needed a feeling to tell if these people were dangerous. Besides, the other party was right here, clearly waiting for them and eavesdropping on them. Bald 3, we don't need it. Li Wanji coldly rebuked. Please get out of the way. Bald 3 laughed. Don't Isn't it a good thing for everyone to be a companion together? To subdue the demons and get rid of the devils? Besides, your Li Wanji's previous teammates just died out not long ago. Don't you need to recruit more people? Li Wanji became furious. You. Bald 3 laughed and looked at Zhou Yu. Little brother, this front line is not like the rear. It is really dangerous. I don't have any other skills, but I do have a few brothers. If we cooperate, we are also taking care of you newcomers. As he spoke, his eyes flickered as he scrutinized Zhou Yu's matching sword and clothing. In his opinion, Li Wanji had just swindled 2 children of the world's families into coming, and when such a person came for the first time, he must have had enough pills on him. In a sense, such people are the quintessential fat sheep. By casually pitting a wave of people, there was no worry about the elixir for a short period of time. The biggest difference between a casual cultivator and a clan member is that all your expenses are your own, whereas a clan member is provided by someone on an ongoing basis. It was impossible to say that a loose cultivator would have to support an alchemist. That was just nonsense. Things like raising alchemists still had to be done by the clan. Li Wanji drank coldly. I said it's not necessary, and we don't want to leave the city for the time being. Bald 3 laughed. Little brother, it's not that I'm moving the needle, it's just that from what I know, 2 sets of this Li Wanji's teammates died outside the city, and in each case, She was the only one who survived. If you don't believe me, you can ask and see if a single word I said is false. At those words, Zhou and Zhou Chen looked at Li Wanji. Li Wanji's face was grim as she stared angrily at Baldy 3 with a copper hammer in her hand. What? Bald 3 hammed and hawed. Want to get your hands dirty? This is in the city. Zhou's mind turned. It's true that I don't intend to go out of the city. If I have that idea, I'll go back to you. Bald 3 looked stunned, then nodded and stepped back. Since little brother already has an idea, then I won't say any more. As he left, 3 people in the corner quietly backed away, all of which fell into Zhou's eyes. That boy is not simple. The old man with the small blade in his hand looked up slightly from a ruin in the distance. Behind him on a collapsed piece of the courtyard wall sat the youth who was covered in dirt and blood. The youth's eyes were large and bright. Sniffing, he just laughed coldly. He has a storage ring. The corners of the old man's mouth turned up. A rarity. The tainted-clothed youth spoke coldly. Mortal blood realm. Storage ring. The old man nodded. Very unholy. The storage ring was not something that anyone could have. The number of loose cultivators under the heavens was more than 10 million, but those who could possess a storage ring might not even exceed 20 people. Even if it is a clan power, that is also a really big clan only have some, and is a high status people can wear. But now, a mortal blood realm person possessed a storage ring and had even come to the front line. This would be very incongruous and very unreasonable. The tainted-clothed youth spoke coldly. He's a bit odd, perhaps not what he appears to be. The old man laughed. What can the mortal blood realm do if the table is not the same anymore? The tainted youth shook his head. Hard to say. The old man's eyes narrowed slightly. Are you worried that he might be hiding his strength? The tainted-clothed youth was silent for a moment before saying, he's dangerous. That's what my senses are telling me. The blade in the old man's hand flipped like a butterfly. Are you afraid? The tainted-clothed youth glanced at him. I'm afraid you'll die without even knowing how. The old man laughed. Maybe a wave of riches. The tainted-clothed youth coldly rebuked. Or maybe a wave of death. The old man moved his neck. Bald 3 and the others have set their sights on it. These guys can be cocky. If you stumble, you might not even be able to mix the soup. The tainted-clothed youth didn't answer and looked up at the sky. The old man stood up. How much do you think this information would be worth to sell to those guys? The filthy-clothed youth spoke coldly. It might be worth your old life. The old man grinned. And then he stopped talking. This way is the city gate. Li Wanji pointed to the light curtain in front of her. The demon execution orders that we have on us are also entry and exit tokens. But occasionally, a wave of beasts will forcefully impact this place. And the demonic beasts aren't stupid. They also collect demon execution orders and use them to storm the city gates. By the way, the demon execution order can't enter from other areas. Only this area at the city gate, including the gates of other cities. With the current situation, even if we go out of the city, we'll only be moving between the 17th and 18th rings. Zhou, on the other hand, had his own concerns. That 6th grade blood shadow wolf king you mentioned last time? Li Wanji swept a glance at Zhou. 6th grade is a watershed spanning a wide range for demonic beasts. Like some pack demonic beasts such as wolves, monkeys, snakes, etc. 6th grade is their king. Every time they appear, it represents a beast tide. Non-swarming demonic beasts are stronger individually and weaker in terms of cooperation. Zhou Chen hesitated. Then aren't there a lot of demon kings of 6th grade or above out here? Li Wanji nodded. Demonic beasts have a strong sense of territory. And the stronger the strength, the larger the territory they occupy. Whenever they capture an area, they will divide the area and then feed. Those powerful demon kings will rest every once in a while, instead of just attacking. Eating? Zhou Chen was puzzled and filled with bewilderment. Li Wanji took a deep breath. Those cultivators and ordinary people who didn't have time to escape were trapped in the wilderness, becoming a paradise for demonic beasts to feed on. Zhou Chen ought. Just imagining it was cruel. Li Wanji looked forlorn. The stronger the strength of the demonic beasts, the more wisdom they possess as well. They are now able to control their desires instead of eating them all at once. Zhou Chen was horrified. Wouldn't that be? Li Wanji nodded. Yes, just like we people raise pigs and sheep to keep the food derived. Zhou whispered. Are there many people like that? Li Wanji nodded her head. Many, very many. Over the past 100 years, the human race that fell into the wilderness. At the very least, there are still tens of millions of people, right? It's just a pity that the defense line has retreated again and again, and the distance to the farthest place has been so far that it makes people completely desperate. Li Wanji paused for a moment, her gaze falling on Zhou Chen. What that bald 3 said is indeed all true as well. I had 2 sets of teammates, all of whom lost their lives outside of the city, and I was the only one who survived. I do hope that a talent like you will be able to contribute to the world, but if you have other ideas now, you can also leave at any time. Chapter 29, Good Guys and Bad Guys. Leave? Zhou categorically didn't have this idea that he needed demon pills. His past life would have been like this, except that those demon pills were provided by his master. Demon pills serve two purposes. One is to refine pills and the other is to eat them raw. It didn't taste great, fishy and hard to swallow. Now that he's off the mountain, he's on his own for these things. Perhaps, as Zhou had said, the master had asked him to come down at this time to deal with these matters? Demonic beasts he was going to kill, and strength he was going to increase. When my young master is successful and famous, he will have 3 wives and 4 concubines by his side. The corners of Zhou's mouth turned up, fantasizing about a better life in the future. Zhou Chen didn't know about these little plans in Zhou's heart. She was originally a righteous person. How could she know anything about the evils of the world? Wan Ji, since I'm here, there's categorically no reason to back down. What's more, my second master is still here, so you don't have to worry. What she is really saying is that my second master is invincible. You can rest assured that even if something goes wrong, my second master will fix it. After all, whose second master could casually take out the 6 flavors Emperor Phoenix pill and give it away? Li Wanji swept a glance at Zhou's handsome face, and felt in the bottom of her heart that these two people, don't be mistaken, otherwise it would be a real sin to get them killed. Zhou smiled and said, Xiao Chen, well said, second master is always worthy of your trust. Li Wanji secretly gritted her teeth and felt more and more helpless. It felt like they just didn't come to the front line to kill the demons, rather it was like they came to sightsee, especially Zhou. Zhou Chen smiled sweetly. To be able to follow the second master as he traveled the world, that was truly a blessing he had cultivated in his previous life. Zhou swept his gaze through the streets of the city, his gaze extending far away. Strange, how did that aura follow him again? A grim, tyrannical aura. I let them escape that night, but I didn't expect them to come back on my tail today. Since it's not foreign aid invited by the Lin family, it's simply directed at me? Zhou's eyes flickered as thought after thought flashed through his mind. He just felt that it didn't make sense. He had been honest since he came down from the mountain and hadn't done anything excessive. How could he be targeted by such two evil guys? Li Wanji adjusted herself. Normally, when we go out of the city, we need more than 6 people at the very least. If the number of people is too small, once we follow up, we will be very passive. However, they don't know the exact strength of you, Xiao Chen, and most of them are unwilling to join us, except for those with ill intentions. The powerful ones don't join you for fear of being dragged down. The ones with you, and the ones that are out to get you, definitely hard on both ends. The matter is fully understood. Zhou looked out of the city. There's no need to find anyone. We're enough. Li Wanji was slightly angry. Do you think it's a child's game? The fallen area is really dangerous. Once something happens, there is no one who can protect you. You wouldn't still expect me to protect you, right? Protect me? Zhou stunned. TSK, this woman's heart is also strange. Good Lu. Zhou Chen hesitated. That what's his name bald 3 from before should be just fine, right? Upon hearing this, Li Wanji's face sank. None of those guys are good. I've privately heard people discussing that they've killed at least a dozen or so newcomers who came to the front line. It's not a good character to look ahead. Zhou laughed lightly and walked straight forward. To be a man, you have to be clean. Li Wanji was dissatisfied. Who are you shading? Actually, it doesn't even have to be so tangled up. Zhou kept his feet. Whoever is not with us is a good person. It's as simple as that. Li Wanji stared. What kind of reasoning is this? Zhou quickly stopped and stood in front of the dirty-clothed youth. Going out of the city to have fun together? The tainted youth didn't even lift his eyes. No go. Zhou crouched down sideways. Old man, go out and play? The old man gripped the blade and grinned, revealing a mouthful of big yellow teeth. Not interested in taking care of little kids. Zhou laughed. Maybe I'll be the one to retire for you? The old man's eyes narrowed slightly. The young man still has this hobby? Zhou laughed. That's natural. The old man's right hand lifted and a cold light flashed with a ding. Zhou's scabbard had somehow blocked the blade in front of him. The old man raised his eyebrows slightly, somewhat surprised, having wanted to scare the other party. Unexpectedly, the other party's speed was even faster than his own? Could it be a coincidence? Going or not? Zhou looked at the other party with a smile. The old man laughed lowly. The old man is no good. Zhou laughed. Who's a good person who would tell others that they're a good person? The smile on the old man's face dispersed. You've just arrived. Aren't you afraid of the road? Zhou smiled. Either we get rich together, or I'll help you with your death. The old man sneered. Threatening me, young man? No, no, no. Zhou shook his head. This is not a threat. This is advice. The tainted-clothed youth stood up and looked at Zhou with cold eyes, his left hand gripping his short sword tightly and his right hand resting on the hilt. Zhou met the other party's gaze. The way you draw your sword is full of flaws. One look and you know you are going to draw your sword. To say that drawing a sword is a great learning experience. For example, how to store power in the scabbard, and how to explode beyond one's own power at the moment of drawing the sword. That is all skillful. The tainted clothed youth froze. This person was so strange. The old man stood up. Maybe, we really can go all the way. The filthy clothed youth sneered. Old dog. The old dog laughed. People have taken the initiative to invite, and there is a reason to refuse? The filthy clothed youth spoke coldly. No go. As he spoke, he landed on the old dog's side and whispered with his ear. This person is not what he appears to be. The moment I was about to draw my sword just now, his aura locked onto me. I have a vague feeling that as long as I dare to draw my sword, the first one to die will be me. The old dog's face changed slightly. When the words came to this point, it was no longer as simple as feeling. They could all be cultivators who had killed countless times in the wild, not some hothouse flower or timid person. Zhou was puzzled. To go or not to go? The old dog took a deep breath. No go. Or you kill me? Zhou nodded and turned around to quickly meet Li Wanji and Zhou Chen, who followed him. If you can't find anyone, just leave the city. After saying his words, he ignored Li Wanji and walked straight towards the city gates. The old dog looked to the blade in his hand. Perhaps the other man was indeed faster than he was, so it wasn't a chance block? The tainted clothed youth frowned slightly as he looked in the other direction, and Ball 3 led 4 people silently towards the city gates. Kyo ah, the old dog whispered. Things seem to be getting a little interesting. Xiao Jing spoke coldly. Don't sell his information. This guy is not a good person. To be able to have a storage ring and not know what to hide. At the very least, the background is very hard. It's not something that a casual cultivator like us can mess with. Chapter 30, Wild and Bleak. Hey, hey, hey. Li Wanji chased after her, but she was still unable to keep up with Zhou. By the time she got close, Zhou had already passed through the light curtain. Some of the people nearby looked up, their mouths full of teasing and mockery. The newcomer is always full of passion and exudes a courage that knows no bounds. Stepping outside the city, blood stains the earth. The ground was black and red, and the grass was covered with tainted blood. It was desolate, gloomy, and everywhere there was an air of solemnity. It was far more eerie than the back of the city, obviously under the same sky, but it was darker and creepier. It was as if the air was filled with the ghosts of those who had died tragically. Of course, most of all, it's dark. Why are you so reckless? Li Wanji angrily rebuked. Although she had the intention of wishing for the other party to die outside, but in the end that was just a thought. Zhou Chen ran to Zhou's side and looked around. The vastness of the land was uninhabited, and the roar of demonic beasts came to his ears from time to time. Those voices were far away, but they still sounded all over the place. This could not be heard inside the city, being isolated by the guardian array. Li Wanji once again said, immediately go back. First find a way to find a few more people, so that safety is guaranteed. After all, none of you have any experience in killing. Zhou ignored her. Xiao Chen, there is a principle to be adhered to when fighting outside. That is, don't be soft on those who are hostile. Zhou Chen nodded heavily. Second master, I'll make a note of it. Zhou added, if I turn around and run, you must remember not to have any hesitation and run faster than me. Zhou Chen replied. Okay. Zhou pondered. That's all. I'll tell you later when I think of something else. In the past, it was the master who occasionally rambled a few words, and he was limited in what he could remember. As the words fell, Zhou rushed straight towards the place where there was the sound of the demonic beast. Li Wanji was anxious. Hey, don't fool around. Seeing the duo walking away, she hesitated for a moment before finally choosing to follow. Gee, that's scary. Zhou's gaze traveled ahead. Skeletons were everywhere. Human and demonic beasts. Some are only skeletons. Some are still in a state of semi-rot. Zhou Chen's small face was white and followed closely behind Zhou, and she didn't know why the second master didn't have any fear at all. She had never seen so many corpses in all her life, and this is just out of the city, and there are already thousands of corpses all over the place. Zhou twisted his head. I found something strange. How come there are no weapons that fell on the ground? Li Wanji snorted coldly. Of course it was picked up. That's all wealth. Zhou let out an "oh," and he said that he would help Xiao Chen pick up a good sword. Li Wanji added, don't go straight. Going straight is going deeper. The safest thing to do is to follow the edge of the guardian formation to look for demonic beasts that have fallen. It was fine if she didn't say it, but this was a wake-up call for Zhou. Where am I going to get demon pills if I don't go deeper? You want to tell me why the guts are so big? Of course it's because these beasts don't know how to dodge. In Zhou's conception, as long as one did not resist or dodge, they were all living targets, and not much different from a scarecrow. Li Wanji was filled with indignation. But seeing that little girl blearily following Zhou with eyes full of adoration, she also really didn't have any way to stop her. As the sky grew darker and darker, a trace of regret suddenly arose in Li Wanji's heart. This is ridiculous. How dare you bring two newcomers who don't know how to die to send them to their deaths? Zhou gradually accelerated his footsteps, seemingly strolling idly, but actually as fast as the wind. In a short while, not to mention Zhou Chen, even Li Wanji had to jog all the way to the back. However, Li Wanji still didn't seem to realize the seriousness of the matter. This mortal blood realm in front of him was indeed not an ordinary mortal blood realm. He was walking faster and faster, like the wind passing through the grass, like clouds passing through the sky. Not far from the jungle, there was a greenish glow that shimmered. Li Wanji was instantly creeped out, panting and screaming, "Be careful, there's a demonic beast." Zhou Chen was inexperienced and reacted a little slower, having crossed over Zhou, and when he stood still, he drew his sword at the first opportunity. Click! Bang! Some large trees were crushed by the huge force and fell to the ground. A boar as big as a room appeared, tusks as fierce as lances pointing into the air. A large mouth, still chewing, proceeded to spit out a boot. It came in slow steps, each footfall causing the ground to tremble. Zhou Chen, on the other hand, was dumbfounded. That sense of oppression, the only one he had ever seen in his life, and for a moment, he forgot whether to back off or to run away. So big. Zhou tilted his head in heartfelt admiration. The black boar emitted a foul odor and snorted as it examined the three tasty treats in front of it. In the end, its eyes locked onto Zhou's body. Fragrant. Very fragrant. The man exuded a scent that mesmerized it, as if he were stewing uncountable elixirs into a pot of the most delicious broth. This scent completely mobilized its appetite. Li Wanji holding a copper hammer, even if she knew that Zhou Chen's strength was extraordinary, but lest it was inexperienced in fighting and got caught up in the road. At that moment, she quickly and furiously ran over Zhou, accompanied by a bellowing cry. Her hands gripped the hammer handle, and she leaped 3 zhang high, and smashed her head with all her might to the black boar's brain door. Zhou Chen also finally reacted, his spiritual qi infusing his sharp sword. He took a step forward and swept directly at the black boar's front leg. The black boar was huge and its movements were not slow at all. With a violent toss of its head, its tusks surged forward, stabbing straight at Li Wanji. Li Wanji was taken aback, not waiting for the trick to get old. The blood spirit presented itself straight away and slammed a hammer into the sharp fangs. Who knows that this black boar does not dodge and does not flash, but instead, it surges forward and headbutts Li Wanji. Zhou Chen's sword fell at this time, but he was unable to even cut through the skin. The black boar lowered its head. Its tusks were like guns, sweeping across all directions, with its power. But wherever it was swept, it was bound to be disemboweled, and there was absolutely no way to live. Zhou Chen's pretty face turned white as she hurriedly backpedaled. Only the tusks broke apart the moment they touched her, and then the black boar's front legs were chopped off, and its head hit the ground with a thud. Just as it was about to stand up, its head cracked open, and after struggling for a few moments, it stopped moving. Zhou did not move like a mountain and spoke calmly. When fighting, you must remain calm enough and not panic. Once a person panics, his heart will be in chaos, and even if he can save his life, it will be a certain death. Zhou Chen nodded heavily, trying to adjust his mood. She desperately needed to learn now, needed to experience more killing to improve her ability. Zhou once again said, "Try the demon execution order to understand the usage." Zhou Chen nodded. "Okay, anyway, it's his second master, so there's no need to be so polite." At that moment, Zhou Chen took out the demon execution order as Li Wanji had taught him, and indeed, he absorbed a wisp of residual soul, which was the credentials for demon execution. Unfortunately, it's only a 4th grade. Zhou had some regrets in the bottom of his heart as he casually pressed his left hand on the body of the black boar and absorbed a strand of blood qi. At the same time, outside the Yi City gate, 10 miles away, Bald 3 stood still with a group of people. Strange, where did the people run off to? The fat sheep in hand. Can't let them fly. Chapter 31, You're really going to die. Bald 3, this isn't an old bird pretending to be young, is it? A lean man with a curved sword in the Bald 3's group sneered. Bald 3 coldly rebuked. Impossible. I saw it for real. Definitely 2 rookies. That Li Wanji is also a little relationship with the yellow robe demon exterminator. Otherwise all lazy to take care of her. The lean man waved the scimitar in his hand and said sorrowfully, "Don't play with eagles all your life only to be pecked blind by them. This is the front line. Even if the vicinity of the city gates is considered peaceful, those 2 rookies will surely look for fallen ones to adapt. But you guys look again now. The neighborhood is empty, and there's no way their footwork is faster than ours." One of the short and fat men spoke coldly. "Don't get played. There are quite a few old birds pretending to be young these days. Bald 3 said in a deep voice. What? After doing so many votes, you don't believe me this time instead? The lean man laughed. It's not a matter of believing it or not. It's that you're the only one close to those two. And what did you say? He has a storage ring? This kind of thing can be shing nonsense. Bald 3's face was gloomy. You guys remember. I, Bald 3, have always been rich without forgetting my brothers. The person who owns the storage ring must have a very big head. And there must be wealth that we can't imagine. As long as this vote is accomplished, brothers will find a mountain, lurk for decades, and wait for the wind to pass. Do we still need to fight everywhere and keep our heads on our pants belts? The others were silent. All the people are ruthless. In previous years, those rookies fell into their hands. The male directly killed. The female tired of playing to find a place where the demonic beasts gathered to throw over. It's guaranteed to be destroyed. Not even a crumb left. But will offending a man with a storage ring be like it was before? Even if they succeed, the consequences of this. I'm afraid there's no place to hide from the thunder. The lean man's expression was cold. Bald 3, I would like to reconfirm that the storage ring he is wearing on his left hand is really a storage ring? Yeah, really? After all, we've never even seen it either. This can't be mistaken. If it's not a storage ring, then the other party can only be an ordinary fat sheep. The others rushed to ask. Bald 3 took a deep breath. Brothers, you understand what kind of character I, Bald 3, have. Since you guys are hesitant on this matter, then I might as well just flash my identity, without bragging in the slightest. 30 years ago, brother, I once worked as a handyman for 3 months at the Huaxing sect, one of the top 500 in the Coin Yuan continent. The crowd was taken aback, and the lean man was quite shocked. That's a top 50 sect. A hint of contemptuous laughter appeared in Bald 3's eyes, his chin rising slightly. It's really not that I'm bragging. Ask yourselves, who has that qualification to work as a handyman in the Huaxing sect? The crowd shook their heads, completely lacking that qualification. Brother Baldy's origins are truly not simple. Bald 3 snorted condescendingly. Just during the period of working as an odd job man, by a chance, those big shots passed by me. And even though they were 50 meters apart, I could see for sure that one of them was wearing a storage ring on his hand that was similar to that fat goat's. Therefore, with just one glance, I was able to conclude that the fat sheep's hand was the real storage ring. The lean man looked complicated, followed by a face full of smiles. Brother Bald, you said this earlier not on the line? You see that this still makes the brothers are right. Up the heart of questioning that should not be up. The short, fat man wondered. Then how come you didn't stay on afterward? Upon hearing this, Bald 3 let out a long sigh. It's still because brother I don't have the background and resources. Then again the upward channel is too narrow. I took a look at the lack of future. So I just shunned a gungfu in the outer sect and ran away. The lean man suddenly said. Then if this person really comes from such a big place, I'm afraid that he won't be able to kill him directly. Bald 3's eyes lit up. You mean, Kung Fu? The crowd's hearts were shaken, and their eyes showed fervor. What they loose cultivators lacked the most was Gungfa, although the Huaxia dynasty provided them with this doorway. But how many demonic beasts would they have to kill? Don't accidentally die before you've saved enough for yourself. Bald 3 reacted with an agitated look. Brothers, where is this a fat sheep? This is a fat pig. The lean man waved his sword and yelled excitedly. Brothers, kill the pig and eat the meat. Kill a pig for meat. For a moment, the group was uplifted and their eyes were red. Li Wanji stood up. She was a bit messy. In the darkness, Zhou Chen was laboriously swinging his sword to hack at the 2 fat hind legs of the black boar. There was no other reason. The second master liked to eat. As for Zhou Yu, he just sat cross-legged on the side, quietly thinking about his question. These days the sword drawing technique was unbeatable, gradually making him realize some details that he had previously overlooked. He did have some inferiority complexes after years of being under the suppressive teaching style of Neo Dali. Thinking back on those years, the most he heard every day was qualification stupidity. But today, this black boar that was the size of a house was still easily decapitated. Therefore, he came to a new conclusion. I'm not necessarily a waste. I'm actually quite fast at drawing my sword. Zhou Yu's eyes flickered as he secretly said in his heart. One could even say that I'm strong. But how strong? It is currently undefinable. Unless he can meet a being who cannot draw his own sword. That way, he'd probably be able to judge what strength he was. I have to find stronger demonic beasts, and find 6th grade, or even 9th grade great demons. A crazy thought grew in his mind. He wanted to verify his guess. Second master. In the darkness, Zhou Chen called out. Zhou Yu raised an eyebrow. What? Zhou Chen hesitated. The sword broke. Zhou Yu stood up and walked over with Li Wanji. The ordinary rapier broke while the black boar's fur was not even cut through. Even if it was a 4th grade demonic beast, this black boar had thick skin and flesh, making it difficult to damage. Li Wanji sighed. That's just an ordinary sharp sword. You've killed so many demonic beasts before, so I think it should be broken. Zhou Chen deflated. Helpless, Li Wanji reached out and grabbed the evil punishing sword at Zhou Yu's waist. Give her yours? You don't need it anyway. The hand was halfway to the door, but he felt stiff and a chill went straight to his head. Zhou Yu spoke in a bland tone. My sword. Except for my master. No one can touch it. Li Wanji snapped and retreated, but said unconvincingly, what kind of godliness who are you scaring? Zhou Yu said blandly, remember, if you want to be on the same path as me, you should never touch my sword. The level of seriousness in those eyes made Li Wanji feel pressured and even a little breathless. Zhou Yu spoke coldly, it's really going to kill you. For sword drawing, you must have a sword and a scabbard. The sword, categorically, could not change hands. Chapter 32, I'm the Elder. Under the night sky, Li Wanji's body was still trembling uncontrollably, and as the dark clouds moved away, the moonlight spilled onto the earth. As far as the eye could see, the figure moved forward very casually, completely unable to understand where the fear in her heart came from. She merely understood that if she really dared to touch the other party's sword, she would definitely die. Had he gotten something wrong? Thinking back to her past years, at the age of 5, she was much stronger than her peers, as swift as a lad, and the momentum didn't stop there, to the point that at 16, she was tall and tigerish, yet with a delicate girl's face. Let alone in the eyes of the world, even in the eyes of his own parents, he was an alien. Men are not men, women are not women. In itself, she didn't care that much, she just thought I'll live my life and you guys mess with yours. But what girl doesn't get horny? But with all the men shunning themselves and talking about themselves in private, she still changed and became a bit of a misogynist. Even if the man in front of her hadn't said anything bad since the beginning, she was just disgusted with herself. The casualness of the man was always evident in his offhand remarks. Eat when he wants, say what he wants, do what he wants, it's totally up to him. She just didn't understand. What qualifications did a mortal blood realm have to live like this? What a shame. Zhou Yu smiled and squatted down, picking up the broken sword and looking at it, only able to find a place to pick up a hilt. Zhou Chen beamed. Just this hasn't been cut down yet. Zhou Yu reached out and picked up the fangs on the ground that were a meter long and placed them on the ground, followed by a flash of cold light. Let's use this. Zhou Chen let out an ah and reached out to pick up the fangs, and all of a sudden, the fangs continued to split apart, dropping a large piece of debris that transformed into a long fang sword. Zhou Yu, on the other hand, pondered to himself, the sharpness is definitely non-existent, but it's still fine for juggling. After all, it was the fangs of a demonic beast, and the hardness was definitely guaranteed. Zhou Chen playfully spat out her tongue. I won't be able to put it to use anyway. Bluffing is still fine. Zhou Yu laughed cheerfully. After this long insight, you'd better go back and cultivate properly. Zhou Chen nodded heavily. Yes, second master. However, this pig's hind leg? Zhou Yu stood up. It's already cut, isn't it? Zhou Chen grabbed the pig's leg and separated it from the root, and was overjoyed. When Lu Ringjia roasted the wolf's leg, I followed and learned a little bit, so in the future, I'll be responsible for cooking for the second master. Zhou Yu sighed in admiration. That's great. I've finally come up in this grade of life. Li Wanji walked over with a twinge. Sir Zhou, I apologize for the way I treated you before. Zhou Yu blinks. Attitude? Nothing grips things anymore. Li Wanji took a deep breath, clasped her hands and bent down. I'm sorry. Zhou Yu waved his hand. No harm. No foul. I'm a person who doesn't have much of a memory. Li Wanji lowered her hand. Perhaps the topic will upset you, but without Xiao Chen's weapon in hand, once we encounter a more powerful demonic beast, we may be very passive. Zhou Chen was busy saying, it's fine. I'm just an odd job man. It's mainly because second master is there. Li Wanji sighed in her heart. She understood that Zhou Chen was defending Zhou Yu's image, but she still couldn't understand it. Is it really worth it to give yourself up like this? To live without self-respect, even if you get the so-called love? Completely incomprehensible and impossible to identify with. Daughters should be self-reliant and show their strength in the world. That was the goal of life that she, Li Wanji, revered. Miss Li, Zhou Yu smiled. You must be very familiar with this neighborhood. Why don't you lead the way? Help find a place where someone lives, preferably a city. City? Li Wanji was surprised. What do you want? Zhou Yu laughed. Of course we are looking for weapons. I think those fallen cities will definitely have a lot of lost weapons. In case we are lucky enough, maybe we can even pick up spiritual weapons. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. The thought of being happy was completely absorbing to him. Isn't that much faster than killing a demonic beast? But, Li Wanji couldn't help but look at Zhou Chen. And when she saw that Zhou Chen had an extra sword in his hand, She couldn't help but feel helpless. She now understood very well that even if she didn't agree, it was useless. Alright, I'll take you guys there, but let's talk first. If it's too dangerous ahead, make sure you don't be greedy. Just take 2 hind legs of the pig. Don't bother with the front legs. They're not good. Zhou, you commanded Li Wanji. Li Wanji was instantly annoyed again. On what grounds is it me? Zhou, you rightfully said. Because I am the elder. Zhou Chen was busy saying, I'll do it. I'll do it. Li Wanji snorted coldly. With a copper hammer hanging from her waist, she grabbed dozens of pounds of wild boar legs with one hand. No, it's better for me to do it. Zhou Chen apologized. How embarrassing this is. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Zhou Yu slowly stepped forward. She was born with divine power. This is nothing at all. Li Wanji clenched her teeth in anger. Not only did this guy not treat himself as a woman, he also didn't treat himself as a man. Zhou Yu thought for a moment and said, Your gongfu is so bad that it is not suitable for you to cultivate at all, as it does not bring out the advantages of your body. Li Wanji sneered. You get it again? Zhou Yu nodded. I still know a little bit. In the human body's yin and yang, qi is yang, also known as yang qi, blood is yin, also known as yin blood, the so-called born with a different body. There are no more than 2 kinds. One is the first day of the weather is weak. This kind of people from childhood sick. The other type is the first day of the weather strong. This type of child from childhood to be more lively than other children, even to the point of a disgusting. But these types of children all have one thing in common, and that is that they grow up near never getting sick. When she reaches a certain level, it will autonomously drive its own blood to contain the whole body, thus forming a concept like innate divine power. Li Wanji was surprised. This kind of statement was unheard of by her. Zhou Yu continued. Your case is the latter kind, because your own yang energy is too strong, and it even affects your growth. Men favor yang, and women should favor yin. This is the way of yin and yang, and if this boundary appears blurred, then you are neither male nor female. It can even be said that this is still considered good for you. Li Wanji pursed her lips and did not choose to retort. Zhou Chen was puzzled. What do you mean by blurred boundaries? Zhou Yu said. I once heard someone discuss the way of balancing yin and yang, and this issue was mentioned. For example, the kind that blurs the boundaries between yin and yang right after birth will appear as a special kind of heterozygote, which is hermaphrodite. Zhou Chen gave an ah. Is there such a thing? Of course I have. Zhou Yu nodded. Or maybe it's the case that the upper body is female and the male features are also present, which is caused by the blurring of the boundaries between yin and yang. That's why I said that her situation is considered good. Chapter 33. Look, a big fat pig. You, able to solve this problem for me? Li Wanji looked at Zhou Yu, and a flash of anticipation welled up in the depths of her eyes. To say you don't care would be a lie. With that body, she was more majestic and powerful than most men. Zhou Yu pondered for a while before saying, there is a discussion in the yin-yang, water, fire, qi and blood theory that the one who transports blood is qi. If you want to solve your problem, you need the corresponding gongfu and elixir to groom your own qi, and then transport blood to regulate the whole body. After all, even a person's hair or nails are greatly related to blood qi. If the hair is supposed to be the end of the blood, and if the qi in blood can't go up normally for nourishment, then what is the answer that you get? Zhou Chen blinked. Bald? Right. Zhou Yu nodded. It's like a field of crops that has lost the sustenance of water and is destined to wither. Zhou Chen was curious. Then what kind of elixir is needed to be able to help Wan Ji? Yin prana great cold Dan. Zhou Yu replied. But unfortunately, I don't. Li Wanji frowned. Yin prana great cold pill? What kind of elixir is this? Zhou Yu thought for a moment and said. Extreme spirit pills for infertility. No one usually refines this stuff. Li Wanji raised her eyebrows. Are you serious? Zhou Yu was puzzled. What am I lying to you for? If yin and yang are out of balance, it would have been impossible to even conceive a child. Li Wanji took a deep breath. Dare I ask, what kind of technique do I need to cultivate? Zhou Yu smoothly said. Guanghan's secret. Li Wanji's eyes were full of bewilderment. She hadn't heard of it at all. Zhou Yu said. The broad cold skill is the Moon Emperor sex technique. This method can mobilize the yin qi in the blood, causing the woman's characteristics to fully manifest. Coupled with the fact that the yang qi in your body is so strong, practicing this method will yield twice the result with half the effort. After all, in that case, your own yang qi will become the nourishment for the yin blood, achieving a complementary state. At those words, the flash of hope in Li Wanji's eyes dissipated. If it was a gong method that other Chinese dynasties had, there was still a chance. But if it was the Moon Emperor sex technique, wouldn't that be a daydream? And what's that yin prana great cold pill or a superb elixir? A superb elixir. She can't even afford to buy it even if she were sold. Okay? Zhou Chen was curious. If this is the case, then it will be fine? Could be. Zhou Yu glanced back, but this figure is estimated to be unable to be the same as a normal woman. At most, the waist will be a few circles thinner, and the butt will be more arched or something. But if you don't, according to this momentum, in at most 3 years' time, you should be growing a beard properly. Long beard. Li Wanji's body trembled and froze in place. Even if she had adapted to her current state, it would be a nightmare to grow a beard. Zhou Chen was dismayed and could not imagine that scene. That kind of Li Wanji. I'm afraid that she would really be exactly like a man. Zhou Yu suddenly woke up and realized that he hadn't said a little too much. Look at how scared the person is. His face is white. Don't think too much. I just heard it from someone else. Li Wanji laughed to herself, dragging the pig's leg to continue to move forward. I thought I had long ago resigned to my fate, but I didn't think that because of your words, I had unrealistic dreams again. The reality can be really cruel. Regardless of whether it was the Een Prana Great Cold Pill or the Broad Cold Skill, that was something she didn't deserve. Zhou Yu couldn't help but laugh out loud. You're such an odd character, so easily struck? As long as one is still alive, there is nothing that can't be done. This thing called Een Prana Great Cold Pill, just ask for help to make one. The Broad Cold Skill is even simpler. As long as I write a letter with my hand, they will definitely accept you. If you write a letter by hand, of course, the signature must be Nyo Dali. His Zhou Yu name isn't worth much. I don't think anyone dares to go to the master for proof, right? Li Wanji hesitated. I treated you like that before, and you're still willing to help me? Zhou Yu shrugged his shoulders, didn't take it to heart at all. Okay, I live for myself, not for your words. Furthermore, this is not to help you, just to point out one or two things. Li Wanji was puzzled. Why? Zhou Yu said fervently, because I'm the elder. Elder? Li Wanji looked at Zhou Yu with a complicated expression. This person was really strange. Zhou Yu pointed to Zhou Chen. Xiao Chen called me second master, so I helped her. If she doesn't treat me as an elder, I ignore her. You're Xiao Chen's friend, so I'm also your elder. Zhou Chen giggled. Although Li Wanji still couldn't understand the relationship between the two, she was greatly shocked. Thank you. Zhou Yu stretched and continued to walk forward. I'm a simple person. I like people to respect me. After this conversation, Li Wanji's attitude changed and became much kinder. An hour later, the three of them appeared on a small hill. Under the moonlight, a lonely city stood ahead. The group of wolves whistling at the moon above the city wall was densely packed. Li Wanji looked gloomy and lowered her voice. This should be the place where the blood shadow wolves gather. Perhaps that Wolf King is also here. Zhou Yu stood on the mountain, overlooking the city. The distance between each other is still 20 miles. The mountain is 200 meters high. The height is also appropriate. There are indeed still people in the city. Zhou Yu's eyes narrowed slightly as he observed the situation within the city. Li Wanji was surprised. She was at the Tongling realm and her eyesight was considered good, but she was unable to see the situation inside the city. Is the other guy just making it up? Zhou Chen was nervous. Second master. Just the blood shadow wolves on the citadel. They are all at least 1,000. The blood shadow wolves were generally not of a high grade. Most of them were second-grade demonic beasts, but they were superior in numbers. It's still too far away to really see. Zhou Yu spoke softly and made a gesture to go down the mountain. Li Wanji hurriedly grabbed Zhou Yu's arm. Wolves have a very sensitive sense of smell. As long as the odor of a living person appears in a few dozens of miles in a radius, it will be discovered immediately. It was hard for her not to be nervous. If this was discovered, it would be eaten in an instant without any bone crumbs left. Zhou Yu frowned slightly, but looked in another direction. Li Wanji was puzzled. What's wrong? Zhou Yu laughed softly. It's fun. That what's his name bald 3. Following up. What? Li Wanji burst out. This group of scum. At the same time, she was getting more and more puzzled in the back of her mind. How did Zhou Yu find out? Following that, Li Wanji looked at Zhou Chen. Xiao Chen. Bald 3's group are all on the verge of breaking through to the Jinchuan realm. Are you sure about this? If we fall into their hands, I'm afraid that life would be worse than death. Zhou Chen was dumbfounded. Where did she get any certainty? You guys just stay here. I'm going to take a little stroll. Zhou Yu spoke softly, and without waiting for the two to respond, he walked straight away. Li Wanji was instantly anxious. Don't be reckless. However, Zhou Yu had already lightly walked down the hillside, going in another direction. Zhou Chen stopped Li Wanji. Don't worry. Trust second master. Li Wanji was completely in tears. Why did she feel like she had been living in a state of confusion this recent period of time? But Zhou Yu, that was going faster and faster, like a wisp of wind under the night sky. Not long after, he appeared in a flat area, and several figures over there quickly rushed this way. Suddenly, a surprised voice cut through the night sky. Ball 3, look, it's that big fat pig. Chapter 34 The Hunter and the Prey. A man with a storage ring is no longer a fat sheep. Instead, it's a really big fat pig. Enough to keep everyone full. Or the kind where you eat one meal and aren't hungry for years, if not decades, down the road. Big fat pig? Zhou subconsciously glanced nearby. Where was the big fat pig? Did they find the pig's leg Li Wanji was dragging? Whoosh! Under the night sky, the 5 people quickly spread out and surrounded Zhou. Zhou understand. He is not a fat sheep and become a big fat pig. Really look up to himself. Ball 3 licked his lips and drew his matching sword. Kid, didn't that manly woman tell you not to be alone when walking around? Zhou thought about it. I think it said that, but I didn't remember. Ball 3 laughed sorrowfully, and the others could hardly hide their ecstasy. If he couldn't even deal with a mortal blood realm rookie, he might as well be dead. Zhou calmly said, when you guys smile like that, you especially look like villains. Ball 3 laughed sardonically. Kid, tell me, where are the manly woman and that pretty girl? Speak up and it will make your death a little more painful. Cutting off the roots is a principle they carry out. Absolutely no one should be allowed to know about this, or sooner or later it would be traced back to them. Zhou spoke softly. Actually, there's no injustice. There's no need to treat me like this. The lean man took a step forward and laughed coldly. Don't you understand the reasoning of a piker's sin? As he spoke, the scimitar moved and swiftly swept towards Zhou. Pust! The lean man's body shook and was cut off at the waist. In that instant, blood spurted high under the night sky. The crowd was shocked, and Ball 3 shouted angrily. Who is the sneak attacker? If you are a man, stand out. 100 meters away, under a dirt slope, 2 men hid in the shadows. That Kojo frowned. Old dog, you struck out? Are you kidding me? The old dog raised an eyebrow. You think I'm a god when I'm this far away? It wouldn't be you striking out and then falsely accusing old me, would it? Kyo sneered. I didn't do anything. I just don't want you to do something bad. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come at all. The old dog changed color. Is there another set of people besides us? Xiao Jing frowned. If it doesn't work, just withdraw. And don't you move your mind. The old dog whispered. If they kill someone with their hands, and we snatch them from Ball 3, how can this not be on our heads? Kyo was silent, just feeling more and more oozy. Ball 3's face was unsightly. The one who was killed was at the 7th level of the Tonling realm. The one who was only weaker than himself among them. Protect yourself with the blood spirit and retreat immediately after killing him. Before the words fell, the 4 of them urged their blood chi. Boring. Zhou spoke softly, and there was a flash of killing intent in his eyes. Continuous sword drawing. The 4 great and good heads shot up into the sky, sent flying several meters high by the gushing blood. Zhou grabbed with his left hand. 2 swords and 3 knives were included in the storage ring, and then he fumbled around on a few people's bodies, resulting in only a stack of silver tickets and a bottle of healing elixir on Ball 3's body. Hell no. At the bottom of the dirt slope, the old dog's face was ugly. What the hell happened? Xiao Jing whispered. I told you not to be greedy, but you didn't believe me. Still don't know who's hiding in the back here. I'm afraid you and I won't be able to get out in one piece. I can't believe the 2 of you are here too. On the dirt slope, Zhou stood bathed in moonlight. Whoosh! The old dog quickly bounced off and turned around for a split second as a furious barking sounded behind him. A black and red, high-headed fierce dog showed its teeth and exuded a terrifying might. Xiao Jing also quickly landed dozens of meters away since the blood spirit was actually a phoenix. The old dog's face shook. What had happened? The other side appeared on their side without a word? Zhou spoke softly. Are the 2 of you here to intercept me as well? The old dog's lips trembled. Such a strange feeling. It felt like under the gaze of the other party, his entire body was actually broken. Little brother, we are just having a good time. Absolutely no other meaning. Zhou sat down smoothly on the dirt slope, holding the evil Punisher sword in his left hand. Hand over anything of value on your body. The old dog stared. What the hell? Zhou rested his right hand on his cheek. Even if you guys aren't here to kill me, you're definitely here to pick up the favor. Hand over everything you have and I will give you a chance. The old dog said in a deep voice. Brother, the way you're doing this, you're forcing us to the path of death. Who doesn't know that on this front line? Pills are life. Xiao Jing took a deep breath. Dare I ask brother, did you kill Ball 3 and the others? Zhou calmly said. It's not me. Xiao Jing was instantly relieved and shot a look at the old dog, which meant to run away in a hurry. Zhou slowly said. Could it be you? The old dog had turned around, but turned back hard. Brothers talk funny, just like to joke. Couldn't figure out the situation, but Ball 3 and the others were truly dead. There's nothing more convincing than a dead man. For a moment, the night wind blew and the 3 were silent. Zhou had his own considerations. These 2 people were dangerous for better or worse. That's the hostility honed from killing. Zhou had a vague feeling that he might be injured. He doesn't like to get hurt because he's never been hurt. That old man's stance was treacherous, and his lightweight kung fu was very good. As for that tainted clothed youth, what he specialized in should be an assassination-type sword technique. Once they do, it will be a fight to the death. Zhou averted his gaze and looked into the distance. Those two guys were approaching him again. It was really unpleasant. Xiao Jing spoke coldly. We don't have any malicious intent, and the pills can be partially given to you, so this matter will end here. How about it? He felt more and more that this person was dangerous, and even if he and the old dog held the same fight, he was afraid that it would be difficult to truly injure him. The old dog was instantly anxious. That's all merit points in exchange. You loser. Zhou suddenly got up and walked away. He couldn't guess what the intentions of those two ghost-like guys were. Is it spying on you? But why spy on yourself? It can't be Master Niu Dali's enemy, can it? Zhou frowned. He knew that his reaction was slow, but he did not expect his reaction to be this slow. Imagine being such a great guy. Where would he have any enemies? It must be the master's pot. They couldn't get the master, so they came to get themselves. Zhou thought as he did, and his thoughts became clearer and clearer. Seeing Zhou walking away, the old dog looked blankly at Xiao Jing. What does this mean? Looking down on us? Kyo was also dismayed, never having seen such an alien. The old dog pooh-poohed it. A scholar can kill. Kojo said slowly. It can also be humiliated. The old dog's mouth twitched. I'm offended. Xiao Jing turned in the direction of Yi Chang. Bear with it. No. The old dog's eyes twinkled. This isn't far from the city that fell. I'll slip in and steal some. Kyo raised an eyebrow, looking displeased. The old dog sneered. Thieves don't walk away. That's my principle. Chapter 35 Blood Shadow Wolf King. The mottled walls of the city. Corpses and bones piled up under the walls. The three words, Western Decision City, were also covered in dark red blood. Zhou stopped and tilted his head to look at the citadel. The wolves surrounded the group, their scarlet eyes staring down. Zhou's behavior was incomprehensible to these demonic beasts as well. Was such a fragrant guy going the wrong way? Drool dripped from the mouths of the nearby blood shadow wolves, and at this moment, in their eyes, what was in front of them was a truly precious medicine. That odor that intoxicated them was very unique, and in front of their extremely sensitive sense of smell, it could even be magnified many times over. Zhou glanced around the neighborhood and finally determined one thing. He had just forgotten to look up when he was thinking about things, so he had deviated from the bearing where Zhou Chan and the others were. Ow! Here and there, wolf howls rang out, shaking the entire city. In a matter of moments, a wolf's shadow weaved in and out of the moonlight, galloping like thunder. Zhou's right hand slowly landed on the hilt of his sword, and the pack of wolves fell in the air, emitting a deafening roar. Continuous sword drawing. At that moment, there seemed to be cold light flickering under the moonlight, intertwining into a strange network of swords. My dear mother, what is happening here? At the back of that, old dog and Xiao Jing appeared, dumbfounded at the scene taking place at the city gates. The blood shadow wolves rushed down the city walls one after another, only to scatter to the ground like dumplings. Looking at the man again, he didn't even draw his sword. Zhou slowly walked forward and stepped into the city gates where the corpses and bones were piled up. In his opinion, it was actually the same with or without Li Wanji and Zhou Chen. If he brought them along, it would still be suitable to find the demonic beasts that had fallen alone. Unlike the outside, upon entering the gates, a foul and putrid odor emanated from within. After all, they are demonic beasts. They eat, drink and hear. More blood-shadowed wolves leapt from the walls, rushed out of houses and down alleys. Then the surge came in like a tidal wave. Zhou stood once more, and again, the corpses of hundreds of blood shadow wolves piled up nearby, blood flowing and gathering into a river, with the later blood shadow wolf showing its teeth in place. Zhou slowly took out the demon execution order and the scabbard overlapping and held it in his left hand, urging the soul regeneration formation therein, and immediately a wisp of gray airflow converged from all directions. These blood shadow wolves were all between the second and third grade. Knock! The street ahead shook as the pack parted and a taller and larger blood shadow wolf came chewing on a baby. It was happily eating a late-night snack, but it was disturbed by the commotion outside, and at this moment, one can imagine the anger in its heart. Fourth grade blood shadow wolf. Zhou calmly gazed at the other party. The fourth grade blood shadow wolf opened its mouth and spat out half of the baby's arm, its eyes glaring at Zhou. This one smells even better. It smells much better than a human toddler. Ow! The fourth grade blood shadow wolf pressed its front paws against the ground, its neck stretched out, and it whistled at the sky. Puff! The body of the fourth grade blood shadow wolf separated from it and split into two halves. Noisy! Zhou spoke coldly, his eyes flashing as he once again performed the continuous sword drawing technique. Another pack of wolves within 30 meters fell, outside the city gates. Old Dog and Xiao Jing looked at the corpses of the blood shadow wolves that blocked the city gates and did their best to make their scalps numb. It's a good thing we didn't make a move, the old dog said with palpitating heart. I've heard that some geniuses with powerful bloodlines will follow a protector by their side even if they go out to practice. Obviously, he's following such a one by his side, which is clearly coming to practice his guts. Anyway, I will never believe to death that a mortal blood realm can do this. He didn't even dare to keep thinking about it. If he had really struck out recklessly at that time, he was afraid that he would have been killed before he even touched the other party. Xiao Jing's face blanched. These guys coming out of the big sects always make people unable to resist being jealous. The old dog sighed. It can't be helped. The way of the world is, there's never any justice, Xiao Jing said in a deep voice. A protector of the Tao who strikes out like this is at the very least a yin-yang realm powerhouse, right? The old dog nodded his head. That's not true. At the very least it has to be in the yin-yang realm, or maybe even stronger. Xiao Jing landed on the city wall with a long leap, and the old dog hurriedly followed. What are you doing? Let's not get involved in this kind of thing. Xiao Jing spoke coldly. I want to see how these great sects actually train their disciples. The old dog was anxious. You can forget about it. Can you let us watch this kind of thing? Just look at how calm that kid is and you'll know. He doesn't even draw his sword. It's just pure guts practice. When he gets used to this kind of killing, he won't panic in the future. Kyo's hand gripped the short sword hard. What was his own effort in comparison? How many times has one had a brush with death? Then look at the other party. Just practicing their guts, they were able to send out a great power to guard their side. No wonder they couldn't see how those people from Bald 3 died. They simply weren't qualified enough to see it. Don't you want to go along with something? Kyo sneered. I'll stay with you. The old dog cried out. Stop it. I don't want to go along with anything right now. I want to go home. I want to go back to East City. It's too dangerous out there. Kyo pointed down to the street below. He's advancing again. The old dog pulled Xiao Jing's wrist. Listen to my advice. Really don't get involved in this kind of thing. In case his protector of the Tao looks at us and slaps us to death, there's no place to cry out for justice. Xiao Jing's teeth clenched. I just don't accept it. What's the point of disobeying? The old dog's right hand exerted force. We can't afford to mess with this kind of person. And we can't afford to compare. I reckon that if he casually takes a single elixir, it's something we wouldn't even dare to dream of. Kyo sneered. In the beginning, it was you who had to come. The old dog's face was ugly. How could I have known that this rookie would be followed by such a terrifying existence? But whenever I smelled a hint of it, I wouldn't have come even if you had beaten me to death. Kyo shook off the old dog's hand and landed lengthwise on the street. Those 4 directions shook, and the blood shadow wolf continued to charge at Zhou fearlessly. Boo! Zhou kicked open the door of a room and saw a man in the living room disemboweled, his insides eaten empty. He then turned around, and the dozen or so blood shadow wolves in front of him had their heads sliced off straight away. Is this the fallen city? Zhou frowned. That's tragic. Being trapped here all the time and then left to feed on the demonic beasts. Even though Li Wanji had said that these demonic beasts had learned to restrain their desires, demonic beasts were demonic beasts. They will eat whenever they want. Ow! With a deafening wolf howl ringing out, the moonlight even seemed to dim a few points. A giant wolf rose into the air, its scarlet eyes staring at Zhou in death. At this moment, the other blood shadow wolves retreated, making way for an open space. At the same time, 5 more giant wolves appeared. These were 5th grade blood shadow wolves, large in size and incredibly powerful. A foul, unpleasant odor stirred and was sickening. Zhou looked straight up at the one in the air, which was instead not as big as the 5th grade blood shadow wolf. However, his senses told him that this should be the 6th grade demonic beast blood shadow wolf king that Li Wanji was talking about. Chapter 36, The Shura. The blood shadow wolf king looked down at the bottom, and the moonlight was particularly regal. Zhou gripped the evil Punisher's sword in his right hand as he finally felt a different emotion. The heart is beating and the love is burning. So tempted to draw my sword. So tempted to kill it. This was a 6th grade demonic beast. It really was different from those little yakuza. In that back dirty alley, the old dog exerted his blood spirit and pressed Xiao Jing to death. Xiao Jing, count on me to beg you. Don't go over there again. Kyo was indignant and full of resentment. The blood shadow wolf king's eyes were ice cold. Human race, you have a lot of guts. Zhou was surprised. You can talk? The blood shadow wolf king growled. I am a 6th grade wolf king. Is it rare that I can talk? Zhou apologized. I'm sorry, I just came down from the mountain not long ago, and I don't know much about common sense. The blood shadow wolf king showed his teeth. According to the agreement, you are not allowed to enter any city occupied by my clan for a year. You are blatantly breaking the agreement. Zhou was bewildered. What kind of bull ***** agreement is this? The blood shadow wolf king angrily rebuked. This is a pact that the great tsunami Kangwolf Emperor and many great demons made with your human race. And it is because of this pact that your dynasty was able to survive until today. Otherwise, we will definitely go ahead and break through all of your defenses and kill our way into your royal city. Zhou shook his head. I've never heard of it. He's an honest man. If he hasn't heard it, he hasn't heard it. And these days he can't lie. The Blood Shadow Wolf King's forefoot angrily slapped the void, stirring up a furious wave of air. What a greasy fellow. Blatantly violating the agreement, not to mention that he dares to play dumb here. Let me make it clear to you. This place is just a place for my clan to recuperate and eat. Don't you understand? Then I'll give you more details. This is the dining place belonging to my Blood Shadow Wolf clan. Zhou frowned. I don't like it. The Blood Shadow Wolf King was furious. You don't like it? There's no point in you not liking it. It's not clear how you did it, but you do deserve to die. The nearby 5th grade Blood Shadow Wolf growled and led a group of minions in a wild dash. Zhou's body was slightly sideways, and his right hand gripped the hilt of the sword. Super continuous sword drawing. Boom! The air currents were raging and debris was flying all over the place. That was accompanied by a rain of blood. Fast, indescribably fast and terrifying sword drawing. The Blood Shadow Wolf King was taken aback, and the moment the dust dissipated, it still couldn't believe what it saw. Down there, it's like Ashura. Hundreds of Blood Shadow Wolves piled up around Zhou to form a wall of corpses. Phew! Zhou took a long breath, feeling that he did have some backbone. The moves were too single, but it was good that these demonic beasts didn't know how to defend and dodge. Otherwise, where would this be effective? The world is too dangerous. I want to return to Jinwei Pass. Zhou's face was slightly white, and his heart was a bit unhappy. The Blood Shadow Wolf King tilted his head and violently spewed out a mouthful of blood chi rushing towards Zhou. Boom! The blood chi exploded above and was cut apart by a sword. The Blood Shadow Wolf King's hideous eyes were filled with shock. This human did not draw his sword, so how was he able to resist his attack? Following that, the Blood Shadow Wolf King roared again, and a moon-white light converged between his open mouth, followed by blood chi swimming on the upper side, and a strong airflow vortex rose around his body. Boom! A seeping storm rose out of thin air, and the light mass rose against the wind, instantly transforming into the size of a house and enveloping Zhou. How terrifying is this strike? Before it could fall completely, the stirred-up storm had completely torn apart the nearby houses. Zhou frowned and stepped forward with his right foot. Full power. Serious sword drawing techniques. Under the moonlit night, an overpowering sword aura devastated and tore through the mass of light, rushing straight up into the sky, splitting apart a dark cloud and revealing the moon behind it. Boo! The ground was devastated, bursting into pieces one after another, and all the nearby houses burst into pieces. The Blood Shadow Wolf King stood high in the sky. Then his body split from it and fell straight down. At this moment, the entire city was dead silent. After a while, out of the shadows came Old Dog and Kyo. The old dog's face was ugly. Boy, is this the strength of a 6th grade Blood Shadow Wolf King? It's much more terrifying than I imagined. And that's without even exerting his full strength. Kyo suddenly increased his speed and streaked forward. The old dog barked. What for? In the middle of a ruin, Zhou slowly sat up, covered in dust and blood. Glancing at the stopped Xiao Jing, Zhou looked at his right arm. His clothes were torn and his skin was red and swollen. He's hurt, even if it's just a graze. Not even blood. I told you. Zhou stormed out. I asked you to teach me more. You just don't teach me. Look at this. You almost died here. Jing and the old dog took a step back, looking around warily. It further solidifies the term protector of the way. Zhou gritted his teeth in anger. You'll be satisfied when I die outside with my eyes glazed over sooner or later. At that time, let's see if I'm the one to give you old age, or you're the one to send off your black hair. Aggrieved. So aggrieved. But if you teach more, why are you so passive? Chills rose in Xiao Jing's and the old dog's hearts. The disciples of the great powers were truly remarkable. Throw as many tantrums as you want. You see, he was cursing on his side, but the secretly hidden protector of the Tao didn't even dare to fart. May I ask, how much talent and how strong a bloodline does one have to create such a lofty and incomparable status? Zhou took several deep breaths and walked over to the Blood Shadow Wolf King's corpse and found the demonic elixir in the corpse before rubbing it on his body a few times and directly swallowing it in one gulp. Xiao Jing stared with wide eyes. This is too wild, right? That's it? At least wash it with water. Zhou loosened his left hand, spat out a mouthful of blood foam, and put the demon execution order into his storage ring. You two have something to do? The old dog, his forehead sweating, snapped. Do you want the wolf skin? Zhou glanced away. Don't. The old dog bowed his head. If you don't want it, I'll take it. I'm actually a rag picker. As he spoke, he trotted over to the Blood Shadow Wolf King's side. The Dementor was out of the question. but the skin could be worth a lot of money. The old dog was experienced and had his own methods. After all, the Blood Shadow Wolf King had been decapitated, and he only needed to use a small knife to separate from the incision. And then he would be able to obtain 2 complete pieces of wolf skin. What are you looking at me for? Zhou was already upset, and when he felt the gaze of Xiao Jing's eyes, he became even more upset. Qiu pursed her lips, and only after a long time did she say, "Who the hell are you?" He couldn't understand it. Obviously we're all young people, so why should you be treated so well? Zhou patted the dust on his body. "I am ambitious," Xiao Jing said in a deep voice. "You have the backs of the strong. Shouldn't you let the strong make a move to solve the demonic infestation? Do you have to watch living beings go to hell in order to show off your position?" Zhou was stunned. Letting his master make a move? That old thing is even lazier than he is. Seeing that Zhou didn't answer, Xiao Jing angrily rebuked. A great man born in heaven and earth. Not to say that he should ask for the people's lives, but at the very least, he should also uphold justice and save people from the fire. Do you and these lofty fellows really not care about the lives and deaths of the people in the world? Even if they waste their time on training up new disciples, are they not willing to step in to save the lives of the people? Chapter 37 Insults. Facing Xiao Jing's words, Zhou blinked. What nonsense! Can't understand. Qiu was shaking with anger, and he would have recognized reality long ago. Those big shots, but as long as they have a good day, they won't go to the front line to kill the enemy. He hated and loathed these things, but he still came to the front line, wanting to do his part and get stronger as well. There was already a huge gulf between the casual cultivators and the sects. The old dog carried 2 pieces of wolf skin and hurriedly ran back to block in front of Xiao Jing, scowling at Xiao Jing. How could he not know who Xiao Jing was saying those words to? That was said to the man's protector, empty of powerful strength, but unwilling to step in to get rid of the demon. Instead, he has been sitting back and watching, all the way up to the time of training the disciples. That's when it's time to step in. This behavior, in particular, is abhorrent. The old dog calmed Xiao Jing down before turning back with a smile. Sorry, the kid is young and likes to talk nonsense. Zhou calmly said. I am really not listening. The old dog opened his mouth and gave a sarcastic laugh. It's good that you can't understand. It's good that you can't understand. Zhou snorted. While his mind was on other things, he was injured, even if it was only a scratch. It was also a wake-up call for him to learn some life-saving tricks before it was too late. Seeing Zhou leave, Xiao Jing was furious. Sooner or later I will be as powerful as the town guardian envoy one day. At that time, I will trample all of you inactive clans under my feet. Zhou turned around with a smile. Town guardian? You'll have to work hard then. Qiu snarled. You look down on me? It doesn't matter what you do with yourself. Zhou walked back. You're not tall, but your ambition is high. Anyway, as long as you don't die, you'll definitely be able to become a town guardian envoy. He raised his hand and landed heavily on Qiu's shoulder. At that very moment, Qiu tried to dodge, but realized he couldn't. I'm telling you, as long as you have that power, that group of town guardsmen can't wait to step aside and give it to you right away. Zhou smiled and said, one by one, they are all idle and want to commit suicide as they are withering on the cliffs every day. Xiao Jing tilted his head and looked angrily at Zhou. How dare you insult the Jingguo envoys? Every Lord Jinghua envoy has blocked everything they have in order to defend the Jinwu Pass. They are the greatest and most respectable, selfless and powerful people in this world. Zhou fumed. Did I insult? It's more like they insulted me. Xiao Jing's teeth clacked as he looked at Zhou indignantly. Zhou withdrew his hand and felt that this person's temper was so strange. Before he was cold and icy, now he was so grumpy. Who the hell irritated him? A nice big boy, but an erratic character. This is really not good. The old dog laughed and said, don't mind. Men, there are always so many days every month uncomfortable. Zhou shrugged his shoulders. Nothing grips the meaning. But young man, your goal can be much more ambitious than I want. You work on yourself. The words fell out of his mouth, and he stopped. The old dog was busy saying, my lord, the survivors of the city? At this moment, there are already figures sneaking around in other streets, all of them trembling with fear, still unable to ascertain what exactly is happening. Nothing to do with me. Zhou swept a glance and his feet did not stop. You guys just make your own arrangements. I don't have that kind of spare time. As he spoke, the man was already far away. As Zhou left, the smile on the old dog's face dispersed and he scolded sternly. What are you doing? You've gone crazy, haven't you? Do you know that? But whenever he gestures, you will immediately die at the hands of the other party's protector. Qiu gritted her teeth, her eyes glowing red. The old dog rebuked. In the future, no longer allowed to be like this. The clan has the clan's practice. We this kind of loose cultivator to take care of their own on the line. Why did you provoke them for no reason? You think you're going to live too long? Thanks to the fact that he doesn't bother with you, or else just for those few words of yours. That's treason. Xiao Jing lowered his head. They occupy so many cultivation resources. Why don't they contribute? Obviously those sects can definitely change the current situation if they participate in the war with all their might. The old dog sighed. Live. Just live. There are many things that cannot be changed even if you are ambitious. Unless you can really become a strong person like the town guardian envoy. Although the hope is slim, one of the 3 town guard envoys today is a casual cultivator. Is that slim? That's a pipe dream. I thought that there was a strong man who came out of nowhere in the past, killing rivers of blood and bloodshed, making a bunch of sect forces cower in their mountain gates, not daring to say much. However, with the subsequent changes, this strong man became one of the 3 major town guard envoys, and there was no more trace of him in the world. But such a strong person has only appeared so far in history. The old dog glanced around, followed by a smile. What he doesn't care about is useful to us. These fallen refugees can be points of merit. I suddenly feel that following this man and picking up the pieces is also a good behavior. Xiao Jing was surprised. Old dog, you what you? The old dog rebuked. I picked you up back then. Raised you so big. I pick up a leak how? Lousy, this life equipment all rely on picking up. I do not pick up. You can have the law? I don't want to pick up. You can have a lower grade spirit sword? Kyo bristled, twisting his head away. Che, now that you've grown up, you're still playing tantrums with my old man. The old dog coldly grunted. Remember, follow the old man to mix. Kyo walked toward the refugees. 3 days of starvation for 9 meals. The old dog shouted angrily. I say, why do you children still hold grudges? Wasn't it me who was beaten half to death for stealing? Otherwise I could have starved you? Unconscionable little thing. Is there a fight in the city? On the small hill, Zhou Chen and Li Wanji looked blearily at that direction, especially as the Blood Shadow Wolf King rose into the air and delivered a terrifying blow. But nay, they were too far away and could only see a blurry scene. Zhou Chen was suddenly worried. Will my second master be alright? Li Wanji was surprised. He won't go into the city, right? Zhou Chen was bewildered. Will it? I don't think so. She couldn't be sure. Even though she was her second master, her time together was still short. Thinking of this, Zhou Chen hurriedly stood up and was about to rush over to take a look. What for? Zhou Yu walked up slowly and methodically. Zhou Chen was instantly delighted. Second master. Li Wanji was worried. What did you do? Why did you go for so long? Lost. Zhou Yu sighed. It's really not suitable to walk around at night. If you're not careful, you'll go in the wrong direction. Li Wanji breathed a sigh of relief. There was a fight in the city, it seems. Zhou Yu hummed. See, as he spoke, he took out 2 swords and handed them to Zhou Chen. Picked them up. A middle grade sword and a lower grade sword, which were better than Zhou Chen's previous ones anyway. Zhou Chen gladly accepted it. Thank you, second master. Li Wanji, however, was in a trance. Wait, where did he take the sword from? Chapter 38, The Old Dog's Intentions. Before Li Wanji could ask a question, Zhou Chen exclaimed, Second master, you're injured? As he spoke, he dropped his weapon and stepped forward to take a closer look at Zhou Yu's right arm. Clothes are torn and skin is red and swollen. It was just an accidental fall and it kinda hurt. Zhou Yu showed his teeth, so he really didn't like getting hurt. It hurts too much. Ever since he was a kid, he's never been hurt. Zhou Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Good thing it didn't hurt the bones. Li Wanji was speechless. That look was obvious at a glance. Not even broken skin. What was there to worry about? This person in front of her? She really couldn't understand him either. It's just a bruise, and you immediately act like such a pussy? That's a completely different category from the previous boastful look. Even though it was just a graze, Zhou Chen still found the ointment from his traveling bag and put it on Zhou Yu, then bandaged it up seriously. I'll take a break. Zhou Yu sat cross-legged and didn't wait for the two to speak, and directly closed his eyes to adjust his breathing. Li Wanji pulled Zhou Chen over to the neighborhood and lowered her voice. You're a girl. It's better if you don't get overly close to men. Zhou Chen was bewildered. Not with anyone. Li Wanji nuzzled him. Zhou Chen was surprised. But he's my second master. Li Wanji frowned. A woman is still avoiding her father, let alone a distant second master like you. Zhou Chen became more and more confused. How did he feel somewhat unable to understand Li Wanji's words? Isn't it normal for one to be close to one's second master? Li Wanji sighed softly. In theory, I shouldn't get involved in your private emotions, but there are some things that I think it is better to follow the worldly customs. Otherwise, even if you become successful in the future, it will become a stain that you can't wash away for the rest of your life. Zhou Chen laughed. I didn't think there was anything. Second master was already good to me, and I was willing to take care of him. Care? Li Wanji secretly shook her head. although her age is only 25 years old. But these years walking outside, what things have not seen? Looking at Zhou Chen now, he only felt sorry for him. How can a nice girl be so stupid? Li Wanji took a deep breath. Xiao Chen, I'll be honest. Your feelings for your second master are abnormal. I think you should keep a distance between you. She felt that, having said that, this girl couldn't still be stupid, could she? Upon hearing this, Zhou Chen instantly showed displeasure. Second master treats me extremely well. Even if I die for him, I am still willing. What Zhou Chen thought was simple. Originally because he withdrew from the marriage and led to disaster. If not for the return of the second master, the outcome of his own what is still not certain, and will even involve the entire Zhou family. Perhaps all of these things are just casually resolved in the presence of the second master. But she was not a 3-year-old child. How could she not understand the horror of either Lin Long or Bao Xing of the mighty tiger sect in the back? Not only for himself, but for the entire Chao family. All of the second masters belong to a great being like a savior. I would be willing to die for that kind of gratitude. Li Wanji opened her mouth and finally shut up helplessly. She had never thought that this emotion had been twisted to such an extent. To die for him? This is just ridiculous. Zhou Chen took a deep breath. Miss Li, you're not me, so you don't understand what second master means to me. Similar words, I don't want to hear them again in the future, and I also ask you to respect yourself. Li Wanji slightly changed color. Even the name change? It was evident that she was really angry. Zhou Chen also stepped aside on his own, holding the top-grade spirit stone and cultivating with his eyes closed. Li Wanji sighed long and hard in her heart, so she had no choice but to choose to stand guard to avoid any sudden attacks from demonic beasts. Her gaze fell to the city in the distance, and she had the vague impression that a great commotion had been discovered to have taken place inside. Inside the city of Western Decision, a group of refugees rushed out with incredulous expressions on their faces, and some even kept kowtowing at Old Dog and Xiao Jing to express their gratitude. The old dog was smiling from ear to ear. For the Demon Execution Division, saving a life was better than 1 merit point. So, 1 person is 2 merit points. West Decision City hadn't fallen for a long time, and there were still many refugees within the large city. Sent, the old dog harumphs. Kyo silently said, watch your image. The old dog wiped away the saliva at the corner of his mouth and made another swallowing motion. Xiao Jing you really don't look down on picking up the pieces. There are at least 3,000 people still alive here. Know what concept this is? 6,000 merit points How many demonic beasts must this kill? Xiao Jing's gaze silently looked to the side, where gold and silver were piled up. Then he yelled, pick out a few strong ones and carry these boxes away. The old dog hammed and hawed and laughed. It's still your brain that's flexible, and I'm still wondering how we're going to move as a couple. Xiao Jing didn't even look at him. When we get to Yi City, we'll divide it per capita so that your lives will be secure in the future. The smile on the old dog's face froze completely. Thank you, young warrior. Thank you, old warrior. The crowd of refugees were grateful and knelt and bowed on the spot. Xiao Jing was busy saying, all of you get up. This is a fallen place not suitable to stay for a long time. It's better to leave in a hurry. As soon as they heard this, everyone's body trembled and they hurriedly climbed up and began to carry the gold and silver. The old dog's body trembled and fell to the ground with a thud. Kyo turned back. The old dog wowed and howled. Kiss my mother, eh? How can I live? You a loser. Take my money to be generous. Kyo blandly said. Is that your money? That's yours by the way, right? The old dog's eyes reddened and he pointed angrily at Xiao Jing. You loser. How come what is mine is not mine? If I don't go along with it, does it mean others won't go along with it? What kind of justice are you playing? I fed you up with all my piss, and this is how you treat me, isn't it? Kyo reached out. Let's go. We have to go into town first to negotiate. We have to let so many people in after all. The old dog slapped Jing's hand away. Just no. Pay me back. Xiao Jing withdrew his hand. Don't you want to continue picking up the pieces? That person will definitely not return to the city for the time being. If you delay here for too long, you might not be able to find it. The old dog stopped crying and rolled over. You're finally saying something human. Kyo walked straight ahead, his eyes slightly complicated. The old dog joyfully followed behind. This group of people is more than 6,000 merit points. Really Chi Tian Hongfua. I can't imagine that the old dog, will also hit this kind of great luck. More than 6,000 merit points Am I exchanging some pills to eat? Or exchanging some pills to eat? Kyo whispered. Can I beat him, old dog? The old dog shrugged his shoulders. Dream on you. He's eaten more medicines than you've seen. Don't look at him as being in the mortal blood realm now. There's no chance that he'll turn around and in the blink of an eye, he'll be in the yin-yang realm. These guys are all about thick and thin. One shot. Kyo sulked forward. The old dog's eyes flickered as he walked alongside Xiao Jing. but with this wave of merit points, we'll have 10,000 for the two of us. This time, I'll exchange a Shin level technique Divine Shadow technique for you. This technique is a bit special, but 10,000 merit points is enough. Kyo looked up. Old dog. The old dog laughed coldly. Don't keep wishing for those people to be our savior. I don't have a good reputation in my life anyway. Since you want to save the world, then I'll steal for you and rob for you. Guarantee that your light in the future will be able to brighten the eyes of those people's dogs. Chapter 39, A Wisp of Change. The sun rises and the sunlight pours down on the earth. Only the blazing sunlight could not banish the gloom of the fallen territories. Zhou opened his eyes, and the result of taking a demonic elixir was no results. However, Zhou was still in his usual mood and did not feel anything about it. To make a difference is to hit the big time. It didn't change, and that's something to get used to. However, after last night's battle, he felt that the hegemony heavenly skill was running more smoothly. Getting up, he walked over to the empty area and closed his eyes for a moment to feel himself. He felt a little different still. It seemed that his body came alive because the real battle stimulated it. With his right hand on the hilt of his sword, he drew his sword in a flowing manner. If he had only drawn his sword for the sake of drawing it before, now he at least had a reason to do so. Strange. Zhou opened his eyes. My realm hasn't increased, but why has the speed of my sword draw increased by 20%? The power has also increased by 20%? Could it be because of the sword heart? Master said that the heart of the sword is the original heart of the person using the sword. It seems simple, but it's not for everyone. The so-called sword practice, the first step was to forge the heart of the sword. This sword heart, representing fearlessness and fearlessness, symbolizes going forward. But this sword heart, it is dusty. Zhou had asked this question, and his master's answer was very casual, only saying that you'll understand when you grow up. As a result, he was over 100 years old and still didn't understand. The heart of the sword is not a heart, it's an intention. What Kenshin sought was an answer to why the sword was drawn. A sword with two edges represents hurting people as well as yourself. The steps of the sword drawing technique are very simple. Contain the sword, draw the sword, and retract the sword. To contain a sword is to nourish the sword in one's heart. To draw the sword is to attack and kill. To sweep away all obstacles. To put away the sword is to let go. To return to oneself. It's not uncommon for anyone to draw a sword, but drawing a sword with the word art meant that it was no longer just drawing a sword. At the moment of drawing the sword, in fact, the scabbard held in the left hand was already storing power for the sword. What he wanted was the explosion of the moment he drew his sword, and that explosion would exceed his own strength. Zhou took a long breath and vaguely felt that his dusty sword heart seemed to have dissected away a small piece of dust and dirt. What are you doing? Li Wanji came forward and inquired in disbelief. In her eyes, Zhou had stood here dumbfounded for a moment, and did not move, only holding the hilt of his sword. She was even a little curious. Was the sword broken? Why had he never seen him pull it out? At best, he occasionally pretended to grip the hilt of his sword with his right hand, which was just too different. Zhou loosened his right hand. He felt that he needed to continue killing, seeking the purpose for which he had drawn his sword. That would be the path that belonged to him, an avenue waiting for him to step on. I need to go deeper. Zhou looked into the distance and lifted his hand to point over. You can see the shadow of a city from here. It should be the other fallen cities, right? Li Wanji said without looking. That side is Yi City's bearing. Oh. Zhou snapped and turned around, pointing in the opposite direction. That's the way to go. Li Wanji changed color. As I told you before, the longer a place is occupied, the more demonic beasts there are, and the relationships in them are also intertwined. It can even be said that it has completely become the territory of the demon race. Zhou suddenly said, I heard that a city that has just fallen cannot be rescued. It was also said that it was some kind of agreement between the demon emperor and the dynasty. Li Wanji froze. What? Zhou was puzzled. You don't know? Li Wanji shook her head. Never heard of it. Zhou made an O sound, thinking that it might be nonsense from the Blood Shadow Wolf King. Thinking about this, he felt that these demonic beasts had really grown a brain, and they all knew how to play tricks. Li Wanji sized up Zhou. Her heart couldn't help but be surprised. What a strange feeling. This person seemed to have changed a lot from yesterday to today. It was a feeling yet completely unspeakable, as if he was still him, but he was no longer him. Zhou Chen had awakened from his state of cultivation and inquired with a smile. Second master, what's next for us? Zhou snorted. Eat the leg of pork. Zhou Chen nodded his head busily. I'll go find some wood now. One trick she learned from Lu Renga's side was that everything can be grilled. Li Wanji took out a porcelain bottle from within her arms. Why don't we still eat the pure valley dan? It can also energize the hunger. Actually, walking in the wilderness, it's best not to make a fire. Vomit. At the moment it opened the cork. Zhou Yu's face suddenly changed and he opened his mouth to vomit up. It's so disgusting that you can't even hear the name. Li Wanji ate a shock, panicked and examined the hands of the Pico Dan. It is difficult to. Expired? There's nothing weird smelling about it. But he didn't look like he was pretending at all. Put it away. Put it away. Put away the pesky pills. Zhou Yu turned his back to Li Wanji and roared out. Oh. Li Wanji scrambled to put away the Pure Valley pill. What's wrong with you? Why is the reaction so big? Zhou Yu spat out the last mouthful of saliva and took a deep breath in succession. From today onwards, you are not allowed to bring me the rescue pill, much less bring it to me to eat. Li Wanji stayed for a moment and finally chose to go with Zhou Chen to look for wood. What a temper. Pescara. Then it's not for human consumption. Zhou Yu gritted his teeth and hated this elixir. Let alone eat it. I don't even want to hear the name. Luckily, the two women soon returned with a pile of dry wood and started a new barbecue. Zhou Chen, who now had a sword, was much sharper in that outburst, cutting the large pork leg into pieces. Zhou Yu rubbed his hands together and sat on the sidelines, watching with bated breath. As for why you're not helping, to ask, is that I am the elder. Where is the sense of elders to make a move? Not to mention Zhou Yu is unwilling. Zhou Chen is also unwilling. Li Wanji helped silently with a stifled voice. She finally understood the saying that if you live long enough, you are guaranteed to be able to see everything. In the city of Western Decision, two shadows stood, looking away from the fireworks on the hillside. He did what happened in the city. Impossible. At least thousands of blood shadow wolves. And there's a wolf king. What is he doing? Is this a visit to kill a demon? Or a picnic? It's so weird. There's definitely something wrong with this guy. The two shadows exchanged their thoughts, wanting to get closer to spy, but because they had been spotted before, the two were much more wary. Well, now this guy's having a picnic? Can you do something serious? Like finding some powerful demonic beasts and letting us see how strong you are. Then go back to resume your duties. No? One of the shadows walked over to a pile of corpses. The strikes are swift and ruthless, killing with a single sword without any delay. This kind of swordsmanship is truly outstanding. The other shadow nodded. However, we didn't see clearly when he slashed me with that sword. And my butt still hurts even now. Did he really hide his strength? How else could he have injured me? Chapter 40, You don't respect me. Treacherous, lazy, greedy, and slippery. Looking at Zhou Yu who was feasting, Li Wanji silently summarized the other party's merits in her mind. It's treacherous to take a leg of pork when he doesn't. When he cuts the leg of pork, he doesn't cut it. That's lazy. When he ate the leg of pork, he was positive that it was gluttonous. When it comes down to it, he boasts of his elders, which is slippery. If it wasn't for this guy's braggadocio the other day, I would have wanted to kick his ass. Een prana great cold pill. Broad cold skill. Li Wanji adjusted herself and silently memorized these two names that were extremely unfamiliar to her. Second master. Eat slowly. Be careful of the heat. Hearing this, another word emerged in Li Wanji's heart, silly. Thinking that she had followed two tuneless ones into the middle of nowhere, she couldn't help but give herself a rating, stupid. 1 hour later, Zhou Yu lay down on the ground. This feeling of being full is really, it's so good. Zhou Yu yelled. Never having to live that Thai life in the mountains again. Zhou Chen was beaming with joy. Nothing made a cook happier than this kind of praise. After lying down for a moment, Zhou Yu leaped up. Go, kill the demonic beasts. Zhou Chen nodded heavily. Aha! What could Li Wanji say? At 1 to 2. It was useless for her to say anything. Come on, I'll lead the way. Li Wanji took a deep breath and took the lead to walk ahead. She felt that it was also time to take a closer look at Zhou Chen's strength. The large boar had died too quickly earlier, causing her to not even see it clearly. I believe that this time, she will be able to get what she wants. After the battle in the city, Zhou Yu's confidence increased greatly. Zhou Chen is not sure, but with the second master, then there is no need to be afraid. Wanji Li's thoughts. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all. Right over there. A moment later, Zhou Yu took the lead in pointing to a piece of woods that was actually a village. Li Wanji felt very surprised. There are still 3 miles apart. How did he find out? Zhou Yu strides forward. No matter if it is a normal walk, its upper body is not moving, but the footwork is extremely fast. Woof, woof. A loud and clear barking sound like thunder rang out, and a canine demonic beast with a body as big as a cow and 4 slender legs appeared. Through its aura, it could basically be determined that it was a third-grade demonic beast. It's not classy. Zhou Yu looked calm. How come it's all some piggy doggy? Li Wanji became more and more puzzled. Don't you know? Zhou Yu didn't understand. Don't know what? Li Wanji had to adjust her mood and explain. About 100 years ago. I don't know what kind of change occurred. The wild beasts in the wild turned into demonic beasts one after another. and even the domesticated cats and dogs all started to turn into demons. Since then, there has been a 100-year-long demonic plague. In the subsequent conquests, it was also these types of demonic beasts that were predominant. Their reproduction ability was very fast, and they also became the dead soldiers of every attack of the demon race. Zhou, you suddenly realized. I thought that demonic beasts were all dragons, phoenixes or something. Li Wanji was helpless. Those all belonged to rare species. 10 years ago, just one Bifong bird appeared and directly killed thousands of people. If a demonic beast black dragon or something really appeared, the harm caused would be unimaginable. Zhou, you nodded. So have you seen it? Li Wanji laughed bitterly. I'm a Tongling realm. Yet where have I seen that kind of transcendent existence? Let alone the Dragon Clan. Even the two pinnacle clans of the Canine Clan. That's something you wouldn't dare to think about. For example, the Heavily Dog Clan as well as the Earth Dog Clan. Zhou, you couldn't help but look at Zhou Chen, who nodded. This is all common sense. Common sense? The corners of Zhou Yu's mouth twitched. This kind of common sense. But the master teacher hadn't mentioned a single word about it. The high dog barked furiously once more, furious that he was being ignored. Don't show your teeth. Show your teeth and I'll beat you up. Yo! Zhou Yu pointed with his right hand. Sit down. Tall dog froze, then scowled and darted over. Zhou Yu was dumbfounded. Not obedient. Ah, definitely not domesticated. Zhou Chen lightly drank and swung his sword to kill. After all, he was also in the dematerialization realm and had the ability to make a move. Zhou Yu chose to watch from the sidelines and take a look at Zhou Chen's swordsmanship as well. That cloudy sky sword technique was not bad, and the sword light was like mist when it was executed. Li Wanji watched without blinking, heartily wanting to see the exact strength of Zhou Chen. Perhaps it was also because of this period of time. Zhou Chen, other than that, was still very calm in her heart. Facing the berserk high dog, she seemed unafraid, moving in and out in an orderly fashion. Coupled with the fact that she was holding a medium-grade sword, she was able to fight back and forth. Weird. Li Wanji was a bit puzzled, and secretly said in her heart, before, I saw her kill the blood shadow wolf so skillfully. Why has she suddenly become so soft and weak? Compared to Li Wanji's somewhat disappointed, Zhou Chen was getting more and more courageous. She realized that her own perception and reaction were much faster after having taken the gold and silver spirit Xiandan and the 6 flavors of the earth pill. If she were to face such a demonic beast before this, she would only be qualified to be a dish of wine. Zhou Yu crossed over to High Dog. Don't hurt yourself. I'll go in and take a look. Zhou Chen didn't have time to respond. He just nodded his head and continued to swing his sword to kill. Zhou Yu stepped into the village with very dense trees, and as far as his eyes could see, the courtyard walls collapsed. In some of the corners of the walls, some crushed bones could be seen in the grass. Canine demonic beasts like to chew up bones and eat the marrow inside. Taking a turn, Zhou Yu stepped into a larger courtyard that looked a bit more complete as well. He just wanted to see the specific misery under the demonic plague. The door to the courtyard was wide open, and as he stepped into it, he entered a main hall, with a whimpering and hissing sound coming from the side bedroom. Zhou Yu stepped into it. A big white dog was lying on the bed, and there was a half-eaten girl on the side of his head. A pair of eyes were wide open, and his face still kept the pain before death. The big white dog let out a whimpering hiss at Zhou Yu, showing his teeth in a threatening manner. Underneath it, a litter of puppies was squirming. 8 of them. Zhou Yu walked to the bed, and the big white dog's head rose and woofed. Snap! Zhou Yu slapped his face and hit the big white dog, who wailed and shrunk his head. Is there a fire? Zhou Yu calmly inquired. I want to give you a cremation. The big white dog looked at Zhou Yu warily. Zhou Yu frowned slightly. His right hand grabbed the fur on the head of the big white dog, and with his left hand, he slapped it, hitting the dog's nose and spraying blood. I'm talking to you. Can't you understand? The big white dog wailed and tore with his head held high. Boom! Zhou Yu threw his right hand and threw the big white dog on the ground. The big white dog hobbled to his feet, showing his teeth. Zhou Yu turned around. Is there a fire? The big white dog hissed and lunged. Boo! The big white dog fell to the ground, followed by Zhou Yu stomping his foot into the floor. You're very disrespectful, and that doesn't make me very happy. The large white dog's front paws braced the ground. Its body twisted violently, and a black stripe like a centipede appeared in its white fur. Chapter 41, Earth Dogs. Oh, that just feels right. In the face of the big white dog's violent struggle, Zhou Yu spoke in a cold tone. The aura I felt was not originally the earth dog outside, but you, a somewhat special fellow. Boo! The ground explodes and the big white dog finally breaks free. In response, Zhou Yu looked indifferent. He seemed to somewhat appreciate the words of that filthy-clothed youth. Indeed, with the wilderness so miserable, it was time for those clans to step in. But the problem was, he wasn't a member of the clan. Are you? He was also a bit skeptical. His master teacher didn't seem to mention the name of the clan either. The big white dog seemed to have just given birth not long ago, and its breath was very weak. Now it was only able to protect its toddler as it stared at Zhou in death. You eat her, I eat you. It makes sense. Zhou spoke in a bland tone. I don't mind that you've eaten people. The hair on the big white dog's entire body rose at first glance, and it felt that this person in front of it was a real demonic beast. Zhou walked to the window and pulled over a chair, brushing off the dust on it. Something went wrong with my cultivation, so I need some more unique essence blood to nourish my bloodline. I think you can definitely help me, right? Over the years, Cao Cao has absorbed everything. For example, he could directly draw a strand of the purest essence blood from a demonic beast. Didn't Master say so? When the blood was flooded with golden light, the bones contained golden patterns, and the tendons emitted the sound of a dragon's roar. He would be able to get out of the realm. Naturally, then, he started with that. I'm talking to you, Zhou fiercely shouted in a stern voice. The big white dog's body trembled, and its 4 legs continuously waved. It was a 5th-grade demonic beast, but at this moment, it felt like an ordinary wild dog. Here. As a 5th-grade demonic beast, it was able to understand human language, but unable to speak human. However, at this moment, he was hardened by Zhou and spat out his mouth. Name. Zhou spoke coldly. The big white dog trembled. White. Race. Ground dogs. Home address. 1. Cut. Gorge. 3. 36. Holes. Facing Zhou's inquiry, the big white dog struggled to answer. You have a great attitude. Zhou slowly stood up. The big white dog trembled. Spare your life, Zhou said. Ask you a question. As long as you answer to my satisfaction, I will spare you. The big white dog nodded desperately. Zhou asked. Now you are hungry. You have me in front of you and your children. Who do you choose to eat? The large white dog looked up in horror, then raised his front paws to point at his son on the bed. A tiger's poison does not yet eat its children, and a guy with a heart as hard as yours should never be kept. Zhou turned around and walked outside. The big white dog bowed its head and its head fell to the ground, while a wisp of blood and gray aura caught up with Zhou. As Zhou walked into the yard, the house completely collapsed. Outside, Zhou Chen and Li Wanji also found their way over, with Zhou Chen carrying 2 dog legs. Zhou swept his gaze over Zhou Chen's stomach. There was a claw mark on it, but it didn't look like it was injured. Zhou Chen's excited little face reddened. She felt that her growth was really fast, completely worthy of the second master's cultivation. Is everything okay? Zhou inquired. Zhou Chen shook his head. Nope, just got careless for a bit. Zhou smiled faintly. Miss Li, do you know where One Blade Gorge is? Li Wanji was surprised. You're going to the One Blade Gorge? It is said that the demonic beasts in that place are very numerous and extremely dangerous. It is also said that someone has seen the Earth Dog clan over there, and even a strong person of the night sky of Jinchuan realm would not dare to go there. Chao Han sighed. What an honest dog. Come to think of it, the big white dog really wasn't lying. If I had known, I should have given it another chance to re-answer. Li Wanji blackened her face. How could she still suddenly call someone a dog? Zhou said. How much do you know about the Earth Dog clan? Li Wanji said unhappily. Rumor has it that the heavenly dogs and earthly dogs all come from the demon wasteland continent, and that place itself is not docked with our Kuan Yuan continent. Rumor has it that the heavenly dogs can eat the moon, and the earth dogs can hide from the earth. Zhou sort of understood that anything Li Wanji said, she had to add the word rumor. To put it bluntly, anything is heard in the word, not experienced. It's not even certain that it can be corroborated. The transported man? Zhou lightly rubbed his chin. This is a good trick to save his life. Li Wanji then said. Some of the bloodline secret techniques that demonic beasts possess are only able to be used by their bloodline. Moreover, even the great demons are unable to teach their best techniques to us humans. And if a human wants to get the secret techniques, they will only be able to go through the blood spirit. Zhou nodded. That I know. The blood spirit is a bit of spiritual consciousness inspired by the cultivator's own bloodline, which has different forms and can be all things. As long as the blood spirit wasn't too bad, these types of blood spirits would come with some secret skills, also known as natural secret skills. If the awakened one was a dragon, it would roughly possess some of the secret techniques of the dragon race. Thinking so, he thought that it might be good if his blood spirit was a wild dog, in case it had a recluse ability. But then he thought that it was so difficult for him to even break through to the degenerate realm, and all of a sudden, he was disheartened. What a monkey wrench. Zhou sighed long and hard. If it was this difficult to cultivate in the future, then even if he broke through to the degenerate realm, it would be of little use, and he would probably need to use another 100 years before he could be able to become psychic. But the emotion didn't affect him for long. and as soon as the thought passed, he was smiling again. He also opened up a new path for himself. As long as he absorbed more demonic beast essence blood, then the blood in his body would become stronger. He didn't believe it. Wasn't it just blood glowing in gold? It's time for some perks. Even if you're stupid and dumb yourself, right? Li Wanji was horrified. You're not really going, are you? Zhou nodded. Of course, manly man. Let's go when we say so. Li Wanji's face swished white. You want to die that badly? Zhou looked at Li Wanji in perplexity. This is called training. How come it's so hard to hear from your mouth? Suddenly, all three looked up in unison, only to see a figure flying through that air at breakneck speed. Li Wanji was the first to exclaim, a yin-yang realm powerhouse. The thing that Zhou didn't know was that only strong people above the yin-yang realm were able to fly in the air. Fly. He can fly. Heck, I don't even know how to fly. He actually can. Zhou Chen looked excited. When can I be like him? Boom! The wind rose up furiously, and a gigantic and incomparable golden eagle swooped down, swallowing that powerful person who was flying in the air into his mouth with a single bite. Strong. Zhou Chen's last word, spat out with difficulty, was only a little blurry. Li Wanji and Zhou were completely dumbfounded. Boom! The trees swayed as the wind gusted through the village. Chapter 42 Dangerous Heights. Silence. Deadly silence. Zhou was silent and looked despondent. Perhaps the master is right. This high-altitude flight is really dangerous. Even if you don't fall to your death. If you get eaten, will it be on him or on yourself? Li Wanji's eyes were complicated. A yin-yang realm powerhouse died just like that? When she had gone forward to pursue the mist blood shadow wolf, she had also been agitated by the appearance of a yin-yang realm powerhouse. She even felt that the other party's strike should have resolved the blood shadow wolf king. If she remembered correctly, the blood shadow wolf king was still in Western Decision City. If things didn't go sideways, this yin-yang realm powerhouse should be the one she heard before. The question is, what is he doing here? Most of all, isn't that a bit of a tragic death? Zhou Chen hesitated. He's dead, isn't he? Zhou whispered. There should be no reversal, right? Don't talk or ask me yet. Li Wanji's eyes were dull. Let me stroke it. Leave me alone. Zhou Chen whispered. What's wrong with her? Zhou shrugged his shoulders. Faith collapsed. Li Wanji stepped aside and sat dumbfounded, feeling like her entire body was messed up. That was a yin-yang realm powerhouse. It was a dream for secular people to even break through to the Jinchuan realm, let alone the yin-yang realm, which was a higher level. He hadn't even had a chance to go up and say something, or admire the strong man, or even ask for an autograph or something, and it was just gone? After a while, Li Wanji was still sitting there. Her eyes were lifeless. Zhou walked over. What's going on? Li Wanji looked up at Zhou with difficulty. My heart wants to see a yin-yang realm powerhouse. Zhou was puzzled. Didn't you see it? And it's still the most precious remains. Li Wanji bowed her head, burying her head between her knees. How come it's so hard to meet a strong person? Hard what? Zhou shrugged his shoulders. Look at me. I'm pretty strong. Besides, what does it have to do with you if someone else is strong or not? My master is still strong, and I haven't seen him teach me more than one move? Li Wanji's voice was low. You won't understand my feelings. I want to have a goal. I want to speak to those strong people, even if it's just to instruct me. Zhou rolled his eyes. Turn around and I'll recommend you to the Moon Emperor sect. You'll be able to see it every day. Li Wanji whispered. You wouldn't understand. I say, why are you being a pussy? Zhou instantly became indignant. Can you have some ambition? If you really can't, hurry back to the city, blindly delaying the work. Li Wanji stood up angrily, and that tall man's stature immediately gave off a sense of oppression. Zhou said, that's right, it's not that big of a deal. It's as if you've lost your own father. Li Wanji was exasperated. Why are you so lacking in empathy? Zhou looked calm. Although I've seen less. I'm older. Do you think I'm really like you kids? Li Wanji stared. What kind of bull ***** talk is this? Zhou turned his head to look at Zhou Chen. Little Chen. Ah, when that golden eagle was eating people just now, did something fall down? Zhou Chen thought carefully. It seems like something really did fall. Zhou looked delighted. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up. Zhou Chen suddenly realized, dragging his dog's legs and running in that direction. Dog legs don't want it. Zhou is as fit as a fiddle. Baby matters. Zhou Chen said sharply. It's fine. I'd better bring it with me. Li Wanji also hurriedly followed, hurriedly running towards the bottom where the golden eagle swallowed people at that time. A flat area with a sword impaled on a rock. The sword was 2 fingers wide and 2 feet 6 long, the spike swaying in the wind. Zhou sprinted like the wind and grabbed the hilt of the sword. Feeling the wisp of spirituality contained within, he could not help but smile with his eyebrows. It was actually a lower-grade spirit sword. Dude, I saw the weapon first. A large scar-faced man holding a thick-backed large sword came striding in. As he spoke, 8 more men appeared at his rear, each holding a large and powerful sword. Zhou Yu turned his head. Li Wanji and Zhou Chen had just followed him. Seeing the big man with a scar, Li Wanji's face immediately changed. Quickly walking to Zhou Yu's side, she lowered her voice and said, "This person's name is Ma Shancher. He is a Jinchuan realm expert, and he is pulling together a gang in Yi City with a large number of people. We can't afford to mess with him." Even though she didn't use a sword, she could tell that it was indeed a lower-grade spirit sword. Its value was expensive, the kind that they couldn't afford even if they sold their entire family. But if you don't hand it over, what can you do? Do you really want to lose a few lives because of a sword? Zhou Yu played with it for a bit and calmly looked at the other party. What's the point of seeing it first? What I get my hands on first is naturally mine. Ma Shancher laughed lowly. Little brother's face is very unfamiliar. New to this side of Yi City, right? A large area was equal to being within the boundaries of Yi City. After all, that was the entrance and exit. As he spoke, those he had brought with him gathered around. Li Wanji held back her anger. "Elder Ma, we'll just give you the things. I hope you'll be generous." Zhou Yu hummed. "Just got here. What's the problem?" Makins laughed. "Young people don't have such a big fire. Losing one's life because of something outside of one's body can be really not worth it." Chao Han smiled. "You said my words." Ma Shancher laughed out loud. "Mad enough. Little brother is not very old, but he is arrogant. Ma Mao is not talented. With 2 brothers to establish the Wind and Cloud Gang. No other. Preaching a unity is strength." Zhou Yu nodded. "I hear you. You're scaring me." Ma Shancher laughed. "Little brother's attitude is not like talking about things." Zhou Yu laughed lightly. "It's obvious that you guys are stopping and robbing and taking by force, so how did it turn into a conversation?" "Vice Master Ma, what's the point of talking so much nonsense with him? Just chop them up straight away." A big man waved his big sword and shouted with a fierce look. The others raised their swords and roared. Li Wanji looked unsightly and said anxiously, "Just give him the weapon." Most of the loose cultivators were a scattered bunch, but they were just capable of ganging up on each other. "Master Ma! Master Ma!" A figure giggled and ran. Marchance craned his head and his eyebrows shot up. "Old dog?" The old dog laughed with him and said, "Coincidence? What a coincidence! How did we meet here?" Marchance's eyes wandered and saw the tainted-clothed youth slowly approaching. Marchance sneered. "Couldn't have smelled it, could you?" The old dog busily came over and lowered his voice. "Master Ma, this person is not to be trifled with, and the old man is saving your life. He has a great background, and even more so, he has a protector of the Tao hiding nearby." Ma Shancher raised an eyebrow, and without waiting to speak, the old dog once again said, "Think about it seriously. If he was really just an ordinary mortal blood realm, would he dare to go deeper into this place? At most, he would just sneak around near the city gates." Chapter 43, The Stygian Dog. Marchance grunted, not believing it since. The old dog was helpless and once again whispered with his ear, "You heard about what happened in West Decision City, right? It was the protector of the Tao by his side that did it. When the old dog determines this, the idea is hard to change. Otherwise, no matter how strong a mortal blood realm was, it wouldn't have to be this powerful, right? Completely unreasonable. Ah, what is the realm? The realm is for reference." At those words, Marchance burst out, "Really?" The old dog nodded heavily. "I'm the one who picks up the slack in the back. Can I not know? Seeing it for real." Martian's eyes narrowed slightly as he whispered, "Old dog, very well. This time, let's say I owe you a favor." The old dog compensated with a smile. "No harm, no foul, a small matter. Brothers." Marchance waved his hand. "Withdraw." The crowd, though puzzled, still did not hesitate, but were well trained. "My lord, goodbye." The old dog greeted him archly. "It's you?" Zhou Yu frowned. "You're not following me, are you? How dare you?" The old dog smiled and came up. "I was favored by you before, so I'm here to thank you." "Grace?" Zhou Yu didn't understand, but he didn't care. The old dog took out a porcelain bottle. 100 flowers small return Dan 5. Specializing in internal injuries, a small token of appreciation. "I hope that you do not excuse yourself." Li Wanji sucked in a mouthful of cold air. 100 flower lesser returning Dan. That's only 100 merit points that can be exchanged. As for these two, she knew of them, and had always traveled in the company of an old man and a young man, but that's a generous offer. Most importantly, how did they suddenly become so familiar with each other? When Zhou Yu went to invite them before, weren't they rejected? Zhou Yu took it and glanced at it, handing it straight to Zhou Chen along with the lower grade spirit sword in his hand. "Is there anything else?" The old dog glanced back at Xiao Jing and made eye contact. "Look at people's boldness. The 100 flowers small reduction pill doesn't even look at it." It's definitely a super genius cultivated by a big power. Kyo whipped his head around. He was quite shocked as well. The 100 flowers minor reduction pill. A full 100 merit points. I can't believe he just looked at it. The old dog smiled. Earlier, when we refused your invitation, we both felt bad. After all, you are a newcomer, but also the first time back. When I thought about it, the more I thought about it, the more I felt bad. If you want to see a different landscape, I'm not talented, and I'm willing to be your guide. Zhou glanced at the old guy suspiciously. Wasn't this attitude change a little too big? Upon hearing this, Li Wanji was relieved. We are going to One Blade Gorge. She was clear that these two had some ability and might even have broken through to the Jinchuan realm. The old dog was dumbfounded and froze in place. Zhou, however, said, as I recall, your blood spirit is a dog, right? It seems appropriate. The old dog and Xiaojing looked at each other with numb expressions. Look, it's a little early to be courting. If you slice through the gorge, you might be the one to die first. People's protectors must be in charge of him, and they care about other people's deaths? Cough cough. A knife gorge ah. Cough cough cough. Xiaojing, what do you think ah? The old dog looked uncomfortable and coughed to hide his embarrassment. Kyo sneered. Just go. Talk as if anyone is scared. It seemed like he had to compete with this person with an unusual origin, and to show that protector of the Tao that even casual cultivators had disciples that were stronger than the ones they had trained with all their might. The old dog was dumbfounded and hastily said, Son, why don't you think it over again? Kyo sneered. It's not like he hasn't been there before. He once took a look from afar. His gaze fell on Zhou, his eyes showing a provocative color. That means it's self-evident that whoever wimped out is a grandson. Zhou, however, didn't even look at Xiaojing, but said with slight excitement, What kind of dog is your blood spirit? It still looks quite imposing. The old dog smiled sarcastically. Underdog. What kind of dog is a Stygian dog? Just a kind of dead dog. What? My lord. How about keeping some secrets? It's okay. Zhou nodded. You say you're a strange person. You didn't come before the invitation, but now you're sending yourself to the door. No wonder Li Wanji said that these loose cultivators were eccentric, and now she had seen it with her own eyes. Zhou turned around. Lead the way. Li Wanji was the first to walk ahead with a full of doubts. Zhou Chen came over to Zhou. Second master, isn't this too expensive? I'm so weak right now. I'm afraid I'll fail you. Zhou laughed. Don't care about this little thing. Weapons are meant to be used. Zhou Chen's body shivered. Spirit weapons were not only for her. For many people, they belonged to legends. They were all only able to watch others use them. Where could I have imagined that I would have such a good fortune? Zhou reached out and took the lower grade sword from Zhou Chen's waist before pulling it out and throwing it away. Throw it away indeed. See, doesn't that make it a scabbard? Zhou smiled pleasantly. He was always this wise. Zhou Chen was stunned, followed by a sweet smile. Whatever the second master says is right anyway. The old dog smoothly took the thrown away lower grade sword in his hand. Gongzi, do you still want this sword? Don't. Zhou returned without looking back. Tisk. The old dog lowered his voice to get beside Kyo. See, it's just so broad. Throwing away the sword for the scabbard. That's a rare brainwave. If you take it home and sell it, you'll have to sell it for a few years. The old dog was also accustomed to Xiaojing not responding to himself, and his eyes flickered as they landed on Zhou's waist. The scabbard looked dirty. Not dirty exactly, but old. It's an antique. The old dog's eyes narrowed slightly. Most people in the world couldn't tell the difference between ancient and dirty. Certain things can look old and dirty if they have been around for too long, but it's definitely not dirty. It's just because it's been there too long. This sword is not ordinary. The old dog pondered in his heart, but it is impossible to distinguish by appearance. Seeing as he doesn't even care about a lower grade spirit sword, it's no wonder that this is a higher grade spirit sword. The difference between one product, the value can be 100 times the difference. If he was able to steal it, then Xiaojing would have the resources for cultivation for a good long time to come. Nope. The old dog frowned, leaving aside the other side's protector. Why doesn't this guy look like he's broken even from behind? Seem to turn around with their swords drawn at any moment? Name. Zhou suddenly opened his mouth. Old dog responded hastily. Just call me old dog. Occupation. Thieves. Movers of other people's property. Home address. Wiped out. No home. One more. Categories. Kyo. Zhou nodded, then looked at Zhou Chen. As the saying goes, things come in groups. If there is one thief, there are two. Be on guard. The old dog smiled forcefully. Shouldn't the Duke carry us on his back with this reminder? I don't like talking about people behind their backs. Zhou looked indifferent. If you have anything to say, it's better to say it face to face, lest you say I don't trust you. Chapter 44, Compulsion Eagle. It's only a 5-mile walk. The front was a mess, with blood spilled everywhere and corpses strewn about. A flying bird demonic beast nearly 2 meters tall, shaped like an eagle, but with 2 horns was pecking open a person's skull, sucking the brain marrow. It's the compass eagle. The old dog's voice trembled. At the very least, 6th grade. The compulsion eagle raised its head and swept the crowd, then switched corpses and continued to peck open the brain and suck the brain marrow. The crowd was tense, not daring to move. Not even a hint of it was detected until they saw it. When they got to the flat area, they didn't even have a chance to duck and hide. Zhou stood there silently, only his right hand resting on the hilt of his sword, his body slightly sideways, his expression serious. The strength of this compass eagle was much stronger than what that wolf king had given him. The old dog looked at Zhou with a complicated expression and said, "Still not letting your protector make a move? What a pose! Really?" Finally, the compass eagle finished feeding and faced this way. Zhou's eyes narrowed slightly as his battle spirit flourished. He was looking for that feeling, the feeling of drawing a sword. The compass eagle tilted its head, its eyes glaring at Zhou. Li Wanji's face was pale and her legs wobbled nervously. Suddenly, the compass eagle unfolded its wings and soared into the sky, leaving straight away. Zhou let go of his hand, while he was silent. "That's gone?" Li Wanji's lips trembled, still incredulous. "That's true. Can you not run when there's a big shot?" The old dog, having his own judgment, stepped forward to identify them and sighed in disbelief. "It's Marchance and the others." The crowd changed color slightly. They were only delayed at the back for a while, not thinking that these guys would die at the front. The old dog does not mind in the slightest picking up those big knives. Alas, to say that this ma shanshur it, in fact, there is nothing capable, not just a Jinchuan realm? Make yourself more cattle-like. His life, at most, is the name of a good Zhou wondered, why the name? The old dog hemmed and hawed. Macken's well. Zhou was puzzled. And then what? The old dog blacked out. Nothing, I was being talkative. He didn't mind poking around the corpse and found some money and healing elixirs. Good stuff. The old dog marvels and pulls out an object on Marchant's body. Zhou glanced at the pendant, which was actually a pendant made of a top-grade spirit stone half wrapped in gold. What he didn't understand was where it was better. The Wind and Cloud gang really does have some capital after all. The old dog lovingly checked it out. There is a small spirit gathering array engraved on top of this golden coat, together with a precious top-grade spirit stone. Not only can it utilize the characteristics of the spirit stone to gather heaven and earth's spiritual chi, but it can also reduce the rate of consumption of the spirit stone. Absolute. Really absolute. A good thing that money can't even buy. Li Wanji was astonished. I've heard of this kind of thing. I can't imagine that this ma shanshur would be wearing such a valuable thing on his body. It is said that in this way, the speed of absorbing heaven and earth aura can be at least 30% faster. The old dog's face revealed ecstasy. This is definitely a treasure for home cultivation and traveling. Zhou was puzzled. Wouldn't it be faster to absorb the spirit stones directly? That's a waste. The old dog couldn't help but chortle. What do you know about chicken hair? Any piece of spirit stone is extremely precious. Only this method can infinitely amplify its value. Who wouldn't be able to absorb spirit stones directly? But the problem is, where are there so many spirit stones for you to absorb? The old dog's voice gradually shrunk, and by the end it was nearly inaudible. Could it be that this person was indeed absorbing spirit stones to cultivate every day? This treatment, this difference. Suddenly it felt like the baby in your hand. It didn't smell good anymore. Spirit stone is the condensation of heaven and earth's spiritual chi, which requires a specific environment and a specific time to be able to form a spirit stone mine. In this way, directly absorbing a spirit stone would be the same as directly absorbing heaven and earth aura. Even the filtering and conversion steps are eliminated. Naturally, normal cultivation and absorbing spirit stones to cultivate were originally 2 tracks. The old dog dawdled back and presented it with both hands with a reluctant heart. "Sir, please smile." It was a moment he regretted. If I had known that Mackens had this kind of treasure on him, I should have stolen a wave first. Why now? Only to be able to give it away? Zhou took the golden accessory in his hands and felt it carefully, while secretly running the hegemony decision, which indeed absorbed the heaven and earth aura a few points faster. "Don't you want it?" Zhou reached out and handed it back. The old dog laughed dryly. "Your credit is yours to distribute." "To my credit?" Zhou suddenly realized that he thought that he was the one who confronted the compulsion eagle, and then the compulsion eagle flew away. Since it was his own credit, the idea, then, makes sense. The old dog raised his head and looked at Zhou with bated breath. As long as this guy gave himself one more time, he would definitely take it without saying a word. Then give it to Jing for cultivation. Zhou smoothly handed the gold accessory to Zhou Chen. "Little Chen, here you go." The old dog's face shook, and his heart cursed more than once. Damn, The world's sun is really down with picking up girls, making me want to wear women's clothes. Which female can resist this attack when she's being given a spiritual weapon and a treasure? Look at that little girl, her eyes are crescent moons. Zhou inquired. Is this thing just running out of top-quality spirit stones inside and then finding a way to stuff another one in? The old dog nodded. Yes, got it. Zhou nodded. The top-grade spirit stones within the storage ring were only tens of thousands. He had enough for himself. Since this works so well, at the very least you can save quite a bit. After all, this was her own niece, so it was impossible not to nurture her. As soon as his thoughts fell, 3 top-grade spirit stones appeared in Zhou's hand, and with a shake of his right hand, they flew towards Li Wanji, old dog, and Xiao Jing respectively. Seeing is believing. I don't like taking advantage of people. Puff. The old dog sat on his knees, his lips trembling. So generous? He rubbed his eyes and scrutinized them again to make sure it was a top-grade spirit stone. The old dog looked up. Sir, did you take the wrong one? Must have taken it wrong. Whose family size is cute? Would give away a top-quality spirit stone? He had seen many losers. After all, he had one by his side. But it was the first time he had seen a loser as stupid as this one today. That's right. Zhou's puzzled gaze swept over the top-grade spirit stones in the hands of the 3. There's no way I can be mistaken. The old dog stood up with a whoosh, rushed to Zhou's side, and laughed he. Sir, do you need a handyman? Don't think I'm old. I'm old and experienced. I'm good at pinching a shoulder and hammering a leg. If you have a special fetish, my female clothes are also possible. Zhou frowned. What a mess. Xiao Jing gripped the top-grade spirit stone in his hand tightly, really wanting to slam the top-grade spirit stone on the other party's face. Little master needs your reward? But, it really smells good. Zhou was a bit helpless. This old dog talked quite a lot. Lead the way. I have to go home after a while. The old dog panicked and ran ahead. I'll scout the way. I'll be the first to go if there's danger. Li Wanji walked forward in a mute manner and muttered. A top-grade spirit stone. I actually had the chance to touch a top-grade spirit stone? This shouldn't be a dream, right? Chapter 45, The Old Dog's Plot. As they traveled along, all of them had different thoughts. Zhou Qin felt dreamy over the fact that in a short period of time, he had a lower-grade spirit sword and a gold pendant. For her part, Li Wanji couldn't believe that she would have the chance to touch a top-grade spirit stone. She hadn't even seen it before this. The old dog, on the other hand, pondered. This person is so generous. Plus the other party has a protector of the road on the side. Even if it is humble as a follower, this journey is also quite a lot to get the benefits. As for Xiao Jing, who had gotten the benefit of the doubt, he was a bit desperate. He felt that the difference between himself and this man was too great, so big that the other person's beginning may be their end. Out of such a generous, can be imagined, its own private used-up cultivation resources, absolutely is extremely huge, and is their own cannot imagine. How, may I ask, should one surpass such a genius? Even if the other party didn't signal, they were able to scare away the 6th-grade demon beast Compass Eagle. Whether one wants to admit it or not, one must recognize reality. Is talent really worthless in the face of wealth? Xiao Jing clenched his teeth. He grew up under the old dog's cultivation, practicing hard, now but 22 years old, but is already Jinxian realm one day. The old dog often said, he is the gold wrapped in dung. Sooner or later one day will bloom belongs to his light. What is he? He is the genius. But even now, after spending 10,000 merit points in exchange for a Xian grade technique, the divine shadow technique, he had lost his confidence. With the other party's ability, as long as he opened his mouth, the master would surely be able to teach and get anything. The old dog was half a step ahead, describing the specifics of the one-sword gorge with Zhou in a heated manner. Regarding the one-sword gorge, what he knew could be too much more than what Li Wanji knew. Within this gorge, there is a powerful existence like the Compass Eagle. When the old dog said this, his expression became much more grave. Even, there is a possibility that a 7th-grade demonic beast may appear. Although our human race uses realms to benchmark the division of demonic beasts, many times it is just for reference only. For example, the psychic realm is the 3rd realm, and the normal benchmark is a 3rd-grade demonic beast. In reality, the spiritual realm can easily kill 3rd-grade demonic beasts, and even kill 4th grade. In this regard, the main thing is that it is winning in terms of feats and techniques. But this kind of thing is not absolute. Demonic beasts pay more attention to bloodline inheritance than the human race, like those rare species, such as the predator, gossip, kuei, bifeng, golden eagle and so on. Their natural bloodline is already very powerful. The bloodline of the human race is still relatively thin, but wherever there can emerge a congenital spirit blood constitution, that is already remarkable. As for some special and famous ones, such as the Yuan Yang vein, heavenly spirit vein, fire spirit vein, and other special ones. There are quite a few of them, but if compared to the entire demon race, this number of people in the human race is nothing. Otherwise, our human race wouldn't have summarized the saying that dragons give birth to dragons, phoenixes give birth to phoenixes, and the sons of mice can make holes. In this sentence, it actually means the relationship of the bloodline. Powerful demonic beasts reproduce, and can directly do so with bloodline inheritance, and even give birth to powerful bloodline descendants that surpass their ancestors, whereas the human race, for the most part, just relies on mutation. Zhou was surprised. Mutation? The old dog nodded. The strangest part of the human bloodline is here. The parents are ordinary, but the children's bloodline is inexplicably strong, surpassing all the records on the genealogy. This is mutation. The second kind is the return of ancestors. Ancestors have a strong person was born. The next generation has been inherited. The third kind, on the other hand, has a certain chance. For example, if you are a super strong person now, your children will have a 40% chance of being born with an uncommon bloodline. Also for this reason, with the development of the times, the clan powers then favored accepting the children of the world's families as disciples. As for the poor, they rely purely on mutation. And if they are good at mutation, people will grab them. And if they are bad at mutation, they will go home and farm. And the lineage has to be distinguished from the burgeoning wealth. That is the family power that really has deep roots. Small families, small clans, large families, powerful families. This naturally all makes a difference, such as those families, disjointed, just have a bloodline connection, all have to be thousands of tens of thousands of people. Such a lineage would never be worse than some sects. It could even be said that offending a behemoth of a lineage was pretty much offending half of the continent, and it would involve some relationship anyways. This world, after all, is supposed to be a huge network of relationships. When the old dog finished, he wondered if he had been a bit talkative. In such a lofty position as the other, would he not understand this? But then he saw Zhou listening thoughtfully and nodding his head every now and then to match his own, and felt honored. You see, we're getting a chance to teach these high-powered guys, too. Then if we bring the relationship a little closer, and we ourselves go on to marry a wife and have a daughter to marry him, wouldn't that make us even closer? So what do you call this kind of behavior on your own? It's called one step at a time, directly into each other's fathers-in-law. When that time comes, let my daughter blow some pillow talk to him, and won't heavenly riches come at your fingertips? The corners of the old dog's mouth turned up and smiled. If he is not convinced, let my daughter secretly give him to serve the crane red, the widow loose, and then divide his wealth on the grounds of the husband and wife's common property. Gone. Kyo's urging sounded in his ears. The old dog looked up, but saw that the crowd had gone away. He was busy raising his hand to wipe away the drool. Here it comes, here it comes. Jing frowned. What are you doing? Staring at the same spot? And smiling obscenely to yourself? The old dog lowered his voice. I came up with a seamless and perfect plan, which, once successful, will allow both of us to soar to the clouds and become phoenixes. Xiao Jing glared. You old thief. Your hands are itching again? Aren't you afraid that if you steal from him, his protector of the Tao will destroy you outright? The corners of the old dog's mouth turned up. How can taking something from your own house be called stealing? Xiao Jing subconsciously kept his distance. What do you want? Don't worry. I can't use you. Can I push you into the fire? The old dog snorted coldly. Although this plan of mine is seamless, it is a roundabout tactic. Less than 18 years. More than 25 years before it can be completed. But as long as it succeeds, both of us will struggle for 1,000 years less. Xiao Jing was suspicious, thinking that this old man definitely didn't have good intentions. The old dog shook his fist at Xiao Jing, his eyes firm. Good boy. The bitter days are finally coming to an end. In the future, I will take you to eat good food and drink spicy food, every day without repetition. When the words fell, he hurriedly caught up with Zhou. Your Excellency, let me tell you the basic situation of the 800 miles in this vicinity. I don't have any other abilities, but I've always been a keen observer, and gathering information is what we specialize in. Let's just say that on the way to the One-Blade Gorge, there are at least 5 6th-grade demonic beasts. Chapter 46, The Sand Dagger. Why are you called Old Dog? Is it because you've done too much stealing? That's not true. It's because you like dogfighting? And no, it's because loyalty? Since the blood spirit is a dog, it will be called Old Dog. The old dog quickly interrupted Zhou and righted himself. In order to avoid circumambulation following this topic, the old dog promptly digresses. Rumor. Zhou frowned. He found that this old dog and Li Wanji both had a common problem with their speech. That is, they would add the word rumor as soon as they said something. Unlike when the master speaks to those who visit him, they usually say, I have seen it with my own eyes, I have experienced it, and so on. The old dog continued his talk. This sword gorge had a strong man fall in it 5 years ago, and a treasure was lost. Baby? Zhou, you do not feel strongly, but that is the treasure. Own a view of the value of where. The old dog nodded. I wouldn't know the exact truth or falsehood, but the rumor has it that it is a treasure of the Sandgate. This shaman can be remarkable. It was once the top 500 in the Koan Yuan continent. Zhou Yu was silent. Although he hadn't been down the mountain for a few days, he really didn't feel anything for this top 500 anymore. It's only the top 500, so it's like being number 1 in the world. Li Wanji was surprised. What senior said? Could it be that treasure? The old dog looked grave. It is that very treasure. Kyo whispered. Heard something. Can't be sure. The old dog said in a deep voice. Shaman is the most precious on that treasure. Zhou Yu raised his eyebrows slightly. What exactly is it? Sand dagger. The old dog looked at Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu looked at the old dog. Then everyone looked at the old dog. The old dog froze. It's really a sand dagger. Zhou Yu slowly raised his hand and clenched his fist. Although my qualifications are dull and my reactions are very slow, I can still distinguish between good and bad words. The old dog was anxious. Misunderstood not? I am saying that the treasure is called the sand dagger. It was created by the Sand sect at great expense back in the day, and it is said that the entire sect was about to be emptied out for the sake of this sand dagger. Although this item is only a top-grade spiritual weapon, it has many variations and wonderful uses. As for its material, it was rumored to be divine river sand. That divine river sand. Each grain is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. Extremely expensive. Zhou Yu pondered for a while, then shook his head. Full of lies. The old dog hurriedly said, My lord, I'm telling the truth. Zhou Yu spoke softly. If there really is such a treasure and it is lost, the Sand sect just let it go? Even if they don't have the strength to get it back, the other powerhouses can't afford to be greedy? The old dog looked anxious. There is a reason here. Back then, the Sand sect's headmaster misappropriated public funds to secretly purchase divine river sand, and sold off the sect's assets to beg the divine artisan to cast for him. This matter turned out to be careless, causing the sect's financial chain to break and causing a famine. Can those elders be willing? Those disciples can be willing? Who does not have a couple of toddlers waiting to be fed? Then they argued and fought. This fight, that is a river of blood and bones like a mountain. When a civil war breaks out, there aren't many left alive. Li Wanji was surprised. Wasn't it said that it was because the Grand Elder of the Sand sect usurped the throne? How could it be? How else can I say you guys are young? The old dog shook his head. That Sandy sect Grand Elder isn't a good thing either. He has more than 30 little wives outside. Plus he himself is also addicted to gambling. That expenses are shockingly high, so he usually accepts bribes and embezzles public funds. But just when he was worried about not being able to square the accounts, the matter of the palmist's embezzlement of public funds leaked out. So he could let go of such a good opportunity? Then this archfire. He himself died, and the shamans went completely downhill. But fortunately, that divine smith was very trustworthy and actually cast the sand dagger. Li Wanji was puzzled. How do you know so much inside information? It seems like the outside world doesn't even know about this. The old dog was stunned. This, Zhou Yu laughed lightly. Can't tell? He felt that all the things the old dog had said, if true, were considered top secret. The old dog was helpless and looked at Xiao Jing. Remember what happened 5 years ago when I was beaten half to death? Actually, it was me who had set my eyes on a few fat sheep, and had wanted to spend a bit of their money for them. Then after taking the lead and hiding under their beds, I heard about these things. I also know that the one who died in the one knife gorge was the head of the Sand sect, who had been seriously injured and had not yet recovered, and the head was dead. So they naturally went back to pack up and share the only assets they had left. And then I was found. That gave me a beating, yo. Are almost beaten into human scum. Kyo's eyes showed a dawning realization. So he starved for 3 days. Zhou Yu nodded. So you're the only one who knows about this matter? The old dog nodded. Outsiders only know about the Sand sect's heavy treasure, the sand dagger. But they don't know that its headmaster fell in the One Blade Gorge with this treasure. Even if it's you wouldn't be able to publicize it everywhere if you knew that your own sect master died in the One Dagger Gorge, right? The most you can do is wait until you are strong enough. Then go get the treasure back yourself. Zhou Yu smiled. Why did you choose to tell me? The old dog hemmed and hawed and laughed. I've come all this way, so if I don't take the stuff away, how can I be happy? Zhou Yu smiled. How are you sure I have that ability? The old dog smiled playfully and didn't answer. You don't have that power, but the people behind you do. Anyway, this treasure doesn't belong to my old dog, so if you get it, it will be considered my bribe to you. In this way, won't it bring us closer? What's it called? It's called tactics. Very good. Zhou Yu nodded. You respect me, and trust me, I won't let you down. The old dog arched his hand. I am grateful for your favor. Old man will definitely saddle up and serve you comfortably, Li Wanji reminded. It's not much farther from the One-Blade Gorge, and it's obvious that the number of demonic beasts in the vicinity has increased. Increase? Zhou Chen questioned. Li Wanji pointed to the nearby grass. Look, the feces of the demonic beasts have increased. Zhou Chen immediately understood. Got it. After Zhou Yu swept a glance, he said meaningfully, the world is full of, and you can't smell it near you. If Lao Zi comes down from the mountain, I will definitely chop people and ghosts. The old dog said in his heart, what kind of crap is this, but still compensated with a smile. Gongzi, good poem, my master's words, not mine. Zhou Yu eyed ahead. There was a beast roar low in the vicinity that was gradually approaching. The old dog took out a small knife in his hand. Your Excellency, don't worry about going forward. The old man is not talented and is willing to open the way for you. Xiao Jing, go together. Xiao Jing followed suspiciously and lowered his voice. What the hell are you doing? Jumping up and down. Isn't it embarrassing? It's called a brush with favor. The old dog whispered. My roundabout tactics have been turned on, and he will soon fall into my trap. When 20 years have passed, everything he owns will belong to me. Chapter 47. A dog jumps over the wall in a hurry. The moment the first demonic beast was killed and the smell of blood wafted through the air, more and more demonic beasts gathered. By this time, Zhou Chen and Li Wanji also struck out on their own. As for the peripatetic, that is to follow slowly and methodically. While in the back of his mind he was wondering whether he should have a dog's leg or a pig's leg for dinner. Why doesn't this grandson make a move? In a distant patch of shadows, an angry curse rang out. I'm really fed up. Can he have some business? As long as he makes a move and we have a basic judgment. Whether to kill or stay is a word from the Lord. Damn it. I'm tired of it too. I'll rush a wave of demonic beasts over. I still don't believe that I can't force him to make a move. Another shadow quickly wandered away, rushing off into the distance. Peripatetic walking around with nothing to do. The old dog's strength was extraordinary, and just like what he had perceived before, he was extremely experienced in combat and his strikes were extremely vicious and tricky. Most notably, he would also take care of Zhou Chen. This, then, made Zhou Yu very satisfied. That's a good thing about being older people, is that they're extraordinarily good at taking care of people. The old dog struck out while his heart snickered with joy. The plan was perfectly executed, and he was now looking at himself completely differently. It's all about trust. Next plan, get a wife and kids. No, it's marrying a wife and having a daughter, and then marrying him after having a daughter, and then one goes from being under to being over. Humph. Cold light flashed in the old dog's hand, wiping a sheep demon's neck. Young people are still too tender. How would they know about my perfect tactics like this? When you react, you'll have to honestly call me father-in-law. Zhou Yu glanced sideways, and the one in Xiao Jing's hand was actually a lower-grade spirit weapon. This short sword was like a butterfly flipping in his hands, attacking and killing with great sharpness. Every move was a deadly killing move. Even the so-called false moves were saved, and the main fight was a battle to the death. These two goods. Zhou Yu stopped again as another demonic beast appeared. Although they respect me, they may not be resting on their laurels. One cannot be idle. Once idle, the mind has time to analyze the faults of others. Li Wanji he does not care. Li Wanji this type, belongs to the kind of some inferiority complex, but is also considered a straight kind of person. With her figure and that kind of living environment, she'd be damned if she didn't have low self-esteem. Zhou Yu carefully calculated felt that although he was struck by the old man for 100 years, but his own ability to resist pressure is really not good. Let's just say right now, who can strike him? It's bull asterisk. Boom! The ground shook as more and more demonic beasts came running. The races are different, but they're all cats and dogs. What a civet cat as big as a leopard anymore? Or a bull demon? A goat? A wild dog? All of them were first or second grade demonic beasts, and occasionally, third grade demonic beasts could be seen. The numbers are high, but the threat level they can pose is low. Zhou Yu smiled. It was all food. He suddenly raised his hand and pointed to the rear. Donkey, donkey, donkey. The old dog looked up and saw a stubborn donkey riveted to the side. His eyes red. Dragon meat in the sky. Donkey meat underground. Chowhound yells. That's it for dinner today. The old dog leapt in the air. And for the sake of his future son-in-law, he will take this first credit. The red-eyed donkey's nose spewed out waves of heat, and the moment the old dog fell, his ass twisted and his donkey's leg flew kicking into the air. What a great move to play the donkey's hoof. The old dog had a momentary lapse of concentration, and as fast as he went, he came back. Fifth grade demonic beast. Black Wind Donkey. The old dog exclaimed. The black wind donkey showed his teeth and sneezed out. A black wind gust enveloping this side of the area. The black wind donkey rose up with the wind. His body was like a gyroscope, and his back kick erupted with terrifying power. Li Wanji swung the copper hammer to meet, but was directly kicked away from the copper hammer. And then the black wind donkey came to a two-kick kick. Li Wanji's mouth sprayed blood. The sternum was directly kicked off. Restore. The black wind donkey raised its head and hissed. Its buttocks puckered, and in a flash a stream of black smoke spewed out. The stench was unbearable. The old dog climbed up, and the blood spirit underdog presented itself with gloomy eyes. The dog jumped over the wall. Boom! In front of the crowd, a wall was woven by spiritual energy. Zhou Yu's eyes glazed over. How can this work? The black smoke hit the wall and was bounced off. And the black wind donkey braced its front feet on the ground and built up strength in its hind legs to deliver a stone-cold blow. At this very moment, the old dog's body was hunched over and violently scurried out from behind the wall. His right hand emitted a harsh cold light and stabbed into the black wind donkey's neck with a single blow, and the meddling dog even took a bite on the black wind donkey's head. So fast. Zhou Yu sighed softly. From the time the old dog cast wall and then jumped out of the wall was not even the blink of an eye. It seemed that at that moment, his speed had increased by at least 10 times. Such a strange technique, when it's really interesting. Boo! The black wind donkey fell to the ground, and the old dog hurriedly took out the demon extermination order to collect its soul. That's a credit point. That's 100 points. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to show one or two things today, normally when he saw a 5th grade demonic beast, he would definitely turn his head and walk away. After all, once you get injured, it won't do you much good, especially on the front lines, in the middle of nowhere. Without waiting for the other demonic beasts to surround him, the old dog's body turned around and quickly folded back. The moment the wall disappeared, the crowd stepped back in horror. It stinks. It just stinks. Zhou Yu covered his nose and retreated. Xiao Jing quickly rushed up. The short sword was invincible. It was a spiritual weapon. It could easily cut through the hard fur of these demonic beasts. The old dog's face was slightly white. The blow he received before was not light. And then he looked at that Li Wanji, who had completely lost her fighting strength. But just thinking about the plans for the future made it all worth it for the old dog. The black mist dispersed. Kojo walks back in and has all but solved it. Zhou Yu looked sideways. What you just performed was a blood spirit secret skill, right? The old dog nodded. Yes, in order to protect you, I am more than willing to use it. This secret skill of mine is that the higher the wall is, the faster I am, and the more power I explode after leaping out. It has both offense and defense, and it is also able to increase one's speed. Interesting, interesting. Zhou Yu is full of envy. Before he was afraid that his blood spirit was a dog. Now he thinks that a dog is not bad. As a human being, we should never be racist. Xiao Jing frowned slightly, looking at the old dog with great consternation, as he had never seen the old dog contribute like this before. Usually, it was just a matter of hunting the 4th grade demonic beasts, and the 5th grade ones were only looking for those that were relatively easy to bully. But today, this old dog is as good as shot. But suddenly, Xiao Jing's expression froze, and in his eyes, the old dog's face suddenly turned pale, and then he madly rushed towards himself. Kyo looked up with a stiff neck, and at some point above him it dimmed. With loud, piercing chirps, souls seemed to fester. A pair of sharp claws flashed with an eerie cold light, breaking through the wind. The old dog's body slammed into Xiao Jing and his left arm blocked above him, and in a flash, his clothes cracked and blood burst out. That compass eagle. There it is again. Chapter 48, The Old Dog's Last Words. It all happened so fast. In a flash of lightning, the old dog's left arm was a bloody mess, and the other sharp claw tore through his chest. 6th grade demonic beast. The compass eagle. Old dog. Kyo choked and yelled sadly. Boo! Blood rained down, enveloping a 5-meter radius. A storm arose in that high sky, and it seemed as if the clouds were being chopped apart. Knock! The compass eagle fell to the ground, its large body splitting into 2 halves. Xiao Jing recklessly rushed over and pulled out the dying old dog, howling at once. Old dog, don't die. What can I do if you die? Zhou Chen covered his mouth and his eyes reddened. It was a companion that died, after all, and it still touched her. Li Wanji squirmed with difficulty but was unable to get up, and her eyes were also full of disbelief. She just didn't want to badmouth people to their faces. She more or less knew something about the old dog. Scumbag old thief. But now this man, he died in front of him? The old dog lifted his right hand with difficulty, and blood sprayed from his mouth and nose. Children, don't cry. Cry. Alas, I am old. Sooner or later there will be this day. Kyo sobbed and sat on his knees. Duke. The old dog looked up weakly. Zhou Yu walked up to him. Ha! The old dog held Xiao Jing's hand. I've never begged anyone in my life. Can I ask you for one thing? Zhou bowed his head. Refuse. The old dog glared inside quietly. It's normal for you to refuse. After all, you and I met in plain water. Alas, just pity me this child. After the lonely and unsupported. I'm old. I've long looked away from life and death. So even if I die today, it's nothing, but if Xiao Jing is bullied, I will die. But also can't rest in peace. Zhou slowly said, generally at times like this, you have to speak out of breath, and then try to show the weakness of your own near death. For example, when you raise your hand, you must be slow. Not only slow but also trembling. Right, right, right. That's it. And then the expression is richer. That is, the kind of eyes with regret and unwillingness. When you speak your lips tremble, so that you can show the weakness, regret and a three-quarter sense of despair of a person who is about to die. The old dog was silent for a moment. My lord, I'm really dying. I'm not pretending. Zhou crouched down. So do you have any last words? The old dog coughed violently and blood sprayed everywhere. I'm just relieved that I can't let my kid go. Zhou shook his head. No, the emotions are not in place. In your current situation, you should be looking at me with that particularly hopeful look, with eyes full of expectations that I can't refuse. Xiao Jing tearfully looked up angrily. What's wrong with you? The old dog is dying. Zhou stood up. What about when I first came to the mountain? Because I was clamoring to go home. So my master faked his death every day to trick me. You are so out of touch compared to him. Broke a few bones and died? With a cultivation of the third heaven of the Jinchuan realm, where would one be so weak? The old dog laughed dryly, looking embarrassed. Sorry to make you laugh. Xiao Jing reacted by pushing the old dog away with an indignant rant. Old dog. The old dog laughed dryly. Don't be angry. It's just a joke to ease the atmosphere. Xiao Jing was so angry that she stomped her feet. Don't get up yet. Don't be ashamed. The old dog sat up, grimacing again in pain. Xiao Jing was busy helping him up again. His chest was a bloody mess. The broken sternum was visible. This injury could not be faked. Zhou walked over to the side of the compass eagle and used the demon execution order before reaching out and ingesting a strand of essence blood, and then found the demon Dan and walked back to the old dog. The old dog looked excited, and this demonic elixir seemed to be given to himself. No loss. It's not a bad wave. This protector's methods were truly exceptional, instantly killing a 6th grade compass eagle. It was just an injury, and to get a demonic elixir was an absolute blood profit. Zhou reached out his hand, and the old dog reached out his own. Thank you. Zhou wiped the demonic elixir on the old dog's sleeve, then threw it into his mouth and forced it down. No need to be polite. You and I are traveling together, since we can't really watch you die. The smile on the old dog's face completely solidified, and his heart grew more and more indignant. This injury was for nothing. The trip is on hold. Zhou explained. Xiao Chen, take care of Miss Li. Zhou Chen responded. Yes, second master. Zhou frowned slightly as he detected something odd. In itself, this section of the road was carefully chosen by the old dog because it was going to the One-Blade Gorge. For this kind of experienced casual cultivator, before arriving at the One-Blade Gorge, old dog was absolutely unwilling to waste his efforts. But therein lies the problem. This group of demonic beasts suddenly piled up and ran from one direction, and they were of different races. Then this matter was odd. Someone rushed it on purpose? Is it aimed at us? Zhou closed his eyes and performed perception once again. He suspected that the two shadows were still following him. Miles away, two shadows fled at breakneck speed. At this moment, they all sensed a stern aura approaching them at a rapid pace. One that was as fast as lightning like an invisible sword. This guy's no loser. One of the shadows exclaimed. He's using Niu Dali's mastery, the divine sense soul destruction sword. Buzz. The air vibrated as a golden sword gradually took shape. With the moment this sword appeared, the duo's bodies seemed as if white snow had met the blazing sun, dissolving uncontrollably. Split up and run. One of the shadows roared. This mortal blood realm has already condensed a sword heart. We've all been tricked by Niu Dali. The moment they separated, the golden sword also split itself in two, instantly passing through the eyebrows of the two shadows. Lord, the situation has. A token appeared in the hand of one of the shadows, which then fell to the ground. The two shadows also dissipated completely since the golden sword turned into a ray of golden light that rolled up the token and flew back. Zhou opened his eyes. Lord, they still no master? Sure enough, I'm taking the fall for master? A moment's thought was strange again. What kind of dog thing is the divine sense soul destruction sword? Wasn't this one of the little tricks master teacher had taught to use the power of the soul? It says it's not much use, but it can improve concentration. He had never taken it seriously himself, and had only used it in anger just now. As Zhou raised his hand, a token landed in his hand while the golden light merged into his brow. On one side of the token, there were floating pictures of demons and monsters, while on the front side, There was the word evil, and when held in the hand, one could feel a wisp of een and cold air. What is it? Zhou cocked his head and surveyed the situation, once again feeling the bad effects of his shallow knowledge. That's reading nothing. Forget it. When there's time to go back to the Jinwei Pass, just ask the master. Zhou put the token into his storage ring and settled these two guys, and also felt a lot more relaxed. As a person, the most important thing is to be happy. Cannot think of things, never think. Refuse to internal conflict. Chapter 49, The Covetousness of the Great Clans. Townland Pass. The stone door like a dragon was closed tightly, and that outside was dark and black with black lightning interlacing, emitting deafening thunder. One pillar peak. Where's your apprentice? A figure floated down and looked at Nyodali, who was sitting on the cliff. The visitor is a young woman, tall in stature, with a high bun and a light veil covering her face, revealing skin like white jade. Behind her, there is a crescent moon suspended. This woman has a delicate figure, a pair of clear eyes like a pair of autumn water, and her voice is as clear and crisp as a wind chime making a sound. Dead. Nyodali looked at the cliff. Dead? The woman was taken aback and looked down hastily. Fell to your death? Nyo vigorously mumbled. The child is poor. Fell parents do not recognize. East a piece, west a piece. I put together a lot of days before barely put together a leg. Later, there is really no way. Just chop it up and feed it to the wild dogs. The woman's eyes suddenly changed. You can't be kidding? Nyodali sighed. It's just a waste of material. What exactly do you guys miss about him? The woman's good-looking brows frowned slightly. Your disciples. How can there be any wasted materials? Nyodali lowly sighed. It's normal for people to be old and blurry-eyed and look away. The woman took a deep breath. Why would Senior need to make such a joke? That disciple of yours must be unique. You have been suppressing him all these years. You are raising a sword, right? Raising a killing sword. A killing sword that can change the pattern of the world the moment this sword is truly sheathed. Nyodali reached out and pointed to a hill. See that? That group of wild dogs that are running especially happily. My disciple is in their stomachs. The woman's right hand was spread flat, and a jade tablet floated in front of Nyodali. I believe that this object will not be forgotten by Senior. Nyodali took it in his hands, and his expression became incomparably complicated. The woman once again said, My master has difficulty moving, and has instructed my juniors to come and see you. Nyodali turned around and changed into a smiling face. Is she okay? Did she miss me? The woman spoke softly. Thinking of you from time to time, knowing that it's not easy for you to guard this place. That's why I came to visit you on her behalf. Nyodali's eyes glowed. Oh my god. She finally knows that she misses me. Missing is a disease. I'm so heartbroken for her. The woman was helpless. So now, can we have a good chat? This one of your disciples will marry our Moon Emperor Sect's most outstanding disciple and become my Moon Emperor Sect's honorary patriarch. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Nyodali sighed heavily. Why don't you girls believe me? He really died and was fed to the wild dogs by me. The woman was silent. Nyodali's eyes reddened. I knew you wouldn't believe me. This child is pitiful. He is a bit stupid, but he is still quite obedient. This is it. You see the scratch is still there. Nyodali pointed to the cliff. He was standing here to pee, and then accidentally fell down with a flutter. Alas, it's all my fault. If I taught him some flying techniques, he wouldn't have fallen to pieces, would he? As he spoke, he raised his hand to wipe the tears from the corner of his mouth. Child, if you have knowledge in your dog's belly, you must forgive your teacher. Nyodali yelled at the bottom of the cliff. The woman's silver teeth clacked. Senior. Nyodali's eyes were tearful. I know you have something to say, but don't say it yet. Let me cry for a while first. The woman said in a deep voice. Our Moon Emperor sect wants to become the #1 sect. Nyo vigorously choked. Then you work hard. Old man, I'm buried in the yellow earth to the skyling guy. Cannot help you. The woman stepped forward. We need him. The late generation has just said that they will match him with the best and most beautiful female disciple of the Moon Emperor sect. And he will become the honorary patriarch of the Moon Emperor sect. This is the promise we give you. Nyodali cried even louder. My disciple but wherever you die a few days later, you will be able to catch the splash of wealth no fortune red face thin life The woman's tone couldn't help but chill a few points. Does Senior have to be like this? Nyo vigorously sobbed. I'm sorry, it's just that when I think of my disciple's tragic death, I'm overcome with grief and can hardly control myself. The woman sneered and laughed. Then I have good news for you. Nyodali looked up. Could it be that she is willing to spend the rest of her life with me? The woman spoke coldly. Your great disciple. It is said that he is out of the gate. Nyodali's eyes flickered and he didn't say anything else. The woman once again said, you are well aware of what kind of people he is mixed up with. Moreover, our Moon Emperor sect has also received intelligence that some evil spirits have recently entered the Chinese dynasty. They seem to be looking for someone. I wonder if this person they are looking for is your close disciple. Nyo vigorously bawled again. Sinful the big disciple is not a tool. The little disciple is also short-lived. Can it be that the old man I'm a heaven-defying lone star, specializing in disciples? The woman took a deep breath, her eyes showing anger. My master also asked me to bring you a message. As long as you agree to give your little disciple to our Moon Emperor sect, her old man is willing to accompany you for a meal every year. Nyo Dali cried uncontrollably. My disciple. My son. My brat. The woman whisked her sleeve angrily and turned to take off into the air. A figure then tumbled up the mountain peak. I say, old man. A meal every year. What a nice perk. Nyo Dali closed his voice. Old me's heart is as calm as the cold pool under the mountain. The visitor was a middle-aged man who smiled and sat cross-legged beside Nyo Dali. It's not a good thing for him to come out of the gate. Nyo Dali pooh-poohed. I only care about teaching. What do I care if he does bad things? The middle-aged man laughed. Something like cleaning up the house is still needed, right? With a wave of his hand as he spoke. The air was full of disemboweled wild dogs. Nyo Dali rolled his eyes. The middle-aged man hemmed and hawed and laughed. Old master, what you say? I believe. You said that the wild dogs ate the little one, so I cut it all open and looked for it. And as it turns out, there's nothing inside. Nyo Dali casually said. It means that the appetite is good. And it was digested long ago. The middle-aged man smiled. And all the wild dogs were wrapped in flames and turned into ashes. How about you? There are a total of 5 disciples. We won't talk about the youngest. Which of the 4 in front is not a stunning talent? It makes sense that the Moon Emperor sect would want to rely on this relationship to ask for someone. Nyo Dali glanced at him. I say you people, why do you hold back your badness every day? The middle-aged man laughed. I just want to remind your old man that the oldest is bloodthirsty and doesn't experience the world in the mountains. Do you believe that if the Moon Emperor sect casually gets a female disciple, he'll run over there with his arms wide open? People's belts are still undone, and he'll have to pounce on them himself. Nyo Dali spoke coldly. Impossible. This child's qualifications are foolish. His reactions are slower than anyone else's. Those things between men and women. He doesn't understand. The middle-aged man laughed. If he doesn't understand, why don't you want others to teach him? What is the beauty plan? Get 1,000 absolutely beautiful girls. There is always one that he desires. Once you know what kind he likes, it's a direct dog chain. There's no place to run if you want to. Nyo Dali looked indifferent. I told you. He fell to his death while peeing. The middle-aged man laughed lightly. As long as your old man nods, in a maximum of 3 years' time, my position will be given to him. And from now on, he will be the Heavenly Sun sect's patriarch. Nyo Dali was surprised. Playing so big? The middle-aged man nodded. It's worth a bet. Nyo Dali mysteriously beckoned, and the middle-aged man listened with his ear. Actually, I'm just teasing you guys and cheating you out of your cultivation resources. In reality, he's a pure waste, so don't waste your time on him. Chapter 50, One Size Fits All Gorge. Achoo, achoo. Under the moonlit night, Zhou Yu couldn't stop sneezing. Zhou Chen hurriedly ended his cultivation. Second master, did you suffer from wind chill? I never get sick. Zhou Yu's eyes flickered. Guess, it's some little vixen who misses me. Zhou Chen laughed daintily. Is it a second wife? Zhou Yu tilted his head, looking at the dim moon in the night sky. Definitely. She must be waiting for me somewhere, hoping that I can find her and give her a warm hug. Zhou Chen couldn't stop smiling. If her grandfather was majestic, the second master was more interesting than his peers and would spoil her. This feeling is especially restful. I'll tell you what. Zhou Yu moved his butt and Zhou Chen came over to his ear. I'm coming down this time to marry you 7 or 8 second wives. Zhou Chen was surprised. 7 or 8 of them? What should I call them then? Zhou Yu was stunned. What? Zhou Chen spread out his left hand. Look I called you the second master. Your first wife. I was called the second wife, right? Zhou Yu nodded heavily. That's natural. Zhou Chen continued. Then what should I call your second wife? Zhou Yu laughed. Of course it's the third milk. Zhou Chen said. Shouldn't I be the wife of the third master if I have the third milk? Suppose I had a third master. Zhou Yu sat up straight and looked much more serious. Little Ernest? Zhou Chen asked again. Then if you marry 3 of them, can this second one still be called the little second wife? Ahem. Zhou Yu's torso sat even straighter, and his already small brain completely stopped functioning at this moment. Zhou Chen tilted his head, looking at Zhou Yu who was close by. Second master. What should I call him? Zhou Yu was silent, his hands clenched together. It doesn't feel like the question matters, but why is it so gripping? Yeah, what's it called anyway? Sloppy. After a long time, Zhou Yu raised his hand and pushed away Zhou Chen's small face. This matter is rate. Zhou Chen whispered. Second master, if you're hungry, just call me. I'll roast a leg of lamb for you to eat. That wave during the day got a lot of ingredients. Zhou Yu sighed. If I have a child, I must be as filial as you are. The taste is, indeed, wonderful, and obedient and filial. And best of all, it doesn't have to feed itself. Zhou Chen playfully spat out his tongue and retreated to the side of Li Wanji, sitting in meditation and cultivating. Under a shadow, Xiao Jing's eyes raised a little. He had heard that conversation since. He hadn't thought much of it before, but now he suddenly realized that the relationship between these two people seemed to be different from what they thought. Second master? They're related, aren't they? If he's a pro second master, then he's going to be older than he looks. Xiao Jing secretly said in his heart, if it was that kind of distant elder, it would be different since. At this moment, Zhou Yu held his head with both hands and lay quietly on the grass. He wondered if his master had missed him. It must be lonely on that mountain now that you've gone down by yourself. There's no one to talk to. Humph. Just had to teach him a lesson about how lonely it is to be away from me. The corner of Zhou Yu's mouth turned up. When I've skulked around enough, I'll bring him a few old ladies to accompany him to relieve his boredom. I'll help him out with the bride price, so it's not in vain to be a master and disciple. Or maybe, Zhou Yu was in a fluttering mood. Didn't he fall in love at first sight with the old woman from the Moon Emperor sect when he was young? Turn around and find a rope. Directly tie it up and bring it back to him. Moon Emperor sect. I've heard that there are countless beautiful women. All of them were young and beautiful. Plus the technique they practiced. It was simply the best in the world. Suddenly, I kind of want to go to the Moon Emperor sect. Zhou Yu's mind came alive. When I break through to the degenerate realm. No, how can I be in the Tongling realm, and then see what my blood spirit is a thing? In that case, there is also face, isn't it? The old man has nurtured me for so many years. I can't disgrace him either. A night of peace. When morning came, the old dog squeaked and barked and got up. Li Wanji also barely had the ability to move, but her face was still pale. Seeing that Zhou Yu continued to look in the direction of the one-blade gorge, Xiao Jing couldn't help but take the lead and speak. Mr. Zhou, why don't I accompany you to the one-blade gorge, and they can stay here. After we finish our business, then come back to pick them up? Zhou Yu's eyes flickered, but he agreed with this point. The old dog's injuries weren't very serious, but when they really exchanged blows, they were afraid that they would be affected. Li Wanji had become a drag on this trip and was categorically unable to move forward. Zhou Yu nodded. Alright, Xiao Chen, you can stay and take care of them. We'll be back soon. Zhou Chen worriedly said. Then you must be more careful. Second master. Li Wanji said anxiously. How can you go by yourself? How are you going to stay alive without Xiao Chen? At those words, Old Dog and Xiao Jing looked at Li Wanji. That's such a strange thing to say. A little girl from the dematerialization realm, protecting the high-status Zhou Gongzi? It's not brain damage, is it? Zhou Yu laughed. The matter is settled. You can take it easy, Old Dog. After Xiao Jing and I finalize the matter of the sand dagger, we will rush back at the first opportunity. The old dog nodded heavily. Don't worry. With me, no accidents. As he spoke, he winked at Kyo. The meaning is self-evident. If the situation is not good, run away. Don't foolishly rush up. Xiao Jing nodded his head without a trace. And at that moment, together with Zhou Yu, he accelerated his pace forward. The two of them rushed, which was much faster. Plus, they would intentionally avoid the jungle area where the demonic beasts were entrenched. And they arrived at a canyon in just half an hour. The canyon was 100 miles long, and standing in their orientation, they could indeed see that one of the sides of the canyon had some holes in it. One knife gorge, 36 caves. This is the home address of the big white dog. Zhou Yu wasn't going to visit his family, so naturally he didn't care where the 36 caves were. His current goal was to absorb the earth dog's essence blood and then find the sand dagger. In a matter of moments, Zhou Yu collected his mind and sensed the situation within the canyon. Much better. Zhou Yu laughed lightly. The 3 and 4 products are all over the place. The 5 products also have more than a dozen heads. And the 6 products. Oh, there is also a breath that is hidden very deeply. Could it be the 7 products? Kyo's expression tightened, and every now and then he looked nearby. The only question he hadn't figured out until now was where exactly Zhou Yu's protector of the Tao was hiding? Why can't you ever find out? Zhou Yu took out the demon execution order in his left hand, then held it tightly against the scabbard. Xiao Jing couldn't help but tense up a few more points. Should we make a plan? This place is not one to be trespassed. Zhou Yu looked at Xiao Jing. A man can have nothing, but he must have courage, because that is the quality that we, as men, have to guard with our lives in this life. Kyo instantly straightened his back. Zhou Yu looked downwards. How can you get the sand dagger without entering the dog's den? Young man, you are still too young. Chapter 51, Dog-Headed Men. Xiao Jing looked sideways at Zhou Yu. This guy who looks not too old is really fearless and courageous. Even when he came to this one-blade gorge that gave many people the chills, he was as calm as water. So, this is practicing your guts? Xiao Jing secretly said in the bottom of his heart. It's actually much more stable than me. A battle-hardened casual cultivator. Thinking back to the scene in West Decision City, the other party was the same, always just walking forward so calmly, not even drawing their swords. If it were some other flower in a greenhouse, it would have panicked. It's definitely not just because of the protector. It's from his own self-confidence. Xiao Jing secretly came to a conclusion, noting down the doorways of these great sects in training their disciples. Zhou Yu, however, did not go down directly, but quietly looked down. He suddenly wondered if he was being a bit bold. It's obvious that you're weak, but why would you suddenly get excited about killing, searching for the meaning of drawing a sword, and getting demon pills? Has he been corrupted by the red dust and become unaware of his own life? Zhou Yu lightly rubbed his chin as one thought after another flashed through his mind. There was a wind blowing, lifting the long dark hair. Zhou Yu spoke softly, if I don't dare to draw my sword when I do, you must remember to run for your life. If one really met an opponent who didn't even dare to draw his sword, then the only way was to run for his life. Kyo didn't understand and was confused. It's all your protector's shot. Does it make a difference if you draw your sword or not? Woof! Steeply, a black dog from the opposite cliff barked furiously at this side. Woof woof woof! Kyo was taken aback. Discovered. Zhou Yu's face instantly grimaced as he took a deep breath. Woof! Woof 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 woof! A knife gorge shook and a pack of dogs hissed. Zhou Yu gritted his teeth. Woof! Woof 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 woof! For a while, more and more black dogs gathered, each with fierce, menacing eyes looking their way. They gathered together, baring their hideous fangs and barking like waves. Wha! Zhou Yu hissed. Woof! Xiao Jing darkened her face. Gongzi, what are you doing? Zhou Yu said without looking back. Mother asterisk 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 her. They said that I was peeping. I told them that I was clearly standing here looking brightly. Then they called me a dead man, and I called them all dead dogs. Now they're provoking me, saying I'm afraid to go down there. Xiao Jing was dumbfounded. This heavenly pride even had the ability to communicate with dogs? Suddenly, Zhou Yu stomped his foot and roared. Woof! In a flash, all the groundhounds took a step back and looked at each other. Kyo hesitated. What do you mean by what you're saying now? Zhou Yu sneered. I told them to roll. Then all the ground dogs showed their teeth, and those on the opposite side began to leap off the cliff, while those on this side began to climb upwards. Zhou Yu took a deep breath. Woof! 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 Kyo's forehead was sweating. Now what? For the first time, he felt how important it really was to know a foreign language, and felt like a little cutie. Like, Zhou Yu sneered. I'll talk to them, have the guts to fight one-on-one. The words fell out of his mouth and he whispered. That's a bit too much, more than I expected. Xiao Jing's eyes were filled with helplessness. As far as the eye can see, there are at least 300 heads. All the groundhogs stopped and then began to back away, making way. Bang! Bang! With a rhythmic muffled sound, a man-high black dog stepped out majestically, its pitch-black fur gleaming in the sunlight, especially the centipede-like lines on its spine, which were darker than its fur. Zhou Yu took a step forward and pointed his right hand at the other party. Hand over the sand dagger and I'll spare your life. The tall black dog tilted his head, contempt in his eyes and a mocking smile at the corners of his humanized mouth. Then the tall groundhog fell to his knees. Zhou Yu smiled. Good dog. Jing touched Zhou Yu's arm. Zhou Yu couldn't help but look to the right. Only 30 meters away from them, a dog-headed man was holding a golden dagger, sitting on a rock, looking at them with interest. 77777. Xiao Jing's lips trembled, sparing him the experience of 100 battles, but at this moment he was also scared out of his wits. He had every reason to suspect that he must be out of his mind. How can you come to a knife gorge if you're not crazy? A 7th grade demonic beast. It's all incarnate. How's this for a fight? Not to mention, there are hundreds of minions. Looking at Zhou Yu again, his face was still calm. So strong. Zhou Yu quietly looked at the dog-headed man. Regardless of whether it was the 6th grade Blood Shadow Wolf King or the 6th grade Compass Eagle, they were not on the same level as the other party at all. Completely. It's two categories. The dog's head mouth. What are you barking at? Zhou Yu took a few steps forward, reducing the distance to 20 meters. I have come for justice, to cut down the demons and remove the devils. See, now we're saying some righteous things too. Zhou Yu was happy for his own growth. If it were before, he would never be able to say such hypocritical words. The dog-headed man glanced at the golden dagger in his hand. You want my sand dagger? Zhou Yu nodded. I want it. I heard that it's a top-grade spirit weapon with endless wonderful uses. So I want it. The dog-headed man nodded. You're a bit of a know-it-all. But you're honest. Zhou Yu was proud. Honesty is the foundation of my character. The dog-headed man laughed coldly. This king came up here to see what qualifications you, a weakling who doesn't know how to die, have to dare to come to One Blade Gorge to pick a fight. Zhou Yu's eyes flashed. One move will determine the winner. If I win, the sand dagger belongs to me. If you win, the two of us belong to you. Kyo's eyes widened. Ah hey, don't take liberties. Ha 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 ha. The dog-headed man laughed. I have so many minions, why should I fight you alone? Zhou Yu violently rushed over to One Blade Gorge and yelled. Woof woof woof. Woo. All of a sudden, all the groundhounds looked at the dog-headed man. The dog-headed man's eyes suddenly changed. You. Racial law. The winner takes all. Zhou Yu once again took 2 steps forward without a trace. There is an unwritten rule amongst all the demonic beasts of the pack. That is, the inferior may challenge the superior. And if they lose, they die. And if they win, they are the king. The dog-headed man couldn't sit still and snapped to his feet. You want to be king of the dogs? Zhou Yu looked calm. I don't like this title. Canine Emperor is still fine. The dog-headed man snarled. Do you realize that at my command, they immediately eat you alive? It was more than a little apprehensive. What was wrong with this mole? Who on earth gave him the courage? Zhou Yu placed his right hand on the hilt of his sword, bent his legs slightly, and leaned his upper body forward. Wouldn't dare. Would you? If I were you, facing a weakling, I would definitely choose to let the opponent make 3 moves. This was a 7th grade demonic beast. He had to pave the way back for himself. Zhou Yu vaguely felt that with his own strength unable to increase, the 7th grade was already not a small threat to him. Coupled with the fact that there were still 300 to 500 earth dogs, he was afraid that he would really get himself killed today. Chapter 52, The King of Dogs Takes the Throne. The dog-headed man gripped his sand dagger tightly. His eyes glazed over. Now that hundreds of juniors are looking at themselves like this, but if they dare to show their cowardice, they are afraid that they will not be able to manage well in the future. Looking back over its life, it had never encountered anything like this before. Every time someone's race came, those with lesser strength were directly divided up by the minions. Even the yin-yang realm powerhouses among the human race were all just food. But today, this guy, who was proficient in the dog language, had compelled all of his minions to challenge the strongest according to the laws of the pack. This person, look weak, feel strong. The dog-headed man's nose twitched, uneasiness growing in the back of his mind. And even more strangely, as this uneasiness grew, it only felt that the weakling in front of it gradually became stronger. Fear grew in the dog-headed man's upper heart, and he subconsciously took a step back. When I looked up, I only felt a trance of consciousness. It seemed to see a sword, a killing sword that stood between heaven and earth. This sword was dumbfounded and seemed to be ready to pull out at any moment, sending out a devastating strike that would destroy the heavens and earth. Gene 3 moves? Can't make a ING move. The dog-headed man growled and ran like lightning, sprinting like the wind. At that moment, its body instantly enlarged several times, coming like a mountain. At the same time, the sand dagger turned into a golden blade breaking through the air to kill Zhou Yu. That sword. Never be able to sheath it. The dog-headed man's eyes glazed over. It had never been as flustered as it was today. There were not 100 or 80 human cultivators it had eaten, but this one today was definitely an anomaly. Zhou Yu looked calm and quiet as the water of a cold pool. At that moment, he seemed to be one with heaven and earth. Battle intent was erupting and killing intent was boiling. Xiao Jing stood frozen in place, only feeling that she was in a trance of consciousness and couldn't really see anything anymore. Full power. Super serious sword drawing technique. Zhou Yu's face suddenly went extremely pale. That high altitude shook. The distant hills were instantly sliced open, and a large area was ticked off. The sand dagger stabbed into Zhou Yu's chest and was stuck by the sternum. The dog's head went down his chest to his tail and was sliced straight through. It wasn't until Zhou Yu crashed into Xiao Jing's body that Xiao Jing reacted. Blood stained his shirt red. Zhou Yu's brows were furrowed. It hurt. It really hurt. It was the master's fault that he just wasn't willing to teach himself one more move. Jing trembled. Are you okay? He didn't even know what was going on with him. But at that moment he completely lost the ability to react and felt that his entire being was muddled. Zhou Yu pulled out the sand dagger, and the blood flowing out of the wound began to flow back into his body. He then walked over to the dog-headed man's corpse, absorbed a strand of essence blood, ingested the soul, found the demonic pills, looked at his clothes, and then looked at Xiao Jing. Kyo was uncertain. Zhou Yu walked over and wiped the demonic elixir on Xiao Jing's sleeve a few times before swallowing it. After eating, Zhou Yu stood at the edge of the cliff with a sand dagger in his hand and raised his right hand high. Woof! Woo! Woof! The earth dogs raised their voices to the sky and shook the entire One Blade Gorge with a rumbling sound. In this moment, he is the king of dogs. No, it's the canine emperor. Zhou Yu sat on the edge of the cliff and woofed once again. Then a sixth-grade earth dog leaped up and prostrated in front of Zhou. Zhou held a sand dagger and slashed its front leg, leaving a very small wound. May the heavens bless you, my brother, please accept my blessing. Then, without a trace, he absorbed a strand of essence blood from the inside. And then, the next one. May God bless you, my sister, and please accept my blessing. May God bless you. Until the sun had set and the last of the ground dogs left, they all looked at Zhou with bated breath. I have a great dream. Zhou coughed lightly. I will lead you to glory and create a bright future. At that time, we will surpass the dragon race, surpass the ancient divine beasts, and become the strongest dogs in this world. And I will also become the strongest dog king in the entire world. At that time, the heavenly dog clan will not even be worthy of our shoes. The pack dogs were agitated and growled again. Now, all go back to rest. Zhou waved his hand. This emperor is also going to rest. After explaining all this, Zhou turned around and walked towards the distance. Xiao Jing quickly followed, saw Zhou pale as paper, cannot help but even more surprised. It will not die, right? And what is this? First of all, they're supposed to be here to kill demons, and then look for the sand dagger? But how did? You're the king of dogs? After walking out for more than 20 miles, Zhou stopped in a shadow and sat down on the ground. Xiao Jing also stopped himself. He didn't understand why that protector of the Tao hadn't appeared yet. I don't understand. Kyo spoke softly, voicing the doubt in his mind. Why have things turned out this way? Zhou glanced at him. Generally in the pack demonic beasts, within a short period of time when the new king is on the throne, the other demonic races are not allowed to challenge again. In this regard, the demon race is very disciplined. Kyo was surprised. How do you know these things? Zhou replied. Read a book. Kyo hesitated. So you're really the king of dogs now? Obviously. Zhou nodded. Before I recover from my injuries, I am the dog king, K9 emperor. Xiao Jing's eyes widened. But we're human. How could those demonic beasts agree? Zhou frowned. You're not very old and you talk quite a lot. Curious baby? As for why did you agree? Of course it's because of the challenge. With my current situation, that's very weak in their eyes. Even in the demon race, a very weak one to challenge a very strong one. As long as they can win, they can gain their respect. The demon race and the human race aren't the same. They don't have that many tricks up their sleeves, and they won't do anything to backtrack. Kyo hesitated. But why were you in such a hurry to leave? Crap. Zhou felt that this Xiao Jing was not an idiot? I'm a human race. Are you asking me to receive the wives and children of the dog-headed people? Besides, I'm a human race, so once my injuries heal, they can continue to challenge me. Do you really think they are stupid? It's purely just following the rules. Kyo was staggered and completely frozen in place, usually either attacking and killing or running away. But where do you find the time to understand this? Zhou closed his eyes. Look out for me. I'm going to rest. Before the words fell, he had already begun to operate the hegemonic heavenly decision, quenching the demonic beast essence blood he had absorbed and integrating it into his own bloodline. Kyo pursed his lips. He actually had another question, and that was why did they leave a very small wound on all the groundhounds? And it was said to be a blessing? Was this also some sort of unwritten agreement of the demonic beasts? If anything, Xiao Jing's mind moved to other thoughts. If we keep challenging the king of the demon race, wouldn't we be able to solve the demon problem more quickly? Quickly, he shook his head. Given the circumstances, even as powerful as he was, he didn't see anything. I think it was mainly a deterrent. Chapter 53, Sand Dagger with Unique Ability. The blood stirred. If the red dome of the sky is dotted with stars, the star, translucent with rays of golden light, in the midst of the blood chi, if the white jade skeleton stood, there were wisps of blood chi separating from it and winding around it. In a matter of moments, blood chi was boiling and spiritual energy was swimming. At that moment, it seemed that every meridian bloomed with a strange light. Spiritual energy, like a dragon, traveled around his body, and in the process, absorbed blood chi into himself, and a strange being in the blood seemed to open an eye. Following that, Zhou's body shook as he slowly opened his eyes. Outside, the sun was already shining. Mortal Blood Realm 6th Heaven. Zhou could not hide the joy in his eyes. Finally, there was a breakthrough, and it was close to the 7th heaven of the Mortal Blood Realm. At this moment, he was on the verge of tears. It's too hard. No wonder the master teacher always said that his qualifications were stupid. This is indeed stupid, not a little bit. The route is right. The right way. 2. Zhou clenched his fists. He had found his own path, absorbing the essence blood of more demonic beasts, thus rapidly increasing one's strength. Could it be that by teaching me the method of extracting essence and blood, Master Teacher is deliberately leaving me a path of cultivation? Zhou's eyes flickered. as if he finally understood his master's deeper meaning. After all, when he was on the mountain, there was no shortage of precious pills, no shortage of demon pills. As long as his master was willing, there had been no shortage of this essence blood since as well. But the truth was that he had actually been taking demonic pills and precious spirit pills. You awake? Kyo looked over. Ooh, here's another one. Zhou was startled. Kyo looked complicated. Wasn't it you who asked me to guard you? Oh, yeah. Zhou reacted. I'm sorry, I was too mesmerized by the cultivation and forgot about this. Xiao Jing frowned. In just now he sensed a change in Zhou's aura. Is it a breakthrough? However, it was still the mortal blood realm, and it seemed to have broken through a small realm. Are you okay with your injuries? Xiao Jing uttered an inquiry, her gaze falling on Zhou's chest, where the wound had already scabbed over. As long as no bones are broken, there's no such thing as a bird. When Zhou finished speaking, he remembered the sand dagger that he had just obtained. His right hand was spread out flat and the sand dagger appeared in his hand, with his blood on the pointed blade. Holding it in his hand, there was a complete feeling of blood connection. Tisk, Zhou sighed out in admiration. Just this thing, and a blood drop. How interesting. Xiao Jing couldn't help but make a correction. It's a blood drop to recognize the owner. In fact, it's not really about recognition. It's about having a higher tacit understanding between the user and the weapon. Zhou didn't care about his wrong words. He didn't care about them at all. As Zhou's mind moved, the sand dagger transformed into full-grained, crystal clear quicksand in his hands. Quicksand wraps around his right hand and swims around quickly. Zhou was pleasantly surprised. Fun. This thing is actually this interesting? Xiao Jing was also surprised for a while, thinking that all spirit weapons were just a matter of strength, but now it seemed. But it turned out to be something else. This top-grade spiritual artifact sand dagger possessed an extremely special ability to change. It can be scattered as sand and gathered into daggers. Following that, the divine river sand transformed into a thin shield again. Zhou couldn't stop laughing. Funny, just too funny. Kyo was completely stunned. This was not even on the same level as the lower-grade spirit weapon in his own hand. Seeing Zhou playing up, Xiao Jing really can't help it. Sighing tersely, misappropriating public funds, drying up the sect to close down the sand door, and casting the treasure with all his might, but for others to do the graft. He felt more and more that to be a man one must fight corruption. If one established a clan in the future, this one would definitely be an iron rule. Zhou traveled to have fun. Where in the mountains have seen such a novelty? All his life, besides eating and drinking, he had only drawn his sword. Played a moment. Zhou interest faded half. Sand dagger is also transformed into a bracelet on the right wrist. The sunlight golden light, but by virtue of adding a few points strange. Big gold bracelet. Big sword. Zhou patted the evil Punisher's sword on his waist, his eyes showing excitement. This is how a man should dress up. Kyo opened his mouth and eventually swallowed back the bad words. Who's a good person to wear such a big gold bracelet? And it's still sandy gold. But nah, people are small. Look at this situation. It should also be that the clan is usually closed too tight. There is not much opportunity for entertainment. Who cares? Love whoever it is. That, I say, should we go back and gather with them first? Xiao Jing hesitated, mainly because she felt that the delay was a bit long and was afraid that something would happen over there. After all, he was a little relieved that the old dog was wounded. Congratulations to the young warrior for obtaining such a heavy treasure. Suddenly, a sorrowful voice sounded nearby. Both of them followed the sound and saw that under the shadow of a large rock, a small-sized demonic beast sat like a human, its green bean-sized eyes flickering with a greenish glow. Xiao Jing instantly drew her short sword, but she felt weak all over. Zhou tilted his head. This was a yellow-bellied weasel. It seemed to be very old, and its yellow fur was partially transformed into white. The yellow-bellied weasel opened his mouth. The Earth Dog clan has guarded this treasure for many years, not expecting it to change ownership so easily. Xiao Jing changed color. Gongzi, I might be poisoned. He just felt creeped out. Not even sure how he was poisoned. Only feeling tired and seeing heavy shadows in front of his eyes. Zhou said with a smile. Baby, the one who has virtue is the one who lives. The yellow-bellied weasel let out a sorrowful low chuckle. What the young warrior said is very true. Zhou looked up at the sun. Say, a demonic beast like you should come out at night, right? How come the day and night are still reversed? The yellow-bellied weasel responded. Of course it's for the young warrior. Zhou was curious. You know me? The yellow-bellied weasel shook his head. Since I don't know, Zhou raised an eyebrow. So you're looking for me? The yellow-bellied weasel revealed a wry smile. Then naturally, I want to seek a favor from the young warrior, and the only one who can help is a character as bountiful as a jade like the young warrior. Zhou laughed out loud. I'm a person who likes others to respect me. Since you're so polite to me, let's talk about your request. The yellow-bellied weasel let out an eerie laugh, and a wisp of black gas emanated, and the large area was inexplicably dimmed by a few points, and even the sunlight was blocked. Zhou nodded thoughtfully. That's a good ability to use for summer vacation. The yellow-bellied weasel looked straight at Zhou, his eyes emitting a green light. May I ask you, young warrior, do I look like a human, or do I look like a god? Kyo violently bit through the tip of his tongue, trying to keep himself awake, feeling as if his own soul was about to come out of his body as those words appeared, while at the same time, he couldn't help but try to answer. The surrounding air currents stirred, and endless black chi completely wrapped this side of the area. Zhou laughed and spoke slowly. I see you look like your father. Chapter 54, Doubts about the Demon Soul. The moment the voice fell, the yellow-bellied weasel's body spewed out thick black smoke around him, stinking to high heaven. Those black smoke stirred and turned into a black storm. Looking again, the yellow-bellied weasel's body rapidly enlarged and was a head taller than Zhou. Within the black mist, the yellow-bellied weasel's eyes erupted with an eerie green light. Kid, you seek death. Its voice was shrill and permeated with endless anger. Kyo's eyes rolled back in his head as he felt his soul detach from his body. This is one of the yellow-bellied weasel's abilities. Whenever it is about to break through, it will seek out someone to ask for a seal, regardless of how you answer. You will enter the range of its special spell, forcibly taking the other person's cultivation and becoming a great help in breaking through your own cultivation. And the one in front of them was even of the 6th grade. If it didn't have such strength, it wouldn't have the guts to spy on the situation inside the one-blade gorge. However, the yellow-bellied weasel quickly sensed that something was wrong. This person's will was like a mountain, completely untouchable. The sturdiness of its soul was even more difficult to pry off a single bit. Standing in the midst of the black smoke, Zhou whispered softly, do you know what the concept is for a man to be able to hold back from even using his right hand for hundreds of years? A low growl escaped the yellow-bellied weasel's mouth. It wasn't interested in conversation at all. That's an extremely strong willpower. In front of that kind of willpower, what's this compulsion of yours? The corners of Zhou's mouth turned upwards, revealing a hint of contempt. The yellow-bellied weasel bared his teeth, his entire body's demonic power surging and gathering in his mouth, ready to kill the person in front of him with a single blow. Black smoke surged and was sliced flat. Zhou watched the black smoke dissipate and watched the yellow-bellied weasel fall to the ground. And in his heart, he secretly compared his previous strength. This time, he had broken through to the 6th sky of the mortal blood realm, and his strength had increased drastically. The overall strength, at the very least, had increased by 30%. Zhou took out the demon execution order, ingested its soul and extracted a strand of essence blood, none of which could be wasted. Then he found the demonic elixir and rubbed it on the fuming Jing, throwing it into his mouth as always. Strange to say, Zhou turned around and sat on the ground. The Huaxia dynasty established the Demon Punishment Division, even though they used demon souls as proof of hunting. But what is the purpose of them collecting so many demon souls? Master once said that the clan or the dynasty, it is, by its very nature, a business. The only difference is just being bigger or smaller. The sect cultivated disciples, and the disciples contributed to the sect. If some outstanding ones were cultivated, it would be an investment that earned a lot of money. Therefore, the clan's selection must be a genius character. Even if they are trashy, they are still 1 in 1,000. There is no need for every one of them to be a success. They all have a certain bad talent rate. As for any such thing as the mantle of mastery, it is ultimately in the extreme minority. By dynasty, I also mean that the territory of the business has expanded many times and is open to everyone, poor or rich. Zhou played with the demon execution order for a while as he pondered over the issue. The population of the Huaxia dynasty, even now, is nearly 300 million. Of those 300 million, there were tens of millions of scattered cultivators and clan forces. Anyhow, just the scattered cultivators on the battlefront right now, there were hundreds of thousands of them. With such a huge number of people, the number of demon souls that were ingested every day was also absolutely massive. Coupled with the number of demon souls that had accumulated over the years, it was an even larger number. Why? Zhou tilted his head, ultimately feeling that he was still too stupid and not brainy enough. Provide a large number of pills, techniques, and weapons. It was categorically impossible to get a demon soul and just throw it away, right? If there is no profit to be made, the exorcism not to mention, a single demon exorcism division can make the Huaxia dynasty completely deficient and directly collapse. If I had to say that it was to mobilize people and find a more reasonable solution to get rid of the demon infestation, then, why don't you just spread out the gung fu and let everyone cultivate it? If everyone was a cultivator, wouldn't it be easier to deal with demonic beasts? Humph. Suddenly, Xiao Jing stifled a grunt and finally awoke. This showed how terrifying the yellow-bellied weasel's ability really was. and he could have been killed dozens of times just for the time he was fuming. Kyo blanched, unable to remain calm inside. This was the strength of a 6th grade demonic beast, and it was simply not something that oneself, a Jinchuan realm first sky, could deal with. And then look at this Zhou, completely like a nobody, putting aside the other party's protector of the Tao. Just the fact that he had not been struck was enough to show that his ability was also unfathomable, not something one could speculate on. Unable to help it, Xiaojing also gained a little more admiration and scorn for Zhou. Seeing Xiaojing awake, Zhou snorted and stood up. Young man, still too young. In the future, when you see this kind of strange and weird contraption, the first thing you should do is to collect your mind, lest you are not aware of it when you are taken by the soul. Xiaojing looked ashamed, arching his hand and saying, I've made your excellency laugh. Thank you for your help, regardless of whether the other party helped or not. If they didn't, they'd be dead for sure anyway. Zhou stepped forward. Cultivation must not be wasted, but one must also read more and read well. Relying on one's own experience alone is sometimes not good enough. Xiaojing nodded. Your excellency is right to teach you a lesson. Zhou asked in passing. What happened to the demon souls of this demon execution order in the end? Kyo froze. What? Zhou had to repeat himself, and finally said with some dissatisfaction. You're young. Why are you still a bit deaf? Xiaojing blushed slightly. I'm not sure. I usually just exchange merit points and rarely care about this. However, usually every other month, the yellow-robed demon exterminator stationed at the front line will leave for a while. Zhou was curious. There's a pattern? Kyo shook his head. Not really. Sometimes 20 days or so. Sometimes the time could be 40 days or so. Zhou nodded, feeling more and more that this matter was too strange. His subconscious mind told him that the demon soul must have another use, and it was much more useful than those merit points. Kyo was curious. Why are you asking this all of a sudden? Zhou laughed. It just suddenly came to me. You don't need to care about this detail. Kojo gave an oh so subtly. Zhou then stopped talking and instead thought back to those books he had read in the mountains to try and see if he could find similar information. But, Xiaojing suddenly said, in the past, the old dog said that a formation master who could inscribe a soul regeneration formation into such a small piece of token must be very top-notch. As for the drop of blood left behind by the possessor, the old dog thinks that it might be for raising demonic souls. Breeding demon souls? Zhou puzzled. This thing can still be raised? Xiaojing shook his head. I'm not sure. The old dog just said it in passing. Click. Zhou landed with a foot and crushed a piece of bone. Looking up, at some point, they had walked into an area of white bones. At the very front of that, there was also a tower of bones piled up from human skulls. Chapter 55, The Bone Tower and the White Robe. The bone tower is 5 meters high with a platform above it. A figure lay on the platform. Zhou and Xiaojing exchanged a glance, then glanced to the back. They were almost certainly disoriented. Zhou spoke softly. It's understandable that I'm disoriented because I've been down the mountain less. This is something that one has to learn to pass the buck on. Xiaojing pursed his lips. He was just a little distracted due to what he experienced in front of him. Where would he still care about where to go? The most important thing was that Zhou was walking in front. Sorry, I didn't look at the road. It's okay, I forgive you. Zhou nodded. He was just so magnanimous. It's good to know when you're wrong, and you're still a good boy. The Tower of Bones creaked, and someone sat up at the top. They were pretty sure that it was really a person. The man sat facing this way. A man, dressed in a white robe, possessing a delicate face with 2 spirals at the tips of his eyebrows. The collar of the white robe was open, and the chest protector was very hairy. Kyo tensed up, sensing something unsettling. Even though the other party did not display any might, that sense of oppression still struck his heart. Zhou's face wasn't very pretty either, having been injured before. Remember what I told you before I came here? Zhou looked at Xiaojing. Kyo was stunned, then snapped back to his senses. If Zhou didn't even think of drawing his sword, then he should have run away. The white-robed man's eyes flickered. You two have really good-looking skulls. Zhou nodded. You flatter me. The white-robed man pointed to the side. Put it here. It must have a very artistic atmosphere. Zhou was surprised. So you are still an elegant scholar. The white-robed man looked at Zhou. You're not afraid of me? Zhou angled his head. Why should I be afraid of you? The white-robed man stared carefully at Zhou. When your human race sees me, they are often scared to death, and then they really die. Zhou let out an oh-so-quiet sound. So, if I'm not afraid, does that mean I don't have to die? The white-robed man was slightly stunned and said softly. Your logic is interesting. Zhou sighed. I'm a stupid person, always reacting much slower than many people. The white-robed man whispered. Perhaps, a great wisdom. Zhou shook his head. Look, you're calling me stupid too. The white-robed man raised his hand to point at the evil Punisher sword. This sword, I've seen it before. Zhou Yu sighed. That's bad. The demons that have seen this sword are usually dead. The white-robed man laughed. Zhou Yu also laughed. Kyo swallowed. Is it okay to know? Zhou Yu laughed. It's you who should run. Kyo gave an oh-so-subtle cry, turned into a shadow, and ran away with the wind in his face. The white-robed man laughed. He ran away. Zhou Yu nodded. I told him to run. The white-robed man laughed. Why did you say it to my face? Zhou Yu said. Because I want to run too. The white-robed man cocked his head. Then why don't you run? Zhou Yu sighed. If I had run away, he would have died for sure. The white-robed man smiled brightly. You're not stupid at all. Zhou Yu nodded. That's what I thought. But my master has always said that I'm stupid. The white-robed man picked up a skull and rubbed it in his hands. There's something about me that doesn't want to kill you. Zhou Yu shook his head. Usually when you say that, you're trying to kill me. The white-robed man spoke softly. I love human skulls. Always perfect. Round where they should be. Flat where they should be. Everything just right. Zhou Yu said. Actually, the skull of a monkey is similar to that of a human. So you can change your hobby. The white-robed man grinned, laughing out loud. Zhou Yu also laughed. Not loudly. The white-robed man put down his skull. Playing a game? Zhou Yu shook his head. Not playing. The white-robed man said to himself. You go that way, and within 1,000 meters. If you don't turn back, I'll let you go. Zhou Yu pondered for a while before speaking. Is it okay to use a running one? The white-robed man shook his head. No. He landed on the ground. Not very tall. A little over 5'7". Zhou Yu took a long breath. It's hard. The white-robed man laughed. Life is always about having fun. And the fun of killing is lost if you kill with a raised hand. Though rest assured, I will only use a very small portion of my force and will not exceed your strength. He raised his right hand and the tower of bones spread out. Tens of thousands of skeletons covering the sky and floating in the air. Zhou Yu thought for a moment and said, actually, this feeling is very bad. I don't like this feeling of being forced. The white-robed man laughed. Then you need to be as strong as me. As strong as your master to be able to control your own destiny. Zhou Yu added. If I tell you that I've severed the master-disciple relationship with that old den, do you believe me? The white-robed man laughed. It doesn't matter. At least not to me. Zhou Yu looked bleak and turned to walk away. Whoosh! A skull destroyed and rushed towards the back of Zhou Yu's head. Zhou Yu's head lolled, and the skull smashed into the ground in front of him, blasting out a deep pit. The terrifying aftershock shook Zhou Yu's body, but he did not stop on his feet and continued to move forward. Once again, a skeleton rushed in, charging straight at Zhou Yu's back heart. The sand dagger turned into a shield and blocked it. Boo! The shield scattered, and Zhou Su continued on without looking back. A skull had a black aura wrapped around it, like an evil spirit swooping in. At that moment, the sky was dimmed. The white-robed man stood with his hands behind his back, his expression indifferent. More and more skeletons fell, like stars wrapped in terrifying might. Every time it fell, it was a stone-cold great commotion. 100 meters. Zhou Yu's clothes were torn and his skin cracked. The excitement of the breakthrough completely dissipated in this moment. This may be the joy of it all. 200 meters. Zhou Yu's mouth and nose dripped blood, and blood stained his chest. At 300 meters, the sand dagger could no longer be resisted. This was the only time he had been unable to draw his sword since his descent from the mountain. The moment the other party appeared, he knew that the gap was too big, so big that he was the river and the other party was the vast ocean. His sword could cut through mountains and rivers, but it could not cut through the vastness of the sea. Zhou Yu doesn't do meaningless things, and he is even less likely to do such things as being negative. For being lazy, why go on when you know the outcome? Therefore, Zhou Yu could only continue walking. He was just thinking about playing this game with the other side as well when he was strong enough. The skeleton's power wasn't very strong, which meant that the other party hadn't lied and had indeed controlled the force. Zhou Yu's skin opened up, but his expression remained unchanged. There was no fear, no panic, there was only calmness. As the last skull fell, Zhou Yu still walked away without looking back. The white-robed man shrugged his shoulders. Count on you. It was a hard fight. Except for cocking his head to avoid the skull that hit his head, there's really no one else with this kind of vigor. He felt that there was something about this human race that would last a while longer. After all, something to do with that old guy. Chapter 56, Returning to the One-Sword Gorge. Ouch! 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 Zhou Yu's eyes fell into tears, and for the first time in his life, he was hurt like this. Hastily finding a bottle of Spirit Rhythm Vitality Pill in his storage ring, he poured out one and threw it into his mouth. It's so scary. Zhou Yu showed a horrified look on his face and accelerated his pace all the way to a trot. How strong does this guy have to be? A 9th grade demon? categorically impossible. Only stronger. 9 products was only the limit that Li Wanji knew, but it was definitely not the limit of the demon race. Master, I've suffered on your behalf, so turn around and make it up to me. Zhou wailed and wailed. He was most afraid of pain in his life. Thinking back to the oppressive feeling that the other party had given himself, it was truly too terrifying, so terrifying that a single finger was able to crush himself. His grandmother, waiting for Laozi to be psychic. It seems almost interesting. Then when I'm honored as the world's #1, I'm going to play this game with you 1,000 times, 10,000 times. Zhou thought as he did, then paused again as he realized. Lost? Which direction is Yi City coming from? Zhou looked up. The sun was directly above, which made it hard to tell. It was not easy to tell the difference, at least for Zhou. Secular experience is so bad. Read 1,000 books and walk 1,000 miles. I have a long way to go. Zhou muttered that he had been too bored on the mountain all these years, so he occasionally sparred with the wild dogs below the mountain, and then he was able to talk to them through the pauses in his tone as well as the level of intensity. Woof! There was the sound of a dog barking. Zhou turned his head sideways and saw a groundhog approaching silently, then put his head on the ground at a distance of 5 meters, his tail wagging. Zhou cried, touched. What a good dog! He glanced to its rear and burst into tears. I'm so unlucky. Why did I go back to the one knife gorge? This 4th grade earth dog crept in and stuck out its tongue to lick Zhou's hand. Good dog. Good dog. Zhou patted the ground dog's head. I swear, I will never eat dog meat again. Woof woof woof. The groundhog barks furiously at 1/gap. Then, the hundreds of earth dogs that came like a tidal wave converged and surrounded Zhou. Zhou struggled to stand up. Brothers and sisters, I have failed to ambush the human race this time and suffered a heavy blow, which is detrimental to the prestige of my clan. However, I will definitely continue to work hard in the future and strive to grow the prestige of my clan. All the earth dogs raised their voices to the sky in response to Zhou. The 6th grade tall earth dog plopped down in front of Zhou, its tail wagging. Zhou straddled its back, followed by the 6th grade earth dog striding forward with its head held high. This is the dog emperor. A demonic beast of the 6th grade can spit out human words, but the prerequisite is the question of whether it is willing or not. After all, these days, not everyone wants to be human, and even less so. In the same way, there are demonic beasts that want to become human, and there are demonic beasts that don't care to become human. Zhou then felt perfect because he was perfectly back in 1/gorge again and back in the doghouse that belonged exclusively to him. The dog hole of the previous dog head man. Emo said that the dog hole was pretty wide apart from being smelly. Zhou already had a big heart. Even if he was in the middle of a group of demons, he quickly took it in stride. In the words of Nyo Dali, he had a slow reaction. His emotions and the things he encountered were not synchronized most of the time. When he should have been afraid, he wasn't. When it's over, instead, I get scared. It's brain dead at best, brain dead at worst. Sitting in the dog cave, Zhou took out the spirit stones to continue cultivating. There's not much to do anyway, so it's not like you're going to rush out when you're injured, is it? Those sons of ES wouldn't be able to split themselves up if they smelled something wrong. In his current state, how many times could he perform the continuous sword drawing technique? By the next morning, because he had taken the extreme spirit pill spirit rhythm vitality pill, therefore his external wounds were all healed, and then he put on a new set of clean clothes. In addition to the hidden pain in his body, there was almost no effect. A groundhog came and delivered a bitten rabbit. That's roughly breakfast. Zhou made a mistake. He doesn't know how to cook. Suddenly, he missed the feeling of that girl Zhou Chen serving him by his side. You do that. Zhou let the groundhound lead the rabbit, then walked together to the center of the 1/gorge and clapped his hands. Come on, let's gather for a morning meeting. The pack of dogs moved at the sound and came in a bunch in a flash. It was 3 layers inside, 3 layers outside, surrounded. After all, it wasn't just any wild dog, but a clan of ground dogs, all with high IQs. Ahem. Zhou cleared his throat. Today, we are going to talk about what exactly is the difference between us and the human race. Maybe some of you dogs understand it, and some of you don't. Actually, the answer to this is very simple, and that is the use of fire. Since the human race has learned to use fire, it has begun a real civilization, saying goodbye to the life of drinking blood. But look at us, the demon race. When the human race is progressing, what are we doing? We are still living a life of drinking blood. Even reproduction is done in the open. Those 2 dogs, you 2 stop for a while. Wait for me to finish before you do happy things. Let me just ask everyone, are we dumber than human brains? The group of dogs were confused and stared at Zhou with big, innocent eyes. Absolutely not. Simply because you lack a wise leader. Zhou stood on a stone. But today, I, the dog emperor, have a reason to change the living habits of all of Us dogs, if you want to change your living habits, then you have to start with a small cluster of fire. He then beckoned the 6th grade earth dog to come over. Look guys, this is a rock and this is a rock. And then what happens when they collide? Then nothing happened but a smell and crumbs. Zhou stayed for a moment, scratching his head, then kept looking for stones to test. Finally he remembered that the people used a type of flint. Don't worry about that detail. Zhou found sticks and wood. Now I'll teach everyone to drill wood for fire. Those with brains take notes. Those without brains turn around and ask those with brains. One day later, after experimenting hundreds of times, Zhou finally gave birth to a wisp of fire. In that moment, all the groundhogs growled with excitement, only to have the fire of hope blown out again by the sheer volume of sound. But anyway, the right answer is there. 2 days later, the flames were blazing, and Zhou used the green ash again to preserve the burned coals, which burned slowly and could ignite the fire by blowing on it. Now, what do we have? We have the real fire. Zhou was very satisfied with all of this. He then looked at the 6th grade earth dog by his side. I say brother, why don't you just begrudgingly speak some human words? It's really boring for me to be here alone rambling and learning to bark. Chapter 57, Dog Fortune. Day 5 of staying at One Cut Gorge. Zhou looked hideous and forced himself to vomit as he ate the first pyrrhic pill. It's the same grill, but the one you grill yourself, that's charcoal. Even if it's not charcoal, that's still hard to swallow. Not to mention comparing it to Lu Renjia, it was a world away from Zhou Qin. But it's a different story for the groundhogs. Baked and cooked things still sometimes taste much better than uncooked ones. Honorable Inuyasha-sama. The 6th grade groundhog walked in. Under Zhou's coercion, the groundhound was finally willing to speak human language. It was a shame for some demonic beasts, but after all, that was what Lord Inuyasha had asked for. Zhou looked at the other party. Dog Fortune, don't be so repulsive. Think carefully. When you learn a language, will you be able to learn the knowledge of the human race in the future? Knowledge is wealth, which is equivalent to you mastering the wealth of the human race. Dog Fortune nodded. Yes, follow the arrangements of Lord Canine Emperor. Zhou was satisfied. Play if you have something to do, and retire if you have nothing to do. Dog Fugue said, while hunting for food, my compatriots within the clan accidentally discovered a spirit plant, and specially asked me to come and report to your excellency whether or not we should proceed with the looting. Zhou instantly sat up straight. What kind of spirit? Dog Fugue replied. A wild spirit grass, estimated to have 1,000-year portion, but by its side, there is a shadow demon fox guarding it. Zhou frowned. Is it strong? Dog Fortune responded. The strength of the main body is comparable to mine, but it specializes in illusions and speed. Zhou lightly rubbed his chin. 1,000-year-old wild spirit herb? It's a real eye-catcher. All major clans had spirit herb medicinal fields, and such fields were because of the spirit gathering array that was arranged to forcefully urge their growth. With external force, they are made to have the medicinal properties of a certain year. Oftentimes, the spirit herbs in those medicinal fields could be created in just 10 years to produce 500 years worth of medicinal properties. The wild spirit creatures themselves were spirit creatures, whereas the ones grown by the sect were tantamount to human intervention, forcing heaven and earth's aura into them. As for the difference, Zhou is not very knowledgeable about this. He only knows wild spirits were the first choice for refining extremely high-quality spirit pills, or even immortal pills. And it would be difficult to use the planted ones to go and refine extremely high-grade elixirs, and there was a risk of blowing up the furnace. Zhou stood up. Greet your brothers and sisters. Isn't it just a shadow demon fox? Just do it. The dog Fugue rushed out like lightning, followed by a woof in the gorge of the knife. Zhou walked out of the dog hole and jumped onto the cliff. Behind him, a pack of groundhounds rushed out. Their eyes perked up. Lead the way. Zhou shouted. Woof! A groundhog sprang out and took the lead to run ahead. Obviously, it's where it was found. Hundreds of groundhogs out in force. What is that concept? It's like a wave of beasts. Wherever they passed, demonic beasts scurried about. Those that should fly flew, and those that should run ran away. Zhou sat on Dog Fortune's back, only feeling that he was majestic, rather like a king in the world. A 5-meter-tall black bear monster roared angrily because it was stopped in its path. Woof! All the groundhogs then stared angrily. The black bear monster bowed its head and its fat body flew away. Write it down. Zhou didn't forget to command. I'll turn around and have a bear paw. The party continued to attack in force, attracting many demonic beasts to watch from afar. A fragrant human who's mixed up with a groundhog? Is it a change of day? Or have the lords of the demon emperors changed their tactics again? In front of a nondescript hill, the groundhog leading the way let out a low whine. Zhou raised his hand. Disperse. Upon hearing this, the groundhounds quickly dispersed and encircled from different directions. Offense. Zhou patted the dog Fugue and went up the slope. A large brown fox appeared at the top of the hill, making a sharp hissing sound. It was very upset at the arrival of the guys. You translate. It's ghosting something, Zhou inquired. Dog Fortune replied. The shadow demon fox said that it has never been an enemy of our earth dogs, so why should it invade its territory? Zhou snorted coldly. Tell it to hand over the spirit grass and spare its life. Dog Fortune barked at the top. The shadow demon fox grew angrier and angrier, and its voice became even more shrill. Dog Fugue said, it doesn't agree, and says that if we come any closer, we will be killed without mercy. It also said that we recognize people as our fathers and shall not die. Zhou laughed coldly. You're quite fat, and you dare to insult our Earth Dog clan. Dog Fortune warned. Its illusions are powerful and extremely cunning. Zhou's eyes flickered. Even though they were both 6th grade, the Dog Fortune seemed to be full of scorn towards this shadow demon fox. On second thought, it should be because none of the Earth Dogs were able to resist the illusion technique. Otherwise it would not be so. The shadow demon fox stood at the top of the mountain, its fur rising up in a ferocious manner, but there were groundhounds coming from all directions, leaving it with no way to defend itself. As Zhou and the other Earth Dogs surged up the hill, the shadow demon fox's eyes radiated a strange light. Dog Fortune's body shook, and he whimpered miserably with a pained expression. Looking at the other ground dogs, they actually began to fight each other. Zhou fell down lengthwise, his eyes cold. The shadow demon fox showed its teeth and transformed into a black shadow that broke through the air. It didn't understand what was going on, but if it dared to invade its own territory, then it would kill without pardon. It had been guarding this spirit herb for 50 years, and it wanted to wait until it was about as strong as it could be to break through to the 7th grade in one fell swoop. I didn't think that it would be out of bounds. Zhou didn't want to get hurt at all anymore, so he chose to dodge this time. The shadow demon fox missed, and the moment it landed, it shot up again, its sharp claws sweeping ferociously towards Zhou's neck. Sand daggers appeared and stabbed straight into the eyes of the shadow demon fox. The shadow demon fox was extremely fast and avoided it in the nick of time. The sand dagger transformed into a wisp of yellow sand to protect Zhou's back, and the shadow demon fox was crouching on the ground, her legs muscles bulging as she was storing up her strength. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhou held the hilt of his sword, and in a split second, a sword light rushed towards the shadow demon fox. Serious sword drawing. Zhou was stunned, and there was only a residual shadow dissipating in front of him. Where's the shadow demon fox? I can't believe I missed. Zhou subconsciously lowered his head. The ground crumbled and the shadow demon fox appeared from it, its sharp claws sweeping towards Zhou's crotch. Zhou quickly retreated and managed to avoid it. Following that, his body was slightly sideways and his right hand landed on the hilt of the sword like a phantom. Serious sword drawing. The shadow demon fox's body had just rushed out when it was instantly cut off at the waist. With the shadow demon fox dead, all the Earth Dogs stopped moving all of a sudden, and one by one, their mouths were full of blood, so it was evident that the illusion spell had a great effect on them. Zhou ingested the demon's soul, absorbed its essence blood, and then ate the demon Dan. All together, Dog Fugue ran forward. Lord Canine Emperor is truly unrivaled in the world, and is actually not affected by the illusion in the slightest. My subordinate apologizes profusely, but fortunately restrained his killing intent and did not strike at you. Zhou waved his hand. Don't care about that. It's the spirit herb that's most important now. Chapter 58 Young Rising Grass. With the gesture of a ground dog, Zhou also finally saw the wild spirit grass. It is 5 meters tall and has bright green leaves that produce new leaves from the inside out. The leaves are elongated and flattened. Zhou tilted his head. You call this grass? Dog Fortune stepped forward. Rising sun grass. Zhou tilted his head for a while before responding. It's just leeks. Dog Fortune replied. That's what they people call it, and we dogs call it rising sun grass. Zhou touched one of the leaves and could indeed feel the spirituality contained within. Dog Fortune said, the leaves contain less spirituality, and this 1,000-year portion is mainly roots. Zhou raised his hand and pointed. Then dig up. Dog Fugue woofed at the vicinity, and immediately 4 ground dogs rushed up and started picking at the ascending sungrass around it. Under those sharp claws, the earth and rocks were flying in sharp. Zhou remembered something. This fox will be rewarded to the puppy dog leading the way. As the dog Fugue gave an explanation, the ground dog leading the way wagged its tail and pounced up with delight, licking Zhou's cheek. Zhou tilted his head to avoid it. Hey, remember to brush your teeth. It stinks. The other groundhogs wagged their tails and watched with bated breath. Oh brothers and sisters, all rest assured that as long as there is a bite of food for me, I will never let you go hungry. Zhou spoke loudly. I only need a small portion of this sun-rising grass. The rest including the leaves, we all share together. The dog has a share. The dogs of the pack were agitated and raised their heads to the sky. When you meet this bright master, there is hope for your dog's life. To say that the dog-headed man before that, in order to be able to take form himself, he hadn't squeezed them much. Nowadays, compared to Zhou, it was definitely a world of difference. Today is just the beginning, definitely not the end. Zhou stood up straight. In the future, in this wilderness, if we earth dogs say second, absolutely no demon will dare to say first. It was a moment that seemed to put a light in the eyes of all the dogs. Dog Fortune was excited. Liver and brain. Support the dog emperor. Over there, the digging was on the rise. And over here, Zhou was sitting cross-legged. And all the ground dogs were lying on the ground. Zhou had something else in mind. What's the advantage of our dog? The advantage is that they have a keen sense of smell and can run fast. So, usually nothing when. Go more to the neighborhood. Explore. Discover the beauty of the world. I'm not greedy. The first to discover that. The exclusive 30%. 60% of everyone equally. I only need 10%. In response, I have the following proposals. First point. In the future, when you go out to hunt for food, you will have a minimum of 3 and a maximum of no more than 10 as a team. This way, you will also have a care for each other, and can make those solitary demonic beasts not dare to move you easily. The second point, when you encounter a powerful demonic beast that is beyond your strength, you must run, with your tail between your legs and run back desperately for me. Why? It's simple. Although spiritual objects are good, a small life is more important. I don't want to see you all die for external objects. The third point, since we want to be bigger and stronger, we have to make changes from within. We have to distinguish ourselves from the other demon races, so in the future, we can't just eat people when we see them. We have to eat those who are evil. How to differentiate the wicked? That's simple. Look at their smile. Look at their eyes. The smile of a bad person is definitely different from the smile of a good person. Let's say, for example, when you meet a person, a girl screams, "Wow, what a cute dog," then most of the time, that kind of thing is a cutie at best. There's nothing bad about it. As for the bad guys, it's the kind with evil eyes, a hideous smile, a mouth that compliments you on your handsomeness, and a heart that curses you. The fourth point, which is very important, the dogs in the back don't doze off. Our demon race is blessed with a unique ability to absorb the essence of the sun and the moon and refine itself, forming a unique method of demon refining. This law is subtle, and each of the demon race's own characteristics are closely related. But you look at the human race. The human race has come up with what? The human race has come up with the Gong Fa. As long as they have this technique, they don't need to be like us. Instead, they can cultivate anytime, anywhere. Therefore, in the near future, I intend to teach my brothers and sisters the first level of the hegemony heavily decisions Gongfu, and when the time comes, I hope that everyone will listen carefully. Is there any confidence? Woof. Have no faith. Woof. Woof. Speak up. I can't hear you. Woof woof woof. The mountain peaks shook and all the birds flew. Very good. Zhou nodded with satisfaction and took out another top-grade spirit stone in his hand. Let me add one last thing. What about this thing in my hand? It's called a spirit stone. Everyone smell it. Turn around and find me some by all means. You can also absorb it. When you cultivate your gongfu, I'll let Dog Fugue teach you how to use it. Dog Fortune bit the spirit stones and then passed them from one to another. It's important for everyone to remember the smell of the spirit stones and how it makes them feel. After doing this, Zhou felt doubly relieved when a groundhound came across the dogs by biting a tree branch. There were a couple of huge balsam pears in the branches of the tree. Zhou was so happy that he picked one off, and as his body lay back, an earth dog hurriedly came up behind him to act as a cushion. Beautiful. Zhou crossed his legs and ate the fragrant pear, thinking that life was just like that. The work of digging gradually came to an end. The root system of the 1,000-year sunrise grass was very developed and intricate, enough to dig out a 5-meter-long and wide pit before all the roots were barely dug out. Great job. Go home. Zhou mounted the dog Fugue, and a group of groundhogs descended the mountain with great vigor. Groundhog, who had been rewarded by the fox, nibbled on his prize and ran most cheerfully at the front of the pack. Those little legs were bouncing like they were dancing. Wow, what a cute dog. A clear voice rang out. A green-shirted woman cheered in the sunshine, having never seen such a cute guy running. Senior sister, be careful. That seems to be an earth dog. An orange girl was surprised and drew her sword at the first opportunity. A figure then rushed in, like a dazzling rainbow. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue and purple sort of come together. All the girls then turned pale. Hundreds of groundhounds rushed down from that mountain like a torrent, with a majestic momentum. One of the purple-shirted girl's complexion changed drastically as she blocked everyone behind her. A demon emperor that has completely metamorphosed into a human. Her gaze fell on the handsome man riding the dog, and what a sight it was! Moreover, there was no demonic aura at all. The only ones who could do this were those terrifying demon emperors. For a moment, the 7 girls were scared stiff and stood dumbfounded. Hundreds of earth dogs, plus a demon emperor. Running, obviously, is no longer a good idea. The groundhog strutted forward in an orderly fashion. The canine emperor doesn't talk, and they won't trespass even if there's something tasty on the side of the road. It's called rules. Chapter 59, The Strife Begins. Groups of dogs were agitated and dusty. Zhou sat on the back of the dog and looked forward. Now he has a great dream. He wanted to create a demonic force that was entirely his own. Imagine, these earth dogs don't eat much and do quite a lot. Nothing to run around and look for spirits, and then look for spirit stone mines. Wouldn't that be nice? By that time, he or she will have accomplished a great deal and married a few beautiful wives. Life is complete. It's always much faster to train this group of dogs than to train the Chow family, isn't it? Later the dog begets the dog, and the dog begets the dog, so on and so forth, and so on and so forth. It wouldn't take 10 or 8 years to have tens of thousands of dogs under one's command. At that time, who cares if he's just going to be able to draw a sword? Just ask, who would dare to turn on themselves when they see so many dogs? Do you dare? Just ask if you dare. Zhou, who was immersed in this beautiful dream, completely ignored the 7 stunned girls. Until the ground dogs are gone, just smoke and dust. The blue dress girl's red lips are white. Her voice trembles. Senior, sister, are we not dead? My God, what have they seen today? I only wanted to go out for some training, but how did I come across such an appalling thing? A demon emperor level giant that didn't have a single trace of demonic aura. On top of that, there's no record of such things at all. They had done their homework before coming here, and knew that the strongest in the neighborhood were the dogheads of the groundhogs. The 7 sisters were not able to fight alone, but they had a set of combination formations that were very good, and at the very least, it was possible to save their lives. Why do you call it a training program? All it takes is a little bit of tension and excitement, plus a little bit of life and death crisis, but you can't really die. If you do, then the experience will become a meal delivery. The red-skirted girl lifted her skirt, revealing her skin-like, large white legs, and then pinched them hard, leaving a greenish color. No, not dead. Still alive. The orange-clothed girl's face blanched. We need to report to master as soon as possible. That 7th grade doghead may have already broken through to the 9th grade. No, it's the 10th grade, or even higher. That unique aura that is nearly indistinguishable from a human. Once he sneaks into the human realm, it will be absolutely impossible to find him out again. This is a great disaster. A great disaster. The 7 sisters' delicate bodies trembled, and a look of fear appeared in their eyes as they turned around and ran wildly away. As for Zhou and a group of earth dogs who had returned to the One-Blade Gorge, they began to divide up the rising sun grass. Adult dogs, totaling 365, and pups, 88. Zhou only took the best part of the root system. It tasted similar to a white carrot, but he didn't care. The demon pills were able to be eaten casually. What did he care about the taste? Anyway, you can eat anything as long as you don't eat the Pepto-Bismol. As the spirit entered his body, this knight only felt his blood veins spurting and his blood chi boiling up completely. Inside the One-Gorge, the groundhounds were barking with all sorts of excitement, doing the work of reproduction. By late night, when the earth dogs subsided, Zhou also quieted down and suppressed the restlessness in his body. Mortal blood realm 7th heaven. Zhou was incomparably excited. This was definitely an unexpected joy. It was unexpected that the medicinal properties of the sunrise grass would forcefully stimulate a portion of the residual medicinal power in his body, allowing him to break through. At this moment, he felt more and more that it was wise for him to stay in One-Blade Gorge, even if, at first, he hadn't intended it that way. But still praise yourself for being wise for your choices. In the next few days, Zhou called Dog Fugue and taught the first level of the bastardly heavenly decision technique, which, in his opinion, would be enough for the earth dog. The intelligence of demonic beasts is not low, plus the Dog Fugue is a 6th grade, so it is easy to understand. After a few more days, it seemed like everything was starting to click into place on the line. If there are enough of them, then you will be able to pick the tall ones out of the short ones. Dog Fortune selected 10 dog talents from them, not to mention that they were all of the 4th grade, but they cultivated the bastardly heavenly decree very quickly. These 10 dogs will be prioritized for a certain level of resources. Dog Fortune belongs to the type of dog that can lift a dog to create a personal guard army that can be mobilized by the Inuyasha at any time. Zhou was extremely satisfied with this, and the performance had been too good to be true. The busy and happy new life of the Earth Dog clan opened up from then on, making fires, hunting around, searching for all kinds of spiritual objects, and at the same time, searching for more spiritual stones. Zhou was also cultivating in full swing, the hope that had not been seen for 100 years, but in a short period of time, the continuous breakthrough of 2 small realms. This feeling is really great. About 10 days later, along with a shrill whistling sound, the dogs of the One-Blade Gorge group were furious and rushed out of their respective caves. Zhou also walked out since, and above the cliff, a group of foxes stared angrily. Dog Fortune jumped up first, showing his teeth and hissing with awe. Shadow Demon Fox? Zhou walked over to Dog Fortune. The number was 50. Thinking back to the fox's illusions from earlier, Zhou couldn't help but frown. But the good thing is, except for the leader, who is a 6th ranked one, all the others are 4th ranked. Human? The leading fox stared at Zhou dead in the face. Zhou nodded. You have something? The Shadow Demon Fox showed its teeth. What about the matter of you killing my concubine? Zhou looked blankly at Dog Fortune. Dog Fortune replied. Rising sun grass. Zhou drifted off. The best survives the strongest. Now that you dare to underestimate our Earth Dog clan and come to our door to provoke us, I would like you to give me a reasonable explanation. The group of dogs walked around and gradually surrounded this group of Shadow Demon Foxes. The group of foxes hissed and hissed, shifting their bearings in an anxious manner. Groups of dogs hissed and leered. The atmosphere was tense as the big battle was about to begin. The Shadow Demon Fox shouted angrily, Where is the Dog King? I want to talk to him personally. My clan and your Earth Canine clan have always been well watered by river water. Now that you dare to kill my concubine, aren't you afraid that your ancestral grandmother will be angry and destroy you? Dog Fugue roared lowly. This is our great Lord Canine Emperor. His orders are the highest purpose of our clan. If you dare to be reckless today, I will definitely tear you apart. The Shadow Demon Fox was furious. I will definitely report this matter to my ancestral grandmother and make you pay for your blood. Zhou was curious. Grandmother? Dog Fortune explained in a low voice. An old fox of the Fox clan who is over 1300 years old is extremely far away from this place. Zhou rubbed his fingers lightly. It sounded like a troublesome guy. He couldn't help but stare into the eyes of the Dog Fugue. Dog Fortune's eyes flickered as he nodded slightly. In this matter, we, the Earth Dog clan, will give you an explanation. Before the words fell, it jumped up and flew at the Shadow Demon Fox. The moment the Shadow Demon Fox's eyes flowed, a groundhound rushed out from the side and bit its neck. Instantly the fur was torn and blood splattered. In a flash, all the Earth Dogs went forward and instantly drowned out all the incoming Shadow Demon Foxes. Chapter 60 About the Secret Technique. Misery. The Shadow Demon Fox screamed miserably and struggled with all its might, but its neck had already been torn apart and blood was waving. Other areas? That's even crazier. The scene was chaotic for a while. Dust and fog filled the air as the pack dogs fought to kill the enemy. However, in a moment, all the incoming Shadow Demon Foxes were all torn into pieces, not even using their illusions. After a fight, the Earth Dog clan had limited injuries, and death was even more non-existent. Dog Fortune licked the blood from his lips. Lord Dog Emperor, what should we do next? Zhou understood what it meant since it was talking about guarding against the Demon Fox's retaliation. This emperor is here, whether it's an old granny or an old grandpa. If they dare to come and violate the law, I will make sure that they have no return. Zhou looked proud and not the least bit afraid. The Dog Fugue looked up at Zhou. Just for this fearlessness of death, it is worthy of being a dog emperor. That's a lot more guts than the previous Dog King. Speaking of which, I seem to have forgotten something. Zhou muttered what was going on. It obviously feels like it's already in your head, but you just forget about it. Of course, those things were naturally those of Old Dog, Xiao Jing and Zhou Chen. For the rest of the day, the Earth Dogs ran around, searching for spirits and spirit stone mines. Dog Fugue led his personal guard dog team to wholeheartedly cultivate the first hegemony heavenly determination. Everything is developing in an orderly and progressive manner and is on the right track. The matter of the Earth Dog clan, on the other hand, had silently stirred the 4 directions. For the human race, one more Demon Emperor level demonic beast from the demon race would be absolutely mind-blowing. This kind of big event, since it needed to be discussed by those powerful people, before the conclusion came out, it was necessary to keep a low profile. In the 300-mile radius centered on the One-Blade Gorge, a dog infestation had already appeared. A group of solitary demonic beasts doubled their heads. Now it doesn't matter if it's day or night, but whenever you see a group of dogs passing by, your heartbeat has to speed up. Otherwise, no matter if you are a wolf or a bear, you have to take a bite out of it. However, it was also because of the sudden dog infestation that resulted in there not even being any demonic beasts that went to the city gates to stroll around. On this day, Zhou recruited the Dog Fugue. Dog Fugue ended his cultivation and ran to Zhou's dog cave. Lord Dog Emperor. Zhou's eyes flickered. I've heard that my clan knows the evasion technique? This kind of thing was known even to Li Wanji. It is said that a heavenly dog can eat the moon, and an earthly dog can hide from the earth. Dog Fugue busily said, "This is my clan's divine ability, but you need to break through to the 8th rank before you can learn it." Zhou Yu's eyes rolled. "Then can I learn?" Dog Fugue was stunned. "This is a bloodline secret skill. Until a certain time, that cannot be awakened. Therefore, the vast majority of demonic beasts have a single means of attack, and almost always rely on their bodies to harden. But you, it's tempted to say, you're human." Regarding these, Zhou Yu is clear since. Let's say that the shadow demon fox is just a bit faster and then knows some illusions. The same was true for the blood shadow wolf king in yellow skin before. The demon race was naturally fast, their bodies were powerful, and their claws and teeth were sharp, which was already their advantage. Seeing that Zhou Yu didn't say anything, Dog Fugue busily said again, "However, if Lord Canine Emperor wants to learn, there is a way." Zhou Yu was surprised. "Really?" Dog Fortune nodded. "Actually, our lineage only chose this place to entrench and recuperate because we migrated here, mainly for the purpose of attacking the human race. 800 miles from this place, there is a canine god mountain with a divine pool within it. In past years, as long as a member of the clan reached the 7th rank, they could enter it to nourish their bloodline and prepare for the breakthrough to the 8th rank. Occasionally, accidents would occur, allowing some 7th grade members to accidentally awaken their bloodline secret skills. Therefore, my subordinate feels that if Lord Canine Emperor absorbs the essence blood in it, he might be able to learn it." Zhou Yu became more and more surprised. He didn't understand the secret stories of the demon race. "There is even such a rare thing," Dog Fugue said. "The bloodline of the earth dog race cannot be talked about as powerful, like the dragon race, the Qilin, the Taotai race, and so on. All of their heirs can possess bloodline secret techniques at a young age. Therefore, other races can only find another way. That's a good grove." Zhou Yu stood up excitedly. "Do you think I can enter without any problems?" Dog Fugue was slightly hesitant. "I'm afraid it's a bit difficult. In fact, this one of ours belongs to the death squad. Those who are still recuperating and reproducing heirs in the rear are all powerful existences of each clan. My subordinate does have an idea. That is, it might be a bit aggravating for you, Lord Canine Emperor." Zhou Yu was busy saying, "Quickly, quickly." Dog Fugue said, "My subordinate has been at the 6th rank for a long time, and because I partook of the rising sun grass some time ago, I now have a hidden tendency to break through to the 7th rank. If I can break through to the 7th grade, I will have a reason to enter the divine pool. At that time, after my body is enlarged several times, I will then take you, Lord Canine Emperor, into my mouth. When you are in the divine pool, you will come out again." Zhou Yu's eyes flickered. This guy wouldn't suddenly swallow himself, right? But as the saying goes, if you suspect a dog, you don't use it. Zhou Yu laughed. "No aggravation. No aggravation. Your idea is very good. It won't put me in danger, but it will also allow me to learn the secret techniques." "Very good. Very good. So, how long will it take for you to make a breakthrough?" Dog Fortune was busy saying. "No more than 10 years at most." The smile on Zhou Yu's face froze. 10 years? How many decades are there in life? Dog Fortune added. "Now that we have the gong method taught by Lord Canine Emperor, perhaps the time will be shortened a bit." Zhou Yu frowned. "No, this is taking too long." Dog Fortune's eyes were ashamed and he bowed his head. Zhou Yu lightly rubbed his chin and suddenly took out 10 top-grade spirit stones, followed by a 6 flavors Emperor Phoenix pill. "Absorb this directly and see if it can help you." Dog Fugue was busy backing away. "I don't dare. My subordinate has yet to find spirit stones for you. Canine Emperor, how could I dare to be so extravagant and wasteful?" "You're welcome," Zhou Yu said with a straight face. "Do you wish to be on the front line as a daredevil all the time? If you want to change your fate, you have to be unconventional. Imagine if you possess the strength of a demon emperor in the future. Wouldn't our lineage then become an example for all the Earth Dog clan? At that time, it doesn't matter if it's the human race or the major demon races. As long as they think of the words Earth Dog, there will only be 3 words in their minds. That's your name, Dog Fortune." Dog Fortune looked up in surprise. That was a crazy idea. Be the strongest one. Zhou Yu was proud. Otherwise, it would be better to just lie here and sit and eat. Dog Fugue, I believe that you are a good dog with high aspirations, and as your brother, I should do my best to help. Dog Fortune's eyes were teary. "Oh, my great Lord Canine Emperor, my subordinate has never wanted to be and serve you like I do today." Zhou Yu grabbed the dog's head and said with affection, "Dog Fugue, brother, I'm helping you like this. You can't forget my kindness to you in the future." Chapter 61, Arresting a Dog and Committing Murder. Zhou Chen, slow down. Li Wanji held a copper hammer and walked in an open area. Zhou Chen's pretty face was taut. her silver teeth clenched. My second master is slow to show up. I'm worried that something will happen to him. Li Wanji pulled Zhou Chen back. This is in the middle of nowhere, not within the Guardian formation. It's very easy for something to happen if you walk around like this. I don't care. Zhou Chen chortled. I must find the second master. She was full of trust in the second master's strength, but as time passed, she was starting to run out of ideas, getting more and more restless. Miss Shou, Kyo stopped in front. He was at peace when he told me to run. Zhou Chen and Li Wanji instantly looked over. Peaceful? Kyo apologized. Sorry for talking baldly. It was very calm. I'm sure he's completely sure of himself. The old dog also said. Yes, just based on the abilities of the people around him, he definitely won't be in trouble. If you ask my old man, he might be eating and drinking somewhere right now. Sidekick? Zhou Chen looked at the old dog in confusion. The old dog coughed lightly. Nothing, he must be fine anyway. He felt that this girl must be unaware of the existence of the Tao Protector. Otherwise, why would she be so worried? Zhou Chen hesitated. But, she couldn't help but look at Kyo. It was said to be an extremely terrifying opponent. It was clearly a demonic beast, but there was no difference between it and a human. Xiao Jing said. I'm only at the first sky of the Jinchuan realm. My perception of danger is definitely different from his. It can even be said that it's a Jinchuan realm ninth sky, and I'll have to run away. The old dog nodded. That's the idea. Li Wanji advised. Xiao Chen, why don't we go back to Yi City first and wait quietly for him to return? These days, they had been skulking around outside, fighting with different demonic beasts, and when they encountered the powerful ones, they even fled in panic. If not for the old dog duo, they were afraid that their little lives would be lost. Li Wanji, on the other hand, is now even more perplexed by Zhou Chen's current performance. Not even close to her, even if he possessed a lower-grade spirit sword. In general, Zhou Chen's strength was that of a true degenerate realm. Zhou Chen bit her lip lightly. But I still want to look again. Xiao Jing and the old dog looked at each other before saying, how about this then? We'll quietly make a trip to the place where Mr. Zhou and I were when we parted ways. If we can't find anything, we'll return to Yi City. How about that? Previously, he had kept this to himself lest the demonic powerhouse was still in that place. Then isn't he bringing a bunch of people over there to deliver lunch meat? I'm also saying this now because so much time has passed, so maybe the other person has already left? The old dog laughed. I think it's fine. Although the old man I don't have much ability, but my escape kung fu is still fine. When the time comes, I'll scout the way in the front, and you guys will follow at the back. The old dog had his own little calculations between the flashes of his eyes. Was his own roundabout tactic just beginning to die in the womb? This trip will also allow him to determine exactly what is going on. If he did die, he wouldn't have to get a daughter-in-law and have a daughter. As for these two dragons, since they were thrown back to Yi City, they went their separate ways. Li Wanji advised. Zhou Chen, why don't you just follow the old-timer's wishes? Since I brought you out, I truly hope that you can go back again safely. Zhou Chen took a deep breath. She understood for herself that this might be the last chance. Just thinking of the second master who can barely take care of himself. I can't help but feel sad again. No one is taking care of the second master. He should be starving in the meantime. Things like starvation have existed since. Zhou Yu was lying on the ground, quietly looking at a porcelain bottle in front of him, which was filled with the rescue pill. The groundhounds would seek out wild fruits for the circumference, but the flavor was often too sour to swallow. It's not like you can cook a roast well, and the only thing that comes out of the roast is the dogs that eat it. The only thing you can consider is the pescariat. To eat or not to eat? It's really a problem. If others knew that this was a pyrrhic pill it was fine. If they didn't know, they would have thought it was some kind of poison. My stomach began to rumble, and all this time had emptied out all that I had eaten before. Zhou Yu closed his eyes tightly, grabbed the porcelain bottle with his right hand, then poured out a peso dan, pinched open the beeswax, pinched his nose with his left hand, and picked up the peso dan with his right hand and placed it at his lips. Stalemate. Hold. Ah. No. Zhou Yu put down the rescue pill and only felt a wave of nausea. He's really had enough and is really throwing up. Zhou Yu put the cereal-resistant dan back into the porcelain bottle before opening his eyes. I still don't believe it. If I don't eat this stuff it will still be able to starve me to death? A groundhound rushed into the dog hole and plopped down in front of Zhou Yu with its tail wagging. Zhou Yu collected the porcelain vase. Something's wrong? The groundhog who had come to report barked at the outside. Zhou Yu understood its meaning and got up to go outside. As Zhou Yu walked out, ground dogs came out of the various dog holes. Zhou Yu raised his head and saw that on the cliff to his left, a pale wolf the size of a calf was overlooking the bottom. With an aura intensity of 6th grade, Dog Fortune didn't show up and was still trying to practice. Zhou Yu placed his left hand on the scabbard and raised his voice to rebuke. Where are the rats that dare to spy on my Earth Dog clan? It's really a human race. The Tsong wolf landed lengthwise on a rock in front of Zhou. I am the Tsong wolf king. Zhou let out an "Oh. Something's wrong?" The Tsong wolf king spoke coldly. It's not the first or second time that you've set a dog on a murderous course. So this king just wanted to come and ask you if you're done, right? Zhou laughed shamefully. Come to question me? The Crow Wolf King laughed coldly. I had heard that the Earth Dog clan had changed masters, and that the 7th grade Dog King had been replaced with a weird human. Seeing it today, it's really very strange. To say that before, it really didn't have the guts to come over. That dog-headed man is very vicious, not only cruel to his fellow tribesmen, but also to outsiders. Zhou flinched. None of your business? The Tsong Wolf King's lips lifted, forcibly suppressing his anger. A mere human race dared to act like this. This king doesn't care who you are, but you better restrain your little brother. Zhou stepped forward. If I don't restrain, what can you do? Ow! The Crow Wolf King threw back his head and whistled, and in a flash, a large row of crow wolves appeared on the top. In a flash, the pack of dogs boiled and showed their teeth and growled. Dog King! The Crow Wolf King shouted angrily. I endured it when your clan robbed my clan of food. I also tolerated it when you openly allowed your little brother to breed with my clan. But you guys are really bullying the wolves too much. And you have to be scolded a few times for even crossing the road? What kind of reasoning is this? Zhou was arrogant. Our demon race, when have we ever been reasonable? Upon hearing this, the Tsong Wolf King became furious. Chicken King, did you hear his arrogant words? I told you that these sons of Es, they can't reason. On the opposite side of that, a red-bellied brocade chicken was the size of an unusual dog, also of the 6th rank. Its gaze sharply fixed on Zhou. The Dog King has to be like this, is it? Such arrogant behavior. Is it hard to believe that you want to start a war? Chapter 62 Refusal to be defined. Start a war? Who are you scaring? Zhou immediately lost his temper. Coming to my house to provoke and still dare to be so arrogant? Without thinking, he took out the grain-preventing pills and directly ate one, forcing himself to swallow it with nausea. Seeing this, the Tsong Wolf King's pupils tightened and his eyes showed scorn. The human race is beyond the reach of the demon race when it comes to alchemy. Taking medicine before going to war is definitely for enhancing strength. The Chicken King also felt that something was wrong and was secretly alarmed. When have we, the Earth Dog clan, ever wimped out? Zhou snorted coldly. And don't say that I look down on you all. If we really want to move, it's still hard to say who will live and who will die. The words fell out of his mouth and he yelled, brothers and sisters. Packs of dogs surged and roars shook the canyon. Each one had fierce fangs and sharp claws digging into the ground, ready for a great battle. The pale Wolf King's color changed greatly. It is now in the canyon. Dog King, everyone is at least of the same clan. What do you mean by this? Zhou took a step forward. You came to the door for no reason. Can you deliver the invitation? Worship? The Crow Wolf King gulped a bit. What was that thing? Never heard of it at all. Zhou spoke coldly. I treat you politely, but you toot your horn and force your dog. Is that being reasonable? The Tsong Wolf King subconsciously stepped back, feeling somewhat unjustified. Zhou pointed his big hand at the Tsong Wolf King. You said that my clan forced a relationship with your clan. So wasn't that to help you reproduce more offspring? What does having more offspring represent? It represents combat power. My Earth Dog clan's bloodline is excellent. What is your Tsong Wolf clan? Your bloodline isn't even as pure as the Blood Shadow Wolf clan. Are you taking yourself too seriously? The Crow Wolf King bowed his head. I didn't mean that. Just. Zhou snorted coldly. You don't think that I'm able to sit in this position because I'm a dry eater, do you? I can even exterminate a 7th grade Dog King, but I still can't exterminate you? Are you stupid? Or are you just stupid? The Tsong Wolf King's body trembled, and he was hard-pressed to say a single word. And you? Zhou looked at the colorful Chicken King again. What kind of big tail are you pretending to be here with me if you don't think about turning into a phoenix every day? The Mountain Chicken King was stunned. A mountain chicken can turn into a phoenix? Zhou chided. Look at you. You're an unambitious wimp. You were a family 50,000 years ago, and you were originally connected to their bloodline. What's wrong with phoenixes? Do they have more brains than you? Or more eyes? Are you not able to surpass them? Replace them? The Chicken King bowed his head, shame showing in his eyes. Simply incorrigible. Zhou's eyes rolled and glared. In my life, I hate people and demons who have no talent. Every day you know how to flaunt your power at the grassroots level. If you really have that kind of ability, you guys should improve yourselves and become the top stream. The Chicken King shuddered. But I'm just a chicken. What happened to the chicken? Zhou spat. Who says chickens can only be eaten and sold? Refuse to be defined. Understand? Refuse to be defined? The Chicken King muttered. And suddenly there was a light in his eyes. Zhou tilted his head. I have a dream. In my dream, chickens are not just out for sale, and dogs are not just to look after the house. We have to live out a true self and thus return to the basics. Even as a chicken, we have to be an independent chicken. The mountain chicken king's wings unfolded and he knelt on the ground, tears flowing from his chicken eyes. Great king of dogs, your supreme words. The little chicken remembers them in his heart and will never forget them. When I look back on my life as a chicken, the definition is being sold and eaten, belonging to the bottom of the food chain. The Tsang Wolf King knelt down on his front legs. I implore the Great Dog King to be able to give me a chance to reform myself. My clan is willing to intermarry with your clan to create the newest bloodline. It was terrified and frightened, lest it should be partaken of the next moment. I, for one, am simple. Zhou loosened the scabbard with his left hand. If you respect me, I won't take your little lives since, but then, it's too worrying when food is a bit scarce these days. The Tsang Wolf King hurriedly said, in the future, wherever the Earth Dog clan passes through, all they need to do is to give a word. My clan's territory, and they can eat as much as they want. The Mountain Chicken King also interjected himself. I am untalented. I have captive bred some human races, and have allowed these human races to raise chickens for my race, and have started a chicken farm, and am willing to provide the Great Dog King with 50,000 eggs every month. Zhou smiled. Very well, I'll call you Chick. As the words fell, they felt awkward again. Mountain Rooster King, Tsang Wolf King, you two have performed very well. I am very satisfied. As long as the two of you sincerely repent, I am personally still willing to join hands with all of you to exterminate the human race. The Tsang Wolf King perked up. Great Lord Dog King, it seems that I have seen you in the future, with an aura added to your body, like a god of war descending into the world, becoming the top stream of existence. Zhou laughed cheerfully. Little Master was originally a top stream. For a while, wolves howled and dogs barked and chickens clucked. Zhou then asked, right, you guys, and tell me, has anything special happened recently? The Mountain Chicken King fluttered his wings and landed. Great Dog King, recently the 10,000 Snake Cave 200 miles away to the northeast is rumored to be not peaceful. The Snake King has always been vicious and venomous, acting arrogantly and domineeringly. According to rumors, it may be expanding its territory. The Tsang Wolf King also said, that guy has somehow managed to break through from the 4th rank to the 7th rank in recent years in just 10 years. Zhou's mind moved. Could it be that he ate some extraordinary spirit? The Chicken King said in a respectful voice. The specifics are unknown, but its momentum is fierce. The Tsang Wolf King thought for a moment and said, it is said that Snake King was even able to poison a Vajra bear whose strength is close to the 8th grade, and there are rumors among the other demon clans that it may be about to transform into a dragon. Transform the dragon? Zhou was a bit surprised. It is rumored that a big snake becomes a python, a big python becomes a boa becomes a jiao, and a big jiao becomes a dragon. But whether this is exactly the case, and what kind of a changing trend, Zhou is not clear. There are just some names that don't change a lot of the time. For example, after the title of Snake King is settled, even if he transforms into a python, he will not change his name to Python King. There's also the fact that such rumors can often only be used as a reference, not as a hard and fast rule. As if, before Zhou entered Yi City, there had been a 4th grade demonic beast turbid boa. The turbid boa had a huge body and outstanding abilities, but it was absolutely no match for the Snake King. It sounds like there must be something special that enhances its strength. Zhou's mind flowed and moved to snatch it. As soon as his thoughts fell, Zhou laughed. As long as I'm here, I'm sure it won't dare to come and commit a crime. Only then, if a demon has no far-flung worries, it will have near worries. Since this Snake King is not honest, for the sake of our peaceful days in the future, we must also clean it up first. Chapter 63, Visiting a Chicken Farm. Chicken King is just reliable. On the day of his return, he sent 5,000 eggs from the 3 men to whom it had been captive. This is naturally the first wave. These eggs are not fertilized, so there is no harm in eating them, and they will not produce new life anyway. Zhou didn't choose to rescue these 3 guys. First of all, the first point, he was the king of dogs. The second point, these 3 guys didn't look like they were in distress. Each one of them had a big belly, and it looked like they usually didn't eat a lot of eggs. The habits of the grouse are still maintained in the habit of eating grains and small insects of one kind or another. It's nothing like the wolves or the bears. On this day, Zhou finally ate something. Poached white eggs. It doesn't have much flavor, but it's better than taking Pepto-Bismol, right? So, at one meal he ate 15 by himself, and then couldn't eat any more because he couldn't stand choking on the yolks. On his side, the Tsang Wolf King had gone to spy on the 10,000 Serpents Cave. This kind of thing couldn't be left to the Great Dog King, could it? Isn't that nonsense? To be a wolf, sometimes you have to realize your own value. out of curiosity. The following day Zhou rushed to the Mountain Chicken King's realm with 5 4th-grade earth dogs. As for Dog Fortune, he continued in his state of cultivation. The matter of the divine pool was something that Zhou cared about. So, Dog Fortune worked hard. A small hill where the Chicken King was located clucked incessantly. The mountains were filled with colorful chickens running around. There were flame-like male chickens wailing. There were pearl chickens clucking. And then what kind of ruddy chickens? 3 yellow chickens, black-boned chickens, short-footed chickens, and so on. There were all kinds of chickens, different areas. There are still human beings walking around, scattering some grains for feeding, since there is also a part of the people in the jungle to collect some eggs together. Totally peaceful, to say the least. But anyone who doesn't know about the existence of the Chicken King really thinks it's a large chicken farm. Zhou is looking at the mouth-watering. This if Xiao Chen is here. How to eat a few over the addiction. And then you look at the 5 dogs. And that's a lot of harumphing, too. Seeing them appear, those people stood aside with their heads bowed. Just ask, what would be the first thing you would think when you see a man with a demon in the demon race? Then of course the thought was that it was a very terrifying transformed demon emperor. It's horrible. What if you look at him one more time in the crowd and get eaten? It's so not worth it. The king of chickadees fluttered his wings and landed, his wings resting gracefully in front of him. Great king of dogs, welcome. Zhou wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth. These chickens are so beautiful. The Chicken King stood up and explained in a respectful voice. As chickens, we have always been a bit more idle, so we will have more time to dress up and comb our feathers. So we are much prettier. Who? The king of chickens suddenly stretched his neck and chirped at the sky. In a matter of moments, above the mountain path, colorful pheasants rushed out, all of them beautiful and moving, standing in 2 rows on both sides of the mountain path. The scene, in particular, was spectacular. Zhou nodded, quite satisfied with this. Suddenly, he felt that being a dog was much better than being a human. Look at our status, we're respected everywhere we go. Zhou lightly coughed and patted the dog head beside him, telling him to restrain himself. Don't be unable to resist directly pouncing on him in a while. That would be a wrong behavior to destroy the relationship, and if it was serious, it would rise to the racial level. Chicken King, I am now looking at you more and more favorably. The Mountain Chicken King's eyes showed joy. Thanks to Lord Dog King's regard, Little Chicken will definitely be furious and make further efforts in the future. Cross the dazzlingly colorful trail to the clean and tidy chicken coop. Unlike the groundhog's territory, the Chicken King's territory was clean since it was tended by human clans. Enter a wooden house, simple and empty. On the back wall of the main hall hangs a hibiscus and brocade chicken picture with an inscription. Autumn is strong and refuses the frost to flourish. The crown of the golden-feathered chicken is known to be full of the 5 virtues, and the ease is better than that of the eider. Zhou exclaimed. Chickens have 5 virtues. The one who wears a crown on his head is a man. The one who fights with his feet is a martial artist. The one who dares to fight in front of the enemy is brave. Those who call out to each other when they see food are benevolent. Those who keep watch at night and do not lose their heads are also trustworthy. The Mountain Chicken King bowed. Lord Dog King has flattered me. Little Chicken is sincerely terrified. Zhou laughed out loud. There's no need to be so formal. I just came to take a look. Chicken King said. Lord Dog King, please take a seat. When Zhou sat down, 2 dogs were on either side of the door. 2 dogs were on either side of the door, and one was lying at Zhou's feet. Alert! The Chicken King was an anomaly, and Zhou took care to line it up as he headed up the hill. Most of the chickens were only 1 or 2 grades. 3 or 4 grades would be extremely rare, and one of the 5 grades was not seen. After wandering around for half an hour, I've seen pretty much the same thing about the place. Upon returning to the living room, the Mountain Chicken King said in a respectful voice, I would also like to ask Lord Dog King to forgive Little Chicken first for not being able to cook my clan's hospitality for you in your own realm. Zhou waved his big hand. No harm done. I'm not that kind of glutton. Upon hearing this, the Chicken King instantly became much more relaxed, and woody-ooed and odd. Then some of the human race came in with their heads bowed holding their dinner trays, and one after another they entered, put down their dinner trays and then stepped back and went out. Zhou's eyes glowed and his mind stirred. Braised elbow, hui chang pork, 8 treasures duck, steamed anchovy, spicy crayfish, braised pig's tail. The Mountain Chicken King apologized. It's not that Little Chicken is speculating about the Great Dog King, but it just so happens that Little Chicken's realm has raised some humanoids, so I entertained you in the manner of the human race, and I hope you won't be offended. Zhou rubbed his hands in excitement. I am very satisfied with your performance. This is a lifesaver. Really starving all. I thought it would be nice to have a poached egg. Who would have thought that this could be a great meal? The Mountain Chicken King said in a respectful voice. If Lord Dog King doesn't mind, the Little Chicken is already satisfied. Zhou Yu directly ignored it and began to feast on the wind. The Chicken King was puzzled. Were these things that good? In its opinion, none of them were as crunchy as a little bug that became a demonic beast. But come to think of it, the king of dogs has his own unique fetishes. Zhou Yu ate with his mouth full of oil, thinking that running for 100 miles was nothing worth it. It's a willingness to come and rub one out every day. When he was full and drunk, Zhou Yu beckoned. You guys hurry up and eat some too. The 5 dogs looked at each other and then pounced, leaving the table a mess. All in all, not even a sip of tea left. Someone soon came in, cleaned up with a quick hand and served tea. Finally another man came in, bowed his head, placed a wooden box on the table, and retired. Zhou Yu was puzzled. What is this? The Chicken King said in a respectful voice. Yesterday I paid my respects to the Dog King. I did not prepare a gift, so I am making up for it today, so please accept it with a smile. Yesterday? Yesterday it was a battle. What kind of gift is that? Of course, we are all intelligent demons, and there is no need to be too blunt about some things. Zhou Yu reached out and opened the wooden box, his eyes showing surprise. Chapter 64, Tengu. Inside the wooden box lay a white jade ginseng with all roots and whiskers. This white jade ginseng had been dug out for a short period of time, but it was still crystal clear. Like jade, the moment the wooden box was opened, there was a special aura coming out. Smelling it was refreshing, and it seemed to have a feeling that all diseases were eliminated. As for its vintage, I'm afraid it's no less than 500 years old. This thing is special. Although the year is not as good as the previous sunrise grass, but the medicinal properties are definitely not inferior. These days, it's the wild ones that are precious, artificially grown. It's always so much less interesting, even if there's a spirit gathering array to promote ripening. After all, this wild vintage, that is the real thing. And in the process of absorbing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, extracting the essence of the sun and the moon, slowly undergo some special changes. Plants change themselves extremely slowly. Yes, yes, yes. Zhou Yu was beaming with joy. His mood was just too beautiful. Sure enough, it's not a fight between humans and demons. It's all about human feelings. If we can talk and laugh to get the most precious treasure, why should we kill each other? Zhou Yu received the white jade ginseng and thought that if everyone was like himself, why would he worry that the world would not be peaceful? But thought. Zhou Yu's gaze landed on the Chicken King. In that case, I guess there's something you're asking me for, right? The Mountain Chicken King was astonished. Please ask Lord Dog King to forgive Little Chicken's little heart. It is really that in recent years, there is a lone wild dog that spies on my clan and secretly poaches countless times. However, its speed is quite extraordinary. Even though I am 1 grade higher than it, I have never been able to take it. Therefore, I am very annoyed. If I can obtain the shelter of Lord Dog King, my clan's egg production will definitely increase by 20% as a result. Understood. Zhou Yu nodded. If you are terrified daily, this naturally affects egg production. It can be all about your diet, the Chicken King said in a respectful voice. Exactly. Just as well. Zhou Yu stretched and stood up. Having eaten and taken, it is indeed time to contribute. He's always been like that with this one. If you honor me and respect me, I could do something for you. But if you insult me and call me names, you can just pull out your sword and cut me off. The Chicken King is very touched. Although it is strong, but nay, there are times when it is just restrained. If it wasn't for the Tsang Wolf King's encouragement yesterday, how would I have dared to go to Groundhog's territory? Isn't that a silly rooster giving a dog a lift and delivering lunch to your door? Location? Zhou Yu inquired. King Chicken was busy responding. This wild dog has been circling the neighborhood, residing in no fixed place. Zhou Yu snapped his fingers. Find. The 5 groundhounds hissed and rushed out in different directions. Zhou Yu walked out of the house and stood on the hill, sweeping in all directions. Can it fly? The Chicken King nodded. Short distance is fine. Zhou Yu spoke softly. That's fine. When my little brother is found, you will take me there. The Mountain Chicken King sighed in his heart. Worthy of being a dog king, saving his spiritual energy at all times, not even willing to do flight. This shows that the great king of dogs is really very deep in the city. A few moments later, it was accompanied by a loud and clear woof. Zhou Yu raised an eyebrow. Found it. The Mountain Chicken King's body shook and enlarged like a calf as Zhou Yu took a step up. Boom! The Chicken King stirred his wings and soared into the sky, followed by a swift run in the direction of the sound. Is this what flying feels like? Zhou Yu sighed and became more and more envious. He had even begun to consider that if he couldn't learn the flying technique in the future, could he consider raising a chicken? To say that these pheasants are beautiful, beautiful feathers, but also not lose the peacock stream. Rushing out 10 miles, the Chicken King quickly danced his wings. Lord Dog King, it's time to land. Get ready. Zhou Yu's eyes flashed as he looked sternly at a jungle in front of him. A groundhog is woofing and barking, and groundhogs in other directions are rapidly approaching to outflank. With the moment the Chicken King was about to land, Zhou leapt up. Boom! The ground shook, and Chicken King counted on a safe landing. Zhou landed smoothly, his eyes looking sharply ahead. A black and white striped dog with long thin legs sheds the fighting groundhogs to escape. It sped like the wind and was incredibly fast. Zhou's eyes narrowed slightly as his right hand quickly grabbed the hilt of the sword. Boo! The ground in front of the black and white striped dog was chopped and a crack appeared. The black and white striped dog quickly backed up and rushed Zhou with a low growl. At the same time, 3 more earth dogs appeared and surrounded him. The black and white striped dog backed up slowly, posing with no fear in his eyes. It was a 5th grade demonic beast, and the ones surrounding it were only 4th grade ground dogs, so there was no threat to talk about. And the earth dog that was the first to find it was just as if it had been injured. It is. The Chicken King was agitated. Be careful, it's very fast. Zhou stepped forward. Little man, dare to hurt my little brother? Who gave you the guts? The black and white striped dog looked at it coldly, and it was puzzled. Since when did the Earth Dog clan listen to a human clan? I can't believe I'm chasing myself so desperately. With the return of the 5th ground dog, the black striped dog's eyes narrowed slightly with murderous intent. It's so weird. Is it hard to believe that there are still people who dare to raise groundhogs? But as the saying goes, a good dog doesn't eat before it's time, so it's better to leave early. King Chicken was anxious. It's getting away. They have fought each other many times, so they know each other's habits. Zhou slowly spoke. Curse it. Before the words fell, the 5 earth dogs showed their teeth and roared furiously, one cursing harder than the other. The black and white striped dog raged, twisting its head and barking furiously. But how can one dog scold 5 heads? The black and white striped dog's eyes glowed red as it cursed up and down. Suddenly, it stopped fleeing and its hateful gaze landed on Zhou's body as it quickly pounced over. Seeing this, the 5-headed ground dog flew to block it. But after all, there was a difference of 1 grade, plus the black and white striped dog was extremely fast, and in an instant, it arrived in front of Zhou. Knock! The black and white striped dog fell to the ground, blood flowing. Chicken King is excited. Dog King bully. Didn't even see how the other guy struck, but it was just a big shock. A groundhound stepped forward, its front paws picking at the black and white striped dog's head, and then barked fearfully at Zhou. Zhou was completely unresponsive and couldn't help but look over. Black fur with white veins. At the entrance of its head, it intertwined into a special symbol, which seemed to be a word. Days? The tip of Zhou's eyebrow quivered. The Chicken King scrutinized it carefully and exclaimed in surprise. Tengu, the topmost race of all canine demonic beasts. The Tengu clan represents absolute authority. No wonder it is so fast. Even the 6th grade Chicken King can't take it, so it has an unusual origin. The Mountain Chicken King said anxiously. This is bad. Having provoked the Heavenly Dog clan, I'm afraid that it will be difficult to make good. Lord Dog King, please also leave quickly. This matter started because of my clan and should end with my clan. I will properly dispose of the corpse, and definitely won't leak a single word. Chapter 65, The Most Loathsome Animal. Am I being counted? Lying across the backs of the 4 ground dogs, Zhou had moved on to other thoughts. A groundhound led the way, carefully watching the neighborhood. That Chicken King had lived for at least 100 or 200 years and had fought so many times. It would not recognize the characteristics of the Tengu clan? No wonder the old folks used to say that a chicken thief is a real ing thief. The corner of Zhou's mouth turned up and smiled playfully. Lend me a hand to get rid of the Tengu that's giving it a headache, and then pretend you don't know anything about it to fight things for me. If the Heavenly Dog clan is unable to find out about this matter, it will be left alone. If they really cared about this Heavenly Dog, that Mountain Rooster King would definitely sell me directly. Or maybe it's something that could become a hold on me. Interesting. Demonic beasts don't work brute force and start playing with their brains, right? Zhou laughed out loud. It was so much fun. To say he was afraid. Well, he wasn't that far gone. Isn't a Tengu a dog? Isn't it just stronger, higher status, and a purer bloodline? What's the big deal? If you can't, go back to Jinwei Pass. Let the old man break bread with them. Zhou rolled over and raised his hand to pat the dog's head. Keep your speed consistent. I'm uncomfortable with one of you being fast and one of you being slow, okay? The 4 dogs whistled long and strutted forward in a rhythmic fashion. Good dog. Zhou once again lay flat on his back, looking at the blue sky and white clouds, only feeling in a cozy mood. Woof! The lead groundhog barked furiously. Zhou tilted his head and looked in the direction of the groundhog's bark. A few monkeys stood on a tree by the side of the road, looking out over it and hitting the lead groundhog with wild fruit. The leading ground dog hissed angrily, and the 4 ground dogs carrying Zhou couldn't stand it, and immediately messed up the formation, charging forward and barking furiously. Several monkeys chirped and kept throwing wild fruits to hit them. Puff! Zhou fell into the dust for a moment. In the woods, more and more monkeys appeared, arrogantly throwing over stones and wild fruits. The five-headed groundhogs were furious and manic, their eyes scarlet. But nay, the ground is just this powerless against the air. Zhou stood up with a dusty face, his face grim. In my life, I hate monkeys the most. It's annoying. Before the words fell, the stones and wild fruits in the sky rushed down at Zhou. Zhou continuously retreated, but he was still smashed dozens of times. The group of monkeys laughed in a forward and backward manner, extremely rampant. Zhou gritted his teeth, his eyes showed a fierce light, and his right hand was placed on the hilt of his sword. Boom! With the moment the serious sword drawing technique appeared, a terrifying sword blade chipped away at the canopy of a large area. As countless branches and leaves fell to the ground, blood seeped onto the pavement. The monkeys that survived let out terrified cries and fled in all directions. Scream! Zhou yelled. Keep screaming. Why don't you scream? The group of monkeys were shivering in the jungle, their eyes showing horror. It's always been them bullying people and demons. How come it's the other way around today? If I don't give a damn, do you really take me for a dog? Zhou's face turned blue as his right hand pulled out a rotten fruit in his collar that had been bitten a few times. Zhou took a deep breath and adjusted his mind. He wasn't a fan of humanoid things, including animals. It's just annoying. It was fine if he didn't provoke himself, but once he did, his anger couldn't stop intensifying. Get the hell out of here, all of you. Zhou poo-pooed. The great mood has been ruined by you guys. Believe it or not, I'll exterminate your whole clan? All monkeys bend over. Seeing this, Zhou snorted coldly. Let's go. The five groundhounds showed their teeth and obediently left. Whoosh! In a flash, the jungle shook and countless stones and fruits flew over. Not only that, but there was even a turd mixed in. Worse, defecate on the spot and then throw it over. Continuous sword drawing. There was killing intent boiling in Zhou's eyes, and in a matter of moments, the sword light crisscrossed, shredding the jungle, and even more so, chopping those monkeys into pieces. The moment this wave of attacks subsided, the five-headed groundhogs roared forward, pressing the monkeys that had managed to escape to the ground and snapping off their windpipes with a single bite. The hunt is on. The groundhogs were ferocious, and it was a big kill against these monkeys who were not very strong and had no time to get back to the trees. In a few moments, though, the road was littered with corpses, except for a few that had run ahead. It's pretty amazing when a groundhog goes berserk. After all, this was a fourth-grade demonic beast. The speed was a bit worse than a tengu, but that was not something these monkeys running on flat ground could match. Snap! Groundhog walked back and threw the body in his mouth in front of Zhou. Zhou snorted coldly and stepped forward. Go home. The earth dog strutted with its head high and wagged its tail to follow Zhou. Stop! A dainty voice rang out. Zhou turned around and looked back. There was a man and a woman at the back, all of them good-looking and dressed in brocade and blue fur. Something? Zhou spoke coldly. The woman angrily rebuked. The monkeys are so cute. How can you, a scum, bear to kill them? The man chimed in. That's it. That's it. Zhou slowly spoke. Get lost. The woman froze, then cried out sadly. Brother Feather, he's being mean to me. The man drew his sword. Kid, I'll give you a chance to apologize. You roll too. Zhou spoke coldly. The man was staggered. Kid, you're afraid you don't know who I am, right? Look at the clothes I'm wearing first. This is the standard dress code of the Blue Clothes sect. Zhou spoke coldly. Never heard of it. The man laughed instead, pretending not to know. Ha! Our Blue Clothes sect will soon be able to squeeze into the top 500 sects in the Coin Yuan continent. Is it useful for you to pretend you don't know? Now, I'm going to say it to you once more. Apologize to her immediately. Zhou laughed shamefully. Why should I apologize? This group of monkeys are chirping and I'm annoyed. So it's none of your business if you kill them or not? The woman chided. If you don't provoke them, how could they attack you? In this matter, you are the one at fault. What's more, that group of monkeys are barely even second grade. What kind of existence are you looking for in them? One look and you'll know they're cheap bones from a mountain village. Chop off his head in a while and see if he can still be so wild. Woo! Woof! The five groundhounds spread out and stared at the two in death. Yo! It's kinda scary. The man burst out laughing. First time I've ever seen someone run here with a dog. He suddenly felt something was wrong. The dog didn't seem to be an ordinary hunting dog, but that person was clearly in the mortal blood realm. Could it be that this person is not an ordinary person? The woman angrily rebuked. Brother what's the point of talking so much nonsense with him? Chop up all of his dogs in front of him and see if he's heartbroken. The five groundhounds increased in power, their fangs grimacing as they narrowed the encirclement. The man suddenly changed color. The blood chi lingered behind him. condensing a python blood spirit. Kid, I'm from the blue cloth sect. Besides, it's just a little verbal argument. It's not that bad, right? You love dogs. She loves monkeys. We can all completely seek common ground. Zhou spoke coldly. To be unable to be strong and still be able to delve so far. I see that you are really overwhelmed by desire. Let's forget about it in this life. Sober up in your next life. The words came out of his mouth and he raised his hand. Eat them. Chapter 66, Killing the Peach Mountain. Chow Chow is gone. Because he didn't like to see demonic beasts eating people, even if they were some who didn't respect him. So, he chose not to look. Critically speaking, Zhou did not have a real definition of good and bad in his mind. If you disrespect me, I can laugh it off, but if you continue to go too far and offend me, then I will kill you and regard you as a bad egg. To ask the feeling. No feeling at all. Isn't it just killing two people? Zhou suddenly felt a little bad and a little cruel. Not long after, the back of the 5 head of the ground dog chased up, each mouth full of blood. The body is also injured. Just skin injuries. Did not hurt the bones. Demonic beasts. Injuries are commonplace. A groundhog ran a distance away from Zhou, rolled in the dust, and then lay down on the ground and wagged its tail to indicate that it was going to carry Zhou. Zhou's gloomy mood was swept away, and he laughed. Good dog. Boo. A house-sized boulder fell, directly smashing that groundhound into the ground. Smoke filled the air and dirt splattered. The remaining 4 earth dogs quickly surrounded Zhou and stood in a tight formation. Zhou looked at the boulder that was close at hand, and the smile on his face completely froze and became grim and regal. There was a bloody stench that filled the air, pungent and vomit-inducing. Not far away, 4-meter-tall golden monkeys looked out with a few surprises in their eyes as the smash was off. These are 4 golden-furred monkeys of the 5th rank. Cock-cur. Zhou's teeth clenched and made a clicking sound. Unforgivable. Completely unforgivable. The moment he averted his gaze, the 4 golden monkeys stepped back in fear. How eerie and intriguing were those eyes. You guys really pissed me off. Zhou's tone was morose. The 4 golden monkeys looked at each other and quickly ran towards the jungle in the distance. The 4 earth dogs were just about to charge forward when Zhou coldly shouted, "Stand back." The groundhounds retreated honestly behind it. Madaka. Between heaven and earth. A sound of a sharp sword being sheathed rang out. Super serious sword drawing. The sword awnings were 100 meters, destroying and killing the front like waves. 3 golden monkeys were instantly cut off at the waist. One of them dodged faster and only shaved off a piece of hair on the top of its head. The golden monkey let out a strange cry and turned into a shadow of light and fled in terror. Zhou didn't pursue. Remember its odor. The groundhounds showed their teeth and remembered it perfectly since. Zhou turned to look at the boulder and reached out to touch it, but ultimately chose to do nothing. That earth dog was only of the 4th rank, and under this house-sized stone, it died directly. The demon execution order flew out and took in demon souls. Zhou lost his mind and rushed back to the one-blade gorge with a cold face and 4 dogs. The dogs were barking incessantly, excited for the return of King Dog. Dog Fortune. Zhou spoke coldly, sensing that Zhou's mood was off. All the earth dogs honestly sat in place and stared blearily at Zhou. Dog Fortune hurried out. Lord Inuyasha. Today, the intention was to go out and have fun. Zhou spoke coldly, but I lost a good brother. Dog Fugue busily said. Within the demon clan, deaths happen all the time. Lord Canine Emperor should not take it to heart. For it, such things would have been commonplace. The last Dog King was just over 7 years old, so this is nothing. Zhou looked at Dog Fortune. I mean, I lost a good brother. Dog Fugue's mind was in awe. Yes, Zhou swept his gaze across the neighborhood. I'm a simple person. If you respect me, I will protect you and treat you as brothers. But today, being provoked for no reason, and even causing a brother who honors me and respects me to die tragically in front of me. Let me ask you, do you want to take revenge? All the ground dogs looked at each other. Zhou bellowed, to report or not to report. The groundhounds threw back their heads and whined. Dog Fugue said in a deep voice, at the will of Lord Canine Emperor, those who kill my brothers, even if they die, they will be made to pay for their blood. It couldn't help but be restless inside. Since it was born, today was the first time it was actually treated as a dog. A dog that is considered a brother. Yes, Zhou took out his sand dagger and raised it high. Rally immediately and kill all the monkeys. One knife gap sensation. This rally, to leave behind the whelping ES and some of the older, more aged dogs. 1 hour later, the entire 200 earth dogs of 3 grades or higher were assembled. Zhou longed for the sky, and the 4 guard dogs from before took the lead to open the road. They were going to follow the scent to find the golden monkey's lair. Zhou rode on Dog Fortune's body and shouted in a stern voice. Anyone who obstructs, no need to be reasonable. Just kill them all. The Dog Fortune woofed and followed the 4 guard dogs. Dust and smoke filled the air, and packs of dogs darted about, stirring up terrible winds and waves. Wherever they passed, the beasts fled and the birds rose into the air, all panicked. With a lineup like that, it's a small beast wave. A pale wolf foraging for food noticed the situation and was busy darting away from itself. In the dark there are also solitary demonic beasts to spy. Even the tiger-type demonic beasts in this moment also dare not trespass, only to be able to gray hiding place, lest become the target of this group of mad dogs. In this moment, the groundhogs also showed their unique speed. Lord Inuyasha, I do know some of the golden monkeys in this area, Dog Fuguwe explained as he flew. A peak 7th grade Golden Crown Monkey King was born in the Golden Silk Monkeys group 100 years ago. And this monkey's character is already arrogant and well-behaved. When our demon race hadn't yet attacked the human towns, this group of monkeys was very rampant, often sneaking into the villages of the human race and stealing young children in swaddling clothes to eat. Of course, our demon race hasn't been scourged by them, and I don't know how many toddlers have been eaten by them. Although this group of guys are generally not strong, they are athletic and united like the human race. Even the powerful tiger and bear races are easily unwilling to mess with them. Zhou spoke coldly. I'll take care of the Monkey King. Dog Fortune said. Yes, I know that Lord Dog Emperor is powerful, so I wouldn't care about these scumbags, but these monkeys are treacherous and extremely agile, so I hope you are prepared. Zhou gave a in an unpleasant mood. Dog Fuguwe added. The golden monkeys in this area have been using a peach mountain as their territory, and that used to be the boundary of the human race as well. The group you encountered should have come out to forage for food. After all, they are numerous and it's not the harvest season, so they need to plunder other regions for food. Zhou said blandly. They will, in the future, never have to run around for food again. The groundhog leading the way slowed down and headed to see an 800-meter peak with a wide, average height. As far as the eye can see, the peach trees are disjointed and intertwined with each other. This was once a barren mountain opened up by the people and planted with peach trees. Zhou landed on the ground and the dog Fuguwe woofed. All the ground dogs slowed down and neatly followed behind Zhou. Zhou did not stop his feet and walked straight up. Kill. Chapter 67, 10,000 Elephant Blood Drawing Method. An athletic figure disappeared into the peach forest, followed by the mournful screams of monkeys. Dog Fuguwe walked beside Zhou, his eyes alertly noting the surrounding situation. A figure sprang out of the jungle and quickly pounced on Zhou. The dog Fuguwe reacted extremely quickly. The man stood up and raised his front paw to send him flying out, his head bursting into pieces. Zhou was annoyed today, and he loathed this feeling. It's as if what caused everything to happen was just because of your own carelessness. Being happy is the most important thing, but there are just so many things that prevent you from being happy in a normal way. Since I can't be happy, then no one should be happy. 10,000 Elephant Blood Drawing Method. Zhou's eyes were so bright that it seemed as if the air around him trembled violently as a result. Not long after, a wisp of blood gas floated out from the slain monkey. As the man and the dog moved forward, strands of blood chi floated over the entire peach mountain. Rushing towards Zhou, more and more monkeys appeared. This was originally the habitat of this group of monkeys, so one could imagine just how huge the number was. The dog Fuguwe showed his teeth, his ferocious appearance, completely displaying the terrifying features of a peak 6th grade demonic beast. As Dog Fortune jumped longitudinally, even though those monkeys were agile and fast, they were unable to get close to Zhou for a single moment. The demon execution order also flew out since, and it is better not to waste such things as merit points, even if, for the time being, it's unclear what exactly the demon execution division is going to be used for. Peach Mountain was in complete chaos, with killing going on everywhere. Such a group of demonic beasts generally did not have a high strength, mainly winning in numbers. Plus, 3 5th grade golden monkeys had been killed by Zhou before, which would have been a great loss for the entire Peach Mountain. As a peak 6th grade demonic beast, Dog Fortune's way of attacking was simple and dry. Tears, sharp claws, heavy blows, simple and furious, pure and violent. When they went all the way, they killed all the way. The monkeys chirped and leapt to the top of the tree, full of fear. Boom! A majestic figure fell from above there, lifting his hand and slapping 2 ground dogs to death as he ran, and throwing the bodies towards the direction of Dog Fuguwe and Zhou. The sensation between the powerful caused the Golden Crown Monkey King to be unmindful of anything else. Under the setting sun, the Golden Crown Monkey King, which emitted a ray of golden light, stood at the forefront of Zhou, with a circle of lines on its forehead, like a crown, and this, perhaps, was the origin of its name? Dog Fortune's eyes showed scorn, but he still stood at the forefront of Zhou. The Golden Crown Monkey King was nearly 3 meters tall, and its entire body was bulging with muscles, possessing unique and perfect lines. Its right hand grasped a large sword that was forged for the human race. The Golden Crown Monkey King hissed at Dog Fuguwe, his eyes full of anger. The dog, Fortune, was not to be outdone and growled at it. Zhou Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. The feeling that this golden crown monkey king gave him was indeed quite a bit stronger than the dog-headed man from before. But he, Zhou Yu, wasn't at the 5th level of the mortal blood realm right now, but the 7th level of the mortal blood realm. The golden crown monkey king's face twitched as his gaze fell on Zhou Yu. Human race? Since when would the Earth Dog clan listen to the human clan? The grumpy tone of his voice showed how bad his mood really was. Dog Fortune roared low. This is the king of my clan. The golden crown monkey king was slightly stunned, and then laughed maniacally. Simply laughs me to death. A branch of the Earth Dog clan, actually recognizing a human as a king. Are you not afraid that the canine emperor will descend and completely erase you and the others? It looked again at the combination in front of it and only found it absurd. Comical. There are many branches of such dogs. Heavenly dog or Earth Dog. Ben is a surrogate for a large race. A true powerhouse. A true emperor. That sits back and enjoys his blessings. Even its golden crown monkey king is here to be a daredevil. This is the class of the demon race. Dog Fortune's eyes flickered, and there was a flash of fear. Zhou Yu slowly spoke. I heard that you're very crazy? The golden crown monkey king shouted angrily. Could it be that you're not the one who's mad today? Zhou Yu's tone was cold. I'm very unhappy today. The golden crown monkey king spat. It's none of my business if you die unhappy? It felt that things were not so simple. The behavior of the Earth Dog clan clearly belonged to infighting, and it was also the behavior of a large-scale private fight. This has gone against the rules of normal hunting. Completely. Zhou Yu sneered. No, it's that if I'm not happy, you all have to die. The golden crown monkey king's large sword in his hand was displayed horizontally. Although I can't understand your relationship with the Earth Dog clan, and you are acting weak, but I think that you are bound to have that much ability. Former Dog King Doghead Man, which it recognizes. There was only one possibility for this to be able to happen, and that was that this very weak-looking guy in front of him had killed the dog-headed man. Even the golden crown monkey king couldn't look at the dog-headed man, but it knew deep down that the difference in strength between itself and the dog-headed man was very little. It was because the dog-headed man had a special top-grade spirit weapon in his hand, the sand dagger. The golden crown monkey king's eyes flickered. Grumpiness was only its appearance. It was not stupid at all. Not only was it not stupid, it was also very shrewd. In just one glance, he had already figured out where many of the problems lay. This person definitely has unique means. If it's a poison, a sneak attack, a trap, then there was no way these groundhogs would recognize him as king. And the answer had surfaced. This guy actually managed to kill the Dog King in a head-to-head duel. A ray of astonishment swept up in the golden crown monkey king's heart. In that case, the sand dagger is also in his hands. Its mind was also getting more and more puzzled. How did a human mortal blood realm manage to kill a 7th grade Dog King? Is it possible that a 100-year-old man was blessed with a son and had some help? Thinking of this, it couldn't help but secretly check its surroundings to make sure there were no hidden powerhouses. Zhou Yu gazed at the golden crown monkey king with cold eyes, seemingly able to see through what the other party was thinking. This guy. You're smart. A grumpy tone of voice, used merely to deceive oneself? These guys, not only are they vicious, they're really starting to grow a brain. Zhou Yu's eyes narrowed slightly, and his right hand silently placed on the hilt of his sword. If he wanted to kill the golden crown monkey king, he was afraid that it wouldn't be as simple as killing the dog-headed man. In terms of the other party's strength and speed, once a single strike couldn't kill him, then the sand dagger would at most help to fend himself off once. As for Dog Fortune, there was no way that he could be a match for the golden crown monkey king. One thing Zhou Yu kept in mind at all times was that he himself was weak, especially after being taught a lesson by the white-robed man. He became more and more clearly cognizant of this. If you're weak, you have to keep a low profile. Zhou Yu thought that he was already low-key, and he was even hanging out with dogs. Ow! Steeply, the change was sudden. Below Peach Mountain, hundreds of Song wolves came galloping in, with ferocious momentum, joining in the grueling fight. Chapter 68, Sloppy Killing. This sudden turn of events nearly caused Zhou Yu to turn around and leave. When it was determined that the pale wolf was hunting monkeys, it was a great relief. The Song Wolf King fell, his eyes showing scorn, yet he looked at the golden crown monkey king in a fierce manner. Great Dog King, Little Wolf has come to support you. The golden crown monkey king grinned. Good, very good. The Song Wolf King's eyes suddenly changed. This is a ing golden crown monkey king, the kind that could wipe out your own clan. What the hell is wrong with you? Or maybe the drab wolf life needs a big gamble? If you win the bet, you won't be bullied by the golden crown monkey king in the future. Lose the bet and curse the damn Dog King in hell itself. It's not like you're losing out anyway. The golden crown monkey king gripped its large sword tightly, and the level of force in its claws signified that it was not as calm as it appeared to be. Wisps of blood chi floated in the air, continuously converging behind Zhou, thus re-entering his body. This situation made the Golden Crown Monkey King more and more uneasy. With such bizarre means, there was absolutely no doubt that they were evil cultivators. It knew very well that it could not afford to spend any more time. If you keep this up, you're bound to die here. The standoff that was like a stalemate was completely broken the moment a monkey head flew down between them. Dog Fortune and the Tsong Wolf King's neck hair sprang up and let out low growls. The body of the horizontal Chan's blade suddenly snapped, and the Golden Crown Monkey King was taken aback, quickly exerting its speed to make a distance and thus dodge. However, its chest had already cracked and blood spurted out. How? The Golden Crown Monkey King was shocked. What had just happened? The large knife was not of high grade, but it was better than thick. But it was chopped off in an instant, and the aftermath nearly split him open? The Golden Crown Monkey King's gaze had just looked at Zhou, but it seemed that he saw a sword light infinitely enlarged in an invisible way, and then slashed through his body. Boo! The Golden Crown Monkey King fell heavily to the ground, his head rolling down the hillside. The Tsong Wolf King and Dog Fortune both stayed where they were. In their opinion, this should have been a fierce battle that was no match for each other. But the truth is somewhat inexplicable. Zhou's face turned slightly white as he swept his gaze slightly coldly over the Tsong Wolf King and Dog Fugue. The Tsong Wolf King hurriedly got down. Congratulations to Lord Dog King for cutting down the demons with his sword. Dog Fortune came to Zhou's side and then got down. Zhou landed on his side and adjusted his breathing. He suddenly realized another problem. Why was he talking so much nonsense with the Golden Crown Monkey King? Just with his own abilities. The sword drawing technique was obviously for sneak attacks. It's not like they're going to resist anyway. Not resisting meant that one sword drawing technique could kill the opponent. Zhou tilted his head. Looking at the gradually darkening sky, he was once again certain of one thing. One's own reaction time is, indeed, slow. It has even slowed down to an outrageous level. The words qualification stupidity are so aptly descriptive that it's as if they were words created specifically for themselves. The Crow Wolf King shivered and was secretly glad in his heart. Where is the icing on the cake as good as the snow? Don't care if he needed the charcoal he sent, but he sent it himself in the end. You're good. Zhou finally looked at the Tsong Wolf King. If you honor me and respect me, I will cover you. The Crow Wolf King was grateful. This is all what Little Wolf should do. Zhou nodded. I take credit for your work. The Coyote King wailed twice in excitement. The fight continues, but already the trees are falling. Wisps of blood chi traveled across the sky and rushed into Zhou. By the time the tussle was over, Dog Fortune had already ordered down to find the Golden Crown Monkey King's savings. There was a certain difference between the demon race and the human race. The human race liked to accumulate wealth most of the time. The demon race, on the other hand, rarely had this kind of thinking, and almost always ate the first thing that was good. A situation like that of the Mountain Chicken King was considered a special case. After all, even the best things, only into their stomach. That belongs to them. After a full hour, the hunt was finally over. And by now, the sky was very dark. Wolves and dogs traveled through Peach Hill carrying the monkey's body. For the demons, it was plainly like a hunt that they normally did. Demons are a huge group. Wolves are demons. Dogs are demons. Dragons are still demons. Therefore, killing never needed a reason for the demon race. What's the reason? There's no better reason than hunger. A vendetta? There were vendettas, but vendettas were never the main reason for demon killings. Therefore, this mountain full of monkeys is just food in the eyes of the Tsong Wolf King. Either you eat me today or I'll eat you tomorrow. In this battle, the Tsong Wolf clan lost 10 wolves, a number that the Tsong Wolf King did not care about. The ground dog side lost 5 ground dogs, and Dog Fugue also acted calmly about it. It's not even a loss if you lose so little as to exterminate the monkeys in Peach Hill. It's called making a killing. Zhou sat under a peach tree, which was originally the territory of the human race, only to be taken over by monkeys. The end is also very simple. It all goes into the monkey's stomach. The Coyote clan began to carry the food that belonged to them, and the Groundhound side of the family had been doing the same since. Zhou felt a bit absurd, but it turned out to be that they really did not care, and it was not as simple as just saying it. Perhaps for that matter, what does a kinsman really count for? They come together, united, and simply to be able to hunt better. Even the human race, which was known for its wisdom, how much did it care about the life and death of its fellow clansmen? Even the human race was far more terrifying than these demonic beasts when they sometimes harmed their fellow clansmen. And how many people can be like Master Teacher, sitting withered in the Zhendi Pass for a lifetime? Why am I fighting? And what will the sword be drawn for? Zhou looked more than a little frustrated. Master, what kind of dilemma have you left me with? Are you asking me to choose again? He didn't understand. And perhaps there were supposed to be a few in this world who could live to understand. And he's partial to being an unresponsive guy. Zhou picked up the Punisher sword and placed it on his legs. No one had ever seen the sword, except for him and his master, Nyo Dali. All the demons who have seen this sword are dead. That's what the master said. And having seen the sword, he didn't want to have to. That's what the master said. Zhou held the scabbard with his left hand and the hilt with his right hand. He wanted to take a look at the sword, but he eventually let go of his hand. One day, he would understand the meaning of these two words of his master. Inuyasha, Dog Fu Gue came forward. Both the Mountain Chicken King and the Tsong Wolf King called Zhou as Dog King, for which Zhou did not correct him. And the dog fortune is clear that Zhou prefers people to call him Canine Emperor. Zhou turned his head sideways and looked at Dog Fortune. Dog Fu Gue said, "My subordinate has discovered the secret chamber of the Golden Crowned Monkey King." A secret room? Zhou was slightly surprised. Something like a secret room was usually only built by the human race. Take a walk and lead the way. Chapter 69, Dragon Eggs. The so-called secret room is actually a cave. In Zhou's understanding, a secret room is a variety of organs and extremely tightly hidden. The Golden Crowned Monkey King's secret room was a hole in the ground dug underneath the couch in the cave. The chamber was small, 1 foot square. Zhou pondered for a moment. This is a cellar, isn't it? Dog Fortune froze and bowed his head. It's very empty and everything is in full view. However, soon Zhou pondered again. Was this cellar dug by the Golden Crowned Monkey King? Or by the previous human race? That seems to be the problem. Moreover, the cellar was clearly free from any accumulation of debris and was airtight. So what's the use here? Zhou began to wander along the wall. After all, the space was limited. He quickly walked in a circle. Then it was circle after circle after circle. The dog Fu Gue who walked felt dizzy and fell on the ground and didn't move. Finally, Zhou stopped, then squatted down again. As Zhou reached out and raised his hand, there was an additional golden hair in his hand. Dog Fortune came to his senses. Got something? Zhou gave a sideways glance. Golden monkeys lose their hair too? Dog Fortune pouted. How refreshing. Zhou's eyes showed a thoughtful look, and he eventually came to a very reasonable conclusion. Generally speaking, as long as there is hair, it will fall out. So this hair is the Golden Crowned Monkey King's. Dog Fortune slumped to the ground, having trouble picking up the conversation. Zhou stood up straight and gripped the hilt of his sword with his right hand. Following that, stone chips rolled down around the chamber. Zhou closed his hand, walked to one of the sides, and then kicked it over. The wall shattered open in response, and what lay behind it was a passageway. Dog Fu Gue climbed up at the first opportunity and quickly went up and sniffed. There is the odor of the Golden Crowned Monkey King. Zhou nodded. Scouting. Dog Fortune leaped straight into it, while Zhou followed slowly and methodically. The passage was less than 100 meters, and the man and the dog felt that they should have entered the belly of Peach Hill. Dog Fortune cautiously scanned the dark mountain belly, making it so mysterious. Is there really something good? In the air, there was a peculiar odor. The smell of alcohol? Zhou frowned slightly. Dog Fortune turned around and was startled. It could see in the dark, which was determined by the bloodline of the race. However, where its gaze reached, Zhou's eyes flickered with a ghostly cold light, like the cold light emanating from a sword. Zhou stepped down with a poof sound and looked down, but it was a rotten peach. A dozen meters further on, the ground was dug out into a pool, 3 meters square. The odor that filled the air was emanating from it. Dog Fortune stepped forward and sniffed. Lord Dog Emperor, this seems to be brewing wine? Brewing? Zhou squatted at the side of the pool, his face a bit unkind. This monkey, he's not doing his job. He's making wine here secretly? Is it sick? Dog Fortune was helpless. It seems that we really thought poorly. Zhou pondered. A demon king of the 7th grade, making such a mysterious brew. Isn't it somewhat not quite in line with its identity? Besides, it's just brewing wine. Is it still afraid of other monkeys stealing it? Dog Fu Gue nodded his head thoughtfully. What Lord Canine Emperor said is very true. Besides, as the Golden Crowned Monkey King, even if this wine is placed outside, absolutely no one would dare to steal it. This is where the Golden Crowned Monkey King's intimidation lies. Other than the Golden Crowned Monkey King, among the monkeys in Peach Mountain, there were only a few 5th grade demonic beasts in the first place, and the rest of them were on the weak side. Where, may I ask, is the audacity to do that? After Zhou watched for a while, you go down and take a look. Ha! Dog Fu Gue hesitated. Even though my subordinate knows that this is wine, this look still looks a bit disgusting. Zhou said in a deep voice. You are able to eat and drink in your own dog hole. What is this? Dog Fortune thought that made sense, and jumped right in at that moment. Zhou saw the opportunity and dodged quickly to avoid being affected. It's too thick and the flavor is too pungent. Dog Fortune wailed. Then his body sank in completely. After a while, Dog Fortune jumped out violently and spat out an object. Lord Dog Emperor, there really is something under the pool. It's a rock, isn't it? Zhou Yu's gaze fell on the top, a stone like a goose egg. Dog Fortune was busy saying, "There are a few oddities in the touch." Zhou Yu reached out, or chose to close his hand. "You take your stuff out first, and find a place to wash up." At that moment, Dog Fortune took that stone in his mouth and the two appeared outside together. Outside is still busy. The dog Fugue took a bath in the mountain stream below Peach Mountain, and carefully washed the things he got, which was carried to Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu sat on a large rock in the stream and held the stone in his hand. Moonlight. The stone, almost the size of a goose egg, was like alabaster with crisscrossing blood-colored lines. Zhou Yu picked up the stone and shone it at the moon, and a black and red spot of light was faintly visible inside, as big as a thumb cap. "Can't see what's so unusual about it." Zhou Yu frowned. "What exactly does this golden-crowned monkey king want? That doesn't make any sense at all." Dog Fortune lay on his back and looked up, observing it critically. "Lord Canine Emperor, why do I feel like this is an egg?" "Eggs?" Zhou Yu laughed, picking up a stone and thumping it a few times on a side stone. "The egg you laid is this hard? Look at the stone again. It's completely undamaged." Dog Fortune hesitated. "Rumor has it, dragon eggs are just that hard." Zhou Yu laughed out loud. "Dragons give birth directly, right? It's mammals that give birth." Dog Fortune said seriously, "If you don't mind, I'll explain to you what it means to be a mammal. Just like there has to be this thing." After listening to Dog Fortune's explanation, Zhou Yu suddenly felt that the stone in his hand was a bit hot. Dog Fugue continued, "Look at the snake. It is the snake egg. The dragon is also an egg. And the turtle is also an egg. Why? Because they don't have breasts." "Of course." Zhou Yu gulped. "Are you serious?" Dog Fortune was puzzled. "Isn't my subordinate serious enough?" Zhou Yu's hand trembled. It was hard to believe that the Golden Crown Monkey King had run to the Dragon Clan to steal the egg and then used the brewing method to hide it. "So, this must be a dragon egg?" "Yes and no," Dog Fortune replied. Zhou Yu's gaze toward Dog Fortune was a bit unkind. Dog Fugue was busy explaining. "This looks like it should be a dragon egg that was accidentally sealed. After years of change, it has long lost its vitality and the exterior has been completely petrified. That black and red mark at the very center should be a drop of real dragon essence blood." Dragon essence blood. Zhou Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. This was not an ordinary thing. One might even say it's very serious. Chapter 70, 10,000 Snake Cave. How noble and powerful are the dragons? Even if a dragon egg was accidentally lost and fossilized, that too must not be coveted by any race. It was rumored that a single drop of true dragon's essence blood could cause a waste's bloodline to be drastically strengthened and become strong in one fell swoop. Dragon's blood was very strong, and even if it was completely fused with the absorber's blood as one, it would still give off a unique odor belonging to their clan in the eyes of the dragons. Dog Fugue analyzed himself again. "I'm thinking that this Golden Crown Monkey King should be afraid of this matter leaking out. That's why it hides it completely by brewing wine. Moreover, it itself should be trying to find a way to break open the dragon egg and ensure that it won't let a single drop of the essence blood inside go to waste. The slightest mistake and it's a chicken and egg with nothing left." Zhou Yu pondered. "So, this dragon egg is actually something it picked up by accident." Dog Fugue's eyes showed scorn. "Even if you picked it up, then you must not be sloppy and careless. After all, the Dragon Clan doesn't care if you are picking it up. As long as there is a Dragon Clan's bloodline breath on your body, then it is a big feud. If you choose to absorb it, I'm afraid that you will have to walk around the dragons in the future. If they launch their anger, it really is a great might that destroys heaven and earth." Zhou Yu examined the dragon egg. "I'm thinking about something." Dog Fortune nodded. "Go ahead," Zhou Yu slowly said. "For a dragon's size, isn't it a bit inappropriate to lay such a small egg? With this size, I'd believe you if you said it was a goose egg." Dog Fugue thoughtlessly said. "Just don't be happy about people giving birth prematurely?" Peripatetic eyeballing of Dog Fufu. Dog Fugue busily said. "What my subordinate means is that the human race has tall people and short people. Then naturally, the dragon race has big ones and small ones. It can't all be the same size, right? Then you say, could it be that a human woman who is a meter taller has to give birth to a toddler as big as 3 or 4 years old?" Zhou Yu drifted off and looked at Dog Fugue appreciatively. "Reasonable, so it's very reasonable. But then something felt wrong, but I couldn't put my finger on it." Dog Fugue proposed, "But after all, it's a dragon egg, so it's better to consider it carefully. To offend the Dragon Clan for a drop of blood, my subordinate thinks it's a bit unworthy." Zhou Yu laughed lightly. "You've seen the dragons?" Dog Fugue desperately shook his head. "I have never seen them. I have only heard of their legends. I'm just an ordinary ground dog. Where can I meet those lofty existences face to face?" Zhou Yu laughed. "So come on. What are the chances that you think I'll be able to encounter the dragons?" Dog Fortune drifted off. "Got it. The dragon is not to be seen for less. How many people can see the dragon?" As the words fell, Dog Fuguei couldn't help but marvel again. Lord Canine Emperor is really too wise. One sentence in the middle. Indeed. With the number of dragons being that small, wanting to see them is probably as difficult as being hit on the head by a meteor. Zhou collected the dragon eggs. Set off and go home. Dog Fuguei leapt up and let out a long whistle in the sky, also notifying those ground dogs that hadn't yet evacuated in time to hurry up and evacuate. When it was just dawn, Dog Fuguei and Zhou returned to the One-Sword Gorge. Dog Fuguei continued to be busy with his breakthrough, while Zhou returned to his dog cave to study the dragon egg, figuring out how to chop it open in order to get the complete drop of blood inside. The Golden Crown Monkey King of Peach Mountain was destroyed, and this matter was once again sensationalized. At the very least, this was definitely a big deal within a 500-mile radius. The Golden Crown Monkey King is superb in strength, but now he has ended up being overthrown. How can it not make the demon chilled? This is the front line, and they were supposed to hit the headlines. It's really not a brother I'm bragging about. The Tsong Wolf King gnawed on the corpse of the Golden Crown Monkey King. The current Dog King is awesome, boom boom. Awesome. Killing the Golden Crown Monkey King with a single sword. Specifically, it didn't see it, but the Dog King has a sword hanging from his waist every day, so he must be using a sword. A black bear demon on the side showed his eyes in shock. Brother, when the former Dog King died, brother, I was already shocked. Now that the Golden Crown Monkey King is dead, brother, I really can't sit still. The Tsong Wolf King grinned. You, a peak 6th grade bear demon, you're also afraid? Black Bear compensated with a smile. The Golden Crown Monkey King is dead, so I can't be afraid? But Tsong Wolf, how did you get on this line? How did you get involved? Lest one day the Dog King suddenly wants to eat bear paws and destroy my clan? The Tsong Wolf King revealed a difficult look. This is not easy to mess up. Lord Dog King has always been high and proud. No one is allowed to enter. If I were to rashly bring you over here, I'm afraid that I would. The Black Bear busily said. Tsong Wolf brother, feel free to rest assured. Etiquette I know. Since there is no shortage of your benefits. The Tsong Wolf King waved his front paw. Look at what you're saying. What kind of relationship do we have? You usually don't eat my clan members too often, so I'm getting on your nerves? Black Bear compensated with a smile. Brother Tsong Wolf is right. In the future, eat less. I will also order it down. The Tsong Wolf King laughed. Since the brother has said so, then it's no good for a brother to push back. Let's do it this way. Find a chance for me to talk to Lord Dog King. He will still give a few points for my face. The Black Bear was instantly grateful. Thanks so much. The Cave of 10,000 Snakes. A dark, damp place. It's heavily jungled and swampy. Colorful snakes and pythons wriggled about, and the large area was filled with giant pythons wrapping around large trees and small snakes wandering through the branches and leaves. A black and red python swiftly swam away and entered a cave. Inside the cave, there was a giant snake coiled with a diamond-shaped blood-red pattern on its body, and on its spine was a golden pattern connecting its head and tail, like a golden thread. Its body was as thick as a water bucket. The king of the snakes in the Cave of 10,000 Snakes, the golden silk red training snake. King. The boa constrictor's head was stuck to the ground, and it was very humble. The gold silk red training snake slowly raised its head, its eyes staring at the other party in an eerie manner. The black and red python spat out human words. The Golden Crown Monkey King who was supposed to work with you was killed. The golden silk ruddy serpent's aura snapped and shook the grotto. How did it die? The black and red python busily said. According to the news coming out of the Tsong Wolf clan, it was killed by the Dog King of the Earth Dog clan. King Dog? The golden silk red reinforcement serpent's eyes showed killing intent. That fellow has always only cared about his own breakthrough. How could he suddenly make a move against the Golden Crown Monkey King? Moreover, even if it had that top-grade spiritual weapon in its hands, it would still be difficult for it to kill the Golden Crown Monkey King. The black and red python was busy responding. The Dog King that the king was talking about is also dead. Hiss. The gold silk red reinforcement snake spat out a letter. Its icy eyes filled with anger. How dare you speak nonsense? The black and red python was trembling in fear. It was a human. That human became the new Dog King and killed the Golden Crown Monkey King with a single sword. That's how it's rumored outside. And that Tsong Wolf King even went around bragging because of it, saying that its current backer is the Dog King. Chapter 71, Ghost Blood. Regardless of how the outside movement, but said Zhou, that really eat a loss once, and never want to get hurt again. After returning to the dog cave, Zhou definitely behaved more aggressively than on the mountain. After pondering over the dragon Dan for a while, he gave the white jade ginseng to eat straight away. The conclusion was that apart from being hot and dry all over and the medicinal strength being relatively strong, it had almost no effect on him, but he wasn't in a hurry. It had only been 100 years on the mountain that he was only at the 5th level of the mortal blood realm. and he had already been at the 7th level of the mortal blood realm not long after he had come down from the mountain. Excuse me, what's the rush? Then the next step is to continue working on the dragon eggs. Why do I look at it? It doesn't look like a dragon egg either. Zhou mulled it over again, deeply doubting whether this dog Fugue was also talking nonsense. It hasn't even seen a dragon. Where is it going to see a dragon's egg? Taking a closer look at the blood-colored patterns on the dragon's egg, the more he looked at it, the more it looked like a seal of sorts. Soon enough, Zhou himself started to do some brainstorming again. Back then, it was a dragon that laid a dragon egg. Then it was stolen, and in order to avoid the scent of the egg attracting the dragon race, it was sealed and then hidden. Then later, he probably died, and that dragon couldn't find his egg. Then, after an unknown number of years, the Golden Crown Monkey King fell and accidentally picked up the sealed and petrified dragon egg, but it was afraid of getting into trouble, so it hid this dragon egg in the pool. Reasonable, that would be very reasonable. Zhou nodded thoughtfully, since everything made sense. What were we waiting for? Zhou set the dragon egg right, then stepped aside, holding the scabbard in his left hand and the hilt in his right. Sword drawing, the dragon egg shifted slightly, and a tiny gap appeared in the center. Zhou quickly stepped forward and carefully surveyed it first. Following that crack, a gloomy and cold aura could be felt. This aura did not give off a good feeling, and it was even a little ethereal. It's not dragon blood. Zhou's face changed slightly, and the first thing he noticed was that something was wrong. This grim aura, something he had never known before, was unique, even otherworldly, and there was an evil in the otherworldliness. The dragon egg was broken open by Zhou. His sword drawing technique was about being quick and precise, just enough to wipe the edge and cut it open. And that drop of blood just enough to have a very small hole exposed as well. If it's not dragon's blood, then is it snake's blood? Zhou tilted his head and quickly made a good excuse for himself. The egg wasn't very big in the first place, so it seemed reasonable to say that it was snake bile. But the question is, who would steal a snake's egg and then impose a seal? On second thought, wouldn't it be better if it wasn't dragon blood? That would also avoid a fight with the dragon race too. Zhou breathed a light sigh of relief and came forward for a closer look. The blood is dark red and somewhat transparent. As he came closer, the drop of blood actually swayed with his breath. The moment Zhou reacted, the drop of blood turned into a blood mist and entered his nasal cavity along with his breath. Zhou was taken aback and sucked in a breath of cool air. Well, that's a total sucker punch. At that moment, one could only feel an extremely chilly aura rushing straight to one's head, and one's entire consciousness seemed to leave one's body. The feeling was not instantaneous, but instead lasted forever. Zhou's face suddenly changed, but in general he was quite calm. The moment the hegemony decree was in operation, he had wanted to force out this strand of blood chi, but it turned out that this strand of blood chi had turned into 1,000 strands, and within the blink of an eye, it spread all over his body, integrating into every single blood vessel. Compared to the human body, this drop of blood is extremely insignificant. However, with Zhou's internal vision, he found that it was as if it had turned into a very thin blood filament that ran through the veins of his entire body. The body did not feel any discomfort, and in itself, chi was yang and blood was yin. Between blood and blood, the characteristics would have been the same. It's not quite right, Zhou muttered. This feeling, it seems like I've seen it in some book. After frowning and thinking for a long time, the tip of Zhou's eyebrows jumped. Could this blood be ghost blood? Zhou's eyes widened, muttering, people die as ghosts, ghosts die as she die as e die, love die. Ghosts do not have a physical body, but are created by human beings. Therefore, ghosts are nothing to fear for cultivators. It also gave them an exclusive name for it, soul bodies. Zhou remembered that there was an account in an old book. In the process of becoming a she or e, if one's cultivation could reach an astonishing point, then one could condense a drop of special blood that did not exist between heaven and earth. And this drop of blood would be called ghost blood. This drop of blood is called ghost blood. Ghost blood is not blood, but it's very much like blood. About 10,000 years ago, there had been some shadowy and evil forces that specialized in killing people by constructing large formations to make them into ghosts, which would then be captive raised and then killed. The hope is to get ghost blood in this way. Later, then these forces were wiped out. Can it be that they really succeeded? This drop of ghost blood was left over from that time? Zhou frowned slightly and speculated. Afterward, Zhou rolled up his sleeves and once again operated the hegemony heavenly decree. In a flash, the spiritual energy boiled and the blood chi was driven. All of a sudden, the root veins rippled up and were dark and black. It's over. It's going to die. Zhou scared. It's really scary. The body didn't feel any discomfort. But on the contrary, after feeling the combination of blood chi and aura, it was even stronger. Therefore, Qi is the commander of blood, and blood is the mother of Qi. Zhou lay down on the ground and crossed his legs, not very worried about this unknown thing. People will die sooner or later. It doesn't seem to make much difference whether you die in 500 years or 5,000 years. Zhou thought as such, and even picked up a grass root. Looking calm. Ghost blood. He didn't understand since. If you can understand ghost blood, it must be nothing good. Ghosts, for een, and blood for een. Ghost blood, that is, a kind of een blood of extreme emptiness. Once it is integrated with itself, there is no need to think about removing it. Since it's een blood, then it's time for yin and yang balancing. Zhou's eyes rolled around. As long as you eat more aphrodisiacs and replenish your yang energy and essence, you're still worried about the district's ghost blood? Simply hilarious. As soon as the thought fell, Zhou burst out laughing. Just ask, who dares to say that they are unqualified? Cracked this one in a flash. Zhou fumbled to pick up the eggshell. In the future, you need to grow a bit of a memory. Words can be spoken indiscriminately, but things can definitely not be eaten indiscriminately. When he thought of this, he yelled out, Dog Fugue, I want to eat eggs. I want to eat 100 of them. He had to make himself remember. Dog Fortune stepped in, and behind him came out the Tsang Wolf King and a 3-meter-tall black bear. The Tsang Wolf King quickly stepped forward. Greetings to Lord Dog King. Chapter 72, Clues to the Spirit Stone Mine. Zhou sat up and tossed the eggshell aside. Black Bear bowed. Greetings to the Dog King. Zhou's eyes narrowed slightly. Sending bear paws for me to eat? The black bear couldn't help but shiver. He knew it. He knew the King of Dogs had his paws on him. The Tsang Wolf King hurriedly stepped forward. Lord Dog King, I came to disturb you this time because I want you to talk to them, so that they don't move the nearby bear clan in the future. The bears are very tough. Even if they were the same third-grade demonic beast, if the Earth Dog clan wanted to hunt, they would need a minimum of 3 to work together. The downside, however, is that there are so few of them. Zhou was stunned and could not help but look at the Tsang Wolf King. When did this guy get a little self-conscious? He hadn't even asked for specifics, but it was commanding him? Seeing that Zhou didn't say anything, the Tsang Wolf King walked to Zhou's side and raised his left front paw on Zhou's shoulder. Lord Dog King, as far as our friendship is concerned, this shouldn't be difficult, right? The black bear mentally sighed. Sure enough, the relationship between the Coyote King and the Dog King is really good. The Tsang Wolf King looked at the black bear with a smug look, as if to say, I didn't lie to you, did I? Zhou laughed, smiling playfully at the Tsang Wolf King. The pale Wolf King met that gaze. His body trembled, and he snapped back his claws. Boo! Zhou's right hand directly slapped the Tsang Wolf King out and slammed into the wall. The Tsang Wolf King was horrified, lying on the ground in shock and trembling. Lord Dog King, spare your life, Zhou slowly said. Next time, I'll directly cut you. Dog Fu Gue revealed a smirk of shame, incorrectly overestimating the relationship between himself and Lord Canine Emperor. It would be good to be able to retrieve a life. When the Coyote King brought the black bear, it knew what was going on. So, it was dry to bring it directly to the Canine Emperor. Moreover, Dog Fugue was very clear that in the past few days, the Tsang Wolf King had been spreading the word that he and the Dog King had a close relationship and were life and death friends. He even let out a bold statement that as long as he said something, the Dog King must give it 3 points of face. The black bear also fell to the ground by itself. Not daring to speak, Zhou's gaze fell on the black bear's body. Our demon race will itself look at each other as food when there is a scarcity of food. Even if there is no scarcity of food, it will be the same. Black bear whispers, yes, Zhou said blandly. Even a bear race like you is not at the lowest end of the food chain. So why come to me? The black bear trembled. It's not easy to cultivate, and I don't want to fall into the path of the Dog King. Zhou nodded. That's honest. In actuality, before you paid me a visit, I didn't have you guys on my menu. The black bear looked up, momentarily dumbfounded. What do you mean? And you're still babbling yourself to the door? The Tsang Wolf King was secretly alarmed. The Dog King is going to eat the Bear King? It mentally prayed that eating it would not be able to eat me. Black Bear hurriedly said, Lord Dog King, I have an important clue to offer. Zhou let out an "Oh, really? Tell me about it." The Black Bear busily said, 500 miles southeast of this place, there is a spirit stone mine left behind by the human race. Spirit stone mine? Zhou's eyes glowed. And the Earth Dog had been searching all this time, but without any luck. The Black Bear hurriedly nodded. It's true. It's currently occupied by an 8th-grade lion and tiger beast and has become its territory. Zhou was bewildered. Lion and tiger beast? What's that? Is it a lion or a tiger? Dog Fugue explained from the side. It is said that one day, a lion and a tiger accidentally met in the spring, and there was really nowhere to vent their anger. so they had some relations. Later on, a lion and tiger beast was born, but the number of lion and tiger beasts has always been extremely small. After all, for the tiger tribe, lions are just food. This lion and tiger beast possesses the agility of a tiger, the strength of a tiger, and is very fierce. Zhou, you wondered, no genetic lion, anything else? Dog Fu Gue hesitated. It seems to have inherited a lion's face? However, this matter is still debatable. A fae like the lion and tiger beasts tend to be tyrannical and very bloodthirsty and cruel. The black bear king's strength is not weak, but I'm afraid that as long as he gets close to the lion and tiger beast's territory, it's impossible for him to come back alive. Black Bear was anxious. Lord Dog King, what I said is true. Whoever lies is a human son of a. The Crow Wolf King whispered. Lord Dog King, the lion and tiger beast does not fit in, and where it is, it will only be by itself. Zhou, you nodded thoughtfully. A solitary demonic beast doesn't have any friends. Even if you kill it, it won't cause trouble. However, with 8 pints, some suspension. Once the sneak attack failed, one could say goodbye to this world. Zhou Yu's gaze fell on Dog Fugue. If this fellow could break through to the 7th grade, he could go to the greater realm of the Earth Dog race. That way, maybe it will continue to strengthen itself. After all, how could one not be moved by something like a spirit stone mine? Just these, his cultivation had already consumed hundreds of top-grade spirit stones. Cultivating a path is itself an act of defeat. Whether or not it can be repaired to fame is not to be said first, but certainly how much of the family fortune is lost first. A smile blossomed on Zhou Yu's face. Since it's a lone demonic beast, there's nothing to be afraid of. By the time I need it, would you two dare to travel together? The Black Bear and the Tsong Wolf King said in unison. Liver and brain. No matter what. Very well, I am pleased with your performance. Zhou Yu leaned back with a smile. What's your name? The Black Bear was busy saying. Your Honor, the Dog King. Winnie the Pooh. When I was young, my mother was hunted by the human race, and I was actually raised by a dog. It mused that this would bring it closer together, right? After all, you're Lord Dog. Zhou Yu nodded. Pooh, right? I remember. Winnie the Black Bear busily said. As long as Lord Dog has something to say, I will never say anything. Zhou Yu laughed. Fortune. Dog Fugue busily stepped forward. Subordinate is here. Make a feast for these two. Zhou Yu smiled. Don't lose your manners. Dog Fortune led them out of the dog hole at that moment. Winnie the Black Bear took a heartfelt glance backward and lowered his voice. Hey, didn't you say Lord Dog was a human? I don't smell like one at all. But Song Wolf King's eyes showed a puzzled look, not knowing why. Lord Dog King's aura had indeed changed. Even though overall it was more or less the same as before, there was clearly an extra cold and piercing feeling in his aura. That feeling penetrated a bit of hideous evil, and it was completely different from the previous mildness. Dog Fortune swept them away, but did not refute them. Thinking of that cut-up dragon egg, Dog Fugue couldn't help but mutter. Could it be that he was wrong in his analysis? What's inside isn't dragon's blood? If it's dragon blood, then Lord Inuyasha should have shed a trace of dragon bloodline suppression. It can't be a mistake, can it? Chapter 73, 7 Pins of Dog Fortune. Another 2 days of calm. Because of the eggs provided by the King of Chicken. In terms of food, there was no worry. Only, too many boiled eggs, and that's hard to eat. If you want to talk about this poached egg, it's the most pro-life food for longevity and maintaining a youthful appearance. Eat more boiled eggs to slow down aging. Therefore, just for this reason, Zhou Yu would still choose to eat it. Boom! The one-sword gorge shook, and aura was metamorphosing, gradually becoming stronger. Sensing the commotion, Zhou Yu slowly stepped out of the dog hole and looked at the dog hole closest to him. That's where Dog Fortune stays. It seemed to be breaking through as a low growl came from inside the dog hole. The other earth dogs sensed the commotion and watched nearby with hopeful eyes. Any race needed to understand one thing, as long as it was their own kind, then the more powerful people that were born, the more they, being their own kind, would be able to save their little lives. It's a safeguard. It's the core security that the outcasts can never offer you. A fox can't be nice to a chicken. And the chicken can't go convinced that if it's not careful this fox will make chicken soup out of that chicken. This process lasts a long time. By the time dusk fell, the scent was winding down. It's done? Zhou Yu leaned against the wall and silently watched, feeling that it wasn't a waste of his elixir. After all, if you're out and about, more dogs, more roads. Boom! The airflow surged, and Dog Fortune took a step out with a strong aura. 7th grade demonic beast. Those ground dogs had clamped their tails under this pressure. That's the pressure that the strong bring to them. Regardless of whether it was the human race or the demon race, there was often a disconnect in strength. It was like this /gap, which was a 7th-ranked Earth dog before, a 6th-ranked Earth dog, and almost a 4th-ranked 3rd-ranked one after that. Thank you, Lord Inuyasha. The dog Fortune lowered its head. It knew exactly where its strength came from. Zhou looked at dog Fugue for a while before saying, "Why don't you just revert back to your previous appearance?" He genuinely felt ugly, including the dog-headed man from before. Even though it can stand up like a human being, that body is actually still a dog's body. And the head is also a dog's head. At best, it looks human. Dog Fortune's body trembled, his bones wriggled, and he soon regained his previous appearance. As big as half a buffalo, its eyes seethed and were quite powerful. Zhou averted his gaze. The only thing he had feared did not happen. Dog Fortune said that it was a demonic beast even after breaking the sky. The nature of demonic beasts was bloodthirsty, and if they wanted to seize power, they would directly launch a challenge. However, he did not feel any hostility from Dog Fugue's body. This also showed that Dog Fugue was not harboring any evil intentions and would not sneak up on him. The program can begin. Zhou was thoughtful. Dog Fortune landed beside Zhou and wagged his tail on the ground. Feel free to bring Lord Dog Emperor forward at any time. Pick a day. Make it tomorrow. Zhou mulled it over. Dog Fugue said, "Isn't this still the day of choice? I don't see you bumping it either." Zhou's eyes flickered. This was a trip to a stronger groundhog territory. This identity of his was good here, but if he went over there, once he was exposed, he would only be able to die. There was no way that the hallowed Earth Dog clan would recognize himself as a human dog king. Therefore, he still needed to think seriously about this matter. The dog Fortune can be trusted again, but as long as there is an accident, it is simply unable to do anything about it. A proper plan, and leave yourself enough room to fall back. Don't be a ing recluse and send yourself packing as food. Don't look at these demonic beasts above the 6th grade all claiming to be kings, but in reality, they are the leading demonic beasts of a branch. Similar to the human clan's family heads and commanders, one must know that among demonic beasts the 9th grade is the truly great demon. In other words, as long as there was a great demon in that place, it was guaranteed that one sword drawing technique wouldn't be able to save them. The demon race has indeed been uncharacteristically strong these years, completely suppressing the human race. Zhou sighed in the bottom of his heart and was helpless to do anything better about it. He couldn't help but think of the Blood Shadow Wolf King in Western Decision City. Those words it said, were they accurate again? Where it has just fallen, the human race is not allowed to enter the city. Say that this is an agreement between the demon race and the human race. If those words were true, then the next time the demon race attacked, it shouldn't be long now. By the way, question for you. Zhou looked at Dog Fugue. Is there any order that we demon race has to receive every time we attack the human race? Or is it according to a specific time? Dog Fugue replied, specific orders were received at specific times, just our small area. And last time, it was a great demon from the Blood Shadow Wolf clan that issued the order. Zhou was surprised. There are still great demons among the Blood Shadow Wolves? Dog Fugue said, obviously. Many group-dwelling demon clans have great demons sitting in their ranks. Although the individual strength of the swarming demon races is not as good as those solo demonic beasts, they are superior in numbers. In the case of using it to attack and consume the human race's battle force, we group-dwelling demon races have a great advantage. Otherwise, even an 8th grade bear demon is very limited in what it can do. It's also because last time, the Blood Shadow Wolf played the lead, so everyone within that city was food for the Blood Shadow Wolf. If nothing goes wrong, next time, it should be our Earth Dog clan that plays the lead, and that captured city will be our food to enjoy. Zhou frowned slightly. In fact, as long as his reaction wasn't that slow, this question should have been asked to Dog Fortune a long time ago. So, time? Dog Fortune said, 7 months. Zhou was silent. Dog Fortune hesitated. Lord Inuyasha, I have a sentence I don't know how to say. Zhou smiled. Whatever. Dog Fugue said, I know that you are of the human race. And all the demonic beasts in this area also know that you are of the human race. But now that the human race is weak and scattered, will you return to the human race in the future? Zhou fell silent again, silently tilting his head to look at the sky. Dog Fugue spoke softly. The internal struggle of the human race is far more serious than our demon race, the hunting and killing within the demon race. But in the end, it still happens between different races. Demon race, just a general term. Dog Fortune continued. If you are willing to stay in the demon race forever, as long as you fight to kill the enemy, in the future, your status will climb up in the entire demon race, and at that time, you will be able to eat whatever you want, and you will also be able to have absolute mating rights. It's just like the dragon clan, towering over them, as long as the dragon tribe is willing, no matter if it is the turtle tribe, the tiger tribe, the phoenix tribe and so on, any race, they all have the absolute mating right. This is also why there is the saying that dragons have 9 sons. And this kind of favorable treatment is bound to be absent in your human race. Zhou laughed lightly. If I leave later, What will you do? Dog Fortune bowed his head. Eternal life sees you as king, and would rather be decimated by you than ever resist. Chapter 74 Goldenrod Red-Tongued Snake King. Good dog, Zhou muttered. He's definitely leaving. He was going to leave when this one was done. After all, one still has a home. He also knew that as long as Old Dog and Xiao Jing were around, Zhou Chen would be fine, but he figured it was time for him to go back. Dog Fugue also didn't carry on asking further. The bloodline level of the Earth Dog clan wasn't low, so it was also very smart. He was smart enough to know what the Lord Dog King in front of him would choose to do. Before I leave, I'll help you with the hidden dangers in the neighborhood. Zhou reached out and patted Dog Fugue on the head. You can rest assured. Dog Fortune was silent. Zhou laughed. Don't be like that. Maybe I'll come running back later when I can't make it in the human race. Dog Fugue said in a deep voice. My subordinate will help you kill the lion and tiger beasts and grab the spirit stone mine. It made a firm resolution. There was no way to repay him, so he thought that only a spirit stone could help Zhou. Zhou laughed out loud. Alright, but you kid must always remember. Don't die so easily. Maybe one day, you can surpass all the Tengu? Dog Fortune snapped his fingers and looked proud. With the current momentum, it felt that it was not without that possibility. After all, it was no longer a normal groundhound. Instead, it was a ground dog that practiced kung fu. Woof woof woof. A groundhound ran frantically above gorge, and there were groundhounds running back in other directions with panicked eyes. Zhou and Dog Fugue were startled. With the moment Zhou landed on Dog Fugue leaped up and landed above the one-sword gorge. Elsewhere in the region, 10,000 birds panicked into the dim sky. The other beasts were even more frantic and wild, seemingly caught in a panic. In the distance, the fishy wind was loud, and there was an unsettling aura that grew in Zhou's heart. A white boar as large as a small mountain frantically fled, followed by a huge figure that catapulted out, entangled it, hissed, and opened its bloody mouth to swallow it hard. The cave of 10,000 snakes. Dog Fortune was taken aback, then threw back his head and whistled. The one-blade gorge shook as all the earth dogs rushed out and stood on guard. The cave of 10,000 snakes? Zhou's eyes flashed as he got down from Dog Fortune's body. It was a name he hadn't heard much of, and the last time he had heard it was when Chicken King had mentioned it. The ground shook as the body of a black and red python that was 100 meters long swiftly swam, and the python was densely packed in that vicinity. Zhou was uncomfortable. For monkeys, he just simply didn't like it. Then the only thing that could cause him mental discomfort would probably be something like a python. These slippery things always made him feel uncomfortable all over. It was as if the moment he saw it, his own dislike permeated every pore. Dog Fortune landed lengthwise in a clearing, growling and snarling at the front. Its sound shook the sky, and the frightened group of snakes slowed down. The threat that Dog Fortune brought to them was no less than that of the golden silk red reinforcement snake. The pack of dogs let out a dull, low growl and paced back and forth. No one wants to mess with the snake clan. Snakes are a very large group and have always preferred to hide in the shadows, and a large portion of them contain highly poisonous substances. Inviting the snake clan was tantamount to inviting countless assassination masters. The black and red giant python was coiled and raised its head, its eyes looking coldly ahead. This was a 6th grade python that was extremely powerful. Even if a dog was rich, as long as it was entangled in it, it would be directly crushed to death. Another giant silver snake floated and stood on the other side. Following that, the rear group of snakes squirmed, and on top of them, a nearly 150-meter golden silk ruddy snake was transported to the very front. Peak of the 7th grade, the king of the golden silk red training snake. The one gold filament on its spine was especially noticeable. Dog Fugue showed his teeth. King of the golden silk red training snake. What are you doing? The golden silk red reinforcement snake king raised his head slightly and glanced at Dog Fortune, then looked at Zhou. Hearing that the Earth Dog clan has changed its king, and it is still a human clan, this king has come to take a look. Dog Fortune's eyes blazed. Such a commotion. Just to look? The snakes and pythons that came were no less than 30,000 in number. With such a large number, it's never as simple as just looking at it. Even though they had initially said that they were going to deal with the king of the golden silk red training snake, that was just words. The golden silk ruddy snake king's eyes were odd. It hadn't expected another 7th grade demonic beast to emerge from the Earth Dog clan. This is just too weird. In the way of cultivation, the demon race did not have an advantage over the human race. The further back you go, the harder it is to break through. Does that mean that the king can't look at it? The king of the golden silk red reinforcement snake let out a contemptuous laugh. The group of snakes swam, and without realizing it, they had surrounded a large area. Zhou also scrutinized the golden silk ruddy snake king since the triangular head had 2 raised meatballs. It seemed that this was the sign of the transforming Zhou Long. Dog Fortune woofed once more. commanding all the ground dogs to prepare for the attack. Even in the face of the gold silk red reaching Snake King, it was still quite calm. It was just that after this fight, I was afraid that it would be difficult for the Earth Dog clan to stay. The grade doesn't count. It's mostly the sheer difference in quantity. Zhou walked slowly to Dog Fugue's side, which also made Dog Fugue feel a little more at ease. You're a strange human. The golden silk red reaching Snake King slowly raised his head and condescendingly scrutinized Zhou. For a human to run to the fallen area and become the king of the local canine clan, this is a rather unusual practice in terms of the entire history of the demon clan. Zhou laughed. What are you afraid of? The eyes of the gold silk red reinforcement Snake King's vertical pupils flashed with icy killing intent. This king is afraid? Zhou nodded. I can sense that you are indeed scared. The gold silk red reinforcement Snake King laughed in shame. Big words. Is it because I destroyed the golden crown monkey king? Zhou said. This matter makes you feel threatened? Thinking that I will attack and kill you in advance? The king of the golden silk red training snake gulped its core and seemed to be a bit annoyed. Without mentioning the other regions, their side of the region was actually claimed as king by a human race, and had also destroyed the dog king and the golden crown monkey king. Just for this point, the gold silk red reinforcement snake king was indeed unable to sit still. This thing, it was so strange that it could even be called bizarre. It was hard to say that this wasn't a human race deliberately trying to dismantle the demon front line. Not saying anything is a tacit admission. Zhou gripped the hilt of his sword with his right hand. I'm going to challenge you according to the laws of the demon race. If I can win, I'll be the Snake King. The golden silk red reinforcement Snake King was stunned. It finally understood why this guy was able to become the Dog King, winning squarely, thus making the demonic beasts of that clan abide by the rules and not choose to attack and kill him after the duel. It's just a shame that this move, treacherous human race, this trick won't work on me. The gold silk red reaching Snake King laughed fiercely. Go together and exterminate them. Zhou's eyes were wide and his right hand gripped the hilt of his sword. In the bottom of his heart, he understood very well that as long as he was careless this time, it would be difficult to even leave a whole body. Full power. Super serious continuous sword drawing. Chapter 75, The God of Bear but War. The terrifying sword chi was like a dusty killing sword breaking through the dawn. The black and red giant python and the silver giant python were instantly chopped into hundreds of segments by the powerful sword chi. The golden silk red reinforcement Snake King's body shook greatly. The moment it figured out how Zhou became the Dog King, it was already protecting itself with all its might, but even so, it left densely packed wounds on its body, and each of them nearly severed its entire self. At this moment, in front of Zhou, in a fan-shaped area within 100 meters, the snake pythons of low grade died directly and miserably. The blood of the serpent gathered and flowed, soaking the earth. The golden threads on the spine of the golden silk red reinforcement Snake King shone brightly, and a golden light flew towards Zhou to kill him. Zhou took a step back, and the sand dagger turned into a shield to block in front of him. Boo! The shield fell apart and re-emerged as a sand dagger. Fresh blood gushed out of the golden silk red reinforcement Snake King's mouth. Sure enough, you really do possess the ability to directly decapitate a 7th grade demonic beast. Fortunately, I wasn't deceived by your appearances. Zhou retreated a distance, and the golden light in front of him scattered away, also emitting a pungent fishy odor. That golden light contained a terrifying poison. Inuyasha, Dog Fortune worried, while making a move to charge forward. Don't go over there. Zhou's face turned pale. It's poison. You can't carry it. The gold silk red reinforcement Snake King laughed. Finally realized it? I'm not as impulsive as those demon clans. I'll just wait for you to be poisoned and then eat you. The snakes encircled from both sides like a tidal wave and rushed forward in a furious manner. Finish off the snakes. Zhou slowly stepped forward. Dog Fugue hesitated for a moment, and his body quickly enlarged several times, leaping to stomp a piece of small snakes, then biting the neck of a giant python and directly tearing it apart. The golden silk red reinforcement Snake King's body trembled. It was also in pain. That sword had left dozens of bone-deep wounds on its body, and that was even with its own full defense. The bloody mouth opened and once again spewed out a golden light. The golden light was directly split apart without waiting to get close. What a quick strike! The golden silk red reinforcement Snake King's eyes flickered. Although it couldn't see it clearly, the other party's right hand did move at that instant. That's the motion of drawing a sword. Zhou stopped in his tracks and executed the 10,000 elephants blood drawing technique at the same time. The blood chi in the sky and earth flew up and towards Zhou. The golden silk red reinforcement Snake King was taken aback and sprayed out a large amount of transparent venom between its open mouth, the venom enveloping Zhou like a rainstorm. Zhou didn't dodge and let the venom get to him, but in an instant, the robes on his body were corroded with holes. The venom slid down Zhou's cheeks and even entered his eyes. Fear filled the eyes of the gold silk red reinforcement Snake King. It was very confident in its snake venom. Even the previous 7th grade dogheads would find it difficult to resist if they were tainted with a few drops. But what the hell is wrong with this guy? Is this still human? You call this a person? You didn't even use your aura to protect your body, okay? Zhou slowly unhooked the evil punishing sword and laid it across his body with both hands clenched. Ever heard of the Jasper Tongtian toad? The huge body of the king of the golden silk red reinforcement snake slowly swam, and its tail was storing up its strength. What do you mean? It's endo. Zhou slowly spoke. I ate it for a month straight, and my master said that its inner elixir is specifically used to deal with guys like you who only use poison. Once your poison loses its effect, then your threat will drop by 90%. Now it seems that his words are really accurate. Of course, its inner elixir is very disgusting, and every time I eat it, I still get diarrhea, even if nothing comes out. The golden silk red training snake king's eyes were stern, and his huge body flung like a long whip, emitting a terrifying air-breaking sound. At this moment, all of its strength ran through its massive body and gathered at the snake's tail. This strike was so stone-cold that even a small mountain would be directly smashed into pieces. It couldn't believe that a human race could resist this strike of its own. Super serious sword drawing. Zhou moved his right hand, and in that instant, the gold silk red reinforcement snake king finally saw the sword's blade. The sword, which was only exposed by less than half an inch, flashed with a demonic bloodlight. That demonic bloodlight possessed the ability to take in the soul, and just by looking at it, one felt like their soul was going to shatter. The snake's tail broke through the air, stirring up a harsh storm. The snake's tail then parted from it, and the wound spread rapidly, like a piece of cloth with a slit torn open. The gash continued to spread, growing longer and longer, all the way to the neck of the gold silk red reef snake king. It was only at the moment when the gold silk red reaching snake king's head pounded the ground that it seemed to finally come to its senses. Zhou leaned on the sword with both hands and stood there quietly. All the demons who have seen this sword have died. You will not be an exception. His face was pale, without a trace of blood to speak of. The gold silk red reinforcement snake king raised its head with great difficulty, but its body was already completely out of its hands. It felt a little funny looking at the sleek, naked figure in front of it, but even more funny seemed to be itself. The venom that he was most proud of as well as his own life's poison. The other party was not the least bit afraid of it. Completely useless. If they were to face the other races, a mouthful of their own venom sprayed down, they would have to die hundreds or thousands of people at least. Nemesis? The eyes of the gold silk red reinforcement snake king gradually became lifeless as it wondered why all of this was happening. Zhou rested for a while, and with an additional porcelain bottle in his hand, he took a spirit rhythm vitality pill. Before walking over to find the 3 demon pills and stuffing them into his mouth one by one, the snakes gathered and shot around him, and without waiting to get close to him, they simply crashed to the ground and died. The severe poison of the king of the golden silk red reaching snake was not something that these guys could withstand. Over there, the groundhounds were killing the enemy valiantly, and more than 20 of them had already died horribly, their bodies rotting. Zhou took a deep breath and directly forcefully absorbed a top-grade spirit stone to forcefully restore the aura in his body. Super serious continuous sword draw is very power-hungry. Even he was only able to cast it once. The last time, it was just a super serious sword drawing technique. With the aura in his body being restored by Zhou in such a crude manner, he didn't care if his meridians would be damaged or not. Striding forward with his bare ass, as long as he rushed into the group of snakes, the less powerful snake clans wouldn't even be able to hold out for a breath of time before they were poisoned to death by the poisonous gas emanating from his body. Soon, Zhou felt that this trick was really good. Even the sword drawing technique was saved, but also avoid groundhogs to avoid poisoning them as well. The 10,000 elephants blood drawing method was still being cast. Most of the snake race was weak, but they couldn't afford to be outnumbered. When the number was high to a certain extent, then the amount of demonic beast essence blood he was able to absorb became great. Dark clouds drifted and the crescent moon showed, providing a slight hint of brightness to the land. The earth dogs revitalized and fought to kill the enemy. At this moment, in their eyes, the bare-ass dog king descended like a god of war. Chapter 76, I'm delicious. The group of snakes collapsed and fled everywhere. The air was filled with an unpleasant, fishy, bloody odor. The earth dogs, however, became more and more courageous the more they killed, and as long as they didn't get bitten a few more times by the poisonous snakes, they would have been unharmed. Comparatively speaking, using the corpses of poisonous snakes also allowed them to increase their resistance to poison. Among them, especially the dog Fugue is the most berserk, although it has just stepped into the category of 7th grade demonic beasts, but its ability has already undergone a qualitative change. Between the vertical and horizontal jumps, the strength and ferocity of the body, it could enter the air to chase the python, and its sharp claws were able to easily tear through the flesh of those 5th grade demonic beasts. Zhou strolled around idly, constantly charging into the snakes, utilizing the snake venom on his body to kill the snakes. This is a move that is very much equipped with higher wisdom. The clothes were all corroded and looked a bit indecent though. But what is this place? It's the middle of nowhere. Who cares if you're wearing clothes? Can't you see everyone's naked? If hair is the clothing of a demonic beast, then every human being also has hair. And such behavior was even more encouraging to the earth dogs. In their eyes, the only difference between humans and demonic beasts was that humans wore clothes. If his dog King-sama was not wearing clothes anymore, wouldn't he be exactly the same as himself? There is no more separation from each other. It seemed that the moon was colored in blood, and everywhere there were bodies of snakes and pythons. By the end of the night, very few snakes were able to escape, less than 0.5%. And in this battle, the loss of the Earth Dog clan was also quite large, with a total of 53 Earth Dogs losing their lives, coupled with the battle at Peach Mountain. In just a few days, the overall number of groundhounds in the One-Sword Gorge had plummeted by 10%. Woo! Groups of dogs whistling at the moon in a gallant manner. At their feet, there are corpses all over the place. Death to those who sin against our clan. Zhou raised his sand dagger high in his right hand and raised his arm to roar. This was accompanied by an even more furious barking. Moonlight and gloom. A woman hunkered down in the distance, gazing at the battlefield in front of her with horror in her eyes. Ever since the situation on the One Blade Gorge's side was transmitted back, especially on Yi City's side, it was like hearing bad news. This, coupled with the Rainbow Seven Sisters' vocal portrayal, further made them feel that the matter was not trivial. Finally, after a unanimous election, she ventured forth to observe the One Cut Gap. Unexpectedly, she had just arrived and encountered the vast army of the 10,000 Snake Cave. She had thought that the Ground Dog clan of the One Blade Gorge would be annihilated. But who would have thought that the outcome would be like this? What the Seven Sisters of the Rainbow say is true. The woman forced her heart to hold back her shock. This person's strength is unfathomable. It is truly possible that he is a demon emperor. Indelible impression. Just ask, what real human would go after the serpents with their bare asses? This is just too indecent. But the other man's face didn't change, and he wasn't the least bit worried about his little brother getting bitten by a snake. What does that mean? It showed that only demonic beasts didn't care about this kind of thing. If it was a human race, at the very least, they would cover it with one hand and hold a sword in the other. Moonlight spilled over the man's body, his stance erect and well-muscled. The woman gulped. Her job was to observe, to completely figure out the other side of the situation. Only then, the next time the demon race attacked, the entrances and exits on Yi City's side would be able to better arrange for strong people to come and support them. Otherwise, once it was breached, the next time it would be to build a defense in the 15th ring, or even the 14th ring. The only regret was that when looking at the other party's face under the moonlight, one could only make out a rough outline and could not see the exact appearance clearly. It's all a shame. The woman quietly backed away. The canines had a keen sense of smell. Only the odor of the battlefield was too strong right now, and once they started to clean up the battlefield, they were sure to be discovered. So, she had to retreat as soon as possible, exit the jungle and step onto the road. The woman took a deep breath. She felt like she should run. But then I thought, why don't you take another look? After all, with that well-proportioned body, there's no one out there to show yourself. Even if other people don't want to be ashamed, they still want to be ashamed themselves. She couldn't help but stumble, and eventually the idea that her little life was important made her quicken her pace. But he didn't get far before he saw a man standing in front of him. All hallucinating. The woman laughed helplessly to herself, feeling just as outrageous. When did you become like this yourself? It's really out of character. Hello, the man spoke, his right hand still resting on the hilt of his sword. The woman was stunned, and then she burst out. Not a hallucination? She couldn't help but take a closer look. And yes, this was the right size. This was the new king dog. How can a dog be so distracting and soul-crushing? Zhou's eyes narrowed slightly as he sized up the other party. Not too old, baby face, big eyes, not too tall but plump. From the beginning, you've been snooping around. Zhou spoke in a bland tone. Are you my enemy, or the old man's enemy? Given those two shadows from earlier, he'd been wary of prying ones nearby. The woman blushed. Elder, I am just passing by. Yo, kinda polite. I like polite people. Zhou loosened his right hand and inserted the evil Punisher's sword into the soil, then took a set of clothes out with his right hand. Don't get dressed, the woman called out sharply. Zhou was stunned. Why? The woman was busy saying, snake venom. Zhou looked to his right hand. It seemed that he was really a bit careless. The clothes he touched had already nourished and started to corrode. Zhou dropped his clothes, and now there was only one set of clothes prepared within the storage ring. Name: Chi Man. Age, 18. 25. Gender, female, I think. Sect, the 100 Flowers Gate. Address, 100 Flowers Valley. Earth character number 28 other house. She-man gulped and looked at the man in front of him. That's nice, so that's what men look like without clothes. It's a long time to live. Aha. Zhou, you thought for a moment. I'll make a note of you. If anything goes wrong with the one-blade gorge, I'll be the first to look for you first. She-man hesitates. Aren't you going to eat me? Zhou Yu raised his eyebrows. Why would I eat you? She-man said. Don't demonic beasts like to eat people? Besides, I smell so good and I'm still so young. Zhou Yu was a bit puzzled. What kind of nonsense talk was this? Zhou Yu took 2 steps back and prepared to find a place to wash off the residual venom on his body. She-man followed 2 steps behind. Why don't you just mean to have a couple bites? Really? I'm delicious. She rolled up her sleeves, her snow-white skin glistening tantalizingly in the moonlight. Zhou Yu slightly changed color and his tone was low. Don't come near me or I'll kill you. She-man asks again. Then will you eat me after you kill me? Zhou Yu turned around and walked away, walking as fast as he could. She-man was anxious. Hey, don't go away. I'm not afraid of pain. Chapter 77, The Stingy Cultivator. Washing the venom off your body. That requires specific steps. First, find a dusty spot and rub it in. Then find a puddle to wash the first time. Then a stream to wash it off. Otherwise, just the venom that was incorporated into the water would be able to plague all the fish in a large lake. It's very environmentally unfriendly. Chowhound is a man of quality and pays close attention to that. Only after making sure that all the venom on his body had been washed away did Zhou Yu lie comfortably on the pebbles in the stream, letting the stream wash over him. Hazy moonlight, slow stream. He was a bit tired from this battle. After all, he was often ashamed of himself because he was weak. How good it would be to learn one more move. Zhou Yu quietly looked at the crescent moon and mentally thought about his future. I also wonder if that divine pool of the Earth Dog clan will allow me to learn the vanishing technique? If he could really learn it, it would be one more trick to save his life. Let's just say that right now. Other than using the sand dagger to help block a few blows for himself, it was completely safe to say that he had no means of defense whatsoever. And in the area of speed, he was just purely relying on his feet to go, not containing any techniques. The thought turned and spat again. This stingy old man. The sword drawing technique was able to kill the enemy. If he truly taught a move and a half, would he not be able to walk sideways? Not to mention walking sideways. Who dares to say no when rolling on the ground? The more he thought about it, the more angry he became, and the less he could do about it. Mr. Zhou? A slightly familiar voice sounded from the shore. Zhou Yu sat up violently, his left hand gripping the evil Punisher's sword in the stream in a smooth manner. A figure stepped out of the dimness and let out a surprised voice. It's really you. I thought I was mistaken. Kyo? Zhou Yu was slightly surprised and stood up from the stream. Xiao Jing suddenly changed his expression. His face flushed red, and he turned around and let out a sharp cry. Die you! Zhou Yu chided. What's the point of screaming for nothing? This is the middle of nowhere. It's easy to attract demonic beasts. Xiao Jing turned her back to Zhou Yu. Why don't you? You wear clothes. Nonsense. Covered in snake venom. Isn't this for cleaning? Zhou Yu walked over. How did you find it? When I heard that a transformed demon emperor had appeared in the One-Blade Gorge, I thought about what happened that day and thought that they were mistaken and it should be you. Xiao Jing was busy opening her mouth to explain. Furthermore, Zhou Chen has been obsessed with finding you, so I thought I'd come to explore first. Then I met Chi Man. During the conversation, she said that the Dog King had gone this way, and then I came. Zhou Yu let out an "oh." Then Chi Man of the 100 Flowers sect. You know him? The little attraction nodded. I know. I used to know each other before the city of West Decision had fallen. The way you're acting right now, it's very rude. Zhou Yu walked to the front of the small scene and sat down on a rock. Kyo opened his eyes and busied himself with twisting his head again. Get dressed instead. Zhou Yu said, I just have one set of clothes. Now I'm not comfortable if I put it on like this and get wet. No, you're a big man. Why are you still so girly? Have you ever taken a bath with a man? Never slept with a man. Xiao Jing once again turned her back to Zhou Yu. No. Strange. Zhou Yu shook his head, not caring about these details. How is my little Chen? The little attraction head, with the old dog around. There's no problem. Our approach is different from yours. You like to go deep into the demon race's territory. We only seek to save our lives and mix up the credits. The main event is a solid one. Who would be okay with running around like Zhou Yu? Isn't this a typical death wish? It's okay. Zhou Yu nodded and also put his heart down. Little Jingyan said, then why don't we go back together? Not for a while. Zhou Yu shook his head. I still have things to do. When it's over, I will go to Yi City to find you guys. the thing he was talking about. That was the divine pool of the Earth Dog clan. Other than that, that would be the Spirit Stone Mine. If it went well and took the remaining Spirit Stone Mines, this would also be of great help to the Zhou family in the future. Even if he himself could not bring it away at that time, he could still let Dog Fuguei and the others enter it and guard it. After all, the current Dog Fuguei was a 7th grade demonic beast, and in this side of the area, it was completely enough to hold down the field. Xiao Jing looked at Zhou Yu in surprise, then busily averted her gaze. Use help? No need. I have my own help. Zhou Yu was thinking of the Tsong Wolf King, the Black Bear King, the Dog Fortune and the Mountain Chicken King. Xiao Jing was thinking about the Protector of the Tao, which was really very mysterious and had never appeared until now. Zhou Yu put the Punisher's sword aside. Did you bring your clothes? Kyo ahs. What? Zhou Yu was helpless. You are young. Why are you still deaf? I said, do you have any extra clothes? Bring me a set. I only have one set now. I guess it's not enough. Kyo shook his head. No. Zhou Yu frowned and straightened up, grabbing Xiao Jing's shoulders as he rose up and grabbed at the traveling bag behind his back again. Kyo exclaimed. There really aren't any clothes you want. Zhou Yu glared. I've already touched the clothes and you're still saying no? How can you be so petty? When I go back, I'll just return it to you. Kyo clasped his hands around his traveling bag. It's really not. No lie. Zhou Yu let go and nodded thoughtfully. Got it. Jing trembled. What do you know? What a bunch of loose cannons you are. Zhou Yu shook his head inside. Each one of them has a lot of heart and mind, and they are also extremely petty and stingy. There is no difference between you and that old dog. Kyo averted his gaze once more and scowled. Zhou Yu knew that loose cultivators were poor, but he did not expect that this loose cultivator was quite stingy. Count on it. It's not forced. Zhou Yu began to put on pants, tops, and outer shirts in front of Jing. He was getting more and more disenchanted with the casual cultivator, and really just being stingy. He had saved the old dog's life before. No matter what, hadn't he? After you're all dressed up, your hair is in a bunch and it's over. Zhou Yu picked up the evil punishing sword and hung it on his waist. You go back first. Just tell Xiao Chen. Kyo's face flushed a shade of red and white, never having been as embarrassed as he was today. Hey, so when are you going back? Zhou Yu stopped and carefully calculated. It will probably take 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 days. Anyway, no more than 10 days at most. Kyo couldn't help but freeze. This was not even a solid number. Woo! A low canine growl sounded, and the dog Fortune appeared, eyeing Kyo warily. Zhou Yu kicked dog Fuguei into the stream. Take a bath and go away. Xiao Jing felt like his breath was about to stop. Another 7th grade Earth dog? And it looks like it's still so obedient. How the hell did that happen? The dog Fuguei fluttered happily. Zhou Yu had already walked forward. See you later. Chapter 78, Mount Canis Lupus. Sunrise. Yi Chang, as always. Anyway, as long as there were no demonic beasts attacking the city, this was the safest place. In a small, dilapidated courtyard, Xiao Jing quickly stepped in, but he didn't rest for a moment on this journey. Zhou Chen hurriedly stood up. Xiao Jing, is there any news about my second master? Yes. Xiao Jing's face was slightly pale. It was a long way to go. He's fine now. Nothing at all. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chen was relieved. Great. The old dog was puzzled. Where did you find him? Kyo explained briefly. Li Wanji laughed. All in the mood for a bath. So there must be nothing at all. Instead, the old dog's face clouded over. So, you saw it all? Kyo looked down, caught off guard. Look, saw it. The old dog's teeth clacked. That ing asshole. Li Wanji and Zhou Chen were puzzled and looked at the old dog. The old dog took a deep breath and smiled grimly. Good. Wait till I have a daughter. Then cheat you out of all your wealth and poison you to death. Roundabout tactics. Still going on. Don't think I'm just going to give up. Xiao Jing sidetracked the topic. Anyway, he's living a good life now, and there's a 7th grade Earth dog around to protect him. Li Wanji was surprised. The word sent back by the Rainbow Seven Sisters. It couldn't be a case of mistaken identity, could it? The old dog laughed shamefully. Obviously, he must have taken him for the Demon Emperor. Zhou Chen didn't care about that. Did my second master say when he would be back? Xiao Jing honestly said. He said it would take 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 days, no more than 10 at most. At these words, all 3 of them were silent. Rather, 3 days or 5 days. How is that the same as not saying anything? The old dog snorted coldly. He probably means 10 days at most, 3 days at least. Well, Miss Zhou, you can rest assured that nothing will happen to him at all. Zhou Chen couldn't help but show his face and smile. By the way, has he lost weight? Second master? Have you lost weight? Kyo's dirty face suddenly flushed red, as if he hadn't noticed. Seeing this, Zhou couldn't help but feel a few points of heartache. The second master had focused on cultivation all his life, and his life was nearly unable to take care of himself, so he thought that he was bound to suffer from starvation in the wilderness. That's a real pain in the ass. In the path of cooking, I still need to refine a few more points. In order to be able to stand up to the second master's dedication to the Zhou family chicken farms, the land of the Chicken King, Zhou was holding a cassoulet elbow and eating it, with the dog Fugue lying on the side. The Chicken King was lying on the other side, but he didn't dare to move. Jesus Christ, what the hell is going on with this knife gorge? Even if there was Lord Dog King with unfathomable strength, there was another 7th grade Earth Dog. What's the point of having a demon that doesn't recognize the neighborhood? Dog Fortune's eyes flickered, sweeping over Chicken King from time to time. Chicken King forced himself to calm down. He was really scared. The monkeys of Peach Hill were destroyed, and so was the cave of 10,000 snakes. Within a radius of 500 miles, there would be no one who could fight against the Dog King. A Dog King plus a 7th grade Earth Dog could definitely walk sideways. In this life, the only thing you can't live up to is deliciousness. Zhou put down the bone and took a long breath. Another person enters, puts down the egg custard, and backs out. Zhou picked up the egg custard with his left hand and held the spoon in his right hand, eating it one bite at a time. Chicken King, what do you think about the lion and tiger beast? The mountain Chicken King trembled. Lord Dog King, this lion and tiger beast belongs to the Fey species now, and it is rumored to be even of the 8th grade. Little Chicken Me is only a 6th grade, or the weakest of the 6. You this, me this, all in all, not on the same level. Dog Fortune's lips lifted as he slowly stood up and stared at Chicken King. Mighty pressure. For a moment, the mountain Chicken King's body subconsciously shrank back. Little Chicken has a plan. Zhou nodded. Tell me about it. The mountain Chicken King trembled. On the west side of this mountain, there is a poisonous grass growing. The juice extracted from this poisonous grass is not any different from ordinary vegetable juice. Once an overdose is taken, even a lion and tiger beast will have its entire body paralyzed, making it difficult to move, and at the very least, it will be unable to do anything for 3 to 5 breaths of time. Therefore, the little chicken thought that when the time came to prepare the poisonous juice first, and then arrange for 10 chickens to hold the poisonous juice in their mouths first, so that when the lion and tiger beasts ate them, they would also absorb the poisonous juice. Zhou laughed out loud. Fugue look, Chicken King is still very resourceful. Dog Fugue showed his teeth. It swindled you into killing the heavenly dog, and for that alone, it already has a way to take its death. Zhou continued to eat his egg custard. Chicken King, you'll get this done right? Chicken King hurriedly said. It will be done properly. Zhou put down the empty bowl, picked up a wet towel and wiped his hands. Fugue and I still have some business to attend to. I hope that by the time I come back, you've made all the preparations. If not, you will understand how terrifying the sense of smell of the Earth Dog clan is. The Chicken King stood up. Chickens do their absolute best and will never run away. Dog Fortune spoke coldly. There are some things you'd better rot in your stomach, unless you don't intend to live. The matter of the Tengu clan is not trivial. That was the topmost, most powerful existence of the Dog clan. It was clearly not cost-effective to rashly provoke such an existence. The Chicken King nodded his head hastily. Yes, never dare to talk nonsense. Zhou greeted the sunlight and went out with Dog Fortune. He was supposed to go to the so-called Canine God Mountain, which was one of the places of faith of the Earth Dog clan. The Chicken King mentally lamented and only resigned himself to his fate. Happily, there is a place for one's own existence. Just for this huge chicken farm. If we didn't have ourselves, how many less eggs would the Earth Dog clan have to supply? Sure enough, this being a chicken and being a human being are the same. Both need to prove their worth. Zhou sat on Dog Fugue's body and rushed high into the sky in the eyes of the mountain Chicken King. The 7th grade Dog Fugue could fly since and could last for an hour. Flying through the air, Zhou also scat in admiration. All his other dreams could be set aside. Flying definitely came first. From this location, at this height, not only do you have a great view of the mountains, but you can also breathe the air of true freedom. Dog Fortune's kind was the same as human flight. It was through the power within his body that resonated with heaven and earth, thus allowing him to navigate the air. Like Chicken King, it was different from them in itself, soaring high above the clouds and mountains. Look ahead, Dog Fortune reminded. That's Inuyasha Mountain over there. Upon hearing this, Zhou peered into the clouds and a tall canine figure emerged, and it was only when he got a little closer that he could see it clearly. It was a mountain that towered into the sky, and its form was like a groundhog sitting on the earth and looking out into the sky. Chapter 79 Implementation Plan. Rolling Mountains with Clouds. A dog into the clouds is particularly unique. Dog Fortune's eyes had already sprung up. This was the holy land of the Earth Dog clan. And places like this. There are two more. Zhou sat on Dog Fortune's body while observing the situation in the neighborhood. This mountain range, even before the Fallen Zone had come into existence, had existed as the Inakami Mountain of the Earth Dog clan. Later on, demonic plagues rose in all directions, and it was rumored that everything rose because of the demon wasteland continent's side. Gradually, the human races that were still able to be had over here were all just food that was raised. Naturally, some of the places that originally belonged to the demonic beasts' territories also became places they believed in. Lord Inuyasha, Dog Fortune whispered, in a moment, we'll find a place to land, and I'll enlarge my body to the extreme and take you in my mouth. Zhou's eyes flashed. You don't need to communicate, do you? If you talk, you'll be exposed. Dog Fugue said, generally speaking, if it wasn't for the fact that you were there, the Sun Wolf King and I wouldn't be able to communicate with them without spitting out human words. We mainly communicate through our own breath, plus body language. For example, my tail up or down, to the left or left and right swaying, etc., are the way we communicate. This kind of way, very simple and concise, and will not be like your human race that have different words, including the fact that I am now saying so much in one breath. In fact, to express the meaning I only need to express it clearly with 3 times to the left, 3 times to the right, a twist of the neck, and a wiggle of the buttocks. Zhou sighed. Sure enough, every race has every race's way of expression. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but inquire, what are you guys doing sniffing around sometimes? Dog Fugue said, smell out the ethnic group that the other party belongs to, and at the same time determine whether the other party is in heat and so on. In fact, it is equivalent to some basic operations of the human race. For example, what would you do if you are in heat now? Zhou pondered for a while. Going to a greenhouse? Although I've never been there. Dog Fortune was stunned. Any other ideas? Zhou looked at his right hand. Yes, but not executed. Dog Fortune was unsure. As an analogy, a male bird will dress himself up in various ways so as to attract the attention of the female. Then, something more pleasurable is accomplished. Zhou also didn't understand. So, Dog Fortune was silent for a long time before he said very bluntly, you will pursue women, right? Zhou laughed. This one really won't. Dog Fugue explained. In fact, peeing is similar to writing letters to your human race. If it is during the period of rutting, then it is a love letter. If it's not during this period, it's an invasion of your territory, equal to a letter of war. Zhou understood, but he really had never written a love letter. What do you mean by love letter? Dog Fugue landed on a hill with Zhou and looked at Canine God Mountain from afar. I, a dog, think that now is not the time to discuss this issue. Zhou followed its gaze. The distance was not far. The next step was to blend in. Zhou touched the evil Punisher sword on his waist. Not much confidence, but no fear either. It's still the same old saying, if you suspect a dog, you can't use it. Fortune the dog lifted his paw. We'll do this in a minute. Then this, and then this at the end. It compared 6 times. Zhou nodded. You execute. I'll just listen to you. Didn't read it anyway. Dog Fugue nodded. Since breaking through to the 7th rank, it vaguely felt that this Lord Canine Emperor in front of it didn't seem to be as shrewd as it thought. Zhou rubbed his chin. Shouldn't we consider a retreat first? Let's say for example, would a handsome one like me get preferential treatment in the demon race? Dog Fortune nodded solemnly. There will be preferential treatment. Zhou's eyes lit up. How? Dog Fugue said. Lord Canine Emperor, you are very fragrant and are the demon race's favorite to eat. Eating one of you tops eating many human powerhouses. So, generally speaking, how to eat you will become the most important meeting of the demon race. I smell good? It wasn't the first time he'd heard this topic. Dog Fortune nodded. Yes, the odor emanating from your blood chi, as well as the huge medicinal properties that have accumulated within you. You are not even a human anymore, but a great medicine. Zhou smiled crookedly. I still have this value. Dog Fortune shook his head. If I were you, Lord Canine Emperor, I wouldn't be so happy. If you ever enter the demon wasteland continent, then you would be a walking elixir in the eyes of those great demons. Zhou laughed out loud. He didn't care about that. Big deal. Don't go yourself. One doesn't have much ambition anyway. Dog Fugue thought for a moment and added. Your body still exudes the aura of a child, which represents purity to the demon race. The purer something is, the more they like to eat it. Zhou frowned slightly. You can smell this too? Dog Fugue nodded. It can be smelled. If a woman has a man's essence on her body, then naturally she is not a virgin. Similarly, a man can smell it as long as he is tainted with a trace of it. Zhou opened his mouth. Execute the plan. I'm too lazy to break up with a dog. I feel so ashamed. Dog Fortune's body shifted to the size of a house. Zhou looked at the clothes on his body. This is the only set left. That Xiao Jing is too stingy. Just not willing to give his clothes to himself. You can't make friends with a loose cannon. Dog Fortune said. Lord Dog Emperor may remove his clothing. Zhou raised his head and looked at the huge tongue. And he couldn't help but get goosebumps when he thought that thing would touch his skin. That's it. He curled up and popped up. Dog Fu Gue caught Zhou in one bite, then closed his mouth and rushed down the hillside toward Canine God Mountain with the wind. Zhou completely held his breath. And there was only one thought in his mind. Whether you're a human or a dog, make sure you brush your teeth. It stinks so bad. Dog Fortune moves at a rapid pace, and the two are now unable to communicate. Soon, Dog Fortune arrived at the bottom of Canine God Mountain, and a capsized 6th grade Earth dog rushed out and blocked the way. The dog, Fortune, made a whimpering noise, then 3 times to the left of his neck, 3 times to the right, and wagged his tail. The opposite side of the ground dog also since came over, turned around, sniffed all over the dog Fu Gue, and finally came back to the mouth. The corners of the Dog Fortune's mouth lifted up in a displeased hiss, and he lifted his paw to pin him to the ground. That 6th grade Earth dog timed to light up its belly, proving that it meant no harm. Dog Fortune released his paw and took 2 steps back. The 6th grade groundhog let out a low whine with his tail between his legs and quickly ran upwards. Seeing this, Dog Fortune also followed quickly since. Chapter 80. Communication between demon races was often so simple and dry. Compared to the human race, a lot of red tape and some wordy, polite, complimentary crap is eliminated. Dog Fortune slowly stepped forward, its huge body causing it to make a muffled sound with every step it took. Not long after, Dog Fortune stepped into the belly of Canine God Mountain. It was a grotto of immense proportions, with statues of geoducks, 9 each, carved into the walls on either side. At the very front, and in the right direction, there was a high platform with a huge black and gold-like groundhog coming to life. Staring ahead, this statue of a groundhog is very unique and has a silver cloud pattern on it. The Dog Fortune prostrated himself in worship. A slightly withered old dog stepped out of a passageway to the side of the statue, his gait slow but giving off extreme pressure. The dog's rich brain jaws touched the ground and his eyes looked to the ground. The withered old dog's eyes stared sharply at Dog Fu Gue, who only wagged his tail slightly. At this moment in time, Dog Fortune is also very nervous. The old dog in front of him was a true 8th grade demonic beast. Today it is even living over 800 years. Even among the ground dog clan, this age was quite old. The old dog stood up for a long moment and walked toward the passage from which he had come. The dog Fu Gue busily stood himself up and followed him with his tail between his legs. Through the passage that spiraled downward, the walls were lit with unique auger oil lamps that barely illuminated the area below. A 10-meter long, 8-meter wide pool of blood jumped into view. At the center of the blood pool was the same black and gold statue of an earth dog. The old dog gave a low whimper, and Dog Fortune was busy kneeling on his front legs. The old dog glanced at the dog Fu Gue, then walked straight upwards, but left. Dog Fortune secretly sighed in relief, and as the stone door of the passageway above closed, it then quickly walked over to the blood pool, spit out Zhou between open mouths. Zhou was covered in rushing smelly saliva, but also understood that this was not the time to be pretentious. The two also did not communicate, but quickly stepped into the blood pool. The moment he stepped into the blood pool, Zhou immediately felt that every pore seemed to be opened by the blood pool. This blood pool was very odd. The blood within was as clear as water and would not stain clothes or hair. Although inexperienced, he made a mental guess. This blood pool should have come from the handiwork of a top-tier great demon, using its powerful blood to carry out the opening of the blood pool. At the same time, in the years that followed, there were powerful earth dogs that continuously carried out replenishing the powerful essence blood. Over time, this divine pool took shape. In this blood pool, the bloodline power of the Earth Dog clan was contained. Dog Fortune didn't dare to waste this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Its body completely sank, leaving only a dog's head on the outside. Zhou sat cross-legged and silently operated the hegemony decree. Wisps of blood chi came from all directions and surged into his body. At this moment, the blood in the body completely boiled and crisscrossed. In particular, the ghost silk transformed by the absorbed drop of ghost blood accelerated this absorption. Blood is een, and ghost blood is extremely een. Sitting in this pool of blood, then everything simply falls into place. The pool of blood boiled and fell at a rate visible to the naked eye. The hegemony decision quenched the body over and over again, and Zhou also observed the changes since. The golden light in his blood, which was originally only sporadic, seemed to be gradually increasing. As he had been harboring it all these years, it was gradually reviving as he went down the mountain these days. Come to the right place. Zhou was ecstatic in his heart. This was his own fairyland. Blood glows golden. This step, at last, is gradually being perfected. On each of those bones, there were gradually peculiar patterns that were dark golden in color, like the branding of lightning scattering, which seemed to be an ancient natural rune. Every tendon couldn't stop trembling, and there was a faint sound of a dragon's roar. This situation, it is also commonly referred to as cramps. The strange movement of the tendons made Zhou very uncomfortable, but after the spasm, he felt doubly good. He maintained his cultivation in this atmosphere of pain and pleasure. The foreign object in the bloodline seemed to have opened another eye. This made Zhou notice it at the first moment, and he suspected that this was his own blood spirit, which already had a fledgling form and could be directly awakened when he reached the passage realm. If he was lucky, he might be able to awaken when he was in the dematerialization realm. The aura in his body was running, flushing the meridians, quenching the bones of his entire body, and catalyzing the bone-impregnated gold pattern. At the same time, hundreds of top-grade spirit stones fell into the blood pool and were gradually decomposed by its influence. Dog Fuguei noticed this situation very keenly. His heart was filled with gratitude. Lord Canine Emperor can be a really good person, lest the power of the blood pool is damaged. He also specially took out hundreds of top-grade spirit stones out. This kind of behavior is just too generous. After all, just any top-grade spirit stone was worth a lot of money. At the very least, its dog's life wasn't worth a top-grade spirit stone. With the catalyzing of hundreds of top-grade spirit stones, it caused the blood pool to be completely enveloped by a spiritual aura that had even become so dense that it obstructed the view. The dog Fortune greedily absorbed the surging aura, and it was also working hard to cultivate. Look at the 7th and 8th grade are similar. A slip-up might require it to take hundreds of years, and right now, it was the best chance for Dog Fortune to break through. Once it became a 9th grade great demon one day, it would mean that it would be considered to be of minor importance in the entire demon clan. Mortal Blood Realm 8th Heaven. Mortal Blood Realm 9th Heaven. Zhou could not stop the ecstasy in his heart. He felt that under the priming of the blood pool and the agitation of the top-grade spirit stone, it was as if a vent had been opened in his body, and a vast power was forcibly flushing through his body. Wherever this power passed, the bones absorbed it in a big way like a prime. That every tendon is soaked in it, becoming softer and more resilient. For Zhou, as long as he was able to break through to the shedding realm, what was a mere 100 top-grade spirit stones? Even if it's $1,000, he's willing to spend it. In itself, under the old man's care, he didn't have too strong a concept of these things. It was only by looking at the reaction of his elder brother Zhou Chao, and his niece Zhou Chen, that he slowly realized the value of the top-grade spirit stones. Break through to the degenerate realm with a bang. Zhou gritted his teeth. The aura outside had gradually thinned out. Just as he was about to replenish some, he felt that something was wrong with his body. The bones of his entire body were unexpectedly writhing completely uncontrollably at this moment. There were even hairs sprouting from the skin. Zhou couldn't help but stare. What the hell? What the hell? As soon as the thought started, he only felt his body contracting violently, followed by a violent opening. Zhou opened his mouth, then looked at his hands. Dog paws? Look further down. Oh, my goodness. Zhou's scalp was numb. He had turned into a dog. Chapter 81 Lord Canine Emperor is a dog. The black dog's fur shimmered with a faint dark golden color. On it, there was a white cloud pattern. This state, on the contrary, was divinely similar to the dark gold canine god statue. The size is small, similar to the size of an unusual dog. Dog Fortune poked his head out and was doubly shocked to see this scene. Could it be that he was mistaken? In fact, Lord Inuyasha is a dog? Only now. For some reason, it's just showing up? The Dog Fortune was thrilled. He knew from the day of the challenge that Lord Canine Emperor was a human being, and this notion persisted until just prior to this point. In fact, but if you think about it with a dog's brain, which human race would think about being a dog king? It's not reasonable. But now, it all makes sense. Dog Fortune's brain was running extremely fast, and it associated countless things that appeared in history. For example, a dog crosses over into a human race, such as a dog emperor reborn as a human, such as a dog emperor taking over a human race. And then by karma, the dog returned to the dog's lair. Only this time, it appeared as a human being. The reason why he had to hide his identity was inevitably because he had made countless enemies before crossing over, being reborn, and taking over his body. If you don't believe me, then think carefully. Isn't Lord Inuyasha a little too strong? It was clear that he wasn't even in the dematerialization realm, yet he was able to kill the gold silk red training snake. If all three of these are the case, then this all makes sense. It's a return to the source. A remodeling of the true body. Dog Fuguei's body shivered with excitement, having thought that he had embraced the thigh, but hadn't thought that the leg would be so thick. It's extremely likely that it's the Dog Emperor. While Zhou was completely dazed, Dog Fuguei pounced on him, his rushing smelly tongue licking Zhou's doggy head frantically. Zhou showed his teeth, very upset. It stinks alright. Just at this time, the stone door of the passageway above suddenly opened. The withered old dog of the 8th rank stepped in and rushed over like the wind. Zhou was taken aback and sat on his butt, instantly disappearing. Dog Fortune froze and quickly turned around again since. The withered old dog's eyes glared at Dog Fugue while his nose sniffed quickly. If it wasn't mistaken, it did smell a human odor just now. Any dog that's ever eaten a human knows that there's no disguising that odor. But why? Then, is it gone? Woof! The withered old dog barked ferociously at Dog Fugue. The Dog Fortune opened his mouth honestly and cocked his tail in the process. The withered old dog checked to make sure that it wasn't hidden in his ass either. And only then did he look at the blood pool. And this time, he was wide-eyed and ferociously pounced the Dog Fugue to the ground. Dog Fortune made a whimpering sound from his mouth. The withered old dog was furious. The power of the blood pool was sharply reduced by 90%. And if he wanted to return to the state he once was in, he would need 100 years at the very least. It would take another drop of Inuyasha-sama's blood to beg for it. In the end, the withered old dog let go of Dog Fugue, and stared at Dog Fugue once more in death, his angry eyes gradually returning to calmness, as if he was thinking about something. The Dog Fortune rolled over and lay honestly on the ground, tail wagging and wagging. The main attraction is pathetic, but outside of Inuyasha Mountain, Zhou blinked. What he had just unintentionally performed. Could it be the secret skill of the Earth Dog's bloodline, the vanishing technique? Looking at himself covered in fur, black and gold and beautiful, he couldn't help but be very pleased with himself. See, good people are just as good even if they turn into dogs. It's not going to turn into a, is it? Zhou's eyes suddenly changed, full of panic, and he looked down before letting out a huge sigh of relief. Hooray! That thing is still there. For a man, some things can be used without, but not without. Zhou looked out over Inuyasha Mountain and pondered that Dog Fugue should be fine, right? As Zhou's mood calmed down, the bones of his body changed once again, his hair rapidly receding and his clothes presenting themselves. That changed back? Zhou was stunned and couldn't help but think of the old dog's blood spirit secret skill, dog jumping over the wall. With the kind of situation he was in at that time, although it could not be said to be a dog jumping over the wall, it could be called a disorganized situation. There is a difference between a dog and a canine since, but in circumference, it doesn't make any difference. The difference between a dog and a canine is, in many cases, limited to within their own pack. Oftentimes, when people see them, they have only one word in mind: dog. Of course it doesn't exclude that some people with their brains pushed through the door will also see a wolf and have only one word for it: dog. Zhou pondered over this question and felt that he should sometimes read more animal encyclopedias, demonic beast scriptures or whatever, lest he make a fool of himself and still don't know. This dog is usually 2 ears, 2 eyes, a mouth and a tail. 4 dogs, it's 2 ears. The thought crossed his mind and he kicked the rock in front of him. Asterisk 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 the difference. His mind was then fully focused on this transformation. The moment he transformed, surprisingly, even the evil Punisher's sword was hidden, and his clothes were still able to remain completely intact. After mulling it over, Zhou's eyes glowed. The transported man. Zhou stomped his foot on the ground. There was an extra footprint in the grass, and he didn't move from his spot. Zhou scratched his head, then landed on all fours. Transportation technique. Still no response. Could it be a language problem? Zhou quickly figured out the situation and then adjusted his mind. Woof. Still no response. Zhou's body shook. Dog transformation technique. Then, in an instant, he literally turned into a dog. The transported man. Zhou's body seemed to merge with the soil and darted rapidly through it. The feeling was so wonderful that it seemed as if the soil had turned into water under the effect of the recluse. The joyful Mercedes was a very quick circumambulation of the underground, until it was almost exhausted, and only then did it pick up the dog's paws and go back up the hill. When this kind of bloodline secret skill was executed, what was merely wanted was a feeling, and there was no need for cultivation at all. It's not a bad trip. Zhou lay down on the grass, his face smiling, to be later back to the Jinwei Pass. When the time comes to appear directly from under the old man's ass, directly give it a chrysanthemum explosion, so that he understands what is called the evil of the human heart. As soon as he laid this down, he fell asleep beautifully. By the time he woke up, it was noon the next day. The moment he opened his eyes, he was startled. Dai Dog Fortune sat on his side, his eyes excitedly looking at Zhou. Homo sapiens. That's a real homo. It would no longer have to listen to the other demon clans chewing their tongues behind their backs, saying that they, the ground dogs of the One Blade Gorge, recognized someone as the Dog King. That kind of insulting terminology, let it go with the wind. Zhou slapped the dirt off his body. Next step, get the spirit stone mine. Dog Fuguei was excited. All in accordance with Lord Dog Emperor's arrangements. It was just too happy. Much happier than Zhou had given it spirit stones and pills before. The Dog Emperor is a dog. It's hard to believe in a different dog. It swore that it would keep the secret well for the Canine Emperor. Chapter 82, You're Being Rude. A man and a dog are also real dogs. Scourged the divine pool of Inuyasha Mountain to no end. Yet he just slipped away like a nobody's business. Zhou rode on Dog Fuguei's body and rushed to the chicken farm. Along the way, but he couldn't help but sigh. In the future, my statue is going to land in the boundaries of the human race. It's so majestic to look at. Dog Fortune's eyes glowed. What did Lord Canine Emperor mean by that? Is it to penetrate into the enemy's interior and completely occupy the human realm? As long as it's something you want to do, Inuyasha-sama, you can certainly do it successfully. Dog Fortune makes a compliment. Zhou laughed out loud. I like your honesty. Yo. Dog Fuguei began to strategize. Nowadays, the fallen area is close to 30% of the area of the Huaxia dynasty. And this doesn't count the areas that have fallen to other dynasties. With the human race no longer destroying the natural environment on a large scale over the years, it has also given many of the spirits of heaven and earth a chance to recuperate. If according to my subordinate's idea, Lord Canine Emperor might as well experience everywhere, and can obtain treasures of heaven and earth, and countless cultivation resources. After all, among the demon race, there is an extreme lack of techniques for alchemy. Because of the scarcity of this method, many wild spirits are allowed to grow freely. Zhou understood this meaning, but the problem was that he didn't know how to make pills either. What's the point of learning that? Snooze, snooze, snooze. If you need it, you buy it with money. No money? It's easier if you don't have money. Go rob it. Is it immoral to rob? Then it's always okay to get an alchemist on your side, right? Not willing? Fight until you are willing. Zhou was enjoying himself. What good people are not good people? He did not think about that. The prerequisite for being a good person is that he has to be well fed on his peripatetic travels. He's starving himself. He doesn't give a damn about the beggars. What you say makes sense. Zhou appreciated. It's just that I still have my parents' side to take care of now. No more. I need to give my elder brother and niece the power to defend themselves. Hearing this, Dog Fortune did not feel that Zhou's idea was outrageous. On the contrary, it also felt that the Canine Emperor, even if he was reborn as a strong man, that he still had benevolence and love. Look at the behavior. But it was the parents of this body. He, a king of the canine race, still wanted to return the favor of nurturing. For that alone, he's a lot better than a lot of dogs. Lord Inuyasha is benevolent. Dog Fortune complimented. There aren't many dogs like you in this world nowadays. How could Zhou know those little thoughts of Dog Fuguei? Even less would he have thought that Dog Fuguei would think of him as Canine Emperor reborn. Then, one man and one dog begin to think about the future, laying out well-thought-out plans and unfolding grandiose ambitions. According to Dog Fortune's meaning is, first to beat all the demonic beasts in the fallen area into submission, so that those cats pigs rare species all of them are reduced to miscellaneous. Then create their own unique camp, and then the human race in one pot, and then finally take all of the demon wasteland continent for themselves. Anyone who dares to disobey will be killed without pardon. After all, you're the Dog Emperor, who are you afraid of? Zhou felt that what Dog Fuguei said was very reasonable. He himself had little dealings with the human race and could not talk about good or bad feelings. He was different from Zhou Chen's kind of one-trick pony. If Zhou Chen had his strength, he would probably go around rescuing the fallen human race every day. But then look at Zhou's recent period of time. Other than destroying Peach Mountain and making the 10,000 Snake Caves reputation disappear, did he save a single person? Not only did he not save them, he killed 2 of them. A parasitic eagle flew overhead, and the moment it was about to dive, it soared back into the air. A 7th grade groundhound. Can't be messed with. Totally can't be messed with. And there are a lot of demonic beasts spying around like this. As long as they are not of the same clan, they are all on their respective menus. But anything that doesn't make it onto the menu tends to be one of 2 things. The first one, not good. The second one, can't be beat. With Zhou, the guy who was emitting fragrance all over his body, it was hard not to attract the attention of other demonic beasts. However, Zhou didn't care and didn't want to make a move. Most of those guys' strengths were of the 3rd or 4th grade, and they only needed to take one look at Dog Fortune before running away with their tails between their legs. The journey to the chicken farm was uneventful. The chicken farm was as usual, with the human race in charge of feeding and the king of chicken guarding the 4 directions. With the return of both, the chicken king hurriedly commanded. He is an observant fellow and knows that human meals are good for the great dog king. Ready? Zhou took his seat and was the first to ask a question. Chicken king said, poisonous herbs and 10 chickens have been prepared. Zhou nodded. Very good. The way I like to do things. The Chicken King was holding his tongue inside. It was his own people. But think about that against the lion and tiger beasts. Be careful. Besides, what can it do? It's better for the lion and tiger beasts to eat their own people than to eat themselves, right? Look at the dog leg beside the Dog King, but if he dared to show a hint of disrespect, it would simply pounce on him and eat him at any time. Dog Fortune inquired, "Have you notified the Crow Wolf King?" The Chicken King was busy responding. "The moment you guys came up the mountain, I already sent my chickens to inform you." It carefully sized up Zhou and felt that after not seeing him for a short period of time, he had really gotten stronger again. The human race sure is weird. Although the demon race has its own strengths, but sometimes it is not like the human race, so comprehensive development to come quickly. But it is also very strange. What about the lion and tiger beasts? Zhou pondered. Can you conduct surveillance? Upon hearing this, the Mountain Chicken King was on the verge of crying. In order to fear that the lion and tiger beast will run around, I have long since made arrangements to send a batch of chickens for it to feed on at any time. Is it easy? It's really not easy. Being in this world, the end of being weak is to be used for food. Zhou was surprised. You're good. I like the way you do things. Tough enough. Decisive enough. Usually guys like this, that's definitely not something to keep around. Should we find an excuse to kill it? Zhou leaned back in his torso, feeling that this idea of his was too lacking. Besides, if we kill the king of chickens, what about the future supply of eggs? The king of chicken bowed his head. Thanks to the great king of dogs for recognizing this. It's really hard for us to be chickens. It's tough to stay alive. And if we're not careful, we'll even get sick. Zhou was curious. Disease? The Chicken King said. Chicken plague. Zhou shifted his butt a little, trying to get as far away as possible. The arrival of a large meal eased the slightly dreary atmosphere. Right after the big meal, the Tsang Wolf King and the Black Bear King hurriedly arrived, panting, with blood at the corners of their mouths. Greetings, Lord Dog King. The Crow Wolf King and the Black Bear King paid their respects. Zhou was slightly puzzled. Killed each other? The Crow Wolf King explained. Not really. Isn't it because I heard your summons from Lord Dog King? After running furiously all the way, Coyote, I was slightly weakened, so I ate the messenger chicken. The Chicken King stood up violently and looked at the Tsang Wolf King angrily. The Tsang Wolf King rebuked. What kind of eyes are you giving me? Isn't it just eating one of your chickens? Zhou slightly sidestepped his body and faintly spoke. Tsang Wolf King, you are very rude. Chapter 83, Interracial Love. Upon hearing this, the Tsang Wolf King hurriedly smiled and said, Little Wolf will change in the future. Don't worry about it, Lord Dog King. I said yes. Zhou spoke slowly. You're being rude. The Crow Wolf King looked up in shock. Lord Dog King, I don't understand what you mean. I merely ate a chicken. Why is there such a thing as being impolite? Dog Fortune stood up. Because you ate the chicken that carried the message for Lord Inuyasha. The Tsang Wolf King's eyes narrowed slightly, transmitting a bit of coldness. Could it be that I'm not as valuable as a chicken? Woof! Dog Fugue leapt up and forcefully pressed the pale Wolf King underneath him, biting down on his neck, and the sound of bones breaking could be faintly heard. 7 pints versus 6 pints is simply no contest. The Crow Wolf King was horrified and forced himself to hiss. Lord Dog King, Little Wolf has fought side by side with you. The Black Bear King colored and cowered, crouching at the threshold. Zhou rubbed his fingers lightly. I don't like guys with no manners, especially when you know that the chicken was delivering a message for me. But you dared to eat it. This is tantamount to, you are provoking me. The Tsang Wolf King trembled. Lord Dog King, I was wrong. You give me another chance. I won't dare to do it again. Zhou looked at Chicken King. What do you think? The Chicken King said in a deep voice. I would love to kill it, but the matter of the lion and tiger beast is important, and it still has value at the very least. Zhou nodded. I hate it when my hands get soft because I'm looking ahead. Dog Fugue's sharp teeth fiercely clenched, forcefully tearing off the Tsang Wolf King's windpipe, and then tearing his chest with one bite. The Chicken King and the Black Bear King were trembling. How could they dare to speak? Dog Fortune let out a low roar and ate the Tsang Wolf King on the spot, including the demon pills. Tell me about it. Zhou picked at his fingernails. Who gave it the guts? The Black Bear King prostrated himself on the ground. The Blood Shadow Wolves of West Decision City were all killed by the human race in one go. The Blood Shadow Wolf race is very angry about this, and according to it, there will be an 8th grade Blood Shadow Wolf King that will come to investigate this matter. Although the Wolf Clan has many branches, but each other's faith is the Tsunami Moon Wolf. Therefore, it feels, Zhou spoke on its behalf. It feels that it doesn't care about me anymore since it has the Blood Shadow Wolf King to back it up. The Black Bear King nodded his head desperately. Yes, that's what I mean. Look to the Dog King. I'm not involved in Winnie the Pooh. Zhou rubbed his brow in slight annoyance. How come there was still an aftermath of what happened in Shidi City? He went and killed all the demonic beasts in the cities where the human race had fallen. What's with the courtesy thing? Why isn't it over? Zhou said blandly. The strength of this 8th grade blood shadow wolf king? Black Bear Pooh was busy saying. It is rumored to be a Fey species, possessing the strength of the peak of the 8th grade. Its strength and the lion and tiger beasts are not yet the same thing. It is even likely that it will be promoted to the ranks of great demons and have a great future. In the demon race, being king is not important. The important thing is the great demon watershed. Dog Fugue licked his lips. I've heard of its legend, killing countless people in its life, before it came out of the fallen area. It was extremely ferocious. It ate all the human and demon races. Its character was tyrannical, and it was extremely cunning. Privately, some demon clans have talked about it, saying that this blood shadow wolf king was born from a female fox and a blood shadow wolf. Because of this experience, it felt doubly ashamed, and in order to wash away the shame, it ate its own parents. Zhou was surprised. Interracial romance? Ha? Dog Fortune said. Yes, the liger kind is not controlled. The so-called interracial is probably a human in love with a mouse. It doesn't matter if you can have a baby or not. What matters is how you get off that mouth. The idea of taking off your pants doesn't even cross your mind. Okay? Aesthetics are important. As long as they weren't of the same clan, that was almost always ugly as a dingo. Zhou secretly calculated in the bottom of his heart, and felt that this kind of interracial love, or not to have. Imagine falling in love with a sow. She woke up the next day in her original form. I'm just asking you, will you be handsome next time? Unable to help it, Zhou decisively crossed out demon race from his love menu. Do we know the killer? Zhou digressed to ask. Winnie the Black Bear shook his head. That it didn't say. But who can know about such things? The human race won't admit it either. What can you do if you admit it? Could it still be able to send the murderer out? But looking at the Song Wolf King's meaning, there will probably be tens of thousands of blood shadow wolves gathering this time, and if this matter can't be resolved in a proper way, then it will break the 1-year rest and recuperation pact it has been making and directly attack E City. With the call of the 8th grade blood shadow wolf king, all the frontline demon clans will choose to attack. Zhou's eyes flickered. A peak 8th grade fellow. On his own side, he was still pondering over the ordinary 8th grade lion and tiger beasts. What a day. Winnie the Black Bear carefully glanced at Zhou. At that time, we will also have to follow orders. The fact that Dog Fortune didn't say anything meant that this was something that could only be obeyed, not disobeyed. Zhou lightly rubbed his brow, as if he had caused it trouble. But to say something about West Decision City, Xiao Jing and Old Dog knew about it. Will they tell? Should we send Dog Fortune to eat them? A trace of annoyance swept up in the bottom of Zhou's heart. It's so hard to be a human being. There were always all sorts of troubles, and he himself didn't care about such things. But the Zhou family was so weak that it was hard to not care. Winnie the Black Bear said another thing that gave Zhou a headache. Because of the monkeys in Peach Mountain and the suffering of the 10,000 Snake Cave, the rear party will rightly deploy the demon race during this period of time. It may also be accountable to you, Lord Dog King. After all, this matter has made a bit of a big deal, because you died 30,000 to 40,000 demon clans. At those words, Zhou raised his eyebrows. Grass. Gotta run. Settle the lion and tiger beasts and run away immediately. But any hesitation for a breath of time is disrespectful to your little life. Holding down his restlessness, Zhou smiled and said, there's no harm. I have my own way of dealing with it. It was only when he said this that he subconsciously placed his left hand on the scabbard. Winnie the Pooh sighed in his heart. Look at them. Just because of this fear of death, he is not afraid of death. Who can make things happen? Then don't waste your time. Zhou stood up. Kill the lion and tiger beast and get the spirit stone mine. The mountain chicken king scowled and came over to the black bear king's side. Heaven and earth. It didn't want to go at all. Zhou walked outside with his head held high against the scorching sunlight. The dog Fortune followed with his head held high and his tail erect. Black Bear Pooh sighed in his heart and could only choose to continue to follow. It was seeing the point that it would either be eaten by the dog or killed by the lion and tiger beasts. Anyway, you have to choose one of these two options. King Chicken drooped his head and Winnie the Pooh the black bear walked out one after the other. At the same time, they all couldn't help but look up at the blazing sun. After all, this may be the last time they see the sun in their lives. Chapter 84, Lion and Tiger Beasts. A remote area of mountains where the jungle is lush and green. With the loss of the human hacking, everything seems so primitive and disorganized. A group of people and demons poured in. Chow Chow, Dog Foo Foo, King Black Bear, and King Grouse. The king of the mountain chickens was followed by 10 other male chickens with colorful feathers, each of them large in size, probably because they knew they were going to die soon. They appeared to have no fighting spirit. Chickens are perfectly understandable. when the killers are reduced to being killed, they often behave less well than those they killed before. Zhou walked forward slowly, and when this matter was over, it was time for him to run away. When the time comes, let the Groundhog clan divide into smaller groups and hide everywhere. As for the Chicken King and Winnie the Black Bear, they themselves were not involved with them much, and even if there was a great demon accountability, it was not so much as to involve them. Going over 2 hills, the Chicken King quickened his pace. Lord Dog King, it's the mountain in front. The Spirit Stone mining ruins are in the belly of the mountain. It pointed its right wing as hard as it could in that direction. Zhou's eyes narrowed slightly. He was already able to vaguely sense a powerful aura hibernating in it, thinking that it was the lion and tiger beast. Proceed as planned. The Chicken King turned around and clucked. The 10 chickens contained the poisonous juice and ran forward at a quickened pace. The wind is rustling and the water is cold. And once the rooster is gone, he will never return. Zhou couldn't help but sigh. The Chicken King was very unhappy, so he didn't go out of his mind to say, "Don't be fake compassionate, say it as if you're eating less." The words fell out of his mouth, and he realized that something was wrong, and he was busy lying on the ground. Zhou is indifferent. This is the truth. A lot of people eat all kinds of meat and have to come up with a moralizing statement, spoken as if pigs, horses, cows and sheep are not life. As a human being, keep your mouth shut, open your legs, and get by with it. Winnie the Black Bear whispers, "Lord Dog King, isn't my physique unfavorable for sneak attacks? Will it bring you unnecessary trouble?" It looked at Zhou with bated breath, really hoping that the other party would think it was in the way and blow itself away. Even if they beat themselves half to death, then call themselves cowards and blow them away? Then he himself thanked his 8 generations of ancestors. Zhou looked at Winnie the Black Bear. "It's okay, I'm here, it'll be fine." Winnie the Pooh the Black Bear lowered his condescending head, and his heart was on the verge of crying. "It's because you're there that something's wrong," Dog Fortune suddenly said. "I suddenly remembered something." Zhou gave an "oh so quiet, tell me about it." Dog Fugue said, "Earlier, Chicken King said that it could probably paralyze the lion-tiger beast for 3 to 5 breaths of time. Then, given our current distance, it's impossible to judge when the lion-tiger beast will feed, right? If it's impossible to judge this time, in that short period of time, it has all been soothed." At those words, all 3 fell silent. "And look at that front. 10 stags are almost ready to turn into the cave." Chicken King snapped, "I didn't think about that aspect. Fatal loophole. Perfect plan. But such a slip-up." Once the lion and tiger beasts sensed that something was wrong, they were bound to be on full alert. At that time, when the lion and tiger beasts killed them, they would absolutely kill one of them with a single claw, resolving the battle cleanly. Zhou quickly walked forward without thinking. Then what's the point of dawdling? Hurry up. He was as fit as a fiddle, and went forward at breakneck speed down the hillside. The whole time, the body was steady and didn't seem to let its pace be messed up one bit by the steepness of the hill. Dog Fortune dashed after him. "Lord Canine Emperor, I'll carry you." "No need," Zhou said in a deep voice. "You guys rush over first, and once it gets hit, do it immediately." Dog Fortune nodded his head and soared high into the air, speeding away. The Chicken King's heart cursed straight. "Damn, you are a real dog, deliberately letting us die first, so that the lion and tiger beasts will relax their vigilance, and then pick up the leakage at the back themselves. Shameless thing, even if I'm a chicken, that has dignity." Black Bear Pooh had a bitter look on his face, but he continued to run sideways in the direction of the lion and tiger beast. At the same time, it had already thought of a good way back for itself. When the time came, it would first take a hit, and then lie down and pretend to be dead. When the battle starts, he will find a chance to run away. As for Zhou, he had his own ideas. The last time he killed the gold silk red-reaching snake, even though there were too many snake clans at that time, the end result was that he had failed to kill the gold silk red-reaching snake king with a single strike. The whole thing hurt his ego, adding to the fact that the target this time was an 8th grade lion and tiger beast. Without knowing the opponent's abilities, he couldn't guarantee that his sword drawing technique would be able to take care of the opponent. Therefore, this time he was going to build up his strength. The distance between the 2 mountains is how he builds up his strength. Zhou's feet flew, his right hand gripped the hilt of the sword, and his left hand tightly gripped the scabbard. And there was a faint sound of a sword chirping in that scabbard. And as time passed, a terrifying sword intent gradually boiled in the scabbard. But the Dog Fortune, that was really loyal, especially after learning that the Canine Emperor was a dog. This loyalty increased exponentially, not to mention the lion and tiger beast. Today it was a giant dragon. It dared to go to its death with an iron head. Boom! The mountain peaks shook as a giant beast stepped out of the cave. It was 5 meters tall and huge, with the head of a lion, the body of a tiger, and the word king on its brow. and the hair on its neck was exuberant. Hurrah! It was the lion and tiger beast. At this moment, the corners of the lion and tiger beast's mouth were stained with blood, and a few chicken feathers were still hanging. The plan has been implemented successfully. But look at this. It doesn't seem to have much of an impact. Winnie the Pooh's speed slowed down a few moments. Is that like poisoning? The mountain chicken king was horrified. I didn't expect it to be so big. That little bit of poison. It seems that the estimation was wrong. Black Bear Pooh was full of fear. Run, run. You and I run together. I don't believe that he can still chase two heads. The chicken king glanced back hastily. Are you sure? If you run away, I'm afraid you'll die even worse. In the jungle behind that, Sharp Sword Chi was reviving, causing them to feel palpitations. Running is out of the question. You'll just have to go to your death. Winnie the Black Bear snapped his teeth. Whatever. It's a gamble. Dog Fugue roared above. His body rose against the wind and transformed into the size of a house, and his sharp claws brought down a terrifying wave of air. Roar! The lion and tiger beast roared and stood up as a human. His right paw brought up a surge of demonic power and slapped Dog Fugue out. Knock! The mountain shook and countless pieces of debris fell. Winnie the Pooh the black bear roared wildly and charged ferociously. The chicken king hesitated slightly and fluttered his wings to charge up as well. The lion and tiger beast's eyes were glazed over, but its movements seemed to be slowed down for a moment as Winnie the black bear crashed directly into its arms. Chapter 85, A Sword Chopping a Mountain. That's not even something a bear can fight. Fearful thoughts arose in the heart of Black Bear Pooh as the human-standing lion and tiger beast lowered its head and looked at it with cold, unfeeling eyes. The lion and tiger beasts showed their teeth and opened their bloody mouths. Pooh the black bear looked up with a shudder. Would you believe me if I said I was coerced by the people? Where did the lion and tiger beast care? The bloody mouth fell straight at Black Bear Pooh's head. The mountain chicken king arrived in time, his wings sweeping like sharp blades towards the lion tiger beast's eyes. The lion and tiger beast closed its eyes and retreated to parry. Black Bear Pooh got a chance to catch his breath and rolled and crawled to pull away. No way. The gap is too big. Can't fight at all. The chicken king pranced into the air, as opposed to the fallen lion and tiger beasts. It's the groundhogs of 1/gap that are the most dangerous. When those groundhogs retaliate, will you still want your chicken farm? Asterisk 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 in hell. Spell it out. The mountain rooster king cursed angrily. His body shook, and his feathered wings scattered in the air, and then turned into a ray of cold light, rushing towards the lion and tiger beast's eyes like an arrow off the string. The lion and tiger beast's eyes were slightly dull, seemingly because of the effects of the poison. At that moment, the lion and tiger beast turned its body around, turning its back to the mountain chicken king's attack. Roots of feathers fell, unable to cause any damage to the thick-skinned lion and tiger beast at all. Winnie the Pooh yelled, "Pop its ass. It's a weakness, and it's definitely weak." The chicken king oohed and awed, his demonic power boiling as his feathers sped away once more. Then, the liger clamped down on his tail. Chicken King scolded angrily, "I want you to talk more?" Winnie the Pooh the black bear, knowing that he was at a disadvantage, picked up a boulder and jumped over it, and he was going to smash the sky with it. The lion and tiger beast felt the threat. The body turned, violently rushed forward, bringing up a terrifying storm directly shattered the black bear Winnie the Pooh holding up the boulder. Following the sharp claws ferociously slapped on the black bear Winnie the Pooh's chest. The black bear Winnie should be thrown out, spilling a large amount of blood. To die. Winnie the black bear landed heavily on the ground, and before he fainted, his only thought was that he should never have entrusted the pale wolf king to pay his respects to the dog king. If you don't pay your respects, you're still a happy hunting Winnie the Pooh. Where is it like now? When the king of dogs gives a word, he has to run his ass over there? The chicken king hissed and his feathers filled the sky, forming a giant feather that's made up of countless feathers. The lion and tiger beast's eyes were glazed over, and a demonic power barrier appeared in front of it as the huge feather fell. Boom! The feathers exploded and scattered across the sky and earth. And look at the king of the chickadees, all bare with just a little bit of down left. The chicken king's eyes widened as his body fell downward uncontrollably. The lion and tiger beasts opened their mouths wide to catch the treat. However, just when it was about to touch, it couldn't be touched. Even its body was moving back. Looking further back, the dog Fortune looked grim as he bit down on its tail and yanked back with all his might. The lion and tiger beasts were furious and turned to fly at the dog Fortune. Dog Fortune is athletic and quickly dodges. The lion and tiger beast's anger was even greater as it missed with one blow. Dog Fortune growled low and kept on making tentative attacks while swimming. It was just a pity that the gap between the 7th and 8th grade was really very large. Even Dog Fortune's sharp teeth couldn't bite through the lion and tiger beast's fur. Instead, a random slap from the lion and tiger beast was enough to hit it halfway through the day. Knock! The lion and tiger beast's front paw landed heavily. Slapping the hard ground exploded. and a whirlwind condensed by the demonic power in the mouth between the open mouth quickly rushed out, then turned into countless wind blades to wrap the dog Fugue. Dog Fugue quickly dodged, and then with the strength of the rock wall, he crossed over the top of the wind blade with a bounce, and then landed on the body of the lion and tiger beast. The lion and tiger beast reacted extremely fast. The first time it quickly rolled over and rolled on the ground. When it turned around again, it had already pressed dog Fugue underneath its body, and its bloody mouth let out a deafening roar as it bit down on dog Fugue. Dog Fortune managed to avoid the harsh blow, his body forcing a struggle. However, the power of the lion and tiger beast was too strong. It was like a small mountain pressing down on his body. Dog Fugue's eyes glowed red, and he got up the idea of dying together. Instead, when he avoided the lion and tiger beast's hissing once, he smoothly bit its lips and hardened the corners of its mouth and tore them apart. The lion and tiger beast ate the pain and its upper body surged upwards, followed by its feet stepping heavily on the dog Fugue's chest. Dog Fortune's body shook, blood spurted from his mouth and nose, and nearly half of his sternum was broken. The lion and tiger beast stared viciously at dog Fugue and once again bit down. The dog Fortune knew that he might be a dead dog for a day after today. Therefore, it also launched a fierce attack. His head violently hit the lion and tiger beast's jaw, causing its mouth to close, and in the process, he then bit the lion and tiger beast's windpipe. The lion and tiger beast was furious. Its sharp claws pressed dog Fugue heavily into the soil. Its head tilted, and it took a bite of dog Fugue's torso, tearing off a piece of flesh and blood. Dog Fortune couldn't bite it, but it could easily bite through dog Fortune's body. Suddenly, the lion and tiger beast's movements came to an abrupt halt. A creepy feeling came over it, and it couldn't help but look up and down the mountain. A figure arrow stepped as if flying, his right hand gripping the hilt of his sword, his eyes looking straight at himself halfway up the mountain. Fortune, Zhou, you drank low. Dog Fugue hissed in pain and forced himself to break free from the sharp claws of the lion and tiger beast, leaving behind blood all over the ground. The air currents in front of the lion and tiger beast shook and demonic power boiled, forming a blue barrier. It sensed something bad and a very strange feeling came over it. It's like, what's in front of you is not a person. Instead, it's a sword. A killing sword that could walk on its own. A sword that was now rapidly approaching itself. This is a human being? It felt like it was in a bit of a trance. And in the trance, it seemed to see the sword pull out half an inch. The half-inch of sword body that was exposed was lined with blood. And endless grievous souls seemed to be roaring and eating away at their souls. Is that still a sword? What kind of sword would have such power? It was just too odd. So odd that, upon seeing that sword, it had a baseless thought. When you see this sword, you must die. The lion and tiger beast's eyes showed fear, and the blue barrier was still strengthening. It finally realized what it felt like. It was the feeling of death. Build up your strength. Super serious sword drawl. Zhou, you lightly drank, and for a moment the heaven and earth seemed to have dimmed for a few moments. The liger beast shook its head a bit before half of its head fell to the ground, and the only thing it could feel was a touch of coolness across its torso. The blue barrier of demonic power dispersed with the wind. Click! The mountain shook and an extra crack appeared from it, stopping when it widened by 2 meters. Puff! The liger fell to the ground and split in half. Zhou Yu finally walked up, and loosened his right hand. Then, he let out a heartfelt sigh of admiration. An 8th grade demonic beast. It's really strong. Chapter 86 Fairness and Equity. Sucking blood, ingesting souls, eating demon pills, all moves in one go. After doing this, Zhou Yu then walked over to Dog Fugue and squatted down next to him. Does it hurt? Dog Fortune's mouth and nose dripped blood, and he looked up at Zhou Yu with difficulty. Zhou Yu took out a spirit rhythm vitality pill and stuffed it into his mouth. I don't like getting hurt anyway. Dog Fortune closed his eyes, and had only one question in his mind. Do I just like getting hurt? Zhou Yu turned around and walked towards the other direction. The black bear Winnie the Pooh who was blocked by a big rock. A gentle kick with his foot. Hey, it's time for a bear paw. Black Bear Pooh's body squirmed and sat up with difficulty. Lord Dog, I am truly injured. Zhou Yu glanced at it, then leaned against the rock to look at a patch of bushes below. The nearly hairless king of the chickens shivered in the midst of it, not daring to flee or go up. Zhou Yu wrapped his hands around his body and thought that this would save him a lot of trouble, and he didn't even need to boil water to remove the feathers of the chicken. Chicken King stepped out trembling. Lord Dog King, Chicken, I got credit right? Zhou Yu laughed and walked towards the cave. You all rest outside. As Zhou Yu stepped into the cave, both of them then breathed a huge sigh of relief, feeling that their lives had been saved. As Zhou Yu passed by Dog Fugue, he reached out and pressed down on the head that was about to be raised. You also rest. The words fell and were forced again. It was an artificially chiseled cavern that was nearly hollowed out on the inside, with countless passages crisscrossing the interior like a spider's web. It's not hard to understand. At one time this mountain was found to have spirit stones within it, and wherever spirit stones are found, naturally even the mountain is hollowed out for you. Zhou swept his gaze around and let go of his senses to choose one of them. The crisscrossing passages were all slanted downwards, and after walking hundreds of meters in depth, one could indeed find some residual spirit stone debris on some of the walls. This was also enough to prove that this place was indeed a spirit stone mining site. An hour passed in a circle, and Zhou stopped in a hall underground. The entire process yielded nothing. There were also some decaying things used in human life within this hall. Did it dig in? Zhou was a little disappointed in the bottom of his heart. It looked like he really thought things were too simple. After all, this was a spirit stone mine. Even if the demonic plague appeared, the human race wouldn't just give up that easily. Thinking about that sand sect, they had dried out their own sect for a handful of sand daggers. You can imagine how keen cultivators are on cultivation resources. But if he just gave up, Zhou would really be a bit unwilling. All that effort to kill a lion and tiger beast for a half-day trip to the mines? Zhou picked up a top-grade spirit stone and sniffed it under his nose. Then his body shook and transformed straight into a black and gold-colored ground dog. In that instant, the sense of smell was amplified dozens of times. Damn, it stinks. I can't believe there are guys peeing in here. Zhou was furious, and that odor was especially strong, making him doubly sick. But this approach really paid off. Really smelling something similar to a spirit stone. Zhou's body lurched, and his body merged with the ground, which was no longer in the belly of the mountain, but was at the root of the mountain, and the soil was predominant. After a long time, the ground exploded, and Zhou rushed out again, standing up to recover his body. Sure enough, Zhou's eyes were filled with joy. There was a depth of 100 meters from him, and there were still remnants of spirit stones that were 10 meters long and the thickness of a water tank. It was a pity that the transported earth technique only allowed him to dive into the ground, but he was unable to exert himself inside. But 100 meters deep, that would be a stretch. Zhou took a deep breath, his mind quickly thinking about all the questions. Dog Fortune was seriously injured, so naturally he couldn't be of any use. King Chicken and Winnie the Pooh, Black Bear, are also bad enough. That means he's the only one with the ability to act now. Zhou used his hand to pick up the ruptured area and quickly reacted. At this speed, digging to the next life? At that moment, he decisively turned into a groundhound and dug frantically with his front paws. The digging seems to be going a little faster, but it's only faster and not much more. Zhou resumed, his brows furrowed. Knowing sword drawing on your own obviously didn't do anything. Ouch, my dog brain. Zhou slapped his head with force, and then the sand dagger presented itself and turned into a piece of divine river sand that fell above the pit. And as Zhou poured his own spiritual energy into it, the divine river sand emitted a dazzling light, and then autonomously sanded the nearby soil and stones. This is not a slow speed, but it is a waste of spiritual energy. Zhou smiled with great satisfaction, feeling that he was really smart, always able to think of things that others could not think of at critical moments. Boom! The ground rumbled and sand and gravel surged. Following that, a stream of yellow sand gushed out from the pit and sprinkled all around. Zhou just stood and earnestly urged the power of the sand dagger. In a matter of moments, a deep pit appeared in front of Zhou. After another moment, yellow sand erupted, entangling a bright spirit stone pillar and dragging it up. A water cylinder thick, 10-meter-long pillar of spirit stones. Zhou laughed out loud in triumph. The grade was really not low, just that the outer ones were up to medium-grade spirit stones, while the inner ones, if their purity was high enough, would be top-grade spirit stones, which could account for 10% of the whole. As for whether or not there were any extreme-grade spirit stones, that would need to be cut open to see. All in all, the haul was a full 10,000 spirit stones. Isn't that faster than a robbery? With a grip on the hilt of his sword with his right hand, Zhou instantly sliced the spirit stone pillar into 4 segments and then began to inspect its core. However, to his disappointment, no extreme spirit stones had been born, and there was only less than 10% of superior grade spirit stones overall. It's still cool. Zhou had a big heart, and after putting all the spirit stones into his storage ring, he seriously explored some more to make sure that he hadn't missed anything, and only then did he take a big step upwards. Seeing Zhou come out, Dog Fortune stood up shakily. Lord Dog Emperor. Zhou nodded. The harvest is not small. You and others have merit. Dog Fortune breathed a long sigh of relief. As long as I can help you. Winnie the Pooh and King Chicken have come together. Zhou took out one of the paragraphs straight away. I am a person who always emphasizes fairness and justice. You guys are willing to contribute, and I won't treat you poorly. The words fell, once again dividing the paragraph into 4. Winnie the Black Bear was excited. We're in on this? Zhou kicked 2 large pieces of spirit stones in front of the 2. Split it evenly. The Chicken King flung himself to his knees. Great Lord Dog King, You are too just, Zhou said without turning red in the face. Say thank you. Winnie the Pooh the black bear kowtowed directly. Thank you. Chicken King echoed himself. Thank you. Zhou was full of smiles. Very good. You guys are very polite. I like it. Chapter 87, Farewell. Zhou liked polite people, including demonic beasts. Just honor yourself enough. Other than that, it doesn't matter at all. He would have been generous. Then disperse. Zhou opened his mouth with a smile. Winnie the Pooh the black bear kowtowed gratefully, picked up the spirit stone and ran. Who wouldn't be happy to get his life back? Not to mention a big treasure? The Chicken King's body zoomed and snapped again. Great Lord Dog King, could you be a little more helpful? Zhou picked up the spirit stone and placed it on its back. The Chicken King was excited and said thank you without forgetting. As the two left, Dog Fortune was busy saying, Lord Canine Emperor, I won't need it. No, you need to. Zhou smiled and said, both pieces are yours. I don't want them. Dog Fugue was surprised. All for me? This subordinate doesn't dare to take it. Zhou said, I'm not interested in spirit stones, so you don't have to think much about it. Dog Fugue bowed his head and wept. Lord Canine Emperor is really too merciful, even if I have to sacrifice my life for it. Tell you a secret. Zhou sat down on a piece of spirit stone. I killed the Blood Shadow Wolf in West Decision City. Dog Fortune's eyes instantly widened. Winnie the Black Bear had brought them very important information, and it knew since well what that meant. It represents making an enemy of the Blood Shadow Wolf clan. Just kill it. Dog Fugue's eyes showed a fierce light. My subordinate and Lord Canine Emperor are sworn to die together. That won't be necessary. Zhou waved his hand. The only reason I'm telling you is because I'm still going to be held accountable, so I'll just run back first. Run back? Dog Fortune was stunned, and it quickly dawned on him. Lord Inuyasha is running undercover in the human realm, to endure the bullying of the human race for the sake of future greatness. Such a great spirit of self-sacrifice is so great. Zhou's thought itself was simple. He wasn't very clear about the demon race. If this was accountable, there might be a big demon. With his current strength, he would be very passive. He had no problem sneaking up on others, but he was also afraid of others sneaking up on him. It's okay to be a wimp. As for other things, they may also bring trouble to the One-Blade Gorge, such as the Cave of 10,000 Snakes, or the monkeys in Peach Mountain. Zhou said to himself, these things always need an explanation. What do you think? The Dog Fortune was a bit confused for a while. It hadn't considered this kind of problem on a deeper level. The thinking of demonic beasts was originally different from that of the human race. For them, killing each other was a very common thing. It's just that this time, it was a bit fierce, and there were too many dead demonic beasts. So much so, that the powerful demon race sitting in the rear was very unhappy about it. Zhou looked at Dog Fortune. Just push it on me. Dog Fugue was surprised. How could my subordinate dare to commit such traitorous acts? Don't worry, Zhou laughed. I have someone up there. Dog Fugue's eyes widened as his heart understood once again. Lord Canis Lupus has hibernated in the human race all these years and has met many powerful existences. And those fools don't know that Lord Canis Lupus is a dog. So they are the ones who will protect Lord Canis Lupus. Just be honest. Zhou laughed. As for the rest, you just improvise. Or, just turn the whole thing into zero and avoid the wind first. Dog Fugue took a deep breath and his eyes were firm. Lord Canine Emperor, feel free to rest assured. Next I will protect all the earth dogs in the One-Blade Gorge, and reproduce greatly, striving to pave the way for your future. When you return again, the number of our lineage will definitely break 1,000, or even 10,000. Yes, Zhou laughed brightly. Dog Fortune, I have a great dream, and that is to stand at the highest point. What is the supreme point? If the emperor had 3 wives and 4 concubines, then he, Zhou, had 8 wives and 8 concubines. Most importantly, hurry up and find a place to break your virginity. A dog can smell that he's a virgin. Isn't that a shame? Dog Fortune stood up and looked up to the sky. I will be Lord Dog Emperor's most loyal lapdog. Ha 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 ha. Woof woof woof. When Dog Fortune had recovered to a similar extent, the two rushed back to the One-Sword Gorge. There was nothing moving outside. Everything was still calm. After all, the Blood Shadow Wolf clan wasn't able to find out about his Zhou so quickly. As for the accountability of the demon race in the rear, it will take some time. These days, no matter if it was people who did things abrasively, the demon race tended to do things even more abrasively as well. After hiding the spirit stone, Zhou didn't explain too much. As a 7th grade demonic beast, the Dog Fugue is not stupid. On the contrary, it is also very smart. The parting of the circumference is quieter. Didn't plan on telling the other dogs. After I'm gone, you'll be the new Dog King. Zhou strides forward, and Dog Fugue follows behind to see him off. At those words, Dog Fortune was silent. Today's separation is for a better meeting. Zhou clouded his comfort. When we meet in the future, we will all be better. Dog Fugue said in a deep voice. The next time we meet, I will definitely be in 8th grade. No, I will be a 9th grade great demon. And I will definitely do my best to follow your footsteps and strive to be able to help you in a real sense. It is hereby sworn. For the sake of Lord Inuyasha, even if I were to make an enemy of the entire Earth Dog clan, I would not hesitate to do so. Good dog. Zhou couldn't help but sigh. Alright, that's it. Dog Fortune stopped and quietly looked at Zhou. Zhou took a few steps forward and turned back. Take care of yourself. Don't worry about me. Dog Fortune nodded heavily. Zhou smiled, before running towards the direction of Yi City as if he was walking on a level and fit as a fiddle. Seeing that Zhou's figure was about to disappear, Dog Fugue fiercely and quickly ran. Lord Canine Emperor, don't forget about me. Zhou raised his right hand and waved it. Take care of yourself. Inuyasha-sama. The dog, Fortune, choked with grief, he rushed up a mound and yelled, I'll wait for you. Zhou paused on his feet and darted off again. Silly dog. How can we not have some feelings after spending so many days together? Unable to help it, he was more than a little sentimental as well. Human race or demon race, it's all a mess, and I don't know what's going to happen later. It was only hoped that this fellow would be able to cultivate well and strive for an early breakthrough to the 8th grade, or even become a 9th grade great demon. At that time, it would also have the power to defend itself. As for myself, it's weak, okay? You know the sword drawing technique, but you don't know any other attacks. If this is really targeted by a great demon of the demon race, will we still be alive? Therefore, he was really just running for his life this time. When they passed by Shidi City, it was a dead city, empty, and it seemed that the Blood Shadow Wolf clan hadn't had time to reoccupy it yet. Zhou glanced at him and continued to walk towards Yi City. He wanted to find his niece Zhou Chen as soon as possible. Chapter 88 Abundant Merit Points. Leaf City remained the same. After all, nothing happened during this time, and it was quite peaceful. Zhou circled around but found no trace of Zhou Chen and the others, so he came straight to the so-called Demon Execution Division branch. He had killed so many demonic beasts. This demon execution order should be handed in first and then exchanged for merit points. Once you have merit points, you can exchange them for things. According to the algorithm of merit points, just one lion and tiger beast's merit points is 5,000 Ah. Among them, the 7th grade ones, but also killed several heads. A 7th grade demonic beast is 1,000 merit points. Plus those messy, maybe can really exchange to bullish flying technique. Inside the Demon Execution Division, that yellow-robed demon executioner was dozing off. It's been too quiet and there's not much to do. Zhou dropped the demon execution order and woke up the yellow-robed demon executioner. The yellow-robed demon executioner Niesen opened his eyelids and glanced at Zhou with a somewhat displeased expression. A trainee demon exorcist of the mortal blood realm was something he really wasn't interested in. It might just be that killing a few wild dogs and a few cats out in the field to redeem merit points is really just annoying. Zhou tapped his Demon Punisher order. Redeem merit points. Got it. Yellow-robed Demon Punisher Niesen lazily picked up the Demon Punishment order. When will the frontline still come to a mortal blood realm like yours? I would be really crazy to still give you the Demon Execution order. He couldn't remember Zhou since he had only met him once. Per se. Zhou was calm and just looked at the other party. Although he was a bit skeptical about the demon exterminator collecting demon souls, he felt that as long as it didn't get in the way, who cared? The yellow-robed demon exorcist took out a bottle from within the drawer, which had special runes outlined on the top, and was a demon collector bottle. Afterwards, Niesen held the Demon Punisher order in his left hand, activated his own spiritual energy, and aimed the bottle at the Demon Punisher order. Following that, a gray stream of air flew out from the Demon Execution order. Niesen had a shameful smile on his face. Sure enough, he just killed some 2nd grade snakes. Something like the 2nd grade could not even be called a demon race anymore. But soon, the smile on Niesen's face completely froze. Vast gray air currents stirred, accompanied by a terrifying ferocious aura that filled the entire courtyard. What? Niesen was startled, and his own spiritual energy surged and erupted, all of it infusing into the demon collector bottle. Your mother, 6th grade demon soul? My mother, a 7th grade demon soul? Mother asterisk 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 8th grade demon soul. Niesen's face flushed red as his hands were busy ingesting the demon soul. It was too much, so much that he didn't know how to describe his feelings. He just felt his heart beating so fast, the rhythm of sudden death at any moment. As one demon collector bottle after another landed on the table, Niesen put down the demon execution order, his miserable face covered in sweat. It almost wore him out. Knock knock. Zhou reached out and tapped on the table a few times. Why don't I come back later? You take a break first? Only then did Niesen look at Zhou, his eyes full of shock. How did he do it? Could it be that he had encountered a great war of the demon race and then picked up the pieces to collect so many demon souls? It's incredible. Zhou frowned. Old man, you are very rude. Sorry. Niesen sat up straight in a panic. I'll calculate it for you now. He kept picking up the demon harvesting bottle to make a tally, and after a while, he took out an abacus. A piece of demon soul is 5,685. 23,213 second-grade demon souls. One is a merit point 5. Nathan dialed his abacus and kept wiping away the sweat. How did that happen? Good to know. The reason why the number was so huge was because Zhou had been urging the demon execution order at that time, and the dead demonic beasts could have been sucked up. The third grade is 4,000. The more Niesen counted, the more his heart trembled. These merit points would naturally not be much if they were spread over 1,000 people, but inflicted on a human being, it's just plain scary. After all, it was only 50,000 merit points for a 9th grade great demon. 243,256. Nathan wiped the sweat off his forehead. Do you want to be right? Make do. Chow Chow has always been a good talker. Nathan hesitated. Zhou said. I have a bad brain and can't remember such complicated numbers. Besides, the upper limit of this thing is 99,999. Niesen hesitated. Okay, that's 250,000. As for things like the demon execution order, it was indeed a headache. I didn't think about it back then. Besides, the first and second grade demonic beasts were supposed to encourage those casual cultivators to go to the battlefield to contribute. Niesen laughed. So is there anything you want to change? Yes. Zhou nodded heavily. I want to change my feats. That had been his plan from the beginning. Niesen said. Then I'll talk to you first. The Gongfu was 4 levels of heaven, earth, metaphysical and yellow. For yellow level, 5,000 merit points to start. Metaphysical level starts at 10,000. Earth level 30,000 starts now. And heaven level is 50,000 to start. The specifics depend on the merit law that is exchanged. Zhou blinked. What about the god level? Niesen was stunned. God level? This Huaxia dynasty has very few feats about this type. Why don't you start with a type? Zhou said. Flying feats. Niesen was dumbfounded. He couldn't understand it. Completely incomprehensible. For a flying technique? And it has to be god level? What's wrong with your mind? Nathan hesitated. Are you sure? Zhou nodded. Okay. Niesen said. 250,000 merit points. You could have chosen to exchange for the dynasty's 5 heaven-level cultivation feats. That's what how many people dream of. This flying merit law. It's really chicken ribs. No. I'm going to change. Zhou's eyes were firm. And I want a god level 1. Niesen cursed in the back of his mind. Could it be that he had met a big idiot? As far as I know, there is indeed a divine level flight feat. This feat isn't even practiced by people from the royal family, and it's said to be extremely difficult. If you change it, I'll put in a word for you, and I estimate that 50,000 merit points will be enough. Zhou nodded. Okay, then it's 50,000. You can deduct it. Niesen found a pen and paper and began to write. What about the remaining 200,000? Should we exchange it for a spirit weapon? Zhou sat sideways on the table. Are there any spirit weapon clothes out there? These clothes keep breaking. It's hard for me. Niesen nodded. Then a spiritual artifact robe. I'll count it cheaper for you. 50,000 merit points. Is there anything else you need? Zhou thought for a moment. Can I change a gongfu for someone else? Niesen was stunned. It's possible, but you won't be able to cultivate. If you want to cultivate, you'll have to redeem it again. It's a rule of the dynasty. Otherwise one of them switches and spreads it around. What's the point? Zhou nodded. No problem. Just find a movie that a girl can cultivate. Niesen nodded. When the merit points are sent over, you have to bring her here. This kind of thing needs to be placed under a ban, which is harmless. It just keeps her from being able to talk about it. Find you the best one. Count your 80,000 merit points. There are 70,000 left. Zhou frowned, but he didn't know what to change. Niesen suddenly said, should we change some extremely good women? Going home for a massage and cooking is also excellent. 2,000 merit points apiece. You can totally trade for dozens of them back home. Chapter 89. And change? Zhou was stunned. It was a long time to live. Niesen laughed. That's natural. Does the imperial city Yunnan sect know about this? Zhou shook his head honestly. I don't know. Niesen was unimpressed. Yunnan cult workshop is dedicated to cultivating the best women and men. So as long as you have the money and merit points, you can make a purchase, whether it's for bed warming or miscellaneous work. That's up to you. Zhou was surprised. And men? Nyesin laughed. This is natural. Men have needs and women naturally have needs. Zhou sighed. It's a long time to live. Nyesin laughed. This is much simpler than normal lovemaking. Anyway, the body shakes and the mind clears up. Zhou sighed. I have a great dream of a great love. Nyesin laughed. There's a lot of things like love over time. Zhou nodded, feeling that this sentence made sense. Nyesin lowered his voice. If you are afraid that the goods are not right, it is simple. I wrote a letter to send you over. You first try the goods. If you are not satisfied, 7 days no reason to return. To be honest, this is mainly to see your contribution this time. Otherwise I will not give you this back door. However, the ugly words in front. If you play dead, then you cannot return it. Some time ago, there is a female loose cultivator will that man to play dead. Play dead after still return? That's simply impossible. Zhou was surprised. Doesn't this make it a malicious return? Nyesin shrugged his shoulders. There's no way. Often women buy a man and then play for 3 or 5 days and then return it. Return it more often than not. Directly blacklisted. And in serious cases, directly hire a killer to slaughter it. Zhou sighed. It's still the colorful world of the human race. Nyesin laughed. Buy a few for fun? It's 70,000 merit points. Zhou thought about it and felt that it was too troublesome. He didn't intend to bring a few females around. Is there anything else you recommend? Nyesin said. What more than 90% of cultivators want to exchange are pills, weapons, and techniques. Yun Ni Cultist Workshop, which is a derivative of the exchange. Zhou laughed. Wild spirit grass? Nyesin shook his head. That's impossible. There are too many cultivators these days. The wild ones simply don't have that environment to grow anymore. Not to mention that there isn't, even if there is, it's first used by demon exterminators and exorcism court executives, including the royal family. Why don't we change the spirit weapon? He glanced at the evil Punisher sword on Zhou's side, feeling very unassuming. Zhou played with the demon execution order for a while, then threw it in front of Nyesin. Keep it for now, and talk about it later when you have the need. Nyesin nodded. Alright then, given that you've exchanged so many things, then I'll leave you some more. The 5th row of the demon execution order representing 10,000 lit up 7 times, and the 4th row representing 1,000 lit up 8 times. That's an extra 8 grand to give away. Zhou was pleased with this. You're very polite. I like it. Nyesin didn't care if there was any problem with this statement, and laughed. Brother, I see that you're young, yet you're able to make it this far. It seems that you're hiding this strength. Zhou laughed. Privacy, this kind of thing. Nyesin instantly woke up. Understood. I understand. I won't ask again. There were some exotic existences among the scattered cultivators, and these existences could even make the royal family and those great clans jealous. Asking too many questions would be asking for trouble. If it's serious, you'll lose your old life. Zhou collected the demon execution order, inquiring about something. Li Wanji, you are very familiar with, right? Upon hearing this, Nyesin stared carefully at Zhou for a while longer before he reacted and finally remembered when this fellow had arrived. Naturally, Nyesin couldn't help but stand up as he roughly estimated the time in his mind. It's only been a month or so. How the hell did this guy do it? It's horrible. Could it be that the old birthday boy was blessed with a son and had some help? If that's the case, then the big shot behind this person is not a small one. Zhou said. She should be back, right? I'm going to look for her. Nyesin hurriedly said. I even saw it 5 days ago, so it should still be in the city. Zhou nodded. Okay, when will these things probably be delivered? Nyesin said. 10 days, after all, the mountain is high and the water is long. Before the words were finished, Zhou had already walked into the courtyard. Nyesin was instantly somewhat speechless. Brother, please stay. Zhou turned around in confusion. Anything else? Nyesin arched his hand and smiled. I wonder if brother is willing to join the demon execution division. Zhou was even more puzzled. Could it be that I'm not now? Nyesin hurriedly said. Just looking for you to reconfirm. I'll send your basic situation back to headquarters along with you. With your current performance, you are definitely a Xian rogue demon punisher. The only way to do so is for you to be an official worker. And the current ones are all temporary workers. Zhou let out an oh so subtle sound without any reaction. He didn't even know what it meant. Nyesin hurriedly said. After becoming a Xian rogue demon exorcist, there are fixed cultivation resources every month. And if there are any good things, you also have the right to prioritize your choices. Zhou nodded. Okay. Nyesin was about to say more, but the guy had already stepped over the threshold and walked straight away. Walked away without even looking back. Talent always has some quirks. Nyesin excused Zhou's behavior. He seemed to have forgotten to ask the other party what his name was. Retracing his steps back to the streets of Leaf City, it was as quiet as ever. Quiet with the slightest hint of decay. Zhou Yu touched his stomach and felt a little hungry. Actually, the liger is pretty big. It's just a shame he can't cook. Otherwise, how can you remove 2 legs and carry them back? It was better to hurry up and find his niece. And he was indeed a bit incompetent as an elder. Bro, Zhou Yu looked at an old man on the street. Do you know Li Wanji? Just a particularly tall and strong girl. After all, Li Wanji is often on the front lines and has a more recognizable body type. But anyone who has seen it will certainly remember it. The old man was instantly enraged. You kid is very disrespectful. The old man is 88 years old. And you call me brother? Zhou Yu drifted off. Little brother. I apologize to you for the slip of the tongue just now. I'm sorry. The old man grew angrier and angrier. What a fanatic. Daring to humiliate the old man like this. Zhou Yu raised an eyebrow. He didn't understand what went wrong. I'm 108 years old. What's wrong with calling him a little brother? A middle-aged man next to him laughed. What are you bothering with a young man for? The fact that he called it that means you're showing your youth. The old man grunted coldly, irritated. The middle-aged man looked at Zhou Yu. You're asking about that Li Wanji who messed with the Fengyun gang, right? Zhou Yu was puzzled. Messing with the Fengyun gang? What do you mean? He vaguely remembered that he seemed to have met someone from the Wind and Cloud gang before. There was a guy called what's his name? Marchance? But that guy's dead. The middle-aged man laughed. You're afraid you don't know yet, right? There is a girl beside Li Wanji, who even carried a lower-grade spirit sword to flaunt the market, and I haven't seen anyone in the past few days, so I guess they have caught her. Chapter 90, I'll accompany you to your death. Busted? Zhou Yu frowned slightly unhappy. That old man snorted coldly. Not strong enough, but still dare to run around with a lower-grade spirit sword. Really think that everyone else is blind. That Wind and Cloud gang isn't a good thing, but dealing with those few people, isn't it a handful? Zhou Yu's face grew more and more unpleasant. The middle-aged man laughed helplessly. This is how the world is. If you are their friend, hurry up and leave Yi City now. Saving? What's there to save? The world is so chaotic that saving your life is the first thing to do. Zhou Yu looked at the middle-aged man. Where is the Wind and Cloud gang? The middle-aged man was surprised. You're really planning to go? Zhou Yu nodded. I'll pay you if you take me there. The middle-aged man shook his head. I don't get involved in the affairs of the Wind and Cloud gang. You'd better find someone else to ask. The Wind and Cloud gang was quite intimidating amongst the casual cultivators. Zhou Yu also didn't have the idea of forcing others. If you don't want to, just forget it. Second master. Suddenly, a young man ran over in surprise. Zhou Yu followed the sound and was surprised. Lu Renjia? Lu Renjia panted and ran to Zhou Yu. It's really you. I thought I was mistaken. The old man and the middle-aged man on the side looked at each other. This guy was not very old and his generation was quite high. Zhou Yu was puzzled. How did you come here? Lu Renjia was slightly embarrassed. I went to the Zhou family a month ago and heard that you guys came here. Oh, Zhou Yu nodded. But it turned out to be like this. Have you seen Xiao Chen? Nope. Lu Renjia shook his head. When I came, you guys were out of town. When I went out of town to look for you guys, I couldn't find you. When I came back, I heard that something seemed to have happened to Miss Zhou. Zhou Yu hummed. I heard that too. Indeed. He just heard. Lu Renjia looked anxious. Second master. Let's go back and get help. Zhou Yu was puzzled. Move who? Lu Renjia said. Miss Zhou's grandfather. Ah, he's in the Tongling realm. Zhou Yu walked forward. Lu Renjia said anxiously. I heard that the Fengyun gang is very powerful. Our 2 pieces of material will definitely not work. Zhou Yu inquired. Do you know the place? Lu Renjia nodded heavily. I scouted out the place yesterday and confirmed things today. Zhou Yu gave an oh-so-subtle cry. Lu Renjia was puzzled. Second master. Why aren't you in a hurry? Zhou Yu said blandly. Is it useful to be in a hurry? If it's still alive and kicking, there's no need to hurry at all. If it's dead, it's useless to hurry. At those words, Lu Renjia was instantly disgruntled. Think about how that Zhou Chen took care of him. And this is his attitude? Luckily, when I saw him just now, I was still full of joy. But it turned out to be such a guy with a cold nature. Besides, what's the point of him going at the mortal blood realm? Lead the way. Zhou Yu urged. Lu Renjia stomped his feet in anger, thinking that this person was so unreasonable. If we don't move help now, do we wait until we're dead? Lu Renjia led the way ahead while saying, Second master, I'm weak. It's okay, I'm weak too. Zhou Yu carries on comforting. Don't feel inferior. Lu Renjia opened his mouth. He felt like a big old man was on the verge of crying at his few words. Grass. Is this a low self-esteem issue? That's self-awareness. Zhou Yu swept another glance at Lu Renjia, with some regret in his heart. Had I known that Lu Renjia would come to Yi City, I really should have unloaded the lion and tiger beast's thighs. Lu Renjia's heart was like ashes. Second master. This way please. Just die. It was worth it to be able to die with Miss Zhou, the one who saved my life. Lu Rinjia thought as he did, and suddenly his dreary mood stretched out. Leaf City was in ruins everywhere and had a very small population. Touting around to the southwest corner of Yi City, there are even fewer people here. To put it bluntly, it is the territory of the Wind and Cloud Gang. Idle people do not enter. Lu Rinjia took deep breaths in succession, noticing that Zhou was as calm as water, and his heart couldn't help but feel ashamed for a few moments. The same people are here to die. Look at them. They're just so open. It's like, he deserves to die. And then look at himself. He was really no good. Even sending himself to his death acted like such a wimp. Thinking of this, Lu Rinjia couldn't help but straighten his back. A man should die on his feet. Zhou suddenly said, "By the way, what kind of barass door are you from?" Lu Rinjia said in a deep voice. "Yaoguang sect." Oh, Zhou nodded his head and carefully noted it down. "I'm sorry, I don't have a very good memory and I'm very stupid." Behind a wall, a man was just about to rush out when he fell to the ground. A crack appeared in the wall, and his head was decapitated. Puff! Hearing the noise, Lu Rinjia was instantly alert and quickly looked around. Without waiting to make sense of it, he saw Zhou continue to walk forward. The more Lu Rinjia walked, the more alarmed he became, and he felt that he had simply hit an evil spot. There was clearly not a single ghostly shadow nearby, yet he kept hearing the inexplicable sound of something heavy falling. The Wind and Cloud Gang. It's as weird as that? Lu Renga couldn't help but swallow his saliva and his face went white. Zhou looked calm. In itself he didn't have any repulsive reaction to killing, and he had been killing demonic beasts during this period of time, so he really didn't have any feelings about killing this kind of thing. As long as the killing intent bubbled up under his senses, he would just kill it and be done with it. Open your mouth and ask them? Let them take their time to figure it out after they go to hell on their own. They are only responsible for sending them to hell. After walking another distance, Lu Rinjia only felt that his legs were like lead. The pungent smell of blood wafted through the air, and he felt more and more that hitting evil was just too weird. 2. Second Masters. Lu Rinjia gulped and blushed miserably. This place is too evil. Zhou was puzzled. What's wrong? Lu Renga shuddered. Didn't you hear those voices? Zhou shook his head. No. Lu Rinjia grew more and more uncomfortable. He wasn't afraid of death, but wasn't this just a little too weird? If you're scared, you stay here. Zhou looked ahead. I already know the location. Lu Rinjia shuddered. I'm not scared. I just feel weird. Wait here for me. Zhou took a step and walked towards a large mansion. Lu Rinjia pinched his thigh and quickened his pace to follow. Second Master, I'll accompany you to your death. Zhou glanced at Lu Rinjia in surprise. Were they familiar with each other? Unable to understand. The moment they stepped through the gate of the mansion, the two watchmen's heads directly fell to the ground, blood spurting out. Lu Rinjia exclaimed and screamed. Second Master, you saw it, didn't you? You must have seen it, right? It's so weird. We've hit evil. Chapter 91, Forgive you for the rest of your life. The entrance to the mansion. Zhou looked at Lu Rinjia as if he were an idiot. Never seen a dead person before? Lu Rinjia shuddered. I have never seen such a weird dead person. Zhou shook his head slightly. This guy had a lot of courage. Only his guts were too small. He quickly stepped into it, and someone nearby shouted, "What kind of person?" Before the words fell, a figure scurried out. By the time it landed, it was in two pieces. Lu Rinjia's eyes rolled over and he directly fainted. It's so weird. It's definitely hit the fan. The fear inside made him unable to carry it any longer. Zhou removed the evil Punisher's sword with his left hand. Hand over the person. In a matter of moments, a figure landed on the roof of the house, staring intently at Zhou, numbering 40 people. In the direction of the main hall, a big, burly man strutted out and looked at Zhou with cold eyes. I heard that my niece was captured by you. Zhou calmly looked at the other party. Hand over the person. The big burly man gazed at Zhou. You're the second master that girl was talking about? Zhou nodded. It seems that the girl has grown up and knows to bring out the name of second master me at critical moments. The big burly man sneered. The old dog said you have a treasure? Zhou said. Yes. His gaze fell on the matching sword at the burly big man's waist and the gold accessory around his neck, which should have been Zhou Chen's. The big burly man was a Jinchuan Realm 8th Heavenly Realm expert, much stronger than the old dog and the rest of them, and he's even the leader of the Wind and Cloud Gang. Wu Er reached out. Hand over the treasure. Zhou spoke softly. You're very rude. At the very least, you should let me confirm the life and death of a few of them. Wu Er gazed at Zhou for a while, then laughed maniacally. Kid, do you know who you're talking to? Zhou said. Your address is very disrespectful to me. I'm older than you. You have to respect the old. Ha 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 ha. The crowd of the Wind and Cloud Gang laughed. as if they had heard some particularly funny joke. Wu Er laughed and covered his stomach. I've seen a lot of maniacs, but the one who was able to be so maniacal at the mortal blood realm like you is definitely the first. Zhou Yu remained calm. Hand them over. The smile on Wu Er's face gradually solidified. I want the things, and I also want your lives. Zhou Yu raised his eyebrows. Oh, Wu Er laughed sorrowfully. That old dog said that you have something and that you have a big background. Then you say, since I have provoked you guys, how can I possibly leave a hidden danger for myself? It's true that the four of them are still alive, but when you die, a few women will be able to have some fun and destroy their bodies after they die. Zhou Yu nodded. Got it. Wu Er laughed shamefully. Kid, no matter how big the background is, it also depends on whether others care or not. Let's say you die here today. Who would know? Zhou Yu breathed a light sigh of relief. People are really bad, and they can even be so bad sometimes that it turns my stomach. Wu Er laughed shamefully. That's because you're too young. When you're my age, you'll know what it means for people to have evil hearts. His gaze landed on Zhou Yu's storage ring, and his eyes were filled with greed. The reason why he kept the four old dogs and didn't kill them was because the old dog had said that this young man possessed a storage ring and was of great importance, and because of that statement, they lived a few more days. If you cut the grass, you have to get rid of the roots. If Zhou Yu had brought a strong man with him today, the big deal would have been that he would have admitted his mistake and let the man go. As the saying goes, reach for the stars. It's a big lesson for people, but since he only came by himself today, that's God's help. Wu Er raised his right hand. Kill him. A wind rose from the courtyard. Wu Er's eyes were full of smiles. Who could have thought that he, a loose cultivator, would have the chance to have a storage ring? Like the big boys. Knock knock. There was a sound from the roof tiles, and then one head after another rolled off. Following that, the sky rained blood. Boom boom boom. A headless body rolled off and fell heavily in the yard. Continuous sword drawing. Zhou Yu's upper body leaned forward slightly, and his right hand rested on the hilt of his sword. The smile on Wu Er's face completely froze and his body stiffened. He didn't understand what had just happened, but there was a fear spreading in the back of his mind. Afterward, he decisively gripped the lower-grade spirit sword at his waist. Serious sword drawing. Zhou Yu's arm shook, and it seemed like a cold light instantly sliced through Wu Er's chest, and a wisp of dust spilled from the nearby stone pillar. Zhou Yu stood up straight and let go of his right hand. Don't move. If you move, you'll die. Wu Er struggled to lower his head. His chest was vaguely painful. The clothes on his chest cracked and beads of blood spilled from his skin. Zhou Yu walked over to Wu Er. Learn to respect your elders in your next life. I'll forgive you in this life. Then, he silently removed Wu Er's gold pendant and took away the lower-grade spirit sword in the other party's hand. Wu Er opened his mouth and blood flowed out against his will. Who the hell are you? Just don't ask. Zhou Yu sighed. What's the point of going to hell and suing? What's the difference between knowing and not knowing? Wu Er looked ahead. His eyes had begun to blur. Aren't you hitting a little too hard? Zhou Yu said. There's no way. It's easy to run out of ideas. Wu Er muttered. Don't get it. Zhou Yu said. Therefore, you must read more and read well. To be at one's wit's end is to describe having inferior skills and not being able to get out of the difficult situation in front of you. When put on me, it means that the moves are too single. Wu Er's head dropped and he rolled down the steps with a thud, falling to the yard in two pieces of his identity. Zhou Yu continued to move forward and finally found the four people who had been beaten half to death and were bound by iron cables in a room. Second Master. Zhou Chen instantly cried. She felt that the second master was the savior sent to her from heaven. Her protector. Silly girl, what's there to cry about? Zhou Yu crouched down and took out a sand dagger to chop the chains on her body. Zhou Yu then took out a spirit rhythm vitality pill and stuffed it into Zhou Chen's mouth before picking her up. The old dog was instantly anxious. Gongzi, Gongzi, there are still people here. He was really ashamed to say it, but if he didn't say it, Zhou Yu would really go away. Zhou Yu frowned as the sand dagger flew away, chopping off the chains on the three people. Li Wanji was really dumbfounded. She had thought of all the people in her life who could save her, and she hadn't even thought it would be this inexplicable scrapper who would come. Xiao Jing blushed hard, feeling very humiliated by this incident. I remembered that the last time they parted ways, it was because of him and the old dog that Mr. Zhou wasn't in a hurry to come back. It's a good thing he came back and this happened. The old dog smiled sarcastically. My lord, this matter is a bit of an accident. I can explain. Zhou Yu was silent for a while before saying, it is understandable that I am weak. After all, I am also weak. Therefore, I have no intention of blaming you guys in this matter. Ah, just at this time, a miserable scream rang out from outside. Chapter 92, Blackmailed. Courtyard. The entire Lu Rinjia, who was soaked in tainted blood, screamed in terror, his legs weakening, leaving him incapable of even standing up. He even climbed to rummage through that one head to find the one that belonged to Choyu. Fear swelled infinitely in his heart, which made his face pale as paper. Horrible. So horrible. Don't even know what's going on. He was just thinking that when he found Zhou Chen's head, he would just die himself. If you can't repay me for saving your life, then you'll be martyred. Hello. On the steps, Zhou called out at Lu Ringjia. Lu Ringjia winced in fear for a while before reacting. You're not dead? Zhou frowned. Do you want me to die very much? As he spoke, he carried Zhou Chen in his arms and crossed the courtyard lengthwise, landing at the gate. Let's go. Only then did Lu Ringjia panic and climb up. Just ran a few steps and fell to the ground again. Second master, there really are ghosts. It's too evil. I realized it when I came here. Look at the way those people died. It's too tragic. Zhou did not reply. Zhou Chen inside his arms had fallen asleep because of the pills he had taken plus the fact that he was quite heavily injured. Lu Ringjia, covered in blood, followed behind Zhou, looking confused and fearful as he observed the situation nearby. As for the courtyard, the old dog's eyes flashed as he quickly searched each body. Kyo was surprised. Old dog, what are you doing? Search the body. Of course. The old dog's head didn't look back. You also hurry to look for your weapon. What he doesn't want is a fortune for us. The old dog's eyes were filled with the color of ecstasy. The Wind and Cloud gang hadn't gotten a lot of stuff over the years, and now it would all be theirs. Even if there are weapons all over the place, how much do we have to sell them for? Treasure weapons were inferior to spirit weapons, but you couldn't afford to have more of them. Let's just say that merit points. If you really have that ability to specialize in hunting some first and second grade demonic beasts every day, then you would also be able to get a lot of merit points. The only problem was that fallen demonic beasts were generally stronger. Clan demonic beasts were weaker, but more numerous. A person certainly cannot afford to mess with. For example, that 10,000 snake cave. Everywhere is the second grade demon snake. Single is very easy to kill, but if together, then it is not good to kill. If the inside and then risk a 6 grade 7 grade snake king, that is even more difficult. It's rich. It's rich. The old dog searched out bottles of elixirs and bags of money, dancing with excitement. Sure enough, you can really pick up the slack when you follow this one. Never underestimate the wealth of these loose cultivators. One is not much, but you think deeply. Turn 100 times it? Isn't that more? Li Wanji hesitated and joined the scavenging lineup. Being poor yourself, don't be poor and preachy. Follow the dog to find to eat. Follow the tiger to pick up meat. The old dog's mouth chattered nonstop. Really generous. Today this wave, the next few years of our expenses are not worried. In a moment, we will also find the treasure trove of the Wind and Cloud gang. There is definitely a treasure trove. And there is definitely a large fortune waiting for us. Damn. In the future, I will follow him. No wonder they say that the lapdogs of the clansmen of those big clans are richer than the sect masters of small clans. Can this not be rich? Wrap up the mess and you'll be able to get wealth that others won't be able to get in a lifetime. There are also inns in Yi City. They are just expensive. After all, it's on the front lines and could go out of business at any time. Pay up. Zhou looked at Lu Ringjia, who was still a little delirious. He was not being petty. He really didn't have any money. Lu Ringjia fumbled for a money bag, his mouth still chanting, hit an evil. Must have hit an evil. The shopkeeper waited. Not enough. Zhou frowned. How much? 1 room. 100 taels of silver. Food and drink on your own. The shopkeeper was a Tonling realm cultivator with a calm expression, and was not afraid of making trouble. Lu Ringjia instantly sobered up. 100 taels? Why don't you go grab it? The shopkeeper sneered. This is much easier than robbing. Lu Ringjia placed his own matching sword on the table. 20 taels of gold bought it. The shopkeeper looked away. Not enough. Lu Ringjia was annoyed. Why isn't that enough? The shopkeeper pointed to the floor. You have soiled my inn. That floor has to be replaced. This is good willow wood. 1,000 taels. In a moment you will have to go up the stairs and into the room. How about this? I'll give you a discount. 10,000 taels will be enough. Lu Ringjia was furious. You're blackmailing us? The shopkeeper laughed. Don't enter the inn if you can't afford to stay. You look like a poor man. Zhou looked at the other party. Boss, doing business is about harmony and wealth, but your current behavior is very bad. The shopkeeper's eyes narrowed slightly, and a blood aura lingered behind him. If you don't compensate, you won't be able to leave this door. Lu Ringjia looked at the other party's blood spirit presentation, which was a wolf, and instantly wimped out. The shopkeeper picked at his nails. If you don't have money, you can pay with something else, such as pills, spirit stones, or whatever. But I'm not picky. Zhou frowned. We're not staying. The floor is for him to clean for you. It's okay if you don't live. The shopkeeper stepped out of the counter. 4,000 taels. Lu Ringjia anxiously looked at Zhou. Second master, what should we do? Zhou placed Zhou Chen on the counter and calmly looked at the shopkeeper. Harmony is a virtue. The shopkeeper revealed a sardonic smile. People don't get rich without crossroads. Boo! Zhou kicked the shopkeeper out. Not waiting for him to stand up as an arrow stepped to stand beside him. A foot stepped into the floor. Then the sand dagger fell into his hand and pressed the other party's throat. Young man, you make me very unhappy. The shopkeeper was taken aback and had absolutely no time to react. This guy is too fast out of his feet. I'll give you a chance. Zhou looked calm. Say it again. The shopkeeper gritted his teeth. Kid, I advise you to put your wits about you. I dare to open an inn in this place. That's not without reason. I have people above me. Zhou spoke softly. You're threatening me? The shopkeeper laughed fiercely. It's not true that I'm a Tongling realm. There are even many people stronger than me in this East City. Then let me ask you, why did I blackmail so many people and I'm still alive and well? Zhou sighed. It's just a trade. Why do you have to make yourself so disgusting? The shopkeeper laughed coldly. Immediately let go of me and kneel down to kowtow and apologize to me. Otherwise, you'll just wait for your family to die. Zhou collected the sand dagger and slowly stood up. The shopkeeper also stood himself up. Count on you to be sensible. Now compensate 50,000 taels of gold and I'll pretend that this never happened. Knock. Zhou's finger quickly pointed at the palmist's heart. The shopkeeper's body shook and retreated back and forth, until he hit the wall. At this moment, his face twisted and gradually turned purple as his body slid helplessly against the wall and sat on the ground. Zhou straightly picked up Zhou Chen and went upstairs. Take care of it. And wipe up the blood by the way. I don't like smelling this odor. Lu Renjia was surprised and hurriedly ran over to check on the shopkeeper's condition, and immediately showed a surprised look on his face. But under that finger, it directly shattered his heart. Chapter 93 A Map. The inn was quiet. Because Lu Renjia is quiet. The inn was just as authentic, specializing in newcomers and never the old people of the city. And as a result, there wasn't even a junior. Lu Renjia was quiet for a reason, as he was a bit confused, if he remembered correctly. And by the way, without being blind, Zhou was indeed at the ninth sky of the mortal blood realm, and although he was 4 minor realms higher than last time, in general, he was still at the mortal blood realm, but he just couldn't understand why he could kill the shopkeeper so easily. This was a Tongling realm. Anyway, if it was himself, he couldn't run away with his tail between his legs. Linking it back to what happened with the Wind and Cloud gang, he eventually came up with a very reasonable explanation. Hit evil. Lu Renjia's heart trembled and his face grew paler. He felt that this evil spirit must still have something to do with Zhou. Otherwise, how could so many bizarre things happen? Lu Renjia took a deep breath and grabbed the ankle of the shopkeeper. Those who had killed people knew that it was easy to kill, but not so easy to dispose of the body. So, Lu Renjia ran to the backyard of the inn and dug a hole, then buried it on the spot. After doing this, Lu Renjia removed his own clothes and rummaged around the inn for another set of clothes, and took a hot bath along the way. He needed to calm himself down. However, the boiling cauldron distracted him. Lu Renjia couldn't understand, couldn't think straight at all. Thinking back to the feeling of being drenched in blood and surrounded by corpses in the territory of the Wind and Cloud gang creeped him out and made him very uncomfortable. After taking a bath, Lu Renjia went back to clean up the blood from the inn. Yi City is a sensation. The Wind and Cloud's gang was destroyed. This thing, although the people, but also let the crowd shudder, think there may be other guys of the pressure of their scattered cultivators. After all, wherever there are people, there is sure to be money to be made. When there is money to be made, groundhogs are sure to pop up. After Zhou settled Zhou Chen, he tuned up and went downstairs. Second master. Lu Renjia hurriedly stood up. Even if his heart was dissatisfied with Zhou, then he had to look at Zhou Chen's face with some respect. Is Miss Zhou alright? Zhou hummed. Any food? Lu Renjia ahs. Zhou said. The inn should have food stocks, right? Lu Renjia shook her head. No, I was just in the kitchen taking a shower. Zhou nodded, his gaze looking outside. Go get some food. Lu Renjia frowned. Miss Zhou she? Zhou swept his gaze to Lu Renjia. You're so concerned? Lu Renjia was busy explaining. Before, Miss Zhou had saved my life, so I should return the favor from the spring. Zhou nodded. Go get some food. I'm hungry. Lu Renjia gritted his teeth darkly and wanted to slap him across the face. Eat, 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 just eat. Sooner or later, I'll eat you to death. Lu Renjia had to stand up. The money has been there since. The shopkeeper searched a lot of gold and silver tickets. With Lu Renjia gone, the old dog came sniffing around. Mr. Zhou. The old dog came forward with his head bowed just as he entered. Zhou looked at the old dog, but he didn't say anything. The old dog smiled with him and said, Is Miss Zhou alright? Zhou said blandly, You recovered quite quickly. Hey, The old dog laughed. I am a cheap bone, not as brittle as the little girl. So, even if I'm injured or something, I'll recover quickly. Xiao Jing and Li Wanji stood on either side of the old dog. Li Wanji wanted to speak. She had also heard many things from the old dog's side, such as the fact that Zhou was still hiding a powerful Dao protector by his side, only that they were too weak to discover the other party. Li Wanji felt that she had really underestimated the other party. The other party came from a great source and had a powerful master. This was also why the other party would say that he would recommend himself to the Moon Emperor's sect. The answer was obvious, and that was that he did have that ability. Zhou tapped his fingers on the desktop and didn't bother to speak. Mostly, his heart was tired, and he actually wanted to go to sleep. But thinking that Lu Rinjiao was good with his hands, it would be better to eat and drink first. After all, there's plenty of time to sleep when you're dead. The old dog took out a golden ticket from his bosom, which was really a golden ticket, cast from gold, and carefully placed it in Zhou's hand. Your Excellency, this time when the Wind and Cloud gang was destroyed, this is all I can do to do some aftermath. Zhou glanced at it, his expression unperturbed. 100,000 taels of large gold bills. The old dog carefully observed Zhou's demeanor, and from the other party's face, he did not see even the slightest change in emotion. In response, he couldn't help but secretly sigh. I'm so damn envious of the dead. It's true that some people's births already stand at the end of other people's lives. 100,000 taels of gold tickets. In his place, he would be happy to go to heaven. Looking at each other again is almost like looking at a piece of asswipe paper. The old dog pulled out another foot-long bamboo tube from his arms and placed it in Zhou's hand. This was found in the warehouse of the Wind and Cloud gang. Inside was a map that said it was the Qilin's lair. Karen? Zhou raised his eyebrows and moved a few times. Inside the bamboo tube was a map made of demonic beast skin. The drawing was rough, but the route was clear. The Qilin was a divine beast-level existence, and even if they knew the place, not many people would dare to go there. And such a place, if you sneak into it and get a unicorn to go home and raise it, it will definitely be a super existence of a caretaker in the future. Even if you take it to sell, it would be a heavenly price. There was a history of this kind of thing, like among the top 500 powers in the Kuan Yuan continent. There were true dragons, true phoenixes, and unicorns raised. Aha! Zhou nodded and took the map and the golden ticket together. Seeing this, the old dog was secretly relieved. As long as there was a reaction, he had a huge harvest this time, and what he shared out was only 30% of it. Xiao Jing spoke softly. Still want to apologize to you. We didn't protect Miss Zhou. Zhou glanced at Xiao Jing, not treating him well. Even a piece of clothing is not willing to borrow. This kind of person absolutely cannot be deep friendship. Xiao Jing was unsure, and always felt that Zhou's eyes were permeated with a bit of dislike. Li Wanji took a deep breath and bowed in obeisance. My lord, I apologize for the way I treated you before. Zhou puzzled. What's wrong? Attitude? He couldn't remember. Not really concerned about the little things, per se. Li Wanji hesitated. She wanted a letter of recommendation, but the words came to her lips, but she couldn't get them out. Zhou frowned and realized only after a long time. Oh, you want to ask about the Moon Emperor's sect? I'm sorry, I've gotten it out of my mind. Li Wanji busily said. It's not in the way. It's not in the way. I'll write you a letter of recommendation if you want to go. And when you get there, say what you need to say and not what you shouldn't. Zhou gave an explanation. In addition, you are not able to watch, but are you really sure you want to go? When you enter the sect, you can be bound. Chapter 94, Do you like men? It's just a letter of recommendation. He, Zhou, doesn't care. After Li Wanji's determination, Zhou prepared a pen and paper, and the old dog, Xiao Jing and Li Wanji all actively avoided suspicion, not daring to read the contents. Dear hey, see the letter as well. Since the farewell back then, I have been sitting alone at the Jinwei Pass, and I have missed you twice as much. I vaguely remember your small, soft, jade-like hand, which still seems to be in my grasp. Spring has come and the animals are in heat. Do you still remember that spring? You and I met Peach Blossom Ridge? That refreshing flower scent was as intoxicating to old me as your body scent. They always say, sit still and think about your mistakes, and I think I really missed you. But I want you to always remember that you were my little cutie when you were young, and now that you're old, that's my old cutie too. Oh dear she, I know that you do not treat me well, but my heart for you is like that of a wild dog in the mountains and forests when spring comes, completely unable to contain its most primitive desires. After rambling on so much, I think you will definitely understand my feelings. In addition, I met a little girl with a very blazing young chi. Her physique has the potential to be very special. When it's very suitable for your Moon Emperor's sex broad cold skill, there's no need to thank me. It's all what I should do. Love you always bull power. Zhou Yu picked up the punishing evil sword, dipped the hilt in ink, and imprinted on it, leaving behind the word punish with a special pattern. Done. Blow dry the ink and put it in an envelope. Take it. Zhou Yu handed the envelope to Li Wanji. Li Wanji looked excited and respectfully accepted it with both hands. Thank you. Really thank you so much. The old dog pressed back the restlessness in his heart. He was tempted to beg a letter of recommendation for Jing. That's really random. How high did one have to stand to not take the Moon Emperor's sex seriously? Or, dress up as a woman yourself? Seduce him? Zhou Yu looked at Li Wanji. There's no need to be so happy. This letter can only give you at most 80% chance to enter the Moon Emperor's sect. If you are specific, it will also depend on your own performance. After all, my name isn't worth much. That's why he used the name of Nyodali. The old dog gave a thumbs up. And look at the modesty. Li Wanji kneeled down on one knee to pay homage. 10,000 thanks for your generosity. I will definitely work on the other things myself. Zhou Yu nodded slightly. Rest yourself for a few days and then go over there. You're not in a good state right now. Li Wanji got up and carefully placed the letter in her arms. Zhou Yu looked at the old dog. Anything else? The old dog was busy saying. When will Gengzi leave the city? The old man will be your guide. Nothing in mind for now. Zhou Yu said. It's been a long time since I came out. I said I'd go back in a month, but now it's all been delayed. Ha! The old dog was quite surprised and thought, isn't this bad? If you don't go out, how can I pick up the pieces? Xiao Jing hesitated. You're leaving Leaf City soon? Zhou Yu nodded. No more than 10 days at most. Once the stuff arrives, I'll leave with Xiao Chen. The old dog wondered. Stuff? Zhou Yu laughed. I exchanged something for myself in the demon punishing division, and I also exchanged a technique for Xiao Chen. The old dog laughed. What's the point of waiting? That Miasen already had some feats and supplies around him. Zhou Yu also didn't hide anything. Divine grade feats. The smile on the old dog's face completely solidified, and he said in a trembling voice, Gongzi, do you like men? Old man, my physique is really okay. You don't mind that I'm old. I'm old enough to be experienced and live well. Zhou Yu frowned at the old dog. What nonsense are you talking about? Jing grabbed the old dog by the arm and gave him a vicious glare. So humiliating. But, a god-level technique. How many merit points does that take? Change it when he says so? The old dog is anxious to cry. The big money master is in front of him, but he can't cheat. To get some benefits, it is really too difficult. If he wasn't afraid of death, he really wanted to steal the other party's storage ring. Zhou Yu laughed. I'm telling you guys, if you kill more demonic beasts, there will be a lot of merit points since that Niasin is still good, and is considered polite. The old dog hung his head and crouched in the doorway. Why do you need to popularize it? Who doesn't know that killing more demonic beasts mixes more merit points? But even Jinchuan realm cultivators were sometimes able to be chased around by 5th grade demonic beasts. If they were even more unlucky, they would just hiccup when they encountered a 6th grade one. Do you really think that everyone has a protector in the dark? Zhou Yu was no longer in the mood to pay attention to the old dog, because Lu Ringjia was back. Lu Renga was followed by several others, all carrying lunchboxes. Even on the front line, as long as you had money, there was still no shortage of food. Not afraid to hold out, Lu Ringjia looked at Zhou Yu, who had already wolfed down his food. The more I think about it, the more I feel bad. Never seen a guy like that in my life, who does nothing but eat. His impression of Zhou Yu was nearly fixed. After all, Zhou Yu had always given him the feeling of eating and nothing more. In the teachings he had received, cultivators were to stay away from worldly food. Sit down, all of you, and eat together. Zhou Yu greeted. The old dog silently took out a grain-preventing dan and stuffed it into his mouth. Don't eat it, there are too many impurities. Can't afford to compare with you. Li Wanji was a bit formal, no longer like before. Qiao just stood silently, shaking his head to show that he didn't need to. Lu Renga doesn't eat either, because he's not happy about it. The only thing he cared about was Zhou Chen's situation, and he couldn't talk about any good feelings towards Zhou Yu. I'll tell you what. Zhou Yu looked at Lu Ringjia as he ate. Turn around and follow me. There are places for you to strut your stuff everywhere. The demonic beasts outside are all delicious. Lu Ringjia said with slight impatience. Aren't you afraid that I'll poison you to death? That's not scary. Zhou Yu shook his head. I am invulnerable to all poisons. Lu Ringjia rolled his eyes. This is more than for him to pretend. Zhou Yu, for Lu Ringjia's tolerance is still very high. In his view, a good cook, more or less a little high-minded and proud, tolerate a few, and there will be good food. Then why, pray tell, offend him at all? It doesn't make any sense. Zhou Yu said. By the way, you're a very good cook as I remember. Was it taught by the light-ass door? Lu Ringjia gritted his teeth viciously. It's the Yaoguang sect. Zhou Yu continued to chow down. Sorry, I have a poor memory. Lu Ringjia took a deep breath. Family heirloom, My family owns a brine store and barbecue store. I learned from watching as a child, and only later did I enter Yaogangman. Zhou sighed. I really envy you. You had so many delicious food when you were a child. Lu Renga sighed. Eat it every day. You're tired of it too. Zhou's eyes rolled. I won't eat you for nothing. How about one top-grade spirit stone a month as payment? It wasn't a high price, he reckoned. Lu Ringjiao was doubly helpless. Big brother, can we not pretend? Do you know what a top-grade spirit stone means? Zhou sat up straight and looked at Lu Ringjia in confusion. Meaning it's just a top-grade spirit stone? What else could it mean? Chapter 95, Tales of Terror. Lu Ringjia took deep breaths in succession. Second master, don't say I look down on you. Not to mention one upper-grade spirit stone a month. If you just gave me one lower-grade spirit stone a month, I would cook for you every day. The old dog nearly fainted. The idiot. A top-grade spirit stone was 10 middle-grade spirit stones, or 100 lower-grade spirit stones. Boo! Zhou slapped an extra top-grade spirit stone in his hand on the table. Let's start with 10 years. The old dog's eyes instantly glowed and his mouth watered. Gongzi, I think I can do it. Slap a cucumber I can Lu Ringjia stared blankly at the crystal-clear top-grade spirit stones on the table, the pure heaven and earth aura causing him to go into a bit of a trance. Did you steal it from Zhou Chen? Lu Ringjia's breathing became rapid and his face flushed. In his nearly 10 years at the Flare Light sect, he had only glanced at the top-grade spirit stones from afar. Since when is this top-grade spirit stone worthless? Can you even see it outside at will? The old dog said anxiously. Gongzi, if you can't get used to eating patted cucumbers, I'll be able to make a messy stew. Kyo pulled on the old dog's arm and stomped his foot in anger. The old dog pushed Xiaojing away. Step aside, don't get in the way of my fortune. Lu Ringjia struggled to keep himself calm. A great man is born between heaven and earth. How can he bend over for a mere spirit stone? Zhou was silent for a while and silently collected the spirit stones. I shouldn't have insulted you with spirit stones. I apologize. In that case, then I'll pay for the ingredients in the future. You do it. The old dog slumped over the table. Insult me? Ah, any insult will do. Zhou said. Line you. Let the table rest for a while. And young people to learn more. Not a proper form. The old dog had to back off. And then couldn't help but spit at the door. This Lu Ringjia can be really pretentious. Now the stuff is gone, right? You've had all the riches of the world shoved in your mouth. And you spit them out. Lu Ringjia was a little lost, but felt relieved. The top-grade spirit stones were out of one's reach. But after refusing them, one would be a little less bound. If you do take it, it is more or less a burden for yourself. Even though cooking is not a big deal at all. The top-grade spirit stones were expensive, and it looked like they were able to be exchanged for 10 middle-grade spirit stones. But the problem is, which size cute would give you 10 medium-grade spirit stones in exchange for top-grade spirit stones? The purity of the heaven and earth spiritual chi here is not at the same level at all. For his Lu family, this piece of top-grade spirit stone was enough to buy the lives of his entire family. After Zhou ate and drank, then he began to reflect on himself. He seemed to be treating spirit stones too much like child's play, but he couldn't make friends that way. Where can you just give someone a spirit stone? That kind of behavior would be very bad and underhanded. Lu Renga silently cleaned up the dining table. The only thing he was puzzled about was how Zhou took out the spirit stones. Zhou wiped his hands and patted his belly, only feeling that he was content with this for the rest of his life. What's first in the world? What big clan? What dynasty? All don't care. As long as you have meat to eat every day and don't starve 9 times in 3 days, your life is over. The old dog trotted behind Zhou and squeezed his shoulders. Zhou leisurely closed his eyes. He was originally older than the old dog. It was normal for him to enjoy a little bit of late generation service. Tell a story. The old dog was surprised. What kind of story do you want to hear, sir? Zhou said. Horror short stories. I like to listen to horror stories before I go to sleep. Horrible? The old dog's face changed immediately, as if he had thought of something extraordinary. Zhou's voice was very soft, and it seemed like he was really going to fall asleep just like that. It's better to experience it personally. Making it up is too boring. The old dog's face was ugly, but in order to be able to please Zhou, he was only able to go back to the most horrifying tidbits he had experienced. Terrifying things, indeed. I was only 16 years old at that time, and because of a calamity, both of my parents died, so I sold the only ox in my family, preparing to find another way out. As I recall, that cow's head was sold for 5 taels of silver at the time. At this point, he couldn't help but pause, his lips trembling. Zhou also did not interrupt. He was always a good listener. The moon was full that night, and the wind at night was cold, and I was walking down the street in my old clothes. Just when I was very confused, I was called by a middle-aged woman. She smiled brightly, asked me if I was cold and hungry. and said that her own blanket had been warmed and tea was ready. The old dog took a series of deep breaths. I'm not a human being, but I know that she's a street girl. She's out for sale. Zhou Yuhund. And yet, it's not scary. The old dog's body trembled. So, I made an excuse and prepared to bolt. As it turned out, she said that the mother-daughter flower serves me and never raises the price. Frankly speaking, I was moved. When I followed her back full of excitement, she shouted at the room, "Mother, pick up." The living room was silent, except for the old dog, whose body was trembling. Li Wanji stared with wide eyes, not understanding at all. Kyo was also confused. Ha 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 ha. Zhou snapped his eyes open and laughed crazily, even laughing so hard that tears came out of his eyes. The old dog trembled. Duke, why are you laughing? Isn't such a thing extremely terrifying? Zhou laughed and slapped his thighs. Old dog, you are simply too funny. He could even imagine an old, decrepit granny walking out on her crutches, and then the old dog being scared out of his wits. It's true that this kind of thing is only horrifying to those who have experienced it. For others, it's a laugh. Li Wanji and Xiao Jing were also finally reacting, and could not help but blush and bear to turn their heads away. The old dog's face was white, and that incident had clearly become a shadow in his mind. Zhou laughed so hard that his stomach hurt. Then what happened? The old dog's teeth clicked. I fought. I really did. Zhou tilted his head. Didn't run away? The old dog bowed his head. I lost my 5 taels of silver, and when I was leaving, she managed to give me a breakfast, and she also gave me a red packet of 1 silver coin. Zhou smiled crookedly and nodded repeatedly. Quite good. Quite good. I wanted to go to bed with a scary little story, but I ended up completely awake from laughing. The old dog got anxious. Gongzi, it's really scary. Zhou nodded repeatedly. Understood. Completely understood. As the words came to him, a man of medium stature strode broadly into the inn, his gaze sweeping and finally landing on Old Dog. Old Dog, our boss has an invitation. The old dog burst out, subconsciously locking eyes with Xiao Jing. Kyo's face also grimaced for a moment. Chapter 96. The atmosphere didn't seem good. Zhou sat up straight and looked at the other party. Cleanly dressed and with a thick aura, he was an expert of the Tongling realm. However, the old dog was of the Jinchuan realm, and since he was acting like this, it meant that the person who was afraid was the person behind the other party. Go, the middle-aged man urged in a cold tone. The old dog responded in a loud voice. Just walked 2 steps, suddenly covered his stomach, looked pained. Not good, just ate bad stomach, to scurry thin. In a flash, everyone tried to keep a distance. The middle-aged man's face sank in disgust. Just a moment, right away. The old dog hurried to the backyard. The middle-aged man took a deep breath and coldly looked at Xiao Jing. Within an hour, you two better appear in front of our boss. Otherwise, there will be consequences. He seemed to have a great deal of confidence, and after saying this, he turned and walked away. As he left, the old dog came scurrying back. However, his complexion was much more somber at this moment. Recognize? Zhou looked sideways. Old dog said in a deep voice. Other than the Wind and Cloud gang, there is another relatively small number of groundhogs in this city. Zhou let out an "Oh." What forces? The old dog said. Groundhog. Zhou frowned. You don't understand human language? The old dog busily said. The name of their force is called the ground snake, which means that as long as they're around, no one will be able to strong-arm them, and it also proves their shady, insidious methods. These guys are very few in number. I heard that there have never been more than 10 of them. He then quickly adjusted his mood. The leader of the groundhogs is an assassin, a very powerful one. Zhou laughed. How great is it? The old dog said in a deep voice. Your Excellency may not know that there are very many ways to train killers in this world, and this guy's training method is also very unique, and can even be said to be very cruel. This kind of killer, from the age of 4, starts to take a sword and stab the body of a living person, and cannot stab to death. Once stabbed to death, it means failure, and seriously will be killed. Week after week for a period of 20 years, the bound person will be released. At that moment full of grievances will burst out, in one fell swoop to kill the person who has been torturing him or her for 20 years, and this first step of the killing heart will be forged. Zhou raised his hand. Wait, who exactly is the killer? The old dog was stunned. Of course it's the person who was stabbed. Think about it, if you've been stabbed continuously for decades, don't you have any resentment in your heart? No murderous anger? So the moment of release, eating each other alive is possible. Zhou scratched his head, feeling his scalp itch. Anyway, the general meaning is heard. You have a grudge against them? Zhou inquired. The old dog said. I guess they found out about my handling of the Wind and Cloud gang's belongings, and I've dealt with them a few times before. And under their coercion, I helped them steal something. Zhou was surprised. You're a thief. Ha? The old dog glared. Isn't it obvious? Zhou nodded thoughtfully. He had talked about this topic before? Ugh. I'm sure I'm getting older and don't remember much. Zhou laughed. Then this time, you were approached for the Wind and Cloud Gang's belongings? The old dog frowned. I'm afraid it's bad luck. Zhou smiled, thinking that this ground snake was actually still very confident. Otherwise, it wouldn't have just simply passed on a message and left. The old dog hesitated. Sir, can you help me? Zhou laughed. Thieves, they don't have a word of truth in their mouths. The old dog was stunned and busily said, Heaven and earth, I'm telling the truth. Zhou laughed. The factor of the Wind and Cloud Gang may be there, but whether or not there are other reasons, you and Xiaojing understand. The old dog's face swished up ugly. Zhou looked at the old dog with a smile. A loose cultivator like you, even if you are a snake in the ground as you say, no one can do anything to you if you can't beat them and run away. But obviously, your first thought was not to run away. This is very unreasonable. It's like an ordinary person encountering a demonic beast. His first thought is definitely not to be dumbfounded, but to flee. The old dog's lips twitched and pursed in silence. The reason for that is that you have something in their hands. Zhou tapped the desktop. I don't know what this handle is, but it makes you guys not dare to escape. Xiaojing took a deep breath. Realm-breaking pill. The old dog changed color. Xiaojing said. Old dog, they found out about this kind of thing. So what's the harm in the Duke and the others knowing about it? Oh, Zhou tilted his head. Realm-breaking pill? That's a rare item. He didn't eat it anyway. The old man won't get it for him either. The old dog sighed heavily. In this range we are in, there are 3 of the top 500 forces in the Kuan-Yuan continent. One is the Fierce Tiger sect, one is the Eagle Falcon Gang, and one is the Heaven-denying sect. In order to raise Xiaojing's strength and give him the ability to defend himself, I ran to step around these 3 sections. Unintentionally, I discovered a realm-breaking pill that the mighty Tiger sect had purchased at a high price, and then I stole it by hand. Zhou smiled. And then? The old dog glanced at Xiaojing. This item proved to be truly extraordinary. Not only did it allow Xiaojing to become psychic in one fell swoop, but he also broke through to the Jinxian realm last year. However, in the process, there was a little accident. That is, the jade bottle containing the realm-breaking pill that I sold was discovered by the ground snake's oldest, Wang Daodu. Zhou was dumbfounded. This can still be sold? The old dog rightfully said. Why can't it be sold? That's a jade vase made of genuine Lantian jade. It can sell for 100 taels of gold. Kyo spoke softly. But because of that, we were held hostage by him. The old dog said. So, we also don't team up with anyone to go into the wilderness, just to find some weak, single demonic beasts to kill to mix up some credits. As the Fierce Tiger sect, which is one of the 500 strongest in the Kuan-Yuan continent, we simply cannot afford to offend them. The top 500 clans are large in number, strong, and have money. If we knew it was the old dog who stole the elixir, how could we live? There is categorically nothing left to live for. This matter of pills being stolen was much more serious than killing 1 or 2 of their outer sect elders. The old dog added. I reckon that this time, it's not only for the Wind and Cloud Gang's belongings, but it's definitely going to make me steal again. This time the peripatetic tour would make sense. You don't need to steal anything in general, and you don't need to steal anything from a generally strong person. It would certainly be extremely risky to steal it, and it's an existence that the groundlings can't afford to mess with anyway. Zhou laughed. Every time you steal, you have one more handle on you. The old dog's face grew harder. Indeed, it's a vicious, endless cycle. He looked at Zhou with bated breath, really hoping that the other party's protector would show up and help him with this small favor. What's that to a big shot like that? Speaking of which, I've never met the Slayer. Zhou stood up. Let me accompany you. Chapter 97 Rainbow Pill. There are definitely not many people who take the initiative to meet a killer, except for the murder buyers. However, Zhou has his own deeper considerations. His sword heart has long been cast, but still dusty. A killer's cultivation was somewhat similar to a sword cultivator. That is, the forging of a killing heart. The killing heart and the sword heart are also very similar. Both of them are forward. Either you die or I die of determination. The old man used to say something often. The paths are endless, and the paths are the same. Any kind of form is different. The ultimate meaning is the same. Swords and spears or whatever, are always just shapes. When one takes up arms, it is similar to like a tiger with wings. The mastery of form is intention, and where intention is the heart. As for Xiaojing and the others, they naturally stayed behind to take care of Zhou Chen. Walking on the street, the old thief is still a little apprehensive. This protector cannot be seen, always feel uneasy inside. But the good thing is, the other person was much more reasonable than he or she thought, and was especially eager and willing to help. But how could he know the calculations in Zhou's mind? As the saying goes, it is better to read 1,000 books than to travel 1,000 miles. It's better to brag 10,000 times than to kill 10,000 times. Swords need to be fed. Hearts need to be sharpened. The most important point is that Zhou does not like snakes. Even according to the Chinese zodiac, he is a snake. Groundhogs are also snakes, even in human form. Sometimes the groundlings are not as kind as the snakes. The old dog sneaked a glance at Zhou, his heart not without envy. So calm. In exchange for his own youth. But where there are 3 points of his composure, I'm afraid that even the top 5 clans themselves would dare to steal one. You say it's also the first time to be a human being. How come the gap is so big? As soon as the thought fell, the old dog whispered, Gongzi, the other party is ultimately a killer origin. So, are you not making preparations in advance first? In case the other party sneak attacks or something. He meant what he said. That is, he wanted Zhou to notify the protectors of the Tao hidden in the shadows first, lest the rescue be untimely, and it would be a waste of life. Zhou said fervently, I'm ready. The old dog is full of helplessness. From the beginning to now, it simply did not see you and the second person to speak, nor have other initiatives. This is not to fool the too little cute. I'm not going to be able to do that. After thinking about it, the old dog added, maybe I didn't make it too clear at the beginning. This killer is technically of 3 types. One type is to kill as a career killer. This kind of anyone can be. Another kind of it, itself is from this line of work. Cultivated from childhood is a kind of killing concept. The last type is the amateur killer who comes out to make extra money to subsidize his family. Mostly found in the marketplace. Now we're going to meet the real professional killer, which is the second kind. Zhou glanced at the old dog. I know. Otherwise I wouldn't have followed you here. That said, what's wrong with your gibbering? As for being so scared, the old dog covered his heart with his right hand and felt so much pain. It really hurt. Why do you suddenly feel not safe at all? Something must be wrong here, and it may well even be a big problem. A big one that I've overlooked myself. Shouldn't. The old dog's color changed suddenly. Does it mean protectors of the word or whatever don't even exist? His eyes wandered and then glowed. Beautiful. So beautiful. To be able to see so many beautiful women on the front line, it's worth dying. On the street, a beautiful scenery like a butterfly fluttering, action between the aroma of compelling. What are you looking at? I'll gouge your eyes out. A woman in red chided a man on the side of the road. Hey, this Rainbow Seven Sisters. It's this red girl who is a spirited character. The passerby shook his head, but was not angry. Gone. Zhou stopped in his tracks. What the hell are you looking at? Look at the big beauty. The old dog wiped the saliva at the corner of his mouth. Don't say it. This Rainbow Seven Sisters is really great. Waist to all legs. If I were a few dozen years younger, I would definitely go and become a licking dog. Zhou glanced that way. That's about it. The old dog withdrew his gaze fondly. It's gluttonous. Zhou looked contemptuous. You're really embarrassing. You're old. You don't know how to be more stable. Look at me. I'm also old. I'm very calm. The old dog bristled. What's wrong with being older? Doesn't age give you the right to be beautiful? Zhou breathed a light sigh of relief as the old dog turned into a small path. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Now you're going to meet a killer. The old dog winced and came to his senses. Even the best beauty doesn't have any need for attention as long as it's not your own. I apologize for making you, sir, laugh. Zhou thought about it and asked, what kind of doorway are the Rainbow Seven Sisters? If they are so flamboyant, aren't they afraid of being given that? The old dog wondered. What? Just that. What the what? You got it. I don't get it. Roll. Got it. Got it. The old dog busily said. Don't look at the Rainbow Seven Sisters' strength, but their master is powerful. Zhou was surprised. Oh, the old dog said. Their master is the Neon Fairy. No, why no one dares to hit on them? Zhou was quite surprised. Neon Fairy? That's the old woman who's 1 meter 8 tall? Always wearing a 7-colored dress, making it look like a pheasant. He vaguely remembered that there was such a thing. And back then, that Neon Fairy was there to deliver the elixir. One of the pills was called Rainbow Dan, which was very pretty and sweet. The old man said that if it didn't have nice medicinal properties, it might as well be called rainbow candy. The old dog was shocked. You've seen it? Zhou nodded. We met once 60 years ago. Put. The old dog couldn't help himself. 60 years ago? Were you born? Zhou glanced at the old dog. Why are you netting some nonsense? I'm over 100 years old. Okay? The old dog's right hand quickly gripped Zhou's right wrist, and just as Zhou raised his eyebrows, he let go at the first opportunity. Zhou's neck moved. You dare to touch my bones? The old dog was busy smiling and said, isn't this to determine your bone age? By no means do I mean to offend you. Zhou snorted coldly. Believe it now? The old dog laughed. Believe it, believe it. At the bottom of his heart, he cursed, I believe your grandmother's leg. You're only 18 years old. Why are you acting like an old fox? Zhou spoke coldly. Don't touch my body in the future. My body is reserved for women. The old dog bristled and muttered. It won't kill you to touch it. Zhou coldly rebuked. Do you know what it means to be ice clear? Forget it, seeing as you're disheveled. You don't understand it at all either. The old dog was busy digressing. Gongzi, we're at the place. Chapter 98, he slanders me. Vines climbing all over the walls of the courtyard. The outside looks green and colorful. Into the bottom, but through a dark and cold atmosphere. The old dog instantly became cautious. His right hand hidden in his sleeve, clearly ready to strike at any moment. On the contrary, Zhou walked in with broad strides, not panicking in the slightest. The door to the main hall was open, making it harder for sunlight to enter the main hall because the yard was also covered in vines. The old dog followed Zhou closely, lest his protection be unfavorable. He pondered if the protector even saved himself in case the other party made a direct strike. The main hall was bleak, dark and creepy. Zhou stepped over the threshold, and without stopping his feet, he walked straight to the very front, then sat down on one of the chairs in the main seat. The old dog was a step too slow and stood in the center of the main hall. The hall was silent, and a few dismayed and somber faces unfolded in the gloomy light. A man crouched behind a door, carrying a twisted snake sword in his right hand. A woman was leaning against the wall, carrying in her right hand a pair of knives with a large head and a thin blade, 2 feet long. The man who had gone to deliver the message earlier appeared from outside the door and then guarded it. On Zhou's right-hand side, there sat a man dressed in a black robe with a grim expression and triangular eyes. The triangular-eyed man slowly said, Your Excellency seems to be a bit self-conscious. Zhou whispered softly, When you're old, you never stand when you can sit. The old dog is panicking. That's the boss of the groundhog. Snake Eyes. Snake Eyes laughed low, his voice cold. The man behind the door stood up slowly. Snake Eyes raised his hand and waved it around. Rarely have I seen a character as bold as Your Excellency. Zhou said, That's because you've seen less. Go out more. A bunch of people are like me. Snake Eyes' eyes flickered, thinking that there was something odd about this person. Inside the main hall, there was another moment of silence. After a while, Snake Eyes looked at the old dog. Where have you been getting rich lately? The old dog compensated with a smile. Just walking around. Snake Eyes laughed sorrowfully. You casually walked around and wiped out the Wind Cloud gang? The old dog's face turned white and he was only able to make a few compensatory smiles. But where did he dare to say? Those belongings are quite a lot, but I don't care that much. Snake Eyes rubbed his fingers lightly. I've heard that you've been very popular lately. Just Western Decision City. You've gotten quite a bit of credit. The old dog forced a smile. Pure pickup. Snake Eyes sat up straight. Old dog, I don't have any bad intentions towards you. However, I need your help with something. The old dog's mouth twitched and his forehead sweated. Those big powers, he really couldn't afford to offend them. The knife-carrying woman shouted coldly. The boss is talking to you. What are you pretending to be mute for? The old dog panicked and said, Boss, you can order as you like. In fact, as long as you pass a message, I dare not disobey. Why do you need to get so involved? Snake Eyes laughed lowly. The Rainbow Seven Sisters' bodies have something I'm very interested in. But I'm a person who has always been kind-hearted, and I'm not willing to cause more trouble. So, you understand what I mean, right? The old dog raised his head in horror. Boss, this is to offend the Neon Fairy to death. Old man, I just have 10,000 guts. I don't dare to steal them all. Snake Eyes' smile grew more sinister. So, you mean to say that you don't care at all what I think? The old dog's body trembled, and beads of sweat the size of soybeans fell down his cheeks. There's absolutely no way to live if you offend those legendary big shots. Knock. The old dog knelt heavily on the ground. Boss, just let the little old man off the hook once. In this way, I will go to Mighty Tiger Sect again to steal something for you. Okay? The Falcon Gang is fine too, but this Nihong Fairy, that's really not something I can afford to mess with. If she knew, I wouldn't even have a place to run to. Even, she only need a divine thought. Can find my Moreover, the Rainbow Seven Sisters' bodies must have a restriction placed by her. But whenever I dare to touch it, the first thing she'll see on her side is that it's me. Ha 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 ha. Snake Eyes laughed out loud. Old dog, you can do it. How long has it been since you've dealt with me? Now you even dare to bargain with me. The old dog was anxious. Boss, can I kowtow to you? I have a child too. It doesn't matter if I die, but my kid is really screwed. He's still so young. I hope you'll give me a chance for the sake of the work I did for you before. Snake Eyes' laughter came to an abrupt end. And in a matter of moments killing intent swept across the hall like a cold, chilling wind. Do you believe that I can have them kill your adopted son right now? Little brother. Zhou twisted his head. This killing aura of yours is quite pure. It's somewhat turning into substance. Only then did Snake Eyes look at Zhou, his expression more than a little grim. I was thinking that I would deal with you in a while, but I didn't think that you would want to die so soon. Zhou laughed. Your kind of method can really enhance your own killing chi? But, how can I say it? Although your killing chi is relatively pure, it still has impurities. It's filled with too much hatred and resentment there. Although I am not proficient in the medical path at all, I still understand some of it better. Are you often inexplicably angry, and have a short temper? That feeling that once it appears, you think of killing someone, or killing yourself? Snake Eyes sneered. What are you trying to say, kid? Zhou said. This is a disease that has to be cured. A few scowls surfaced on Snake Eyes' face. You already have a way to take your death. Zhou, however, said to himself, there is a record in the Yin Yang Xiang De Luan chapter of Su 1, which says that anger injures the liver, joy injures the heart, thought injures the spleen, worry injures the lungs, and fear injures the kidneys. According to the way you used to cultivate, you must have injured your liver first, then your lungs due to years of worry, and too much darkness and fear will injure your kidneys. Let's leave the emotions aside for now. Do you often urinate frequently, urgently and impurely? Snake Eyes' eyes stared at Zhou with a deadly stare. Zhou shook his head inside. Your kind of cultivation method is too extreme. The gongfu has not been practiced yet, but the person is ruined first. If I'm not wrong, you are more or less dirty and dry. Plus you don't lift a finger. Do you know what dirty dryness is? It probably means depression. Snake Eyes placed his right hand slowly at his side. You seem to be able to talk? Zhou swept his gaze over the others. Does he never visit greenhouses? Is there no woman around him? Oh, here's a woman. Isn't it true that he never touches you? The knife-carrying woman's eyes flickered, and she couldn't help but look at Snake Eyes. The man with the snake sword looked odd, but he clenched his teeth. Snake Eyes stormed into a rage, slammed the table, and shouted sharply, He slandered me! He slandered me! Zhou said, You see, you are just so prone to losing your temper. You simply can't control yourself. In this case, it's your liver that's damaged. And a lot of grumpy people have liver problems. If you say that I don't lift, I won't get angry because it's a rumor, and the reason for getting angry is often because it's true. Chapter 99, I've got a falsehood. Snake Eyes stood up angrily and drew a sword in his right hand. It was a short sword, with a blade not much thicker than a chopstick and 1.5 feet long. Zhou glanced at it. He still understood about swords. The lighter the sword, the faster it is. The thinner it is, the faster it can pierce a person's body. Even after piercing and then pulling it out, the injured person hasn't reacted. The old dog fell to his knees and looked ahead with bated breath. Does that count as offending Snake Eyes to death? Don't keep doing it or something. Zhou spoke softly. I came here today with the intention of talking to you. Snake Eyes gritted his teeth. You're dead today. Zhou said. I know the remedy for inactivity. Snake Eyes was stunned, half speechless. Zhou looked to the woman in the gloom. Look, he's really not lifting. The woman pursed her lips and didn't say anything. Snake Eyes took a deep breath and tried to regain his composure. Who the hell are you? Zhou nodded. Good point, a senior citizen. Snake Eyes chortled. You tricked me? Zhou smiled. I can't talk about fooling you. I sometimes don't understand. Obviously I just told the truth. But many people don't believe it. The snake's eyes flickered, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Zhou continued. Of all my words above, one is false. Do you know which one? Snake Eyes' eyes narrowed slightly. You're an old man? Zhou shook his head. Wrong. Snake Eyes sneered. My illness is fake? Zhou laughed. Fake or not, you don't know yourself? Snake Eyes was furious. What the do you mean? Zhou spoke softly. I lied when I said I had a prescription. Boom. The murky hall was agitated with murderous rage. And if the floodgates were opened, the floodwaters were vented. The eyes of the snake's eyes glittered in the darkness with an eerie light that was as if they were trying to eat people. The terrifying murderous aura boiled over and was extremely uncomfortable. The old dog's body trembled, and his heart wailed for the protector to hurry up and make a move. This was a professional assassin of the yin-yang realm. Once he strikes, who's left alive? Ah yes, that's it. Zhou nodded. Do you know what it means to be in a tender place? If you can't have sex, you won't be able to experience the true flavor of it. I'll kill you. Snake Eyes roared furiously, his eyes like snakes, his pupils inverted, and his chilling, bone-piercing killing aura stirred, impacting the others to run their spiritual energy to ward off. The thin sword brought up a flash of cold light and swiftly stabbed at Zhou's eyes. The decisiveness and viciousness of his strikes are evident. Boo! Snake Eyes, however, flew straight backwards. The kick was quick, so quick that even he didn't react. The snake's eyes landed in front of the old dog, and in an instant, his anger was surging, and his killing aura was at its peak. At that moment, the already gloomy hall became even gloomier. Zhou, you sat upright. You looked down on me. Even the blood spirit is useless. Snake Eyes, full of killing intent, once again killed with a sword. You still need a blood spirit to kill a weakling like you? Zhou's right hand lightly caressed the hilt of his sword while his right foot was violently raised high. The snake's eye was cut off at the waist, and the upper itself flew towards Zhou, and then was blocked by Zhou's right foot, and kicked back. Zhou's left hand violently gripped the sword, and the raging killing chi like a tidal wave quickly surged into the evil execution sword. Well, right on the money. Zhou pondered. The effect is not great, but it is still useful. In the long run, it can completely strengthen my sword heart. Damn, this protector is so reliable. The old dog nearly jumped up in excitement. The woman's eyes suddenly changed, all of them reacting slower under the influence of Snake Eyes' murderous aura before. The other two men looked at each other with horror in their eyes. Could they be having a nightmare? Zhou stood up. The doorway made a cracking sound, and they were in the process of freezing dead. The woman tightened her grip on the strange blade and quietly backed away. I don't like killing women, Zhou calmly said. I've never discriminated against women either. The woman trembled. The seven sisters have a Tianxian purple talisman on their bodies. The defense is very powerful. The boss wants to obtain that purple talisman so that he can travel to an ancient ruins. The map about the ruins is on the boss's body. That's all I know. She had a great voice, and then she was good as dead. Zhou crossed over to the old dog and stood outside the door. I'm confused. Why didn't she run? Obviously I was talking so much nonsense before she died. He thought carefully about what he meant to tell the other man with that previous statement. Feel free to run as long as you can. I'm sure as hell not gonna come after you. After all, chasing wasn't what one was good at. But it seems, the other person didn't understand? Sinning. Zhou looked up to the sky and sighed. Next time he must be straightforward that way. It's merit. The old dog searched for things while happily saying, Gongzi, you're doing the people a favor. They haven't done much to maim the innocent over the years. Alas, I am always too soft-hearted. Zhou sighed quietly. There really aren't many good people like me. The old dog came up holding the 4 weapons and handed over a map. This should be the map she was talking about. Zhou took a look at it and didn't understand it, so he smoothly put it into his storage ring. Why are there always all kinds of maps lately? It's boring. The old dog laughed dryly. Not everyone is as secure as you are. Some intelligence dealers draw maps when they get almost information. They don't have the guts to take the risk themselves, so they sell it to others at a high price. As a result of this, there are naturally maps everywhere. Let's just say that the unicorn map before. Who would dare to go there? But there were plenty of people who bought the Qilin map. Your Excellency may not understand the trade here. For example, it's too risky to venture out on your own. But if you sold a map for $1, would you buy it? I'm sure I'd buy it, just for the sake of curiosity. So a risk-free sale of maps might mean making much more money than the meaning of the maps themselves. Zhou, you didn't understand. You don't dare to go, but you want to buy it? Idle? Not really, the old dog said. They all pondered that after they had the map, if they heard that others were going, they could go and join in the fun. In case you pick up a big leak, it would be an overnight fortune. Zhou was slightly confused. What is this? The old dog said. This is the way of business. The so-called way of business is to play the information difference. After perfecting what you know and what others don't, you sell it to others as intelligence. It's like saying that people in the north don't eat dogs, so dogs are cheap, and the south eats dog meat, so dogs are expensive. But the north and south do not know each other's situation, and after you know, you can buy large quantities of dogs from the north and run to the south to sell them. When others find out, you have made a lot of money. There won't be much oil left for them to go into the business again in droves. Chapter 100. A stick falling from the sky. Zhou looked at the old dog with an odd expression. This old guy knew quite a lot. The old dog compensated with a smile and said, it's just that I've lived a little longer, and I still know some of the doors and ways. Zhou was puzzled. If you know so much, why don't you go into business? The old dog laughed dryly. It's okay to be clever, but if it's really practical, it's a bit difficult. For example, funds, such as what kind of business opportunities first found. If you can't be sure, if you rush to do it, the risk is too great. Easy to lose your pants or not left one. Zhou smiled, feeling a little bored. Seeing this, the old dog couldn't help but look embarrassed. This kind of small doorway is naturally not comparable to your big clans, which use people as the root of their investment. The big clans invest in people as the foundation. They pick out talents from all over the world and cultivate them. As long as a good seedling, a strong person comes out, then the cultivation resources invested in them can come back tenfold, 100-fold. What does the birth of a powerful man mean? It meant wealth, power, status and huge cultivation resources. Lip service is useless. Strength is what counts. Whoever has great power has the absolute right to speak. Zhou stretched his back. There are many sects that collapsed without successors. It's like saying salmon. One misappropriation of public funds and you fall right out of the top 500. And now you're probably about as close to going out of business as you can get. At the end of the day, the sand dagger had fallen into the hands of an outsider. Zhou walked outside, while asking again, are there only 4 people in the ground snake's force? There seems to be 3 missing. The old dog's face changed slightly, which made him think of the main thing. Zhou let out an "Oh, I thought we were all here." The old dog stamped his feet anxiously. What kind of dog am I? They'll be there to greet me? Bad things. This is a big deal. Maybe there will be an accident. He paced back and forth, anxious. In the end, one was just a casual cultivator. The strength is indeed still good, but in general, it is still weak. Zhou frowned slightly. Why are you acting like a dead father? As for that, the old dog's face collapsed. Ah, Gongzi, you have someone to protect you, so naturally you're not worried. You can't understand this kind of unsupported ones like us. Ah, someone to protect? Zhou thought of the old man on the mountain. That's true. He was his disciple no matter what. So if something serious really happened, could he not protect himself? Will it be insured? It's not going to be uninsurable, is it? Zhou unnaturally touched the tip of his nose. Why suddenly felt not so strong confidence too, thinking that when he left, he had righteously said that he had severed the relationship between master and disciple. Ah, I don't think I said it was a joke. Oh, my gosh. A cold sweat broke out all over Zhou. How could I have forgotten such an important sentence? Always remember to tell the other person that it was a joke after you make a joke. Otherwise, that's a serious thing. Considering how the old man usually acted, he didn't seem like a normal person once in a while. After all, it's normal to be confused at your age. I'm weak. I'm going to lay low. Zhou's mouth chanted nonstop, unable to stop reminding himself. Hurry up and think of something that scares you, like the white-robed man from the bone tower earlier. Think fast, but you just can't really get scared. Zhou bereft patted his head, feeling that he was simply incorrigible, unable to even surface a basic fearful mindset properly. Seeing Zhou's godly departure, the old dog hurriedly called out, "Aren't you going to search? There might still be a lot of treasures." Zhou said without looking back. Life is important. The old dog hesitated, but finally rushed in to scavenge. Life is important, my ass. What's the taste of living without money? It's really a pain in the ass to stand and talk. Walking on the street, Zhou looked as calm as ever. I just want to go down the mountain to break my virginity. Why is it so difficult? He seems to have some trouble finding things to be happy about. Are you happy killing people? Didn't feel a thing. Happy killing demonic beasts? Didn't feel anything either. Happy eating? Of course happy. Zhou had light in his eyes again, and he felt that he could turn around and lie down flat, and then let Lu Rinjia cook food for himself, if he wants to. Or maybe one could hire a couple of cooks on their side? Seems like a good idea too. Zhou thought as such. Life is short. Why waste the good years on false fame? It was really boring. What top-tier powerhouses? What royalty? It's really just the same thing. As for that laborious tiger door, if this matter ends, also said just, if you don't comply, then you will have to. Please ask the master to come down and talk to them. As he was traveling, a stick fell in front of him. Zhou raised his head and saw an attic with a woman with her breasts half exposed. Charming and enchanting. Little brother, can you help your slave bring up the clothes-picking stick? Zhou retracted his gaze, then stepped on the wooden stick with one foot and continued to move forward. Die you. The woman was furious. I'm all dressed up and you're not even coming up? Do you want to come up only when you're naked? Zhou walked away without looking back. Inside the room, a large man with a sword was puzzled. What's wrong, my lady? The woman huffed. This man definitely has body problems. What kind of man would see me and not come up? The knife-wielding big man poo-pooed. This bone, peach blossom luck was given to him and he doesn't even know how to cherish it. The woman covered her shirt. Are you sure this trick of yours is working? The knife-wielding man glared. Are you questioning me? This is what I learned from the silver vase. Besides, this is the front line. Those men are suffocating like crazy. How can they possibly hold back? The woman hesitated. Could he have seen through our plan? The sword-wielding man's face suddenly changed. If that's the case, then this person must not be kept. Once others know about it as well, then next time, he won't be able to seduce people up here. Glancing downward as he spoke. Quickly, there's another one. At that moment, he was busy hiding behind the door. The woman took out another wooden stick from one side and threw it down. "Ayo, little brother, can you help me send up the picking stick? Thank you." On the street, Lu Rinjia rubbed his head to look upwards, only to feel a snowy white in front of him, thinking that in his life, where has he seen this kind of scenery? He also looked at the wooden stick that fell aside, and was immediately kind. "Okay, please wait a moment. I'll send it up." Inside the room, the big man with the knife smiled sardonically. "I told you, it's a brilliant ploy." One catch. Chapter 101, The Big One. Inside the inn, Zhou Chen hadn't woken up yet. She was heavily injured and weak, so her recovery was naturally slow. Li Wanji and Xiao Jing were sitting downstairs drinking tea. It was very quiet. Li Wanji was very knowledgeable. She knew that this appearance rashly talked to each other. But instead, this man will be annoyed. Come to think of it, it seems that Zhou Yu is the only one who doesn't care that much about his image. Xiao Jing is very handsome. Zhou Yu is very handsome. The two are different sensations, as the former seems to be a little more feminine. Li Wanji thought as such. She thinks she has the most basic aesthetics, but also able to judge from the eyes of Zhou Yu. He has no interest in himself. Zhou Yu stepped in and Li Wanji and the two of them were busy standing up by themselves. "Where's the old dog?" Jing was worried. Zhou Yu casually said, "I guess it's searching for something." Kyo was annoyed. "You want money but not life." Zhou Yu glanced upwards. "How is Xiao Chen?" Li Wanji busily said, "I just went to see it. Everything is normal. There is no big problem. Just need to rest more." Zhou Yu hummed, feeling as if someone was missing. "Who then?" Li Wanji busily said. "Brother Lu said that Miss Zhou's clothes were stained with blood and wanted to see if there were any places selling clothes." Zhou Yu nodded. "Very considerate. A good boy." Li Wanji hesitated. He seemed to Miss Zhou seemed. She was a little shy about it, because what she's trying to say is that you two should be love rivals. A discerning person could see it at a glance. Zhou Chen is very dependent on Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu is interested in Lu Rinjia, but Lu Rinjia is full of Zhou Chen. This love triangle seems a little strange to Li Wanji. "I know." Zhou Yu nodded his head. "Isn't that what men and women are all about? When you see your heart's desire, you can't wait to pull out your heart. Could this be love? Or maybe it's just a case of seeing color? You know?" Li Wanji looked at Zhou Yu incredulously. Could she still find a single flaw from this man's body or not? Integrity, candor, generosity, bravado, and a great background. Li Wanji lowered her head again and muttered, "Generally speaking, relatives out of the 5 suits are allowed to get married." Well, she remembers it that way. Zhou Yu swept Li Wanji a glance, and he had always felt that this tall and powerful girl behaved very bizarrely a lot of the time. Creepy just doesn't seem like a normal person. When you think about it, it's actually understandable. With her physical features, it's also hard for her to act like a normal person. And over time, her natural psyche is twisted. "I'm going to bed. It's exhausting to go through the day." Zhou Yu sighed and headed up. Xiao Jing was busy leading the way. "The room is packed for you, and the water is boiled if you're taking a bath." Zhou Yu appreciated. "You kid knows his stuff. That's a good sign." A large wooden bucket was placed in the room, along with a new set of clothes, and Kyo was busy going to go fetch water again. As a Jinchuan realm powerhouse, something like lifting water would be quick. One trip at a time. One trip at a time. For an older person, it's still preferable to have these kids who know what they're doing and are actively doing it. Kyo was ready to close the door and leave. Zhou Yu has undressed. "What for?" Xiao Jing turned his back. I go out ah. Zhou Yu waved his hand. "No rush, rub your back first." "Ha?" Kyo giggled. "I just thought you knew what you were doing, and now you're acting bad?" Zhou Yu shook his head. "We are all men. Don't be so formal. I've even taken a bare-ass bath with my master teacher. It's not even a thing." As he spoke, he entered the barrel. Kyo's body stiffened. Neither walking nor not walking. Zhou Yu frowned and turned around. "Hey, it's not so bad to make your masters so rich, right? The casual cultivator really can't be trusted. It's too weird." Xiao Jing walked over with her head bowed, picking up a towel on the side and wiping Zhou Yu's shoulder. Zhou Yu was helpless. "Dip some water ah, dry rub ah." Xiao Jing tightened her lips and carefully put the towel in the barrel to soak wet and continued to rub her shoulders. Zhou Yu was silent. He felt that this person was either stupid or foolish. "Is this right shoulder of yours dirty? Wipe it endlessly. Change." Zhou Yu took a long breath for the reminder. Kyo stiffened and turned and began to rub his left shoulder. "Duke." The door to the room was opened and old dog came in at a brisk pace to report on the battle. Whether Zhou Yu wanted it or not, he had to show it slightly. The situation in the room made the old dog's face change instantly. Xiao Jing was busy turning her back to Zhou Yu, her eyes flickering. "Something?" Zhou Yu looked sideways. The old dog's teeth were clacking. "Doggone it." In a matter of moments, he changed into a smiling face and came up. Of course it's a matter of the groundhogs. Reporting back to you, Your Excellency. As he spoke, he glared viciously at Xiao Jing. Get out. Dirty all day long. Not afraid of dirty Ngungzi. Kyo spat out his tongue and fell away. The old dog picked up the towel in his hand. Here, male, I'll serve you. Zhou plopped down on the barrel, rather helpless. Recently, I've been eating too much omnivorous food and impurities. It's just easy to get dirty. The old dog laughed. That's natural. That's why cultivators nowadays are so fond of eating the grain-preventing pills. Zhou huned. The old dog then said, this time, we found 5 lower-grade spirit stones and 1 middle-grade spirit stone, and a number of silver coins at the ground snake. Zhou wasn't interested. You handle it yourself. The old dog hesitated. Then their demon extermination order. There is credit here. In fact, he also got a lot on the side of the Wind and Cloud gang, but only deliberately concealed it. However, he felt that concealing this kind of thing once would be enough, and if he concealed it again, Mr. Zhou was afraid that he would be disgruntled. Zhou's own demon execution order appeared in his hand. Got it. When the old dog saw those 78,000 merit points, he already wanted to drown the other party in a bucket of water. Zhou collected the demon execution order and closed his eyes again. The old dog rubbed its back while looking at the evil Punisher sword to the side. The sword was never far from his body. Even in the shower, it was kept out of reach. It looks ordinary and a little worn. Does that mean there's something weird about this weapon? But why can't you see it for yourself? The old dog's eyes narrowed slightly. Could this sword be sealed? For a moment, he suspected that there was a big problem present with that scabbard. Seeing that it didn't care about the lower-grade spirit swords, if this was really a top-grade spirit sword, what would happen? If it was the legendary extreme spiritual weapon, it would simply be a direct change in destiny. To be or not to be, doing a big job? The old dog's eyes flashed. In case he won the bet, in the future, Xiao Jing would be flying high. At that time, I have a cheap life. It does not matter at all. To kill or die, as you wish. Anyway, as long as the weapon is sold, the cultivation resources will be available. If you don't gamble, it's really stifling for your own masters to live their lives in such a constant state of fear. After all, the other party was about to go back, and his own chances of picking up the pieces were going to be gone. Chapter 102, I am rich. The old dog moved a crooked mind. He originally lived in the environment of a much more cruel than Zhou. If he could reverse Xiao Jing's fate with his own strength, he was willing to do so. One can plug one's old life for that. Zhou's eyes were closed and he quietly lay on the barrel. The old dog quietly moved his position and picked up a wooden ladle to pour water on Zhou, while his right hand silently grabbed at the evil execution sword. It's going to die. Zhou made a sound. The old dog's body stiffened and his face turned pale. Looking at Zhou again, his eyes were still closed. Continue. The old dog answered with trembling lips, breaking out in a cold sweat. When the temperature of the water started to get a bit cooler, Zhou stood up straight from it, his body's spiritual energy swimming around to dry his body, thus picking up his new clothes and putting them on. Don't get any more twisted ideas. With your body strength, even if I give you the sword, you won't survive for 3 breaths. The old dog forced a smile. This is just curious, simply curious. Zhou was fully dressed, and reached his hair up in a single grab and bunch. The bungee tied. There's no next time. The old dog nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, yes. Zhou reached out and picked up the evil punishing sword, and after sweeping it, abruptly handed it to the old dog. Do you want to touch it? The old dog laughed dryly. No need. Zhou laughed. You loose cultivators, are just very prone to greed. In addition to being greedy, you are also stingy. The old dog was red in the face and thick in the neck. I'm afraid of the poor life. Ha! Zhou swept a glance at the old dog and shook his head slightly. The old dog's heart trembled, and when Zhou walked out of the room, he only felt soaked. He really wondered if he was getting senile. How dare you think such a thing? Just because the other party had a storage ring, that was already an existence that was out of reach in one's lifetime. The old dog picked up Zhou's unwanted clothes from the ground and put them under his nose to smell them. Is it real demon blood? And the demonic aura is so strong. I'm afraid it's not of a low grade. Can it be that I really thought wrong? The protector of the Tao is non-existent, and he actually killed them all himself? The old dog's eyes flickered as he became more and more confused. How did a mortal blood realm manage to run into the middle of nowhere and still come back alive? Even if he killed Snake Eyes, he never even saw exactly how Snake Eyes died. The only 2 kicks were those of Zhou, one that sent Snake Eyes flying out, and one that blocked Snake Eyes' corpse from crashing into itself. The movement was fast, but he was able to see himself fairly well. But Snake Eyes' body was one he had examined, including several others. All of them were killed with a single sword, cleanly and without the slightest delay. He had never seen such a sword technique before. The old dog's eyes narrowed slightly as he thought critically about the circumstances of Snake Eye's death at that moment. Assuming that there is a protector, then the protector's means of attack must come from outside the house. And once it strikes it will certainly cause some damage to the house. But in reality, this has not been seen. Therefore, this is completely ruled out. Internal. The attack came from inside the house. For his own part, he had not made a move. And that protector of the Tao, unless he was able to remain invisible, would not have been able to do so without a sound in the hall. Is it really him? The old dog's face became more and more ugly. If it was really Zhou who had made the move, then this whole thing is just outrageous. So outrageous that a mouse is a bridesmaid for a cat. But on the contrary, all the clues pointed to Zhou. He wasn't calm and collected because he was protected, but because he knew in himself that he wasn't going to die. That's confidence. It stems from confidence in one's own strengths. The old dog took deep breaths in succession. If these things were true, then the great sect was really too terrifying. A disciple of the mortal blood realm was able to crisscross the outside world. The old dog hastily packed the clothes, both unwanted, naturally, to dispose of clean, and by the way, also to dispose of the bath water. After all the benefits, it's only right to do all these things. Zhou went to Zhou Chen's room, where Zhou Chen had finally awakened, while Li Wanji and Xiao Jing accompanied him. A man can't just enter a girl's room. Don't you know that? Zhou looked at Xiao Jing with much displeasure. Kyo froze and headed for the door. Sorry, I forgot. Young people nowadays, no rules. Zhou shook his head. Zhou Chen laughed. Second master, it's fine. It's not like I'm not wearing any clothes. That won't work either. Zhou said with a straight face. One thing leads to another. A girl's chastity still needs to be emphasized. Otherwise, if you marry someone in the future, others will blow the whistle. Zhou Chen spat out his tongue and smiled brightly. Li Wanji said, aren't you also a man? Zhou felt Li Wanji's gaze and couldn't help but look over. I know what you're thinking. I'm an elder. In front of elders, there is no gender difference. Li Wanji muttered. Aren't there still women who avoid their fathers? Zhou raised his eyebrows. What? Once your daughter is born, the father has to die? Li Wanji compensated with a smile. I didn't mean that. I just said it in passing. Zhou blandly said. I'm her second master, belonging to the next generation. Where do you little girl understand this kind of feelings? Zhou Chen was busy digressing. Second master, are you alright out here for a while? Did you get hungry? Are you still used to it? Zhou pulled over a chair and sat aside. What are you thinking about? I'm the elder. What can I do? As the words fell, he also instructed. After you go back in a few days, you still need to seriously go and cultivate, and just go into seclusion. Break through to the Tongling realm first, then think about the rest. Zhou Chen smiled sweetly and nodded heavily. Of this she would have no doubt. Other people might not be able to do it, but if the second master was there, he could definitely do what others couldn't. Right. Zhou took out his own demon execution order and handed it to Zhou Chen. Anyway, this thing doesn't have a specific only a certain person to use it. Give me yours. This one is for you. You look at what you want and exchange it for something yourself. Li Wanji's eyes swept and she stood up violently. 78,000. It was so loud it could have lifted the roof off the house. She was full of shock. Oh my. I've been mixing it up for many days. How many merit points does it all add up to? This guy takes it in hand and it's 78,000? Is this stabbing a demon beast slayer? Zhou rubbed his ears and was slightly dissatisfied. You're too big to talk, and your voice is still loud. Li Wanji forced herself to sit down in shock, a face reddening. Zhou Chen hurriedly said, Second master, I don't need it. You'd better keep it for yourself. I've changed my feats for myself. Zhou stuffed his demon execution order in Zhou Chen's hand. You're a descendant of my Zhou family. I haven't seen your elder brother or anything. Anyway, whoever you see first, give them a meet and greet first. In his mind, it's a meet and greet. Chapter 103, I'll give you a few pointers. While Zhou Chen pushed back 100 times, Zhou only needed 2 words. Listen. And then, she was just able to do as she was told. This is derived from the prestige of the elders. It would not be a wise thing to disobey the legendary second master. Zhou collected Zhou Chen's demon execution order and took out another spiritual rhythmic vitality dan and gave it to her. The main fight is a don't care. Anyway, the old man had prepared quite a lot for him, enough for him to splurge for a while. Only, Zhou Chen didn't eat it this time, but carefully put it away. For this kind of behavior, Zhou did not say anything. Children, to reserve some good things, is also normal. This scene watched Li Wanji not without envy, but it is a pity that this second master is not his own second master. Even Li Wanji felt that this was probably the most generous second master in the whole world, right? Anyway, with Li Wanji serving Zhou Chen, Zhou Yu didn't linger much and turned around and went out of the room to the hall downstairs. Xiao Jing was polishing his short sword, and when he saw Zhou Yu coming down, he busily stood up and called out, "Gongzi, that's an awkward title." Zhou Yu sat down. "It's like calling me a male dog." Kyo was stunned, but couldn't find the words to retort. "I'm older than most old dogs," Zhou Yu said with a calm demeanor. "Just call him Master Zhou." Kyo's mind boggled. Calling a young man his master? This is a deliberate attempt to take advantage, isn't it? Zhou Yu looked at the empty street outside the door with his right hand resting on his cheek, and only after a long time did he say, "Your blood spirit is a phoenix, isn't it?" Kyo didn't respond. The blood spirit was a secret. After all, it was a blood-colored mold, and onlookers weren't able to directly see through its true name. Without knowing the name, it was naturally impossible to speculate on the blood spirit secret skill possessed by the other party. Zhou Yu leaned back. It should be a phoenix. Usually when a male awakens the blood spirit of the phoenix clan, it must be a male. The male is the phoenix. The female is the phoenix. It's like the old dog's blood spirit. Underdog. Must be a male dog. He's seen less, but that doesn't mean he knows less. Kyo was slightly surprised and just nodded. Idle anyway. Zhou Yu let out a light breath. Just a few pointers. As a man, your body is too slim. Men's and women's physique will always be stronger than women's under the tempering of equal techniques and cultivation resources. This is innately determined. Therefore, although your speed is fast, your body's strength is not. You can engage in some of the most basic body refining techniques, but it's also evident that you should have considerations in this regard. Zhou Yu reached out and pointed at Xiao Jing's chest. Your chest means that you have been performing some kind of special body refining method. Otherwise, your pectoral muscles wouldn't stand out more than normal men. But there must be something wrong with this method of yours. Normally it's a whole body refining, not just the chest. You understand what I mean, right? Xiao Jing avoided Zhou Yu's finger without a trace. Her expression clouded. Zhou Yu frowned. What are you hiding for? Don't look at my low realm. But the people I know are still quite powerful. You take a look at your wrist bones again. The same as a man. Although you are half a head shorter than me, your wrist bones are half a circle thinner than mine. This probably has something to do with your origin. Your nutrition couldn't keep up when you were a child, resulting in your physical fitness not being brought up due to cultivation as well. Kyo craned his head to look elsewhere. Zhou Yu secretly shook his head, feeling that the other party was a bit rotten. Realize that 70 to 80% of what you say is the old man's exact words. Give it to him for nothing and he's not even happy to hear it? The loose cultivators nowadays. They are really greedy and stingy. And they are also lonely and arrogant. Where did you get that from? Zhou Yu gently caressed the evil Punisher's sword with his left hand. I'm thirsty. Oh. Kyo walked over to the counter and started making tea. Zhou Yu was bored and lying on the table, feeling even more bored than in the mountains. It wasn't long before tea was put up. Zhou Yu glanced at Xiao Jing's hand in passing and couldn't help but let out a shameful laugh. A big man with pretty small hands. No wonder they use short swords. They do suit this dry, thin type of man. Kyo beamed and sat down at another table. Excuse me. Zhou Yu laughed. Just didn't hold back. Each other. No more conversation. The pot of tea was finished and the sky was dark. Why isn't Lu Renga back yet? Zhou Yu frowned. The reason why he remembered this matter was because he was hungry again. That's one of the things that annoyed Lu Renga the most about him. A monk makes it look like he's starving to death every day. And he, Lu Renjia, was a serious disciple of the Yaoguang sect, but he had become a cook in his eyes. Kyo's eyes twinkled, also feeling strange. Lu Renjia had gone out for a few hours. It didn't make sense that he wasn't back yet. Young people. The old dog jumped down from the stairs. Maybe it's because it's been delayed by something good and fun. So it's a mouthful. Zhou Yu looked at the old dog. And to be honest, he didn't like the old dog. But the old dog and other people compared, at least accounted for the word old. Zhou Yu is superficially young, but the actual age of the two people together. After all, there are still some words to talk. After all, similar ages. Get some food? Zhou Yu stated his claim. He had been on the mountain since he was 9 years old, and his experience of living outside amounted to nothing. And as a result, there's a bit of a fondness for making things happen. The old dog was very quick. Good point. What do you want to eat? I'll get it now. Zhou Yu thought about it. Any meat is fine. Demonic beasts are better. The old dog said. Success. I'll go find it for you now. Little Jingyan said. I'll go. He was uncomfortable and didn't want to be alone with Zhou Yu. And without waiting for the old dog to reply, he walked straight away. The old dog laughed. It's good to have a son. Zhou Yu thought deeply. Sons and daughters are fine. Look at Xiao Chen. She is very obedient. If I have a child, I'd like to be like her. The old dog's eyes twinkled and he smiled. He initially thought that Zhou Yu was picking up girls, but later was figuring it out. Although he couldn't figure out how these two people's generations could be so different, he thought that they must be blood relatives. The Duke's character is very different from most. The old dog laughed. It's also rare, obviously very young, but sometimes talks inexplicably pretending to be old. Zhou blinked. Really? He thought the other man was probably complimenting himself. Since they are words of praise, they are bound to be good words. The old dog laughed and said, "Dare I ask the clan where the gentleman is from? It would be good to pay you a visit someday." The clan? Zhou tilted his head and thought for half a day before shaking his head. There is no sect. The old dog bristled. This guy was really careful. Zhou said, "I'm telling the truth, but I know you don't believe me either. In fact, it's true that my master teacher didn't talk to me about the name of the sect. I figured that there was none." The old dog laughed. Is it hard to be a casual cultivator as well? Upon hearing this, Zhou pondered seriously. It might still be a casual cultivator. The old dog snorted. Not interested in chatting anymore. This guy was too oily to get any useful information out of him. Chapter 104, Changes in the Western Conference. Jing is still good at what he does. It was back by dark, with roast duck wrapped in greaseproof paper. But Lu Renga still couldn't even see a ghostly shadow. Zhou had a big heart and didn't think about it in any other way. The old dog, however, vaguely felt that something was not right. That Lu Renga would have no reason to be delayed outside for so long. Besides, this is in Yi City. And what is there to shop? Ben had let in some demonic beasts because of the hasty opening of the Guardian Array at that time, causing many parts of the city to be destroyed. Places like this one don't bring up the idea of touring at all. Seeing that there is no movement upstairs and downstairs, Zhou is even half a roast duck down. The old dog hesitated. My lord, something won't happen to this Lu Renga, will it? Zhou looked up. Will? The old dog said. I don't know much about this Lu Renga. How is his experience? Zhou shrugged his shoulders. Coincidentally, I haven't seen him as much as I've seen you. At that, the old dog opened his mouth, thinking that this was outrageous. Zhou thought for a moment, then looked up and laughed again. A big man, can he still be robbed of his color? If he was robbed of money, he didn't have it either. So, just don't think about it. The old dog thought that was reasonable. Although that Lu Renga was not bad looking, he was not as good as the one in front of him. Clothing, although good, but not to the point of expensive. Things like robbing money and sex don't usually fall on people like Lu Renga. Zhou is a wipe of the mouth after eating. Xiao Jing silently clean up. In itself, this kind of thing if Zhou Chen can move freely, since it is her. But sadly, it fell to him today. Everyone knows more or less about Zhou. Eat and drink all you want to eat and drink. Add to that the occasional inexplicable remark, and it's really no different than crap. At that exact moment, there were voices stirring over Yi City from that outside. There's a change in West Decision City. A large number of Blood Shadow Wolf clan are gathering. Look out for all to pay attention. It was the voice of the yellow-robed demon exterminator Niesen. He shouted 3 times in a row, which brought him back to peace. The main thing is to remind everyone that even if they go out of the city, they should not be near the Western Decision City. Zhou also reacted. He had already gotten the news a long time ago, knowing that there was a large wave of Blood Shadow Wolves coming. And among them, there was also a powerful 8th grade Wolf King. Plenty? The old dog changed his face, noting the term quite clearly. Xiao Jing also looked surprised. What's going on? Can it be that it's going to attack again? After every beast wave attack, it would subside for a year. All of them recuperate from each other, and then they fight again. It's kind of the default rule. Zhou was slightly puzzled. How did you guys determine that? The old dog explained in a deep voice. Every time the demon race gathered in large numbers, they attacked without exception. Zhou frowned slightly. This matter was more or less due to him. Otherwise at least he would still be able to calm down for more than half a year. It won't affect what I redeem, will it? Zhou quickly thought about this matter, and according to what Niesen had said, the things would be delivered in 10 days at the most. It's just getting started. If Yi City is destroyed, it won't renege on its debt, right? On top of that, there wasn't a receipt or anything. Zhou rubbed his chin and moved other thoughts. Seeing that Zhou didn't say anything, the old dog asked, Your Excellency, do you have a good plan for this? Zhou was stunned. Good advice? Just attack and kill. The old dog, however, was a bit anxious. No, I'll go find Niesen and ask for information. If the beast tide is too fierce this time, we'll have to run away first. He didn't wait for Zhou to reply and hurriedly ran away. There were not a few people who thought the same way as him, and all of them flew under the night sky to the Demon Execution Division. For a while, the downstairs hall was Zhou and Xiao Jing again. Xiao Jing was not happy to look at Zhou right now, because one look would bring to mind the image of that day under the moonlit night, when this guy stood naked in front of him, and the image of her rubbing him. It was good that Li Wanji had already come downstairs at the first opportunity. The beast tide is going to start? Jing responded. The exact situation is unknown. The old dog has gone forward to find out what happened. Li Wanji looked complicated. If an attack is launched all of a sudden, there aren't even a few Yin-Yang realm powerhouses within Yi City, so I'm afraid that it will be breached at any time. She couldn't help but look at Zhou. In her perception, Zhou Chen's strength was the strongest, but the old dog said that this person in front of him had a powerful protector behind him. Naturally then, all she was wishing for now was for the person behind Zhou to make a move. Xiao Jing's eyes flickered as she said softly, every time a beast tide begins to attack, the dynasty or clan forces will send some people to respond, including those who are going to activate the guardian array at the back. It's just that the demon attack is all-encompassing every time. Not just our city, perhaps. This time is just an accident. Li Wanji drifted off. That's right, haha. If there isn't this turn of events elsewhere, then it means that the gathering of the demon race is not an attack. Zhou was a bit helpless. Why are you guys so scared? Li Wanji busily said. Your Excellency is unaware that every beast tide is extremely terrifying and will attack on all fronts, including attacking the guardian array. Whenever it is consumed to a certain extent, there will be formation masters who will gather at the rear in advance, and at any time, they will remove the frontmost guardian grand formation. Strictly speaking, the bottom of every city was where the guardian grand formation was rooted. As long as you choose to excite it, you can do the defense. Once it was too late to retreat, the city ahead would become a new fallen zone. City is just one representative. There are many more villages and towns where the human race lives in the vicinity of the city. Knowing the news in advance, they can still run away, and the chances of those usual people trying to run away are slim to none. Zhou lightly rubbed his brow. In fact, he could not think of any good way. The reason why he was not in a hurry was because his master, Niu Dali, always said that his qualification was stupid and his reaction was very slow. In time, he recognized it himself. Not being able to figure out how to do it is a very common thing for him. I was already stupid. Think of such things naturally should be left to the smart people. Li Wanji was not without worry, although she had a letter of recommendation to go to the Moon Emperor's sect, but if it was really the beast tide that came before her, she was bound to fight and kill the enemy. A cultivator of the Tongling realm had a role to play on the front lines. Xiao Jing whispered softly, Miss Li, there is no need to be too impatient. Let's wait for the old dog to return first. Li Wanji nodded her head and calmed herself down. Zhou stretched out. I'll go out for a stroll to take the edge off. Xiao Jing couldn't help but roll her eyes. I should have known to let you find your own food. Almost everyone tries not to eat worldly things anyway. After going out, Zhou then became more and more puzzled. Where the hell did Lorenja go? Chapter 105, You're surrounded by me. Dull moonlight. Leaf City looked more and more ragged and sad. There were people on the side of the road too, but they were quiet and lived under sheds. Zhou's eyes swept over. There are always all kinds of people in the world, and they all live differently. In general, the lone ones are predominant. This guy, Zhou swept his gaze across an area, hoping to find Lu Rinjia's shadow, but he turned a few streets and could not see Lu Rinjia. Brother, excuse me. Zhou stopped in front of a shed and looked at a middle-aged man sitting cross-legged in front of him. I have a friend who got lost. In his 20s, quite a big young man. He has a sword hanging from his waist, wears a moon-white robe, and is a bit lower than me. Dare I ask, have you seen it? The middle-aged man opened his eyes and surveyed Zhou. How long have you been lost? Zhou thought about it. Quite a long time. Probably between morning and now. The middle-aged man laughed. That's probably being sold. Zhou was stunned. Sold? The middle-aged man stopped talking and rubbed the fingers of his right hand a few times. Zhou frowned. What do you mean? The middle-aged man raised his right hand smilingly and rubbed it in front of Zhou. Zhou understood that this was asking for money. If you answer to my satisfaction, I can pay you well. A top-grade spirit stone appeared in Zhou's hand. The middle-aged man's eyes snapped wide and he couldn't stop swallowing. Goodness gracious, rondo hole in the ground. Could it be that the second generation of immortals have descended into the realm? The middle-aged man was busy sitting up and said in a low voice, Your Excellency does not know. Recently there have indeed been some young men with low cultivation levels who have disappeared into thin air, and outside, no traces of fighting could be found. Later, after my secret observation, it was a group of people who specialize in abducting young and strong men, and then sell them to others. As for who they sell them to, I don't know. Zhou said, That's too dreamy of you, isn't it? Besides, that friend of mine is still somewhat powerful. Hey. The middle-aged man laughed lowly. Get some mesmerizing incense. Ah, the body is soft, the knife a neck. What's the use of even greater ability? Zhou froze. Are you serious? The middle-aged man nodded heavily. It's truer than pearls. If your friend suddenly disappeared for no reason, he must have been sold. Zhou weighed the spirit stone in his hand. If the news is just this much, it won't be worth the price. The middle-aged man busily said. Also, I know one of their do-it-yourself dens. I'll take you there now and guarantee your satisfaction. However, I won't make a move under my command. As he spoke, he was busy leading the way ahead. An inexplicable smile spread across the corners of Zhou's mouth as he idly followed behind him. Not long after, the two had a street below a building. Zhou swept his gaze over a wooden stick that had been stepped on and broken under the pavilion, and the dead memories suddenly began to attack him frantically. Could it be that? Zhou stared wide-eyed. My god, this Lu Rinjia can be really breathless. The middle-aged man lowered his voice. My lord, this way please. Around the main street to the back. The two did not go up the wooden building, but came to a small courtyard in the back. The middle-aged man said cautiously, I won't follow. Zhou said, then you'll wait for me to find the person before I give you the payment. The middle-aged man was generous. Fine, I'll wait for you outside. The courtyard door was hidden, and Zhou walked straight in. As Zhou stepped in, the middle-aged man's expression turned a few degrees colder. Zhou, who stepped into the courtyard, swept his gaze around before looking at the room with a candle flame lit up. Zhou did not stop on his feet and walked straight to the living room. The door to the living room slammed heavily, and under the moonlight, a knife-wielding man sneered. It's really the first time I've seen one who takes the initiative to come to the door. Zhou ignored him while his gaze was directed towards a sword on the table. Where is the owner of this sword? This was Lu Ringjia's sword, and for this kind of groundwork, Zhou still remembered it clearly after seeing it. The knife-wielding man laughed. Yo, at this point in time, you're still in the mood to care about others? Talk about caring. Zhou turned around and calmly looked at the other party. I just need to know if he's dead or alive. The knife-wielding man laughed. Of course he won't die that easily, but he'll certainly be worse than dead. Zhou smiled. Really sold? Who was sold to is always able to tell me. I'll see if I can still rescue one or two. The knife-wielding man tapped his knee with his knife. So eager to know. Ha, you'll find out soon enough. Zhou was surprised. You still want to sell me? The knife-wielding man laughed harshly. Of course, I'll sell you after I take all the goodies from you. Zhou quietly looked at the other party, and the moonlight spilling from the doorway reflected an extremely hideous face. Have you ever thought about one thing? The sword-wielding man was slightly stunned. This man seemed to be acting differently from the ones he had caught before, and even, calmly, ask yourself some questions? The big man with the sword was instantly on guard for a few moments. What do you mean? Zhou slowly said. Think about it. There aren't many people on the street, but why would I be so coincidental to find someone who could bring me here? The sword-wielding man's eyes went cold as he gripped his large sword. You're kind, I guess, can't keep things out of their eyes. Zhou snorted. When he sneaked a peek at me, he was more eager than when he saw a big beautiful woman. What does that mean? It means that I'm his prey. The fat sheep he's scouting for. Even if I don't go up and strike up a conversation, he will find a way to take the initiative to talk to me. It was a feeling that Zhou was keen on. The sword-wielding man spoke coldly. What exactly are you trying to say? I'd like to say that I know you're in cahoots, but I'm still here. Zhou smiled. And now, the lives of you two are in my hands. Ha 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 ha. The knife-wielding man laughed maniacally. You're smart. You might fetch a high price. Zhou nodded. You flatter me. So now can you tell me where my friend is? The door to the room opened and the middle-aged man who led the way walked in. Unfortunately, you're too smart for your own good. The middle-aged man spoke coldly. I intentionally misled you about the bewitching incense. Did you come in and smell nothing and slack off? The true bewitching incense. That is colorless and tasteless. However, I also never expected that you would be a fellow who can take out spirit stones. Spirit stones? The knife-wielding man's breath instantly caught. This was a big fat sheep. Zhou laughed lightly. Is there anyone else? The middle-aged man sneered. The others have gone to make a delivery, but we'll soon send you there as well. Zhou took a deep breath. I'm not very satisfied with any of your answers. The moment the middle-aged man raised his hand, his right hand fell directly to the ground, blood spurting out. Zhou gripped the hilt of his sword and smiled amidst the cries of pain. Both of you have been surrounded by me, so now please think about how to save your lives. Chapter 106 Evil Cloud Pavilion. Blood sprayed the ground, luridly dark in the moonlight. The knife-wielding man froze, and the middle-aged man who led the way looked pained. I ask, you answer. Zhou looked at the knife-wielding big man. Meanwhile the middle-aged man's legs were broken the moment he turned around, and he was only able to fall to the ground and wail in terror. The knife-wielding man's lips trembled. You weren't poisoned? A part of the middle-aged man's body was chopped off once again. Zhou's expression was flat. I asked. You answered. I didn't ask you to ask. The middle-aged man wailed in pain. Then you ask me. Hands so fast right chicken hair my friend, where? Zhou continued to look at the knife-wielding man. The sword-wielding big man's body couldn't contain the trembling. The middle-aged man's left arm was also chopped off, and his mournful screams echoed under the night sky. The big man with the knife swung it, but it broke. I ask. You answer. Zhou Yu's tone was a bit more stern. Blood crystal mine. The knife-wielding man yelled in terror. Blood crystal mine? Zhou Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. The sword-wielding man nodded his head desperately. The blood crystal mine is very special. The process of digging will cause the digger's chi and blood to drain away, and he will not be able to cast spells for digging. Therefore, it must require a person to personally go down and dig, but ordinary people definitely can't. They have to be cultivated. And the best is to be above the degenerate realm. Only, with our limited strength, we can only pit up to the passage realm at most. Zhou Yu didn't know nothing about blood crystal mines. He even used it himself for a while. This item was indeed very special, possessing the ability to devour blood. If an ordinary person were to carry a piece on his body, even if he did nothing, 3 to 5 days would be enough to turn him into a human stem. Therefore, if one wanted to excavate the blood crystal mine, one had to be a serious cultivator to do so. What a spirit stone contains is the purest heaven and earth aura, and the higher the grade, the less impurities there are. The power contained in the blood crystal, on the other hand, was a kind of mutated heaven and earth aura, whose main function was however to be used to quench one's own blood and quench one's own blood spirit. Blood crystal mines were not only special, they were also rare. You're a degenerate realm, but you even know about the blood crystal mine? Zhou Yu smiled, feeling a bit incredulous. Even if there was a certain force digging for blood crystal mines, then it was absolutely impossible for the news to leak out at will. It was a dangerous thing to do, and if word got out, it would attract countless behemoths. The sword-wielding man hurriedly said, I didn't know at first, I only found out when I happened to overhear it. Zhou Yu spoke coldly. So, my friend has been sold over? The sword-wielding man said in a trembling voice. It's been a day's journey. It should already be 300 to 400 miles away. After all, this kind of goods can't be smashed in our hands, and shipping them out as early as possible is the greatest guarantee for us. Zhou Yu kindly smiled. What forces do you belong to? The big man with the sword changed color abruptly. This. Zhou Yu spoke coldly. Forget what I said? I ask. You answer. Unless you want to be like him. The knife-wielding big man's face gushed. Evil Cloud Pavilion. Outsiders. Zhou Yu raised his eyebrows. Evil Cloud Pavilion? Is that the biggest concentration camp for human traffickers? Wasn't it exterminated a long time ago? The sword-wielding big man trembled. No. There was a vice pavilion master who survived back then. He's just hidden in the shadows now. Zhou Yu frowned slightly. When he occasionally chatted with the old man, he could naturally learn about the past. Old people, their favorite thing to talk about is the past. After all, they're all staying in the mountains, so even if they want to say something new, there's no material for that. Zhou Yu said blandly. So, my friend will be sent to the evil cloud pavilion? The knife-wielding man panicked. It could also be sent directly to the mine. But I don't know the location of the mine. Zhou Yu nodded. Lead me to your contact. The knife-wielding man gave an ah. His eyes filled with horror, accompanied by a miserable scream. The middle-aged man's head was decapitated. The sword-wielding man's body went limp and he sat on his butt on the ground, trembling. Promise, we'll die. If you don't say yes, you'll die now. Zhou Yu said. What about things like loyalty? I don't suggest you have it. It's better for guys like you to keep your own little life. The big man nodded in panic. Zhou Yu took a deep breath. Name. Horse breaking. Home address? It used to be West Decision City, but now West Decision City is a fallen area. Zhou Yu smiled slightly. How long will it take for your accomplice to return after the delivery? Ma Gang hurriedly said. A round trip would probably take a good 7 or 8 days, if she doesn't get delayed on the way. Zhou Yu nodded. Very well. I'm more satisfied with your current attitude. He stepped outside. Don't think about escaping. You'll die a horrible death. Ma Gang hesitated and hurriedly followed behind. Where he dared to run away. Zhou Yu thought about it and stopped again. Why don't you give me some protection? I can't possibly keep an eye on you at all times. Ma broke in with an ah. Zhou Yu nudged his mouth, signaling him to look at the corpse of the man from before. Got it. Ma broke out into the yard, placed his right leg on a stone pier, and raised a stone with both hands. Click. Ma breaks his leg directly with a stone, which he has to do for his own little life. Ma broke his face white. The pain is full of sweat. Can you do it? Pretty good. Zhou Yu spoke softly. My intention was to say that you could get a chain for your legs. Ma breaks open his mouth, his eyes tearing up in pain. Holy, that really hurt. You should have said so. Seeing Zhou Yu heading out, Ma Gang hurriedly found a broken wooden stick and dragged his right leg to follow behind. By the time Zhou returned to the inn, it was already late at night. Everyone was out except the old dog in the downstairs hall. The old dog looked up with a sad face. He was puzzled about Zhou getting a cripple. What did the Demon Execution Division say? Zhou took his seat, and the old dog left before originally rushing to this thing. The old dog said, "It says that the Blood Shadow Wolf King of West Decision City went berserk, and most of the casual cultivators who were in the wild yesterday were victimized, with dozens of people dead." Zhou gave an oh-so-subtle cry. The old dog continued, "As for whether or not they will launch an attack, it's not characterized yet. Niesen's meaning is actually very simple. It's for everyone to make preparations in advance. If things don't work out, hurriedly retreat to the rear." Zhou nodded. It was just that if he retreated again, there was a possibility that it would be 16 rings. In other words, if this direction was taken, it was almost undoubtedly Qingping City. The old dog sighed. It's sometimes really hard for this person to live. Anyway, as long as we don't enter the 5th ring, it's estimated that the royal side won't even use their true depths. Zhou smiled. It's fine. It won't come to that. The old dog glanced at Ma Chong. And this is? Chapter 107, The Forces of Evil. The human trafficker from the Evil Cloud Pavilion. Zhou returned the words in passing. Evil Cloud Pavilion? The old dog exclaimed. This thing still exists? Zhou shrugged his shoulders. Obviously. The old dog's brain spun fast. Lu Renjia was abducted and sold? Zhou laughed. Abducted not so much, but sold is true, and rightly so. The old dog nodded. A big man like that couldn't be abducted that easily. It's more reliable to sell it directly. Ma Gang's face was pale. Guys, can you give me something for the pain? The old dog pooh-poohed. It hurts you, son of a. If it weren't for the existence of you guys, my little Jing would have been displaced, and only then was it adopted by me. Mongrels. Zhou poured himself a cup of tea. They captured Lu Ringjia mainly to get together miners to dig the blood crystal mine. Blood crystal mine? The old dog jumped 3 feet high. This rare thing? There really is one? Zhou lightly drank the herbal tea. Older people should know how to be calm. The old dog sat down resentfully and said mysteriously, "This rare thing? Really sure there is ah?" Zhou nuzzled. He said so. The old dog was thoughtful. Just don't want him to tell a lie? Ma breaks into a panic. I wouldn't dare tell a lie. I really wouldn't dare. I can swear on it. In the name of my parents. The old dog cocked his head, then quickly stood up and lifted his foot to kick the horse's intruder in the face a few times. Ma Bao wailed. His nose broken and blood splattered. Hate you assholes the most. The old dog spat. Getting someone's family broken up for a little profit. Zhou whispered. Save your breath. The old dog took a beating before he sat back down again. What about Lorenja? Zhou said. Wait for the delivery person to come back. Then I'll also get back what I exchanged from the Demon Punishment Division side. Then I'll go find their connector. The old dog looked hesitant. My lord, this evil cloud pavilion is not something to be messed with, even if they were once exterminated. As far as I know, this evil cloud pavilion is just a branch of some organization that can't even touch the core figures. Zhou's eyes narrowed slightly. Oh, the old dog lowered his voice. It's the forces of evil. Zhou was confused. Evil forces? The old dog nodded. This evil force is extremely large and has been hiding in the shadows. Regarding this evil force, there have always been only their legends, but it seems that no one has ever seen them. I have also heard rumors that the boss of this evil force, his voice was even softer, as if he didn't dare to babble freely. It's a personal disciple of a town guardian. Just saying that scared the hell out of him. The main reason is also the fear of being overheard and easily corpsed. The town envoy was too scary to offend at all. Zhou became more and more surprised. He had never heard of this aspect, and his master had never mentioned it. Shouldn't it be? You're making this up, aren't you? Isn't that incredible? The old dog sighed. When I heard this kind of gossip, I didn't really believe it either. After all, the town envoy is too great, sacrificing himself to hold down the most dangerous border. How could he possibly teach that kind of traitor? Zhou smiled. There are some things that you just need to hear. The old dog nodded. That's right. Small people like us, just mind our own 1 meal and 3 meals. So many unfair things in the world. Where can we care? Zhou pondered for a while and felt that if this matter was true, he still had to ask Master Nyodali when he had the chance. It really wouldn't be a good idea if this really offended another town guardian. It's not so much to be afraid, but I guess I'll have to go up the mountain again and stay with the old man every day. Rather, that's the name. Zhou whispered. It's grotesque. Evil forces? The name is bull asterisk 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 and I don't know what kind of brainiac came up with such a thing. The old dog laughed bitterly. Any name under the enchantment of absolute power, that will blossom into a million splendors. Zhou tapped on the desktop and gradually had an idea in his mind. I'm going to sleep. He's all yours. The old dog was busy nodding. Leave it to me, don't worry. He was also really impressed that Lu Rinjia had been sold, and the guy still wasn't in that much of a hurry. It just seemed to really answer Zhou's own words. If you're dead, there's no use in hurrying. If it's not dead, what's the rush? Take your time and get a grip on what you're doing. Don't be led around by the nose. Ma breaks in fear and looks up at the old dog who was approaching again. Don't do this. The old dog raised his right hand with a sardonic smile. Come, I'll talk about life with you. Snap, a slap fell. Zhou is falling back to sleep. No amount of noise can affect his sleep. Xiao Jing, Li Wanji as well as Zhou Chen then proceeded to go downstairs to check it out. When they heard that Lu Rinjia, a big living person, had been sold, they were all shocked. I thought I was just going out and buying some clothes, but I didn't want to get caught in the crossfire. The weak Zhou Chen's face, on the other hand, exuded confidence. It'll be fine. Didn't you see that the second master was still able to sleep? He must already have an idea in his heart. Rather, this was something that Zhou couldn't do anything about. The old man hadn't been taught anything, and he was no good at all at things like chasing people. At best, he just walks a little faster than everyone else. Besides, where is he going to chase after them in the middle of nowhere? Do you really think he's Nyo Dali? 4 or 5 days passed in a row, and the Blood Shadow Wolf King outside the city did not attack. And over here, everyone is fully recovered. You can go. Zhou looked at Li Wanji who was busy opening the food. This is the only way Li Wanji can repay him. Li Wanji spoke softly. I want to wait for things to settle down completely over here. And if the demonic beasts attack, I want to make a contribution. The place where Zhou was slightly more appreciative of Li Wanji was that this guy was indeed righteous. It was the strength that was almost interesting. Zhou laughed. Sharpen your sword. Go to your Moon Emperor sect first. There are many things waiting for you in the future. What are you able to do now? Fight to the death to kill 1 or 2 4th-grade demon beasts? This will have no effect on the entire demon race at all. If you are able to kill a 9th-grade demon in the future, then only then will you be able to fulfill the ambitions in your heart. The old dog chimed in. He's not far off the mark. Li Wanji showed hesitation. Why don't I wait a few more days? You guys were brought out by me, and I still want to bring you back safely. Zhou laughed lightly. It's not necessary. I still have the ability to go home. Zhou Chen nodded. Go ahead and go about your business. Joining the Moon Emperor sect is the right thing to do. That's one of the 500 strongest in the Koen Yuan continent. Ah. Li Wanji hesitated and once again bowed at Zhou, then bid Zhou Chen a fond farewell before leaving with her own dreams. Perhaps there was a pathway to heaven waiting for her over there. Or maybe it's all just a fantasy. Chapter 108, Bolyu Star Leap. Ma Broke deeply realized what it meant to be worse than death. The old dog was cruel. At the very least to him. Ma Tuan, break a leg and break it again every day. Never mind if you're deformed later. Don't care at all. The old dog said the traffickers deserve to die. At best, you can't die yet. Kyo is also full of resentment towards him. If it weren't for the traffickers, he wouldn't have been displaced and thus adopted by the old dog. Of course, the old dog treated him extremely well. Zhou's life was completely back to what it once was. Eating, drinking, sleeping plus cultivation. The realm then inexplicably got stuck and stagnated again. Even with the aid of top-quality spirit stones and pills, it was just a turtle crawl. As the appointed time arrived, Zhou finally sort of came into a few spirits. Zhou brought Zhou Chen to the Demon Execution Division, while Old Dog and Xiao Jing stayed at the inn. Zhou Chen was not without excitement. She already knew that the second master had exchanged a top-level technique for her. What Neo Dali had left for the Zhou family before was just a Shen-level chi-watching technique. And this had nothing to do with being petty. It wasn't that if you were strong, you would have a whole bunch of feats. There are some powerful people who, in the end, have only one technique that they cultivate. As the duo entered, Niesen hurriedly rose to greet them, his face full of smiles. Mr. Zhou. No, Xian Robe Demon Punisher. Zhou was slightly stunned for a while before he reacted. When he left last time, Niesen seemed to have mentioned this matter, but he did not put it on his mind. Inside the room, an elegant man with a white beardless face stood up, his eyes flashing as he carefully surveyed Zhou. Zhou met the other party's gaze and was unafraid. The elegant man's eyes showed surprise. This person was indeed as Niesen had said. The realm was very low, but it gave off a very special feeling. The elegant man took the lead and smiled. I am Earth Robe Demon Punisher Shan Tianling. Zhou let out an oh-so slight sound, while looking at Niesen. Where's my stuff? Shan Tianling smiled. I have the stuff here. Zhou reached out. Give it to me, I have things to do. Shan Tianling spread his right hand flat and a jade slip appeared in his hand. This is the flying method you wanted. The coiling dragon star leap. Zhou smiled. Sounds good. At the very least, the name is long. Having a long name often means having a certain amount of prestige as well. Shan Tianling smiled. All that is needed is to inject your soul power into it and impose a prohibition. Though don't worry, the existence of this prohibition is just so that you can't speak out to avoid leakage. So please understand. Now, everyone was an official employee of the Demon Execution Division. Since it was different from a temporary worker, Zhou took the jade slip, and as his own soul power surged into it, immediately, there were more golden characters in his mind, and those golden characters transformed into coiled dragons that traversed the starry sky, extremely fast, and could change their positions in the air at will, which was very magical. At that moment, Zhou directly sat aside with his legs crossed, deeply memorizing this feeling and cultivating it. The method of flight is a profound skill. This technique doesn't require too much thought, just application. A moment later, Zhou opened his eyes. He had been able to understand. The benefit of a profound flight technique was to achieve the fastest speed and the longest distance with the lowest loss. Anyone's spiritual power was limited, and how to make the limited spiritual power exert extraordinary power required skill. Zhou took a deep breath and leaped 3 feet high. Knock! Chow Chow landed heavily and then tried again. After 10 times, Zhou's face changed and became gloomy. You guys dare to trick me? He was sick of the feeling. Shan Tianling was stunned. Little brother, what do you mean by that? Zhou stepped towards Shan Tianling. Wasn't what I did just now obvious? Why can't I fly even though I've cultivated? Niesen was also shocked. Are you kidding? Could it really be a fake flying method? He knew that this method was a treasured loan book, and no one had been able to cultivate it successfully. And even if he did, it would be difficult to be effective. But the requirement of Zhou is that it is not the best, but the most expensive. Brother Shan? Niesen hesitated. The scattered cultivators cannot be so easy to offend, because you cannot eat who is behind who hides a terrifying existence with heavenly strength. Shan Tianling let out a light breath. Because you're in the mortal blood realm. Zhou raised his eyebrows. What do you mean? Shan Tianling smiled helplessly. Yin-yang realm cultivators, their body's spiritual energy emits a qualitative change, and they are able to better resonate with the heaven and earth's aura, which allows them to fly in the air. Besides, this is common sense. Common sense? Zhou looked to Niesen and then to Zhouchen. Niesen responded then. Yes, it's common sense. Zhouchen nodded his head as well. Second master. Yes it is. It has always been said that only the strongest of the yin-yang realm are able to fly. Shan Tianling was a bit puzzled. You didn't know about it? Zhou coughed lightly. Not long after I came down the mountain. I forgot about it. Shan Tianling's expression was a bit odd. He felt that this was too outrageous. Saying that this person doesn't have a master. He even believes it. Shan Tianling once again had an extra set of clothes in his hands. A black tunic. Like ink. Medium-grade defense spiritual weapon. Ink and gold robe. The grade is a bit lower. But defense tools have always been difficult to forge. After all, this price point in this regard is also higher than offensive weapons and magic treasures. Generally not many people exchange them. There was one thing he hadn't said, and that was that in the last 50 years, Zhou was the first to have to change his defense gear. The families and clans don't need to change. The casual cultivator is not willing to change. With this credit, change the weapon. The combat power increases exponentially. Zhou gladly took it, thinking that in that case, he wouldn't have to worry about breaking it all the time. Shan Tianling explained. This ink gold is a very special soft metal material. Not only is it strong in defense, it is also resistant to wear. And at the same time, it is also very convenient and wash-free. If it's very dirty, a little bit of spiritual energy will catalyze it, and it'll be as good as new. Not bad, not bad. Zhou laughed out loud. He liked the word no wash. When you're out and about, where do you find so much time to do laundry? Shan Tianling collected the jade slip given to Zhou and handed Zhouchen another jade slip. Celestial grade feats. White jade heavenly Xian technique. This is a complete set of techniques that comes with a set of palm techniques, footwork techniques as well as sword techniques. Such feats are the most complete. It's like some people get feats that don't carry the slightest. For example, the hegemonic heavenly decree that Zhou practiced was only the heart technique, without any accompanying ones. Zhou Chen's breathing became sharp as she looked at Zhou. Where did she go through this? Second master. Zhou comforted. Don't be afraid. Go write it down. Zhou Chen nodded and walked to the living room, sitting cross-legged on the floor. Shan Tianling finally took out a set of clothes and a token. Your Xian robe and your official identity token. From today onwards, you are a member of the Demon Execution Division. With this token, you can get a 60% discount on any supplies you exchange in the future. As for your obligation, it is to hunt more demonic beasts. Other than that, you are the one who can find a place to sit like Nia Yellow Robe Demon Punisher. Chapter 109, Life Goals. Zhou Yu received everything, but the tip of his eyebrows was furrowed. He doesn't like bondage. Shan Tianling instantly gained an insight into Zhou Yu's thoughts in his mind. You don't have to feel annoyed. I think that with your ability, killing 10 6th grade demon beasts every year, when it's not a difficult task, right? It was doubly strange that he had come this time. A mortal blood realm that sprung up with 25 merit points? That would be absurd. If those demonic beasts were not killed by the other party, then this status given would be earned, because it could make the people behind the other side show up to hunt demonic beasts. The Huaxia dynasty didn't care about that. As long as someone comes to kill the demonic beast, they don't care how you kill it. Zhou Yu let out an "oh." After the obligation, what about the benefits? Shan Tianling laughed. As a Xian Robe Demon Punisher, you can receive a full 3 lower grade spirit stones every month. Isn't that very happy? Zhou Yu was silent. Shan Tianling laughed. What? Not happy? Zhou Yu looked at Shan Tianling. Isn't it too stingy? Shan Tianling was stunned. Stingy? That's 3 lower grade spirit stones. You can receive 36 in a year, and 360 in 10 years. Zhou Yu slowly said. $3,600 for 100 years. $36,000 for 1,000 years. I'll do the math for you. Niasen's heart was trembling. This guy even thinks it's too little? Thinking that you only have 1 lower grade spirit stone a month. What did you say? Shan Tianling fell silent as he reconfirmed that this person must have a strong back. Otherwise he wouldn't have been able to look down on such a good benefit. Mainly discounts. Niasen opened his mouth with a strong smile. Think about it. If you want an extreme spiritual weapon next time, if someone else gets 1,000,000 merit points and you get it in exchange for 600,000, wouldn't that be a great profit? Shan Tianling scratched the back of his head and nodded. Yes, it's mostly discounts. Zhou Yu shrugged his shoulders. His interest was generalized, but he could still casually do things like killing demonic beasts. I still have to specialize in receiving quests every year? Ha ha. Shan Tianling smiled and waved his hand. There is no need to be so troublesome. Although your current identity token is similar to the Demon Punisher Order, it is much more powerful than the Demon Punisher Order, and it can also be used to contact other demon executioners after it is activated. Therefore, as long as you subsequently kill the demonic beasts to a certain number, every year to find a random branch record can be. The Demon Execution Division will not intentionally need you to do something, but if something difficult to resolve arises and is summoned, you can't make excuses to shirk. This is about obligations and rights. Zhou Yu pondered over it for a while and thought it was reasonable. Where's the sense in just taking something and not doing anything with it? Besides, it's still pretty freeing in general. Zhou Yu inquired. There should be a lot of regular workers like us, right? Shan Tianling laughed. It's not much. On our side of the Huaxia dynasty, it's less than 1,000 people. 1,000 people was indeed not much compared to the entire Chinese dynasty. Shan Tianling added. The Southern Xia dynasty and the Great Xia dynasty are both similar to us as well. He then proceeded to explain once more. All 3 major royal dynasties have only one common demon punishment division headquarters, and this headquarters is in the extreme north of the Kuan Yuan continent. The headquarters, the Demon Punishment Division, does not belong to any of the dynasties, only the Kuan Yuan continent. Perhaps you are not aware that our chief division head is a personal disciple of a Jinshou envoy. His expression was permeated with arrogance, as if just the thought of that being already made his heart yearn for it. The town councilor's personal disciple? Zhou Yu tilted his head, thinking of the boss of the evil forces mentioned before, who was also the personal disciple of the town guardian envoy. Like it's a big deal? But the problem is, I'm also a disciple of the town councilor. Zhou Yu deflated his mouth, thinking how the treatment was still worlds apart. As this thought rose, he was even less ashamed to say that his master was also a town envoy. Awesome, awesome, peripatetic. Shan Tianling looked at Zhou Yu encouragingly. You're still young, do a good job. Maybe one day you'll have a chance to meet the chief director. Zhou Yu smiled and said, that makes sense. Niasen couldn't help but sigh. By then, you'll be soaring, thinking about these years. Whoever is able to meet the chief secretary, which one of them is not a dragon and phoenix among men? Zhou Yu mentally disdained it and said it as if it was true. Have you seen fewer people yourself? Got a chicken feather duster to use? At the end of the day, you're still living on your own, and you don't see them introducing a daughter-in-law or anything? This one always thinks that after meeting the big man, he becomes a big man himself. It's never a good idea to assume such things. Otherwise, when you think about it, you're really taking it seriously. Seeing that Zhou Yu didn't say anything, just because of the previous merit points, Niasen would think highly of Zhou Yu, and he patted Zhou Yu's shoulder with a serious expression. Little brother, I'm optimistic about you. you'll definitely have a great future in the future. As a person, you have to look at the long term. Maybe one day, you'll be able to meet the Jinshou envoy? Imagine, how many town guards are there in the whole world? As human beings, not only do we have to look up to the kind of existence of the chief director, we also have to look up to the town guardian. Zhou Yu glared. You expect my dream to be to meet the town crier? Nie Sen's eyes were stern for a few moments. Don't belittle yourself. No matter how strong the town guardian envoy is, he is still a human being. You have to learn to believe in yourself, and believe that you can definitely meet those towering behemoths. Yes. Zhou Yu yawned, feeling very tired. He had originally come here for the flying technique, but now that he saw that this couldn't fly either, he lost a few of his essence. As he spoke, Zhou Chen over there excitedly opened his eyes. This kind of jade brief would contain certain notes on the feats, so Zhou Chen only needed to memorize them. Zhou Chen respectfully returned the jade slip, her eyes filled with smiles. It was evident that she was very satisfied with this white jade heavenly Xian technique. After Shan Tianling had collected the items, he rambled on to explain the usage of the official identity token to Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu listened patiently and then hurriedly ran away. It's just noisy. As the two left, Nie Sen arched his hand. Brother Shan, what do you think of him? It's a little strange and inscrutable. Shan Tianling's eyes flickered. He had broken through the yin-yang realm earlier and was now a great expert of the Tian-Yuan realm. This time, the two merit laws were so important that they didn't dare to send individuals to send them at random. Secondly, he was also going to confirm the change of heart in West Decision City. Nie Sen said, that's my opinion as well. This person is very eccentric. Perhaps it really is some special technique to hide his cultivation. After all, those strong casual cultivators are very wary of clans and dynasties to avoid others coveting their techniques. But the only strange thing is, Shan Tianling frowned, how come he doesn't have a flying technique? And it seems like, he just doesn't have much of a concept? Nie Sen was stunned, and when he thought about it, it was indeed true. Would that mean that his master teacher doesn't have a flying technique either? Shan Tianling pondered for a while. It is possible. Then again, when the cultivation level reaches a certain level, there is also no need to deliberately cultivate flight techniques at all. In that case, the thing he demanded can be explained. Nie Sen accompanied with a smile. Then the Wolf King of Western Decision City? Shan Tianling snorted coldly. I'd like to see what's going on with this Wolf King. Chapter 110. Second Master. Heavenly Grade Techniques. Ah, or a whole set. Do you dare to believe it? Zhou Chen's excitement was so overwhelming that she still felt as if she was in a dream. Thinking back on this period of time, spirit pills, spirit stones, and spirit weapons. What I never dreamed of before is now within my reach. Zhou Yu laughed. What am I afraid to believe? I'll change it for you, alright. Zhou Chen hugged Zhou Yu's arm and tilted his head with a smile. It's good to have second master. Zhou Yu was proud. That's natural. I'm your grandfather's brother. Of course I have to take care of my own bloodline. But then, don't get too happy. Zhou Yu turned his words around. A merit law is a merit law. How to cultivate it is the problem. A meritocracy is like an extremely modest house to live in. But if you want to make this house look good and be more comfortable to live in, it is not an easy task. Countless numbers of spirit stones, spirit pills, and other cultivation resources. It's a bottomless pit. Possessing a good gongfu, at most, could only mean that you have that possibility of stepping onto the path of the strong. Remember, it's just possible. Do you really think that getting a set of high-level techniques and casually practicing them will make you a success? The back roads, they're hard. Haven't you seen so many people in the secular world who can't even get to the Tongling realm? Jinxian realm were all their dreams. Zhou Chen's eyes narrowed into a crescent moon. Anyway, he was just happy. He didn't care about what happened later. But then, Zhou Yu skimmed his lips. Your grandfather, I also have considerations. This time in the wilderness I harvested a lot of spirit stones. Chicken King, Black Bear and Dog Fortune. How much do they share? 70 to 80% of it is in your own hands. Zhou Chen laughed daintily. Second master is the best. She now feels that what the second master has given, all can be accepted, and in the future 10 times, 100 times to pay back is it. We're all family, why talk to each other? As for Zhou Yu, the things he considered were simple in themselves. It was too difficult to break through in one's cultivation. The resources consumed by 100 years of age on the mountain were simply unimaginable. If he really couldn't make it, then it would really be better to just train the Zhou family and let them go for a breakthrough. And then he would just need to enjoy his old age in peace. Why do you have to wear yourself out so much? Stupid or not, when the time comes, your wife and children will have a hot bed. So why worry about not being happy? In short, the attitude of cultivation should still be serious. Zhou Yu looked serious for a few minutes, and after thinking about it, he added, I've been honored to be an elder as soon as I suddenly got off the mountain. and I still don't know how to be an elder. By the way, your grandfather is usually this way to educate you, not? Zhou Chen smiled and said, it's much harsher than you. Zhou Yu was thoughtful. Then I'll turn around and look for Big Brother to learn seriously. Zhou Chen bounced forward, feeling more free and happy than ever in his life. The second master is also a master, but it's really just not the same. It's like an elder, but it's like an older brother. She likes the way it feels. The two of them went all the way back to the inn, and Zhou Yu really didn't bother with that outside. After going back, he asked the old dog to go to the previous place to step on the spot, to see if he could wait for Ma Tuan's accomplices. Ma broke this period of time is really impersonal. Even the meal is 3 days hungry 8 meals. All it does is keep him from recovering and being half dead forever. Ma Chong weakly looked up at the 3 people sitting in the hall, and only felt that he had really fallen into bad luck. If he hadn't met these guys, his business would still be able to continue. My lord, Ma broke into a trembling voice. Give a drink of water. Zhou Yu glanced at him. You'd better pray that your accomplices will still come back, or else your suffering will continue for a while longer. Ma broke through pursed his dry and cracked lips, and his heart was also screaming. In the end, although I am a captive, I am also considered a human being. No, just for the sake of the same human race, just give saliva. Zhou Yu straight up ignored him. Ma Barge looked at Zhou Chen again. Kind girl, you are that beautiful and kind-hearted, so have mercy on me. Zhou Chen is upright in nature and the most soft-hearted, but he also abhorred the behavior of Ma Tuan, and snorted coldly and twisted his head away. Horse broke still to say, Xiao Jing has walked over, directly as a slap hit him half speechless. What a bad time. Ma broke his heart and hated. He learned the strategy in the silver bottle plum, only just showed some power. This is caught in the way. I don't know if that will come back. If you really don't come back, you're afraid you really won't survive. When the sky was dark, the old dog hurried back and threw a woman heavily on the ground. That place? She's the only one who went back. The woman was a bit of a looker. Zhou Yu scrutinized it and suddenly woke up with a start. I've seen her. She even hit me with a wooden stick, but it didn't hit. The woman was quite surprised. It's you. She also remembered that she was half baring her breasts, but this guy just took one look and walked away. The woman hurriedly said, Sir, you and I have no grievances. Why did you capture me? Zhou Yu pointed at Ma Chong. The woman didn't recognize it at first glance, and after careful identification, she couldn't help but exclaim, Horse breaks in. The old dog kicked the woman to the ground. Now you know why you were arrested, don't you? Tell me, where did you send the people you sold this time? The woman screamed in color. Do you know what I am? Zhou Yu slowly said, Evil Cloud Pavilion. Well, he has long explained. Ma Gang said anxiously, just hurry up and tell us where the people who sold over this time have been sent. The woman chortled. What are you babbling about? I'm a woman of good family. I don't even know you. Ma Gang scolded angrily. Are you stupid? They know everything. You're still pretending to be your mother. Hurry up and tell the truth. Xiao Jing drew his short sword. Scratch her face first. I don't believe she won't say anything. As the short sword approached, the woman shrank back in terror. I don't know. I just sent the person to Shilong City. After collecting the money, I went to find a store and played cowboy for a night. I came back. Ma breaks out angrily. You're still in the mood to play cowboy? The woman's face went white. Isn't making money what you spend it on? What's wrong with me? It seems to be a real case of not seeing the coffin. Kyo spoke coldly, his short sword pressed against the woman's cheek. The woman was horrified. Don't. I live on my face. Gentlemen, I'm really telling the truth. And we always don't ask where people will be sent. The short sword flipped, the sharp edge cutting through the skin. The woman exclaimed in horror. The connector. I overheard the connector's waist tag. His waist tag has the word Sun. He should be from the Sun family of Shilong City. Chapter 111 Heavenly Yuan Realm. Regardless of whether it was Ma Barge or the woman, they both belonged to the Evil Cloud Pavilion outsiders. These are the kind of people who just do things and then trade people for money. People who are another channel do not show their true colors and real names. As a result, even if you catch an outsider, you can't get on the line. After a brief understanding, Zhou Yu also had to marvel at these guys. It's just human trafficking, but it's so convoluted. The main attraction is one that you will never find. If you can't find anyone, that means you won't be able to discover the blood crystal mine. But fortunately, the woman had inadvertently seen the other party's identity token, which was a clue. The matter had been finalized, and all they had to do now was to rush to Shilong City. Zhou Yu pondered for a while. I'll trust you guys for now, but it's not convenient for me if I bring 2 people with me. Ma Gang anxiously said. My lord, is it possible to release me? I'm just an invalid now. I can't be of any use to you. Zhou Yu smiled and looked at the other party. What happens if a person has no more value? Ma Gang's mind was in a state of shock, and his lips trembled, unable to speak. So be it. Zhou said, I have always been a soft-hearted person, and fighting and killing is not my style. Who to keep, or who not to keep? You two confer? Ma breaks into a rush. Keep me. When my legs get better, I can still do some heavy lifting. It's definitely worth it. The woman was furious. Surname Ma, are you still a man? Men are supposed to protect women and sacrifice themselves for them. But now, you actually want to watch me die? Ma breakthrough counterattacked. Lousy raised you for so many years. When you were out looking for cowboys to play, Lousy said you should eat also eat, should enjoy also enjoy, not be able to let me live for myself once? The woman snapped. I'm just asking you, are you still a man? Ma Gang's face was red and his neck was thick. If it wasn't for your generous spending over the years, would I have to do this kind of hook? You don't want the ordinary and plain days. You have to live your so-called luxury life. The woman spat. If you don't have that ability, don't agree back then. Agreed and then backtracked. Now take it out to say things. You really are not a man. Ma broke his teeth and finally chose to remain silent. The woman's face was disgusted. Wimpy, stinky man, if it wasn't for the fact that you're still obedient, I'd still let you get on? Rubbish. Ma breaks into a long breath, then lunges at Kyo. Xiao Jing subconsciously swung his short sword and instantly pierced his heart. Ma Gang staggered back. His chest was dyed red with blood, his eyes full of self-deprecation. I've been muddled all my life, and now I've lived to understand that assholes like me really aren't qualified to live either. Zhou whispered, can I trouble you to go out and die? Ma breaks through and nods, holding onto the wall as he exits the door and stands in the street, before falling to the ground with a thud. Blood spread beneath him, staining the streets. The pedestrians coming and going did not change their faces, but only swept coldly. The woman pooh-poohed. Kinda has a conscience. Zhou stood up. Alright, it's time for us to leave. The woman stood up in a panic. I will be very obedient. As long as you guys spare my little life when the time comes, you guys don't worry. During the joint, although they were all masked, I remembered very clearly in terms of their stature. 4 men. I will be able to confirm if it is or not just by smelling it. Zhou didn't say anything, just walked out the door. The old dog stepped in front of the woman and quickly raised his right foot, directly crushing the woman's knee. Then you'll have to suffer for a while. And that's how your man came to be. The woman was screaming in pain and dripping with cold sweat. Boom! The crowd had just gone out the door when they heard a loud bang. Outside Yi City, the air currents were raging and loud. Your human race broke the rules without authorization and entered Western Decision City to kill my people. If you hand it over honestly, it's just a matter of time. If not, I won't be blamed for being impolite. There was a wolf floating in the air, each of its fur as if it was soaked in blood. The only strange thing about this wolf was that it had a fox tail. In front of it, Shan Tianling looked at it with cold eyes, but was not afraid in the slightest. Don't talk nonsense. There is no one in Yi City who was able to slaughter Western Decision City, and there is no one you want since. The voice was loud and breathed his confidence. However, these words also caused Old Dog and Xiao Jing to subconsciously look at Zhou. They might not know about other things, but the matter of Western Decision City, they were very clear that it was related to Zhou. Unexpectedly, after destroying a 6th-ranked Wolf King, an 8th-ranked Wolf King came as a result. The Blood Shadow Wolf King hissed and roared, his might increasing greatly. Shan Tianling remained undaunted, not even sacrificing his blood spirit. Don't forget, I'm a Demon Punisher, Earth Robe Demon Punisher. Are you sure you want to make a move? The Blood Shadow Wolf King's eyes were hideous as he showed his teeth and whimpered. Shan Tianling once again said, furthermore, your behavior this time is just your dictatorial behavior in other directions, but there aren't any demonic beasts attacking. If you want, I can satisfy you. I can mobilize everyone from the 2 nearest cities to play along with you right now. At that time, I will also exterminate all the clansmen you mobilize this time. In the face of these words, the Blood Shadow Wolf King's eyes narrowed slightly. This time it was indeed its own idea, unrelated to other orientations. If you make a rash move, however, it is also very unintelligible. How could a demon exterminator of this level suddenly come to Yi City? To follow it, that would be to forcefully attack Yi City and have a full meal. After so many years of crossing paths, there are a lot of unspoken rules that many people don't know about. In order to maintain some sort of false balance, the top echelons of the human race had originally made some agreements with the demon race. Shan Tianling took out his identity token and shouted fiercely, retreat! The 8th-grade Blood Shadow Wolf King showed his teeth, and after taking a step forward, he still retreated. With this token in place, Shan Tianling could notify all the nearby demon executioners in the shortest amount of time. That was a true demon exorcist, and those who were just holding a pass token were a completely different matter. Demon exterminators, One of the things they were best at was killing demons. The old dog sucked in a mouthful of cold air. This is a heavenly Yuan realm demon exterminator? This guts, this vigor, and this strength is really no one else. Kyo's eyes filled with longing. It's so strong. Zhou Yu, however, was unimpressed. As long as the other party did not dodge or block, it felt completely possible to kill the other party with a sword. It wasn't impossible to take care of the 8th grade Blood Shadow Wolf King in passing if he was sparingly injured. Just the thought of being injured made Zhou Yu frown. That feeling he disliked very much. What a load of crap. Steeply, a black shadow rapidly approached, and in the moment when the 8th grade Blood Shadow Wolf King was all set to leave, a blade shadow fell in the air, seemingly tearing apart the heavens. The knife fell, and the 8th grade Wolf King was beheaded in response. Chapter 112, The Mysterious Youth. With this sudden change, not only all the people watching in the city, even Shan Tianling froze. A sturdy youth stood in the air, his eyes as stern as a tiger, his aura extremely ferocious. He carried a sword in his hand, 2 fingers wide and black as ink, with a straight hilt. A single-edged one is a knife. The double-edged ones are swords. Shan Tianling said in a deep voice. Who are you? The youth in gilt robes, however, did not even look at him, his gaze blazing through the guardian formation and sweeping across the walls of Yi City. I know you're right here. What? A mere 8th grade Wolf King makes you too scared to come out? The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Shan Tianling's eyes narrowed slightly. This person gave him the feeling of dominance. A dominance that goes forward and cuts through everything. I swing my sword 10,000 times a day. The gilt-robed youth's voice was like a bell, following the master's order. When I meet you, I will behead you. Hearing this, Zhou Yu secretly sighed. This person is so patient. Anyway, he was annoyed with himself for drawing his sword. Seeing that he could not get a response, the gilt-robed youth fiercely swung his sword once more, and the earth cracked in response, leaving behind a narrow crack. What a cowardly fellow. Since that's all the guts you have, what are you still doing down the mountain? You should return to the mountain and stay there until you die. It also saves my master from getting annoyed and thinking that you were used against him. Zhou Yu laughed and looked at Zhou Chen beside him. This is the first time I've seen someone talking to himself to this extent. This guy wouldn't be practicing stupidly, right? Zhou Chen smiled and had no way to answer. The gilt-robed youth shook his right hand and the black blade disappeared. Someone with sharp eyes instantly exclaimed, "Oh my god, he has a storage ring. Boy, which family's pride has come out to practice? No wonder it was able to cut down the Wolf King with a single slash. It's too strong. How can I and other loose cultivators compare to such a strong person?" The gilt-robed youth's expression was cold, and a thoughtful light flickered on his face. It's not right. How can this guy be such a coward? A mere 8th grade Wolf King scared him into retreating? He had already skipped around the wilderness himself, and he did see some corpses with one sword. Judging from the decapitation wounds, this person's swordsmanship was not the least bit dragging, and it was harsh and overbearing. How could a guy who was able to perform at this level be such a wimp? It's so weird, the gilt-colored robed youth said in his heart. Because of this matter, his master has even made a special trip out of the gate, just waiting for him to go forward. But I've been so provocative, and with my blade technique, there's no reason he wouldn't recognize it. His eyes once again looked down on Yi City, but he still couldn't discover any existence with a powerful aura. It could even be said that apart from the person in front of him, Shan Tianling, not even a yin-yang realm could be perceived. Shan Tianling's face clouded over for a few moments. He had already settled the matter, but now it had gotten into this state. Who the hell are you? What are you ghosting around here again? The gilt-colored robed youth glanced disdainfully at Shan Tianling. Who the hell are you? Your chief director will have to be honest even after meeting my master. You! Shan Tianling was furious, but in the end, he was only able to swallow back this anger. From the other party's words, it was not difficult to tell that the other party's master was of an extremely high status. After all, the chief director was the disciple of a certain town councillor. Don't mind your own business. It wasn't supposed to be any of your business. The gilt-robed youth once again shouted at Yi Chang. If you are still here, I will be waiting for you in this wilderness. If you can't even defeat me, don't even think about dealing with my master, because you don't deserve it at all. This kid must have messed up his brain by practicing. Zhou Yu had a look of regret. A good person. How could he be stupid? It's really a pity that it's so tight. The old dog was puzzled. He's looking for someone, isn't he? Kyo spoke softly. I can see that he doesn't seem to know the person he's looking for yet. The old dog laughed. That's not proper, two little cuties. Behavior? I don't even recognize it. How can I find it? At least there should be a name, right? Xiao Jing pondered. It should depend on the manner of the strike. The moment he swung the sword just now, if it was an acquaintance, he would have recognized it. The old dog thought about it and agreed with the idea. For two people who don't know each other to recognize each other, they have to go through some special way. And for cultivators, techniques are most capable of proving identity. Zhou reminded. Old dog, the carriage. Oh, the old dog then responded. Hold on. I'll be right there. Xiao Jing hesitated for a moment to look at Zhou. What do you think, Your Excellency? About his blade skills? A single move, but it's all over the place. It's been worked on. Zhou pondered for a moment. In short, it's very powerful. As long as he wants to, he can split Shan Tianling with a single slash. Shan Tianling? Qiu didn't understand. Zhou nuzzled. The one who killed the demon master. Xiao Jing was surprised. Killing a heavenly Yuan realm powerhouse with one slash? Is this possible? Zhou said. Actually, all moves are from simple to complex, and then from complex to simple. Even the most magnificent swordsmanship still can't avoid the core fundamentals of slashing, stabbing, sweeping, and chopping in the end. Only if you follow a certain trajectory, it will be easier to realize the true meaning of swordsmanship. Which is stronger or weaker is difficult to define in itself. Xiao Jing was more and more surprised, finding the words a bit inscrutable. Zhou looked calm as the words. Certainly not something he could come up with. Rather, it was spoken by the master himself every time he was about to give up the sword drawing technique. As much as he was told, he memorized it. If he were on his own, he wouldn't know anything about going from simple to complex and simplifying. One more move. More protection. You believe in bull power? No one will even visit their graves next year at Qingming. Zhou Chen was curious. Then if one were to learn the easiest, is it not to learn directly from the end? You can skip the process? Zhou nodded. Different paths lead to the same thing, but once a complex sword technique is learned, the benefits are great. In contrast, you are simply stabbing, and once you don't succeed in practicing it, it's the same as not learning anything at all. Zhou Chen was confused and said that he couldn't understand anymore. Zhou laughed. Just do what you want. Don't believe what I say. I don't believe it myself anyway. It's like what that guy said in his mouth. Swinging the sword 10,000 times a day. Do you know what concept that is? Zhou Chen shook his head. I don't know. Zhou spoke softly. He needs to have a resilient will. A strong heart that can resist all temptations. Moreover, you look at his young age, but he might already be 200 or 300 years old. Swinging the sword 10,000 times a day. Sticking to it for 200 or 300 years. And consuming a huge amount of cultivation resources. Just take your time to figure it out. And make sure that you don't squeak once you figure one out. But, Zhou turned his words around. His cultivation style is too aggressive and his personality is too unyielding. If you guys had observed carefully just now, you would have realized that his right arm is 3 times thicker than his left arm. It's only because of the wide clothes that it's not that obvious. The difference is so great, which means that his left arm is equal to non-existence. Chapter 113, The Old Dog Pulling the Cart. Neither Zhou Chen nor Xiao Jing could understand the deeply hidden meaning. At best, it was a bit disconcerting. Didn't think it would matter for such deformed arms. After all, most people are right-handed. Zhou secretly pondered, thinking that although this guy was strong, his weakness was too obvious. What are the hands? Hands are 2 doors down. Now the other party was left with only 1 door. Once they were attacked exclusively on their left arm, they would have to shed their skin even if they didn't die. The good thing was that his right hand blade would be incredibly strong. Not to mention the same realm. Even if it was 1 realm higher, he would still be able to slice you up. A lone sword like a lone sun is too extreme. Zhou secretly shook his head. In his opinion, this guilt-robed youth was unable to store up his strength to make a sword, and even if he did, it was very limited. In contrast, it's not as good as sword drawing. At the very least, one could store up their power for a long time, and at the moment when the evil Punisher sword was sheathed, they would explode with a power that far exceeded their own. Scabbard. For the hide. At the same time, a wonderful balance of yin and yang should be formed between the scabbard and the sword. Negative yin embraces yang, and impulses are harmonized. The one who uses the sword, in this relationship, is qi. Not long after, the old dog drove an ox cart and came. Gongzi, the people here really can't use a carriage. I still went to a beef store and bought an ox. Why don't we make do? The buffalo pulls a crate. The old dog was busy introducing again. You don't look down on this border, absolute panoramic view. Able to watch the scenery on the road without any dead angle. Not only that, the airflow is also strong. No need to feel stuffy. Zhou grabbed the woman who was fainting from the pain and threw her up. Alright, that's it. Not too fussy. The old dog smiled. So I'll help you drive the car? Zhou was surprised. You want to follow me? The old dog busily said. I love that boy Lu Ringjia very much. If something happens to him, can I see death and save him? What kind of person would I be if I were an old dog? Zhou looked at the old dog suspiciously. This old thing still has this kind heart? The old dog straightened his chest, patted his chest, and said in a righteous manner, although my old dog is from a lowly background, he has always emphasized on sticking his knife in both sides for his brothers and friends. This behavior of fleeing from the battlefield will definitely not happen to me. Xiao Jing quietly looked at the old dog. He felt that today was the first time he knew the old dog. Is this the same stingy, foul-mouthed, dirty-handed old dog? Suit yourself. Zhou walked up to the wooden plank car and sat down casually. The old dog has his own ideas. Follow this guy can pick up leaks. In case the evil cloud pavilion that also has a treasure waiting for him? Besides, this time, the groundhog's matter had not been dealt with cleanly, and it would be dangerous for him to stay here, so he might as well let the other party protect him a bit. Compared to the old dog, Xiao Jing's mind is still a bit simpler, but there are not so many twists and turns. Zhou beckoned, and Zhou Chen and Xiao Jing walked up. The already small crate, with the addition of a reclining one, became a bit crowded. The old dog was busy leading the buffalo forward. Gongzi, you guys can just watch the scenery. I've got everything. A few moments later, out of the city. It's really a great view out there, with trees and grass and blue sky and white clouds and wildflowers. Another 10 miles. The scenery is still great, with trees and grass and wildflowers. Another 10 miles. Zhou frowned. He felt bored and even sleepy. The old dog was holding the buffalo, and every now and then he even grabbed a handful of grass at intervals to feed the cow, obviously afraid that the cow was hungry. But that's not the problem. The question is, isn't that a little too slow? Zhou opened his mouth after all. Slow? The old dog turned uncomprehendingly and walked backwards. I think it's okay. Zhou swept a glance at the honest and uncomplaining buffalo, and then felt whether he was asking too much, or maybe it was a mistake from the beginning. The old dog added, cows, for sure, are far less fast than horses, so they'll get by. Zhou said blandly, how many miles this way? The old dog mulled it over. 400 miles. Zhou frowned. It's too slow. The old dog was stunned. This cow must be quite a bit slower. This. He didn't want to offend Zhou for fear that he would be destroyed as well. Or, perhaps, drive yourself away. There is only one thing in this world that you can't live up to, and that is picking up the pieces. Under the sun, there's nothing like picking up the pieces. Imagine someone else fighting to the death to get what you can get without doing anything. It's you. What would you choose? Why don't I pull you guys? The old dog was in a hurry. In fact, he felt slow. Zhou said slowly, it's not impossible. The old dog untied the buffalo's lasso on the spot and released it right back into nature, then grabbed the crate with both hands. Sit tight, Zhou Chen hurriedly said. Why don't I come down and walk? She was more than a little intolerant. It was really quite embarrassing to have an old man pulling a crate. No, really, the old dog said with a straight face. Don't look down on the old man. The old man's cultivation of this Xinchuan realm is real. Pulling a crate is just a matter of pulling a crate. How tiring can it be? Kyo bowed his head, burying it between his knees. He really has no shame. He had more or less figured out the old dog's little mind. Whoosh! In a flash, the old dog directly pulled the crate and flew up. And that speed was more than a star? Compared to a slow buffalo? That's like a wind sprint. If I had known that, I wouldn't have spent the 10 taels of silver. A pang of flesh in the old dog's heart. What a pity. Even if he is rich in this period of time to pick up the leakage. But people, we have to save for a rainy day. It doesn't cost anything to raise a child, does it? People can't just enjoy themselves. They have to build up some wealth for their children too. The old dog's heart was thinking as such. At the same time his mouth was not idle. Gongzi, how is this cart skill of mine? I tell you, when I was a child, I was the number one in our village in pulling a cart. There was no one who could pull faster than me. Zhou quietly looked ahead. Quite good. The wind lashed out, accompanied by raised dust. Zhou still decisively closed his mouth. Talking is easy to eat dirt. Zhou Chen became more and more embarrassed and called out in a low voice. Second master. No need to be embarrassed. Zhou fatally swept a glance at Xiao Jing. Isn't he just sitting here quite nicely? Kyo looked up. Why don't I go down and push the cart? Zhou thought about it. It's not impossible. Kyo blacked out and silently jumped, then pushed against one of the sides. Zhou Chen opened his mouth, and in the end, he was left with a bitter smile. Zhou said thoughtfully, much faster. We should be able to get to the place today. Chapter 114, Old Tavern buys new wine. The moonlight is cool, and the only thing that flies is a crate. In the shadows, a city wall looms. The old dog was tired and sweaty, panting heavily. Kyo wasn't much better, mainly covered in dust. Duke, the old dog put down the crate. I really can't, feel that this heart is not my own. Zhou stepped off the crate and looked at the old dog appreciatively. You run really fast. It seems to have something to do with your blood spirit as well. The old dog's blood spirit was the underworld dog, especially that moved dog jumping over the wall, which Zhou Yu remembered very clearly. The old dog waved his hand and sat paralyzed on the floor. What more image? He really pushed himself to perform well. Zhou Yu operated his own spiritual energy for a moment to remove the dust from the ink and gold robe. Looking out, above the dimly lit gates of the city, there were the three big words Shilong City. The woman on the crate was more or less half dead. The old dog huffed and puffed as unpleasant thoughts surfaced in the back of his mind. If this guy had a protector, why didn't he let the protector make a move? If there is no protector, then he is deliberately tossing himself? It is not true that he can fly by himself, right? He now felt that his biggest idea, other than picking up the pieces, was to figure this thing out. Figure out if this guy has a protector or not. Jing came over to the old dog and lowered his voice. What the hell are you doing? The old dog glared at him. Kids stay out of grown-ups' business. Kyo gritted her teeth. I don't want to care about you. The old dog sneered. You don't even understand. It's called a roundabout tactic. First take their trust, then attack them. Zhou Yu turned back. Old dog, think of a way to make her able to walk. Ha? The old dog sat up and looked dumbfounded at Zhou Yu. Zhou Yuyan said. I didn't ask you to kick her legs off. The old dog hesitated. I was afraid she'd run away. Zhou Yu shook his head. You were able to catch her. What do you have to be afraid of? The old dog immediately hung his head. He didn't need Zhou Yu to say anything. He was able to know what Zhou Yu was going to do next. That's bad luck. The old dog climbed up, muttered under his breath and got on the crate, and began to write the bones, feed the elixir, and apply the medicine. He hadn't done a lot of these things, and he was very skillful in his movements. After a while, the old dog grimaced in pain, having wasted a lot of injury medicine. I should be able to barely walk tomorrow. Well, pretty good. Zhou Yu sat against a tree and closed his eyes to work on his energy. At this hour, the gates are long closed. It's not like they can fly, and there's no need to climb up there. Xiao Jing and Zhou Chen are also resting nearby, but the old dog is to be full of energy. Do not fall asleep when the time comes. But the captured person ran away. That's an even bigger loss. Old dogs aren't dogs, but they sure are more than dogs. Without realizing it, his nose twitched quietly as he sniffed the neighborhood. He felt that, after running all this way, the other party's protector of the Tao should also be hiding nearby, right? Even if he could be invisible. A dog's nose was very smart, so he could more or less smell a wisp of odor. At the same time, he was also discerning the odor on Zhou Yu to see if there was anyone else's. Bah! Dead virgin. The old dog rolled his eyes at Zhou Yu's side, pretending to be old every day, but still a child's body? The thought of his elixir being wasted by a captive made him feel bad. As the day dawned, it was uneventful. Zhou Yu opened his eyes, and the city gates over there were already open. The woman in the crate had also woken up. Behave yourself and spare your life. Zhou Yu spoke in a calm tone. The woman nodded her head in a panic, and Zhou Chen handed her a wooden stick to use as a crutch. Zhou Yu slowly stepped forward. Old dog, do you know anything about this side of Shiliang City? The old dog was busy saying, just passing by once, totally unaware. The woman also shook her head in a panic, stating that she wasn't familiar with it either. Every time we make a delivery, we just go to the old tavern and order a new bottle of wine and just wait. We don't know anything else. The sunlight pours down on the earth, and the early morning people start a new busy day. Life, all the time, into the streets, and they weren't obvious. After entering the city, Zhou Chen couldn't help but be apprehensive for a few moments and inquired in a low voice. Second master, will Lu Rinjia be alright? It stands to reason that it wouldn't. Zhou Yu thought about responding. Mining, you need people to do it. Besides, what's the point of killing any laborer you buy with money? In itself, for Zhou Yu, if there were no accidents, he and Zhou Chen should actually return to the Zhou family in Qingping City now. Zhou Yu suddenly looked up as a figure flew by from above. The old dog looked up perceptively. Is that him? Gilt-robed youth with a knife. Unexpectedly, the other party also came here. The old dog wondered. What's he doing here? Zhou Yu looked sideways. Your family lives by the sea? The old dog was bewildered. What? Zhou Yu said. Since you don't live on the beach, what do you care? The old dog laughed dryly. And yes, it makes sense for him to go wherever his legs are long. I don't think so. What's wrong with that? What? Living by the sea gives you a wide berth? Inexplicable. At the south of the city of Shiliang, there is an old tavern. After all, it is early in the morning. Empty. The crowd stepped into it. When Xiao Er came, the old dog directly greeted. Come with an altar of freshly brewed new wine. Junior nodded and went straight out the door and left, not communicating too much. Then no one cares about them. Zhou Yu was kind of craving meat and a little wine. But nah, something is going on right now and it's better to be sober. After all, he was weak and had to keep a low profile. About an hour later, Xiao Er returned again. Throwing an envelope on the table in his hand, he went off to do his own thing. Zhou Yu picked it up and opened it, and there was just a very simple sentence inside. Midnight at midnight, delivery at the usual place north of the city. Zhou Yu handed it to the woman, who was busy nodding. I know the place. Zhou Yu looked at old dog, who stood up. I'll go step on it. If, according to what the woman said, the other party was from the Sun family, the old dog would have a target. Figure out the situation on the Sun family side in advance, and then arrest the other side when the time comes to trade. Things have to be done twice. To avoid the dog jumping over the wall and killing Lu Rinjia instead of finding him, go out for a stroll. Zhou Yu also stood up since, and the other party was not likely to deliver at the old tavern. Things like human trafficking are ultimately not recognized by most people. This Sun family should have some status, and such a family power does things more on the surface and behind the scenes. Zhou Chen busily said. Then will the old-timer not be able to find us? Zhou Yu said blandly. The dog's nose is sharp. Suddenly he missed the dog Fuguei a little. He found it more fun and loyal as opposed to a human. Between people, you generally can't talk about loyalty. It's better to talk about righteousness. Zhou Chen looked to Xiao Jing, who just smiled. He's right. Within a certain range, there's no one the old dog can't find. The underdog blood spirit is still very powerful. Chapter 115 Moon Emperor Sect. Cao Cao felt that shopping was a mistake. It was true that he could be as fit as a fiddle, but he seemed to have overlooked Zhou Chen's vivaciousness as a girl. As in, they don't get tired at all, and come up with whatever they see that's new to them. It doesn't matter if you buy it or not. It's important to look at it. Xiaohound adds to the list of choices for a spouse, preferably the kind that doesn't like to go out. Human, female, doesn't like to go out? The goal of choosing a spouse becomes clearer and clearer. At the same time, Zhou Yu thought that Xiao Jing seemed to be very suitable for picking up girls. This guy is also like not tired, although dirty and unpopular, but cannot afford to be thick-skinned. Zhou Yu probably understood the 4 words the old man always said: red dust refining the heart. Finding an unconscious woman is more than refining your heart. It's like throwing your heart right into the fireplace and then poking it with a fire poker for a while. Zhou Yu stood outside the door. He didn't want to listen to the chirping voices inside. On the street, the gilt-robed youth stepped forward, not smiling. Zhou Yu looked up, and he was still more interested in this person. The gilt-robed youth stopped in his tracks and met Zhou Yu's gaze with cold eyes. In a flash, the muscles of his thick right arm tensed. Zhou Yu's eyes narrowed slightly as he quietly gazed at the other party. Nor did he remove his gaze. This confrontation is invisible and not even causal. The gilt-robed youth Ji Hao's eyes flashed with essence. For some reason, he felt a wave of discomfort from this very weak person. It was as if, at any moment, the other side would draw their swords. Zhou Yu was still standing there, motionless, his hanging sleeve covering his right hand. He's going to make a move on me? This odd thought surged in Zhou Yu's heart. He's going to draw his sword on me? Ji Hao's chin lifted slightly. Why would he be shocked by a mortal blood realm? It just doesn't make any sense. Between the two, people come and go. Pedestrians didn't stop at the confrontation between the two, nor would they feel the least bit out of place. Zhou Yu moved his fingers slightly. If he were to strike, he would have to use the serious sword drawing technique at the very least. Ji Hao's brows furrowed slightly. The odd feeling was born once again, to the point that he felt that if he slashed the other party, it would cause him to be injured or even die. Mr. G, a middle-aged man, hurried from the other direction, wiping the sweat from his forehead. That since was nervous. After all, it wasn't hot, and his cultivation had reached the Jinchuan realm 2nd sky level. Ji Hao withdrew his gaze, coldly swept a glance at the middle-aged man, and once again stepped forward. The middle-aged man's face turned slightly white as he walked forward right after him. Zhou Yu retracted his gaze as he noticed a jade tablet on the middle-aged man's waist, which had the word sun on it. It can't be that coincidental, can it? As he was thinking, the old dog silently appeared at Zhou Yu's side and lowered his voice. Mr. Zhou. Zhou Yu nodded. Obtained any valuable information? The old dog lowered his voice. The Sun family is relatively average in this Xiliang city, and acts in a very low-key manner. However, today's Sun family is excessively quiet, as if some big shot has come. Big man? Zhou Yu's eyes flickered as he thought of the gilt-robed youth he had seen earlier. Also, the old dog glanced around the neighborhood. I found a cellar in Sun's house, but the cellar was empty. According to my dog's nose, Lu Rinjia did stay inside. The time of departure should be 3 days ago. Zhou Yu nodded. It's good to be alive. He felt that he should not have waited for the Demon Execution Division stuff to arrive at that time. Rather a missed opportunity. But when you think about it, if the woman doesn't go back, no one knows where she sent them. It can't be helped. The old dog rubbed his hands together, the color of greed flickering in his eyes. Gongzi, what do you say? If there really is a blood crystal mine, should we do a job? Zhou glanced at the old dog. If you are too greedy, you will die. The old dog hemmed and hawed and laughed low, mainly to rescue the suffering masses. Zhou returned with a salty, you are kind. The old dog compensated with a smile. Isn't it mainly because you are here? To join you in practicing chivalry and righteousness. That's something that old me couldn't wait to do. Zhou shook his head slightly. You think too highly of me. I'm much weaker than you think. I don't have much of a dream day in and day out. Just marry a few wives and go home to live my own life. Dreams and stuff don't really exist. Where's the goal in life? 100 years of sword drawing was enough to make him recognize reality. You are so modest. The old dog, however, does not believe in this set of things. Young but said these inexplicable words. Not to mention that I don't believe it myself. Even if I say this to the stray dog on the side of the road, then absolutely no dog will believe it. The old dog's eyes turned and laughed, such as the gentleman. Such a rich god-like jade character. The heart must have belonged to it. That's a lot of thinking. Zhou sighed. I haven't held a strange girl's hand yet. The old dog laughed lowly. I've never held a strange girl's hand either. It's all about negotiating the price. At those words, Zhou's heart stirred. You've been to a greenhouse? The old dog laughed dryly. At my age, I've been there naturally. Zhou came into the spirit. Take me there? I'm kinda embarrassed if I go by myself. I can't wipe my face. The old dog changed color and waved his hand with a dry smile. Gongzi, don't make fun of me. Zhou squarely said. I'll pay for the money. No matter how many girls you want. It's all on me. Old dog backed up and pulled away. He doesn't have the guts. Feeling his bones allowed him to determine that Zhou's bone age was just about 20 years old. The dog's nose also made him realize that the guy was a child's playboy. If you break your body with him, do you want to live? The person behind him is guaranteed to slap himself right into the ground. After all, for cultivation, fixing the essence and keeping the vitality is to keep the most primitive, great medicine of the human body. Once broken, then cultivation would more or less stagnate. Also for this reason, the Acacia sect, one of the 500 strongest in the Koan Yuan continent, was specializing in collecting great medicines from men's bodies to break through the realm in a unique way. Zhou was puzzled. I can't even pay for it? The old dog's face whitened, saying 1,000 words. He is also not dare to do this kind of thing. In order to his own this old life also cannot let this guy break the body. Cultivation is the king's way. When you reach the peak, how many women do you want? Even if you want a man, then surely a bunch of men tend to overambitious to jump on you. Now that you are still so young, why are you in such a hurry? As he spoke, his eyes glowed as he looked down the street, drool running down the corners of his mouth. Zhou also looked at himself. A woman in the crowd, skin like fat, eyebrows like light smoke, fresh and elegant, almond eyes flow light, watercolor brimming. That look, it really deserves the saying, it's hard to give up your natural beauty. Just by walking down the street, she seemed to glow throughout, and couldn't help but attract every single person's attention. The old dog wiped his mouth. It's beautiful. Zhou's eyes narrowed slightly as he whispered. Moon Emperor Sect. Chapter 116. Moon Emperor Sect? The old dog was startled. This was an even more terrifying existence than that what the 7 Rainbow Sisters. Behind the 7 Rainbow Sisters was immortal Yun Ni, but this immortal Yun Ni belonged to a loose cultivator. The Moon Emperor Sect was different. A true gateway. The woman was lightly veiled, with a crescent-colored pattern on her brow. The white gauze skirt was like a cloud, and between actions, it was like a fairy flying through the earth. Strange, Zhou muttered, and indeed it was just strange. The youth who had used a sword earlier, someone from the Moon Emperor's sect, had unexpectedly appeared in the tiny Shilong city as well. What kind of secrets are there here? Strange? The old dog twisted his head in disbelief. Zhou spoke softly. When a few great tycoons suddenly come to a poor and remote place, that is since strange. The old dog couldn't figure out the statement, but it made some sense anyway. So what kind of thing would make them all show up here? Do you think? Zhou thought for a moment and said, then something even stranger has happened. The old dog glared. That was the equivalent of not saying anything. However, he had his own way of thinking about things. Treasure? Zhou nodded. Don't rule it out. The old dog said. Do a job? Zhou said. Don't you know that if you want to live well, don't go to places where there are many people? The old dog was puzzled. What is the solution? It's dangerous. Zhou spoke softly. When different chi fields are gathered together, they will hedge. The opposing chi is hostile chi. And when the hostile chi reaches a certain level, it will reverse the chi of this side of the area. Those whose lives are not hard enough will die easily. The old dog thought it was funny. You still believe in that? Zhou nodded. Faith. The old dog had no words to answer at once, But luckily Xiao Jing and Zhou Chen came out with their hostages. Two losers. The old dog muttered under his breath. Looking at Zhou Chen and Xiao Jing with their big bags of stuff, he was disgruntled. This is still taking prisoners. Zhou Yu just lightly swept a glance, while he mentally assessed other normal cities, judging how strong the strongest people in a normal city were by wandering around. After all, he was over 100 years old, and it was time for him to retire. But the most important thing to do before you retire is to get the threat right, so that you don't end up with no daughter-in-law yet. And danger has already found its way over there. Since he had come down from the mountain, the only normal place was Qingping City. The city of Yi afterward was one that had experienced killing and was not considered to be a city of normal life. Compared to the front line, the life in this rear is still very peaceful. For more people, as long as the demonic beasts didn't run in front of them to eat themselves, then it's not a big deal. Kyo was a little embarrassed. Zhou Chen since came to Zhou Yu's side. Second master, I know that you don't need to change your clothes outside, so I prepared several sets of liners for you. Zhou Yu couldn't help but sigh. What a fine mind. I didn't even think about it myself. After the night's events are over, you should return to Qingping City first. Zhou Yu then explained. He felt that Zhou Chen's time should be focused on cultivation, and that he would not be able to follow this waste of his around. In his opinion, as long as he cultivated well and kept up with the resources, Zhou Chen would soon be able to become the top pillar of the Zhou family. The old dog said, then there's no need to open an inn, right? It costs money. You've got to be smart with your money. Zhou Yu looked up at the sky. It was only evening. There was still a long time to go. The old dog added, walking the world, trying not to leave your own trail is also a basic means of protecting yourself. Think about it. If you go to an inn, you will eventually be noticed. He made an excuse for being stingy. Of course he wasn't just stingy himself. He couldn't see others spending money lavishly either. Find a place to eat. Zhou Yu put the things into his storage ring and took the lead in stepping forward. The old dog's heart is not angry. Hungry ghosts. Ah, I have never seen such a cultivator. Every day just no dry rice. The To Perfection and Purity restaurant was described as the most classy restaurant in Xiliang City. When they arrived, a woman was dancing in the center of the first floor in the center of the pool and flower platform, accompanied by musicians. There weren't many customers, but those who dared to come here were either rich or noble. After all, consumption is high. Anyway, in the old dog's place, he wouldn't come to a place like this even if he had to eat the chaff. Loser, loser. The old dog mentally sighed, mainly because the entrance money was his this time. What has not been eaten, but first paid the entrance fee, 5 taels of gold per person. Once inside the second floor, around the fence downstairs, the crowd took their seats. The angle was just enough to still see the dancing women below. Zhou Chen was surprised. I can't imagine that a place to eat would be flaunted in such an intentional manner. The old dog smiled disdainfully. Good to go but not to stay. Restaurants are more than 300 in terms of the entire Huaxia dynasty. Getting all fancy, they just know how to pit people's money. Zhou Yu was surprised. More than 300? The old dog nodded. Known for its so-called service and precious ingredients, it's entirely fair to say that those ingredients can be compared to gold. Zhou Yu laughed. Rather a formidable person for doing business. The old dog's face was full of disdain. And what can be done? If those big sects want to deal with them, it's not a matter of lifting their hands. These days, strength is the most important thing. At that moment, a graceful woman slowly came forward and respectfully served the menu. The old dog was the first to grab it, and with a sweep of his eyes, he changed his face. Zhou Yu looked sideways. What's wrong? The old dog's lips quivered. Why don't we eat at a different house? Zhou Yu laughed. You've already given the introductory money. If you leave like this, the 25 taels of gold will go down the drain. Xiao Jing raised an eyebrow. Isn't it just a meal? As for scaring you like this? He said, reaching out to snatch the menu, and at that glance, his lips quivered as well. How about, or you order? Jing put the menu in front of Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu swept his gaze. Cloudling white rabbit. 3,000 taels of gold. 100 years of golden dragon fish. 10,000 taels of gold. At those words, Zhou Chen's eyes widened. Is this dinner? It's eating money, isn't it? It was entirely possible to say that one meal would be able to bankrupt the Zhou family. The woman said softly from the side. This is to allow the honored guests to pick the ingredients before cooking them. And the cost is 10% of the total ingredient cost. Zhou Yu tapped his fingers on the tabletop. These ingredients? The woman explained. They are all proper spirit birds and spirit fish, and they definitely don't dare to be second best. The old dog kept making eyes at Zhou Yu. This ing pit too cutie. What about it? With that kind of money, wouldn't it be better to buy pills than to eat this? Zhou Yu took out a medium-grade spirit stone and placed it on the table. Let's serve the meal according to the value of this spirit stone. I haven't eaten anything anyway, so it's the same with anything. He had long ago left some heart and soul. The upper grade spirit stone can no longer be a random scourge, so he had long ago cut some medium grade spirit stone. Chapter 117, Recognizing and Revealing. The woman from the restaurant had a shocked look in her eyes and bowed in a panic before carefully picking up the medium grade spirit stones in the menu and jogging all the way out. The old dog was on the verge of tears. As for that? I'm just asking you, is that so? What's the point of pretending? It's just a meal. What's not to eat? One medium grade spirit stone. If you give me the stone, I'll go down to the sea and touch fish for you. The captive woman, Zhao Qian, was also shocked beyond words at this. She had never seen such a generous person in her life. If I had known that I would meet such a rich man in my life, why would I have done all those things? It's even more unlikely that he's sleeping with a horse barge. What if, on the other hand, he likes his own kind? Life is short, as a woman can never be blindly make do, must learn to wait, as long as the patience to wait, will certainly wait. Xiao Jing was quickly calmed down, thinking that this person did not have the so-called playboy character, but instead was extremely generous. However, while they had different thoughts, Zhou Yu didn't even think in that direction. He just felt that he had suffered all his life in the mountains, and it was not easy for him to come down. So what was there to be sad about? It's time to eat and drink. As a human being, don't compromise yourself. Besides, I'm old enough to die someday, so why should I be obsessed with these external things? Suddenly, Zhou Yu shifted his gaze and looked across the room. On the opposite side of that, Ji Hao was looking at himself. Those who ran away to the mundane world to eat with mid-grade spirit stones, even in a high-class place like the Supreme Purity, that was extremely rare. Ji Xiao. Beside Ji Hao, the man with the surname Sun lowered his voice. Ji Hao turned back, his expression clear and cold. Sun Ling, your recent performance has been very bad. Sun Ling's face turned white and his lips trembled. It's really that there are a lot of difficulties lately. Just that recent batch of people, or saved for a month. After all, these days, those casual cultivators have a very high sense of fraud prevention, and this has also led to many outsiders folding a lot. Ji Hao snorted coldly. That's not an excuse. Sun Ling fretted. The one that's going to be bad is the one that made a big deal out of it a couple years ago. Ji Hao's eyes narrowed slightly. You mean Oyi? At that time, Sun Ling angrily spat out. If it is not because of this dog days, not so small people are not good to do things. You say he broke through the means of cheating him even then. The results of his good, but also wrote a special anti-fraud guide. That is a large print. Thrown everywhere. This is those outside the pit of the people simply as the body without skin. Even those loose cultivators also used his anti-fraud guide to sell our people in turn. Ji Hao spoke coldly. Any news of him? Sun Ling laughed bitterly. After Oyi has been fooled once, he has completely learned the ropes. Coupled with his handful of disguises, wanting to find him is like looking for a needle in a haystack. When I receive goods now, I am trying to hide my identity, lest this guy touches the door after disguising himself. Ji Hao pondered for a moment. Do you recognize that man? Sun Ling followed Ji Hao's gaze to Zhou Yu on the opposite side of the table. It's a tight face, but how could young Ji care about such lowly goods? Low-grade goods? Ji Hao said blandly. This person is a bit odd, not like a good person. Sun Ling's eyes rolled. Should the little one make a bid? Ji Hao spoke coldly. What's wrong? Sun Ling was surprised. Strange. How come that Zhao Qian is with them? That's one of ours. Ji Hao said blandly. You mean to say that one of the women is one of our outsiders? Sun Ling nodded heavily. We just delivered the goods some time ago, and this is only a few days. Why is it here again? Could it be that those people were tricked by her? Ji Hao picked up his wine glass and drank it down. Or perhaps, it's a problem with your goods. Sun Ling was shocked. What Xiao Ji means is that they found their way to the door through Zhao Qian? However, he quickly calmed down. 2 Jinshuan realms, 1 degenerate realm, and 1 mortal blood realm. It doesn't hurt. Isn't this just a shortage of manpower? And there's one that comes to the door on its own accord? The words fell, revealing a cold smile. Zhao Qian didn't know him, but he knew Zhao Qian. Clean things up a bit. No more of that Ouya stuff. Ji Hao spoke coldly. Otherwise, be careful that a few of you won't be able to keep your heads. Sun Ling nodded in a panic. Yes, I will do my best. Ji Hao spoke coldly. Tell me about the relics. Only then did Sun Ling busily say, the reason why I sent a message to the headquarters is because this time, it's still quite surprising. The people who discovered it first were a group of guys called groundhogs. Their boss is Snake Eyes. And now 2 people from their organization are guarding near the ruins. However, these guys still had some ambition. Not only had they trafficked in maps, they also wanted to go in and get a piece of the pie. However, that Snake Eyes is a formidable killer. Plus the fact that the ruins are prone to changes. A Jinchuan realm 5th heaven like Xiao is simply not enough to look at. Zhou Yu shook the wine glass in front of him as he sensed a wave of hostility. The hostility came from the man surnamed Sun, a look that looked at him like he was prey. He had always been sensitive to those unsuspecting looks. Zhou Yu looked at Old Dog, who was still suffering from flesh pain. Old Dog, take a look at that middle-aged man across the street. Go and feel him out and figure out his identity. By the way, he has an identity jade tablet with words on it. The Old Dog opened his mouth. Reluctantly, Zhou Yu said, with your ability, you can still make it back before dinner. The Old Dog quietly retreated, and Zhao Qian could not help but look over there. Since he could not see anything, the Old Dog slipped around the second floor without a trace, then went straight out the door. You also need to have very good patience if you want to eat at the Supreme Purity Tavern. After all, good and tasty food always takes a lot of time. About half an hour later, the first delicacy had just been served when the Old Dog had touched back, his face a little heavy. Zhou Yu looked up. The Old Dog spat. Doggone broken tavern. I just went out and came back with a charge. Zhou Yu frowned. Seeing this, the Old Dog busily came to Zhou Yu's side, handed Zhou Yu a hastily sketched portrait of a character, and lowered his voice. After I went out, the first time I drew his facial features in accordance with the approximate impression, and went out to look for someone to ask. And you guessed who this person is? Zhou Yu raised an eyebrow. Could it be your lost son? The Old Dog laughed dryly. Stop it. Zhou Yu laughed and scolded. You're the one who started it. The Old Dog lowered his voice. Sun family head. Sun Ling. As for the one next to him, it's completely unclear. No one in the neighborhood has seen him before. He should have just arrived as well. However, I'm guessing that it should be the Sun family's VIP guest who suddenly came today. Chapter 118 Purpose. At those words, Zhou Yu smiled. He knew that the reveal was coming. That Sun Ling was looking this way before. Zhao Qian didn't know him, but he definitely knew Zhao Qian. That's the beauty of masking to hide your identity. The Old Dog was so experienced that he had pretty much figured things out as he was making his checks. Duke, the Old Dog whispers, we need to pull back. That guy with the knife. He's a powerful one. A guy who kills an 8th grade wolf king with a single slash. Can he not be powerful? Who the would dare mess with that? One's own mere Jinchuan realm was probably not even worthy of being slashed by the other party. Zhou Yu laughed at the gold-striped dragonfish in front of him. Such an expensive dish. You can't afford not to eat it? Anyway, if you want to go you go. I have to eat my fill first. At that moment, he picked up his chopsticks. Don't just stand there. Let's eat. A piece of fish meat entered his mouth, and Zhou Yu's eyes instantly glowed. Too, it's delicious. He couldn't describe the feeling at all. The freshness was simply unparalleled. Compared to this, Lu Rengjia's barbecue is too good to eat. The crowd had different thoughts and picked up their chopsticks. At first they all seemed expensive, but now it's one squeaky clean meal at a time. They even all felt that if they were able to eat this kind of top-quality dishes in their life, it would not be a wasted life. The next dishes were served one after another, and it didn't matter if they were recognizable or not anyway, as long as they tasted good. Damn, this is a little too tasty, isn't it? The Old Dog couldn't help but explode. Sure there's no drugs in here? Zhou Yu laughed. Eat yours, where's all the nonsense? At the third floor opposite Zhou Yu, the woman from the Moon Emperor's sect looked over with a sideways glance, and her gaze landed on the evil execution sword at Zhou Yu's waist. The scabbard of this sword appears to be very old due to the lack of basic care. Even the most powerful perception could not perceive the specific power contained in this sword. Overall, it was a very ordinary sword. Punish. The Moon Emperor's sect's woman's vermilion lips parted lightly as she focused on the ancient character on the head of the sword. This character has a lot of significance because it represents someone's matching sword. The sword of the town envoy, Nyo Dali, is the sword of the evildoer. Town Guardian Nyo Dali was one of the strongest casual cultivators in the past 3,000 years. Please note that it is the strongest casuals. This man had no body and came from a poor background, and the only thing that became a symbol of his identity was the sword of punishing evil. No one has ever seen exactly what the sword of execution looks like, because those who have seen it are dead. After a while, no one wants to see it. However, for some big powers, the basic characteristics of the sword were still memorized. Only later on, many things happened. Nyo Dali was the first person who drove the world's people to cultivate, and as a result, there were many people who imitated the evil execution sword. Mortal Blood Realm. The woman from the Moon Emperor's sect frowned her pretty eyebrows. Wrong again? In that time, she has ruled out hundreds of people. According to what his master had said, finding Nyo Dali's close disciple was a matter of the future status of the Moon Emperor's sect. Thinking about that Nyo Dali, nicknamed Bloody Sword Slaughterer, he had killed countless people and demonic beasts. So how could his close disciple be at the Mortal Blood Realm? What's more, this last disciple, but the whole accompanied Nyo Dali for hundreds of years. Is Nyo Dali 5 disciples? Stay the longest time. Using his heels, he was able to figure out that Nyo Dali's last disciple was bound to have outstanding talent and an extremely high cultivation level. The woman from the Moon Emperor's sect withdrew her gaze and sighed quietly in her heart. It felt like what I was doing now was like looking for a needle in a haystack. The most frustrating thing about finding a needle in a haystack is that the least you can do is know that there is indeed a needle dropped in the haystack. However, this last disciple of Nyo Dali's was not even clear about his name or appearance. According to what the master said, those who were not strong enough to reach Nyo Dali could not even see his disciples clearly, and thus could not be depicted. The only thing I can say for sure, it's a guy. This intel is really important. At the very least, it rules out half the people. A meal is finished and the old dog doesn't talk about the waste. I just think that it would be a pleasure in life if I could eat it every day. The old dog looked at Zhou again and felt that this guy's heart was truly terrifying. He knew it was revealed, but he didn't panic at all. Zhou was outwardly unperturbed, but in his heart, he was pondering over many things. Before he made his move, the first element was to perform perception. That perception is, I know I'm weak, and if the perception is that you're weaker than I am, then it's indeed time to do it. In the end, he was now a mortal blood realm. Therefore, cannot do it as far as possible not to do it. If you have to do it, then you have to make the first move. Zhou stretched his back and walked out without a word. Seeing this, several people followed. They've gotten used to traveling around in this way, going and stopping when they say they will. A lot of times, it won't talk to you about that much useless crap. The old dog sneaked a glance across the street and found that Sun Ling looked over without a trace, and at that moment he himself pretended not to look up that way. Duke! The old dog came up again. That Moon Emperor's sect's also there. Zhou's interest in this is generalized. The legs are on her. Isn't it normal to go anywhere? The old dog whispered. I was going to say, could there really be treasure? Zhou said, you can go and touch the bottom. The old dog's eyes rolled back in silence. After leaving the door, Xiao Jing pulled over the old dog and inquired in a low voice. What are you mysteriously saying to Mr. Zhou? I'll say it in advance. You're not allowed to do anything messy. Moreover, which one of those who dares to dine at the Supreme Purity restaurant is a good person? Once a hand is struck against you, I'm afraid you won't even have a chance to go into the ground. The old dog squared his shoulders and said, look at what you're saying. Am I that kind of person? Kyo glared. I'm pretty sure that you are. The old dog bristled. Just don't worry about it. Old me, I haven't lived long enough to find death over nothing. Xiao Jing took a deep breath. Anyway, after we find the clues of Lu Rinjia, we have to leave. There are some things that are just not for us to get involved in. You've walked the world for so many years. You know this better than me. At those words, the old dog fell silent. The reasoning was clear to him, and it was the same reasoning he had taught Kyo. But the problem is, this big fat goat around you is just too fat. If you were a woman, you'd have been a rich man. Old dog, Kyo chirped in a low voice, his eyes filled with worry. He now felt more and more that things were not right. There were too many mysteries on this Zhou Gongzi. So many that he had begun to feel afraid. He was even thinking that if this person had been pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger, there would be no such thing as a so-called protector of the way. So, as far as the old dog's little mind is concerned, did he see through it a long time ago? Delaying to pick a fight, just waiting to finally tease them? Chapter 119, Disappearances. It's still early in the day. Appointment, earlier, but that doesn't seem to make much sense anymore. Zhou's eyes flickered as he silently pondered over these things. He didn't like the feeling of thinking, as his brain was close to useless when he was on the mountain. Instead, I came down the mountain and felt that I needed to think about a lot of things. He loathed the feeling. The crowd was bustling, and every one of them was busy. As they walked, the old dog disappeared. Xiao Jing stomped his feet in anger. This old man, he just doesn't let people worry about him. Walking again, Zhao Qian also disappeared. Zhou Chen suddenly turned around and Xiao Jing was gone as well. Second master. Zhou Chen was instantly alarmed. They're all gone. Getting separated? Zhou Yu looked backward in disbelief, his eyes making their rounds through the crowd, but found nothing. Zhou Chen suggested, Second master, should we go back and look for it? She always felt that there was something fishy going on. Zhou Yu frowned slightly. He didn't notice anything. There shouldn't be any need. That old dog has a sharp nose and is experienced. There's no reason why he would suddenly get lost. Perhaps there is something delayed. Zhou Chen was not without worry, having lost a Lu Rinjia in front of him. Now we've lost 3 more. Zhou Yu swept a glance at Zhou Chen, then walked to the side of the street. If you're worried, we'll wait for them here for a while. Zhou Chen followed Zhou Yu to the curb and stood on his tiptoes, unable to stop looking into the crowd. Hey, bro! A half-hundred-year-old man quietly appeared, furtively glancing in other directions. Zhou Yu let out an "Oh, something's wrong?" The half-hundred-year-old whispered. Into the top 500 or not? Zhou was surprised. What? The half-hundred-year-old man whispered. My name is Wang Qi, and I'm running some private work outside. Zhou shook his head. I don't understand. Wang Qi mysteriously came to Zhou's ear. I won't hide it from you. Although old man doesn't have much ability, he has some doors. It is possible to send you guys into one of the top 500 sects, but the aftermath is up to you. How hard is it to get into the top 500? It's tempting. Zhou Chen was surprised. You even have this kind of doorway? Wang Qi heatedly laughed. Strong dragons soar in the air. Gophers drill holes in the ground. Each has their own way. As long as the two of you can afford the price, or installment is fine. We are not picky. Zhou looked at Wang Qi. What surprised him was that the other party didn't have any mood swings and was actually telling the truth. Zhou Chen was shocked. Unbelievable. That's the top 500. Even if one could become their outer disciple, that would be extraordinary. After all, the road is paved for you. How to go and how to continue, that's up to you. But soon, Zhou Chen calmed his excitement. After all, his second master could recommend Li Wanji to join the Moon Emperor's sect with just a letter. Wang Qi very keenly captured the slight change. His heart was a little strange, but on his face, there was no emotional fluctuation. Tian Yuan sect, Tian Yang sect, Sacred Dao sect and whatnot. We have a doorway. It is such sects that have a higher price. If the two of you can't pay, just make an IOU and make it up within 50 years. Once again, Zhou Chen had trouble containing his inner shock. What's this guy's deal? The term of the IOU is surprisingly lenient to a 50-year period? That's a lifetime for a normal person. Taking a step back, who can know what will happen 50 years from now? Maybe both sides are gone. Or maybe one side is gone. Zhou laughed. This is close to indistinguishable from pie in the sky. Wang Qi laughed. Some things in this world are inherently unbelievable. Regardless of any era, there will always be a small group of people who hold absolute power and resources. To put it sympathetically, even though it seems like you are taking advantage of the situation, in reality, the ones who are really taking advantage of the situation are still us. Imagine, if you guys are in these sects, even if it's only in the outer sects that you've gained a firm foothold, then if you go in some more in the future, won't you be able to open up a bit? Zhou was surprised. Oh, but it turns out to mean this. A unique way of producing one of our own who are not themselves going in with a straight face. Then the IOUs become his biggest stain. In that case, it seems to be all about going along to get along. Wang Qi smiled mysteriously. Brothers are smart, but they know everything at once. Zhou smiled. Not interested. There's no rush to answer. Wang Qi laughed. This is my name tag with the address of where I am. You two can come to me whenever you have thought it over, and I will be at your service at any time. Saying so, he handed a name tag to Zhou. The name tag is 2 inches square and has only one address on it. Looking forward to the two of you. Wang Qi arched his hand and quickly disappeared into the crowd. The name tag flipped between Zhou's fingers, and was then incorporated into the storage ring. Zhou Chen was curious. Second master, is this kind of thing really reliable? This is the first time I've heard of it. When something is beyond one's perception, there are often only two reasons. Zhou laughed lightly. The first kind, one's shallow insights, can't reach the higher levels. The second kind, the sky will never drop pies. Snap. A piece of oil cake that was bitten in half was heavily smashed in front of Zhou. You want to die? Can't you talk in a different place? You have to be under my wall, don't you? A second-floor window opens and a fat-headed woman curses angrily. Zhou looked up. You're being rude. Before the words left his mouth, a stool was thrown straight down. Zhou blackened his face and hurriedly avoided it with Zhou Chen. It's infuriating. The old is so unqualified. Zhou took a deep breath. Forget it. Endure it. If you're so capable, why do you have to go around causing trouble? Zhou Chen glanced around the neighborhood. Strange. How come the three of them are still invisible? Zhou frowned slightly. He also felt that something was wrong. What the hell? Even if you left suddenly, couldn't you have squealed? Could it be that? Then Sun Ling made the first move? Zhou's brows stretched out. This guy was pretty quick to strike. He's still here pretending to be confused. And he's starting to do it? As soon as his thoughts fell, Zhou's left hand silently placed on the hilt of his sword. This Xiliang city was much more dangerous than he had imagined. Zhou Chen whispered, Second Master, don't separate from me. Zhou urged that if it was really the case that Sun Ling and his duo had made the first move, then this matter of pretending to be a fool by himself would really not be able to continue. Zhou Chen nodded his head repeatedly, his small face tense. The name card appeared again in Zhou's right hand and walked forward thoughtfully. Follow me. Chapter 120, The Great Thousand Illusion Technique. North of Xiliang City, an ordinary farmhouse. Zhou led Zhou Chen to the outside of the Yuan Gate before dropping the name badge in his hand. The door to the courtyard was hidden and opened at a push. The courtyard was filled with an ethereal fragrance that gathered and did not spread outward. Zhou Yu's eyes narrowed slightly as a muffled sound came from behind him, and Zhou Chen fell to the ground in response. A half-hundred-year-old man walked out of the main hall, and it was that Wang Qi. Wang Qi's eyes showed surprise. Oh, quite tenacious. Zhou Yu laughed softly. I knew that pie wouldn't fall from the sky. Wang Qi laughed. You have utilized the greed of the human heart, and I have done the same since. Obviously, your kind is more greedy. Zhou Yu laughed. Our kind of people? Wang Qi nodded. You have good posture. I have already identified a place for you. When I send you to the place, you won't need to come out to do anything unethical in your life. You'll be guaranteed to eat good food and drink spicy food. Zhou Yu laughed lightly. Is it sold to beautiful women? Wang Qi smiled and said, big rich woman. Very big, very rich kind. Body size. At least 4 or 5 of you. Zhou Yu shook his head. Can't eat. Wang Qi's smile converged and he laughed coldly. It's right if you can't eat. Do you think Laozi is sending you to enjoy your happiness? Zhou Yu said. All my people. You secretly took them away? Wang Qi sneered. Don't worry. In my mind, I have already mapped out a route for you. Zhou Yu took a long breath. To be honest, you guys got down to business faster than I thought. Wang Qi spoke coldly. Just don't hold on strongly. Hurry up and fall down. This 13 soft fragrance scatter of mine. This cultivation of yours can't carry it at all. Resisting it rashly will only harm yourself. Zhou Yu gently placed his right hand on the hilt of his sword. What about the group of people you sent away earlier? I want you to tell me honestly. Wang Qi showed a shameful smile on his face. Of course they are going to where they should go. Black coal kiln. Black kiln. Let them taste the flavor as well. Zhou Yu spoke softly. I don't like your answer. I want a concrete answer. Wang Qi's eyes narrowed slightly. Feeling something strange. Did his 13 soft fragrance powder fail? You know, this is specially made with 13 special kinds of ecstasy. And only you have the antidote. Zhou Yu spoke softly. You don't have much time left. I hope you speak quickly. Otherwise, I don't mind going to destroy your evil cloud pavilion. The right hand snapped. Evil cloud pavilion? Wang Qi was taken aback, and his body sank violently. The pillar in front of the door was instantly sliced open. Zhou Yu was surprised. What a quick response. Wang Qi said anxiously. Wait, you're not from the evil cloud pavilion? Zhou Yu was surprised. What are you trying to pull again? Wang Qi's face suddenly changed. No, it's you who is playing a trick. That Zhao Qian. I've been eyeing her for half a month, and last time I sent someone to Xiliang City, but I didn't find out who the person who traded was. And you're with her. Naturally you're also from the evil cloud pavilion, right? Zhou Yu raised an eyebrow. Zhao Qian? That's my captive. Wang Qi was surprised and secretly pondered the truthfulness of this statement. Zhou Yu said, a friend of mine was sold by her to Xiliang City, said that he would be sent to the blood crystal mine. Wang Qi was stunned. Grass. Mistake? Zhou Yu frowned. Who the hell are you? This person reacted quickly, even if he hadn't been serious just now and hadn't sneaked in. Wang Qi laughed. It seems that there really is a mistake. My name is Yi. Weiba? Zhou Yu shook his head. Never heard of it. Wang Qi hurriedly said. I have written a guidebook on how to prevent deception, and I still have some fame amongst the casual cultivators. Zhou Yu stared at the other party suspiciously. Oya's right hand brushed his face, and all of a sudden his appearance changed drastically. It was a handsome middle-aged man with a white face, which was not at all the same as before, simply because at the time of the change in appearance, his stature was also 2 inches taller. Gradually, a look of shock surged on Zhou Yu's face. Great Thousand Illusion Technique. Yi was even more shocked. You actually know the Great Thousand Illusion Technique? The Great Thousand Illusions. The strongest disguise under the sky. This technique was created by Old Man Dakian 1,000 years ago. Only that the method was too bizarre, causing Old Man Dakian to forget his original appearance. Even, he needed to take off his pants every time before he could be sure that he was a man. Rumor has it that the later Elder Dakin was depressed in an attempt to find the person he once was. In the 10th year after the depression, Elder Dachi committed suicide. This Great Thousand Illusions of Appearance was also lost with his suicide. So this whole thing is telling us that depression is scary and must not be taken as child's play. Zhou Yu also listened to the old man mentioned a mouth. Cattle vigorously regret this. Think this method to do bad things especially convenient. This technique has long been lost. How did you learn it? Zhou Yu was curious. It's a great way to save your life and do bad things. If you can learn it yourself, what is there to be afraid of? If you mess with a hater, you live with a different face. And the main fight is one that keeps you from finding out. Yi sighed. This matter is also fate. 50 years ago I was chased by someone in order to fight for justice. And I even fell off a cliff because of it. But I was lucky and hung on a crooked neck tree when I fell off the cliff. Near the crooked neck tree, There was a cave, and I found a storage ring, next to a skeleton. In that storage ring, there was the Great Thousand Illusion Technique and uncountable spirit stones. Zhou stared. That's okay? Yi nodded. Isn't it incredible? To this day, I feel like I'm dreaming. Zhou hesitated. Can I believe that the current you is your own original face? Upon hearing this, Yi hurriedly said, I'll talk to you later. As he spoke, there was an extra scroll and a small mirror in his hand. Open the scroll and start making comparisons. After a while, Yi looked at Zhou with relief. No. Zhou raised an eyebrow. And you? Yi shook his head. I would never show my true colors. It's a means to protect myself. Zhou released his right hand. Where are my men? Ouya pointed to the room. They're both in the room. 2. Zhou placed his right hand on the hilt of his sword again. I've lost 3 people. Hey. Yi changed his face. Brothers, but there is no such thing as you touching the porcelain. Heaven and earth. I got you too. Zhou spoke coldly. 3. Yi burst into a rage. I got 2 of them. Am I still able to give you one on the spot? If you can give birth. Zhou gripped the hilt of his sword. It's not impossible. Serious sword drawing. He's going to get real. Yi's face was grim as the blood spirit quietly emerged behind him. A masked beast. That Zhao Qian. I didn't even see it. Zhao Qian? Zhou released the hilt of the sword again. It's alright then. Chapter 121, The Quick Method of Disguise. Yi looked at Zhou and felt that it didn't seem like a lie. This person really didn't care. Because he didn't even blink his eyes when he said that. The cool tone of his voice was full of care. After all, that's what a human trafficker is. Anyway, now that it's been exposed, there's no way to expect the initial plan to work. Antidote. Zhou added. A porcelain bottle appeared in Yi's hand and carefully poured one out. Men and women are not related, so I won't give it to her. Zhou took the antidote and urged it with his spiritual energy, feeding it to Zhou Chen before placing it against the door. You have quite a few rules, Ouya said. That's the principle. Zhou blinked. So if a female was trying to kill you at this time, you wouldn't touch it? Yi rightfully said. What does it matter about the gender of the person who is going to kill me? The corner of Zhou's mouth turned up as he slowly walked into the main hall and saw the old dogmaster and mistress who were tied up. Yi took the porcelain bottle and was about to feed the antidote. Zhou kicked the old dog with his foot, sleeping quite heavily. Yi confidently laughed. My 13 soft fragrance scatter is an excellent product, so no one will be able to avoid it. The words fell out of his mouth and he added, You're the exception. Zhou squatted down and patted the old dog's face. Generally speaking, those who are hit by the ecstasy incense will not be able to stop their eyes from twitching, indicating that they have entered a deep dream state. Then the old dog's eyes twitched. Zhou raised his right hand and snapped a slap down. In cases like this, it's usually a nightmare and an outsider needs to intervene. Ouya was dumbfounded. What kind of logic was that? The old dog, on the other hand, didn't move. Zhou added, in fact, something like ecstasy, because it is directly targeting the soul, it will lead to brain injuries, and the more powerful the ecstasy, the greater the aftereffects will be. Usually in this case, you need to take off all your clothes, throw them on the street, and let the sun shine for an hour, then you can avoid the aftereffects. As he spoke, he already had his hands ready to undress the old dog. The old dog's eyes snapped open. Where am I? Water. I need a drink. Ouya's eyes widened. Impossible. Zhou stood up. Old dog, I'm disappointed in you. The old dog laughed dryly. He was indeed hit, but it didn't last long. Just now, he pretended to be sleeping, but he also felt ashamed. Ouya changed color. You can undo my ecstasy? The old dog laughed dryly. When I felt something was wrong at first, I held my breath for the first time, but I was still hit. I woke up even before Gongzi stepped into the courtyard. Yi silently squatted down and gave Xiao Jing the antidote. As the rope was untied, the old dog looked more and more uncomfortable. He thought he was experienced, but he was put down by someone covering his nose from behind. Shame on you? Shame on the adults. The old dog came to Zhou's side. Who is this person? Weeba. Ouya was the first to answer. Weeba? You're Weeba? The old dog exclaimed. You wrote the fraud prevention guide? Ouya nodded. It's me. Upon hearing this, Zhou's heart was completely sure of Ouya's identity. This guy was actually quite famous among the casual cultivators. The old dog exclaimed. Yi warrior, 1,000 faces. I've finally sort of seen it alive today. Yi calmly said. Dead, you won't recognize me even if you see me? The old dog thought for a moment. Makes sense. After all, you've changed your appearance so much that no one knows your gender until now. Zhou was surprised. Isn't he a man? The old dog said proudly. My lord, you are underestimating warrior Yi. He can be male or female. It's hard to tell. Zhou's eyes narrowed slightly. You're just a male, right? And you can still turn into a female? Oh yes, chin lifted up, revealing a bit of smugness, shrinking Yangon. Zhou nodded thoughtfully. The bottom can be solved, but what about the top? Up there? Oh Yi laughed lowly. That would be even easier. Just need to mobilize the skin and flesh of the chest and bulge it up a bit. Then you can do it in a fake way. And the feel definitely won't be too different. As he spoke, he demonstrated it so in front of Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu's eyes glowed and reached out to touch it. Wow. It's just like the real thing, eh? Even though I haven't touched a woman's, I still feel it's soft and big. Oh Yi smiled smugly. Forget about my gender for a moment. Let's just ask you, is this move never perfect? Zhou Yu sked and marveled. It's so magical and fun. Is this great thousand illusion technique good to learn? Oh Yi said, first of all, the basic skills should be solid, such as makeup, as long as the technology is good. The fierce man changed into a delicate woman. Then is the voice of the change. Magnetic male voice. Pearlfall jade disc crisp female voice. Or birds and animals called what? Are to learn. Walking posture, but also the first of the basic skills. Dragon walk, tiger step, lotus step and so on. And then, for example, how to show a delicate body, how to twist the waist, whether like a cat or a dog. This is all to learn. Zhou Yu was dumbfounded. Is it so troublesome? Oh Yi laughed. Don't mind if you don't bother yet. All of this is said to be the basics. Zhou Yu frowned. It won't be that in the end. You will also get your gender wrong, right? At those words, Oh Ye's face changed and he busied himself. We'll talk later. As he spoke, he turned his back to the two men and unbuckled his pants, reaching inside for a moment. No, I have the easiest way to confirm. The old dog looked at Zhou Yu. I thought I was obscene enough. Until just now. I didn't know what obscene meant. Oh Yi, however, didn't care about such words. Want to learn? Kneel down and kowtow a few times. Give me a top-grade spirit stone every month. And it's all-inclusive. 1 top-grade spirit stone a month? The old dog exclaimed. Why don't you go grab it? Oh Yi rebuked. What do you call that? I am a good person. Lousy's anti-fraud guy back in the day, but if it wasn't free, he would have become a tycoon long ago. The old dog was very greedy for this method. And gouging and searching, he felt out 1 or 2 pieces of silver. A simple and quick one? Oh Yi didn't mind taking the silver, and after twisting his head to look at it, he wiped his right hand on the ground and then peeled it against the old dog's face. The old dog ducked quickly. What are you doing? That's the easiest quick fix. Ouya pointed to the old dog's face. The average stranger certainly wouldn't recognize you. The old dog was so dusty that those who didn't know him really didn't recognize him. The old dog was in a hurry. Give me back my money. Oh Yi, however, said, I still have the entry-level one here. Do you want to learn it? 1 lower-grade spirit stone can be experienced. The old dog's eyes twinkled, and frankly, he was heartened. Oh Yi wasn't very strong, and was only in the 3rd heaven of the yin-yang realm, but he was just able to dodge countless chases, and it was all attributed to his gongfu. Zhou Yu was suspicious. You don't care about your gongfu that much? Oh Yi said rightfully. What's there to care about what you picked up by falling off a cliff? It's not as good as making money. Chapter 122, Deceiving the Scriptures. Ouya has a unique mind of his own. He thinks that it's none of my business if as many people as he wants to learn the kung fu. There were so many people in the Koan Yuan continent. If 10 million people sought him out to learn the great thousand illusionary appearances, how much revenue was that for a month? It's a full 10 million top-grade spirit stones. What's this? It's outrageous wealth. I don't care what kind of you guys turn into every day. I just teach anyway. In short, in this matter, he was completely empty-handed. The gongfu belonged to the great thousand-old man, and he didn't recognize it, nor did he promise anything. How long will it take to teach? Zhou Yu's eyes flashed. Upon hearing this, Oh Yi was overjoyed. The basic tutorials, that is, makeup, voice changing, grooming, etc., will probably take half a year to become slightly accomplished, and then there will be the introductory tutorials, which will probably take 1 year to teach. Only when you reach this point will you be able to go and practice the true great thousand illusionary appearance technique. This depends on the individual's qualifications, as little as 30 to 50 years, as much as 300 to 500 years. The old dog broke his fingers and did the math. 1, 2, Oh Yi was busy saying, absolutely all-inclusive. If you still can't learn after 500 years, a full refund we're all for nothing If you sign up now, I will also give you an extra copy of the basic version of the shrinking Yanggong. Zhou Yu frowned. Then how many people have you taught by now? Oh Yi was instantly absent. Don't mention it. One didn't teach. Either they don't have money, or they want to learn my techniques and then kill me. The most annoying, there are a group of women specifically to wool gathering. Learn my makeup technology, because it is an experience. so there is no charge. As a result, I didn't earn a single penny, and I also subsidized their meal money for a month. Ah shucks. He clenched his teeth in anger and said indignantly, otherwise I would have been able to be tricked by the evil cloud pavilion? Then I found a business opportunity and used the evil cloud pavilion to sell the outsiders of the evil cloud pavilion. Zhou laughed. Just the way you lied to me before? Oh, Yi proudly said, you don't underestimate that kind of deception. There are many people who have fallen for it. The evil cloud pavilion with this method, at least also pit tens of thousands of people. I used this method to pit the evil cloud pavilion several hundred people, all sold into the black coal kiln. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. He bent over with a smile, reveling in his own kind of success. Zhou suddenly lost interest in the Great Thousand Illusion technique. He didn't want to become the second Great Thousand Old Man. Spirit stones? He had plenty of them. But there's no reason to be so bad. Are you a man or a woman? Zhou suddenly opened his mouth, seemingly saying another repetitive sentence. At that, Weeba's laughter came to a screeching halt and he hurriedly stepped aside, turning his back to the two men and began to unbuckle his pants, letting out a huge sigh of relief. I'm a man. At this moment, the old dog's eyes showed scorn and he lost interest. That's horrible too. It's not psychotic to practice until the end? Anytime you want to be sure of what you originally looked like in your gender. To learn? Oh, Yi tied his belt while looking at the two men with anticipation in his eyes. Give a 10% discount if there are two of you. If all four of you want to learn, 50% off. That's a big enough discount, isn't it? Zhou smiled. How about? Still talking about the evil cloud pavilion? In a flash, Oh Ye's expression instantly became much more serious. As we all know, the evil cloud pavilion has long been exterminated. Oh Ye looked grave, but because it belongs to an inconspicuous branch of the evil forces, resurgence is also an easy thing to do. But since this is the case, the evil cloud pavilion does things more carefully and cautiously, often between their upline and downline. They will never contact each other rashly. The only way is through some places like the old tavern, through the transmission of news, and then trade. The so-called outsiders were the outlaws who provided goods in various ways, including those human traffickers. This time, it was because of the special nature of the blood crystal mine that caused them to have to go after the cultivators. Zhou looked at the other party appreciatively, knowing quite a lot. Can you say something I don't know? Oh Ye's eyes flickered. It is rumored that a big shot has recently arrived. Zhou took a deep breath. I mean, can you tell me something I don't know? Weeba was stunned. You even know about this? Zhou looked at the other party with contempt. Net talk some nonsense. Oh Yin said. This big shot is called Ji Hao. It's possible that he's from an evil force, and Sun Ling, the head of the Sun family in Shilong City, looks like he is just a family head, but he is not. Oh, Zhou came to be interested. How so? Ouya was positive. He's also a male family head. Zhou said smilingly. Do you want me to help you reincarnate earlier? Oh Yi shook his head. Brother misunderstood me. This Sun family is slightly different from other families. This Sun family has always been a woman in charge, and the men only need to listen and do things. And this Sun Ling is a son-in-law. According to my investigation, this person is very smart. After a lifetime of study cheat scripture, this first cheat is the marriage cheat. After entering the Sun family, he deliberately stirred up trouble outside, so that his hot-tempered wife, that is, the previous head of the family rage, and the Song family hands, this action doesn't matter, but also suffered a lot of injuries. But what happened as a result? The old dog picked up. Dead. Oh Yi low laugh. That's right, is dead. In itself, that little injury is not painless, but this guy's heart is not good. That day after his wife came back, pointing the incense, and then will be covered to death in the room. The next day, this matter is a big fuss. Led to the clan had to send people to check. The Song family is therefore destroyed. The Sun family also changed the owner. Sun Ling also changed his surname to Sun since then. Zhou rubbed his chin lightly and thought, sure enough, there are so many smart people. Couldn't have come up with those tricks on my own anyway. What is the scripture of deception? Zhou asked, thinking that learning the deception scripture would make him smarter. An ancient book that once formed a faction of its own. Ouya responded. The old dog bristled. Since reading your guide to preventing scams, I'm a very strong scammer now. Oh Yi suddenly raised his hand and pointed upwards. Wow, pantsless beauty eh? The old dog looked up. Where? After saying that, she looked at Zhou again. Gongzi, did you see it? Is it pretty? Zhou looked at him calmly. The old dog sardonically touched his nose. Beauty. Everyone likes to see it. The so-called deception is the exploitation of human greed and emotions. Oh Yi ignored the old dog. Just as the street side of the disabled beggars, some of them are intentionally to catch with young children. Digging their eyes, cut their tongues, break their legs, to its shape miserable, to gain sympathy, With this sympathy, we'll also have money. This is called handicap cheat, also called abduction cheat. Chapter 123, cheated out of his family's money. Born to be human. The most difficult thing to restrain is the emotions that one possesses. As long as you have basic empathy, desire, you will fall into the trap of the miscreant. The old dog, however, scoffed at this. It's hard to fool me anyway, and with such a troublesome layout, it's all better to just find a luxurious carriage and get touched by it. A lie on the ground. 10,000 taels of gold. That's called bumper sticker for you. The Chinese dynasty caught this ferociously some years ago. Don't you know that? Oh, ye despised looking at the old dog. That group of commoners even dared to blackmail the people of the royal family. The result was a direct purge. Sensei, you blackmail 10,000 taels or 1 or 2, caught on 5 horses. The result is not out of 3 months. You see later who still dared to touch the porcelain? Zhou was silent for a while. Then he kept a distance from Yi. There is no way one can compete with the brains of a guy who can outwit even a con man. The old dog was admiring. You know a lot. Crap. Yi proudly said. Ever since I was cheated by them once, I've grown a long memory and studied their cheating techniques bitterly. After saying that, he once again looked at Zhou. This sword of yours? I have a way to make it shine. For the first time, consider it a favor for a friend. Free of charge. Zhou smiled. No need. Yi took out a half-foot tall porcelain bottle. There is special sword oil here. This bottle all costs 1 top-grade spirit stone. Generally speaking, spiritual weapons above the top grade must use this kind of sword oil. Otherwise they will easily rust and lose their luster. A bottle of sword oil with 1 top-grade spirit stone? The old dog instantly became excited. Good stuff. This is definitely good stuff. Yi laughed. It's very hard to buy. Meeting each other is destiny. I'll help you two push the oil? Zhou just laughed and laughed as Yi shifted his gaze to look at the old dog. The old dog took out his own knife. It's just a top-grade treasure weapon that seems a bit unworthy. No harm. No foul. Ouya had a good temper and a lot of patience. Otherwise he wouldn't have blathered on for so long. As a drop of sword oil fell on the knife, it was actually absorbed by the knife, and its luster was translucent, and it seemed to have completely changed its appearance. The old dog breathed in sharply. No way. This is really good stuff. Gongzi, try your sword too. No try. Zhou smiled. Ouya laughed. No charge. Zhou shook his head. Then don't try. Weeba smiled. So what? I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. He turned back after taking a few steps. Right. I forgot to mention. It is rumored that the big shot that came from the evil forces might be because of a powerful ruins. This ruins, it's under the busy Ox Mountain, 80 miles north of Shillong City. With that, he left straight away and disappeared. The old dog sighed in admiration. What a generous fellow. Suddenly it feels as if my top-grade small sword has turned into a spiritual weapon. Your Excellency may not be aware that the better the sword oil is, the better the effect will be. Zhou glanced at the knife, then frowned. The old dog wondered. What's wrong? Zhou nuzzled. Try breaking it. The old dog, suspicious, put his finger on the knife and, the knife bends. The old dog's face instantly fell. This. Harder. The knife broke. That's not right. It's not my knife. The old dog looked at the hilt and exclaimed. Where's my knife? Zhou said. Obviously. He switched it away. God damn it. The dead liar. The old dog jumped in anger. Zhou didn't say anything. The other party's technique was fast and very skillful in utilizing the storage ring, so even Zhou didn't see it clearly. Anyway, he just didn't trust the other guy and was always on the defensive. In other words, if one was greedy as well, the evil Punisher sword might also be replaced in an instant. Normally, people are less likely to pay attention to things that happen right under their noses, unless, of course, the difference between the two weapons is too great. The old dog's face turned blue as the underdog blood spirit appeared and his nose twitched. I've been a ing thief all my life, and I'm still able to be tricked by a liar? Hey! Zhou was just about to block it, but the old dog had already disappeared in a general way with the wind. As the old dog left, Xiao Jing and Zhou Chan also woke up. That 13 soft fragrance scatter was extremely powerful. Even with the antidote, it made them sleep for a moment longer. Xiao Jing woke up with a start and looked at Zhou who was standing on the threshold. Her heart was doubly ashamed. It's so hard to help at all, but you have to add to the mess. Second master? Zhou Chen staggered to his feet, rubbing his temples with his right hand. There's no hurry to walk. Zhou calmly explained. Sit down and rest a little more. Xiao Jing hesitated. Gongzi, where is the old dog? Going after the crooks, the ones who got you. Zhou returned without looking back. Qiu gave an oh-so-quiet sigh. Zhou Chen waited for his state to recover some before asking. Where's Xiao Chen? Zhou shrugged his shoulders. It's not here. It's gone anyway. Jiho, Sun family, Ruins. Zhou secretly mulled over these things, his mind calculating carefully. Forget it, let's not bend the rules and go straight to Sunling. Zhou thought a great deal. This kind of dirty things have never been put on the surface, tossed to and fro. It is purely a waste of time. After waiting for a while longer without seeing the old dog appear, the three of them went straight out the door. As he passed an alley, a voice rang out from the shadows. Come in for a moment yourself, my lord. The voice is familiar, it's the old dog. As the three of them backed away, the old dog's voice resounded once again. Don't come over here, you two, except for Gongzi. Xiao Jing and Zhou Chen had to stop. Zhou slowly walked into the dimly lit alley, and beside a pile of garbage, the naked old dog was curled up in a ball, and his old face was red. Zhou frowned slightly. You're being raped. Raped? The old dog laughed harder than he cried. He said that he would compete with me to see who was fast at undressing, and if I won, he would give me back a top-quality spirit stone and return my weapon to me. You say, this on hand speed, I an old thief can convince him? As men, we have to be confident. Even if we die, we definitely won't admit defeat. Zhou gave an oh so quiet. And then? The old dog bowed his head. Then I won. And it turned out that he took my clothes and money and ran away. In broad daylight. I don't have the face to chase off. Zhou waved his hand and a set of clothes landed in front of the old dog. The old dog's face flushed red, and he lowered his head to dress quickly. The next time I see him, I'll definitely make him look good. Zhou still gave a faint oh. The old dog suddenly from the sadness, squatted down and howled. I saved a lifetime of savings so he was all cheated away. I don't even want to add an egg to a bowl of noodles. This dog bastard can make me suffer. Gongzi you do not persuade me. Anyway, I do not want to live at all. Zhou hummed. Then go ahead and die. No one will stop you anyway. Chapter 124, Direct Entry. Old dogs certainly don't. Just go ahead and die. This person's thick skin was so thick that Zhou was ashamed of himself. Only, he came out of the dark alley crying. Xiao Jing froze for a moment and couldn't help but look at Zhou. You hit him? Zhou didn't bother to pay attention to him and went straight ahead. The old dog wailed. It's not as bad as him beating me up. A lifetime's savings? In a short period of time, not a bit of it left. The worst thing was that the demon execution order was also gone. Kyo frowned. What the hell happened? The old dog wiped away the tears in the corner of his eyes, thinking that I have been bright and upright all my life, but I would also be cheated out of my pants, which is really embarrassing. Zhou Chen, who was following Zhou in the front, was at a loss and thought that this would be odd. This old dog is so dead smart that he can be fooled? Xiao Jing sighed helplessly and spoke out to comfort. If the old doesn't go, the new doesn't come. It was better not to say this, but when I said it, the old dog cried even louder. The old one is gone. When will the new one come? Kyo sent him a pair of blank stares. Zhou stopped and twisted his head to scold. Shut up or I'll beat you to tears. The old dog looked up with tears in his eyes. What? Still not happy to make people cry? Zhou frowned. Noisy. The old dog muttered. I dare say you're not the one who's being cheated. Maybe you're not as good as me. Zhou shook his head. Greedy. Deserved it. The old dog grunted a bit. Don't worry. I'll definitely get it back. How he took the stuff away. Just obediently give it back to me. Zhou said blandly. Are you sure you can still find him? The old dog sneered. You despise my dog's nose? Zhou nodded. I really look down on it. Someone like him who is able to sell all the crooks. Do you think he won't think of a way to get rid of your tracking? The old dog was stunned, and immediately turned even paler. Gongzi, you have to help me. The old man has not made much of a living in his life. Just picking up a few waves of leakage over in Yi City. Just waiting for that money to retire. If this really can't be recovered, how can I live? Zhou moved forward once again. Go to the Sun family, and first take care of Lu Ringjia's business. The old dog was busy coming forward. I'll go through fire and water. If you tell me to go east, I will never go west. If you tell me to drive the dog, I will never shoe the chicken. That Weeba thing, just put it out of your mind. Zhou thought for a moment and admonished. An expert like him who has practiced the Great Thousand Illusion technique, coupled with his amazing deception skills, would be like a tiger with wings. Even if you do find him next time, perhaps he has another deception technique waiting for you. The old dog gritted his teeth, very reluctantly. Of course. Zhou Chen was surprised. What kind of deception? So powerful? There's really no such thing as a high or low level of deception. It's all about getting it right. Zhou whispered softly. I also used to listen to my master's father when he was bored to talk about some of them. And cheating scriptures are the classics that they more or less see some of them. And among the cheaters, it is divided into different types such as wind, horse, swallow, finch, porcelain, gold, evaluation, leather, color, hanging and so on. This oh yes type probably belongs to the horse. That is, the type of solo traveler, who likes to do things single-handedly. Zhou Chen was curious. Yen, is it a swallow? Zhou Yu shook his head. It's beauty. No matter male or female, they all use color to cheat people. And when they get what they want, they also labor and fly apart. The old dog was staggered. How do you know so much? Zhou Yu laughed. To be exact, it is my master who knows more. And this is the first time that I have crossed paths with a true liar. Against a liar, one must necessarily always remember not to be greedy and not to be controlled by the direction of the conversation. Once you fall into the wind, you will be in the trap. And in the trap is the end. But then, don't get too entangled with these people. The strength is enough. See and kill is. After all, these guys are counting on deception to live. And there's plenty of time to toss you around. For example, start with the people around you. But there's a downside to these guys a lot of the time. And that's showboating. Zhou Chen was puzzled. Showing off? Zhou Yu nodded. By showing off their skills, they prove that they are smarter than the people they are cheating. Of course, in all of the above types, there is also a chain of contempt. Lonely ones don't see gangs. Gangs don't see beauty cheats. Beauty cheats don't see bumper stickers. Anyway, it's just that much. Zhou Chen's pretty face turned white. Second master, I feel so terrible. As if there are liars everywhere around me. Zhou Yu laughed. Isn't this the same as not saying it? Life is full of lies. Just not as desperate as those liars. It's like when you were a kid and didn't eat. Your dad would say he'd beat you to death if you didn't eat. What was the result? Didn't see him beat you to death. Did he? This is also considered a lie. Through the bustling streets, he also finally found where the Sun family was. The Sun family residence covered a vast area, and the entirety of the large area was the Sun family's territory. Inside the courtyard is located in an orderly manner. Pavilions and pavilions layer by layer. All kinds of exotic flowers and plants are distributed in an orderly manner. This was in the secular world, and only some powerful families were in the mood to engage in this. Chowhound's approach is as simple as it is radical. That would be for the old dog to just knock the janitor down and walk in with his head held high. It's that simple and dry. The Sun family's response is also extremely fast. The crowds of 30 to 50 people appeared, both men and women, mostly house guests. The old dog was bursting with manifestation desire. His sleeves were pulled up and the blood spirit underdog presented itself, roaring sternly, "Let Sun Ling roll out. I have something to find him." The Sun family looked at them angrily. A Zhenchuan realm could not suppress them. Xiao Jing reacted quickly, drawing his short sword as the blood spirit phoenix presented itself, while allowing his own aura to be released, intimidating the four directions. Very well, the two Zhenchuan realms instantly silenced everyone, or rather, they hadn't even had a chance to yell a word. Someone in the back hurriedly ran away. Looking at the meaning probably went to look for Sun Ling. Family powers all had one fatal flaw, and that was that all resources would be completely tilted towards the family head. It was also for this reason that the cultivation level of the head of the family was almost always the highest. Zhou, you guessed correctly that Sun Ling had indeed come. Sun Ling's face was gloomy. He was already having a very hard time because of Jihao's arrival, but to think that someone else would beat him to the door today? Only when he saw the few people clearly. Sun Ling's complexion was like a cloud, and he instantly smiled. Yoo-hoo! Before he could take action against a few of them, they sent them to the door on their own? It's true that when luck comes, you can't stop it. One word. You answer and I'll go at once. Zhou Yu slowly stepped forward. The man that Zhao Qian sent to Yi City. Where is he now? Sun Ling smiled brightly. You're asking me? I don't even know what you're talking about. Zhou Yu spoke softly. Evil Cloud Pavilion. Sun Ling shook his head. Can't understand. But, Zhou Yu was just about to speak when Sun Ling's blood chi boiled around his body and coalesced into a 3-meter-tall rabid wolf, followed by a stern shout, daring to provoke my Sun family. I see that you don't want to leave alive today. Chapter 125, why don't you guys fight first? Sun Ling would never admit that he was a member of the Evil Cloud Pavilion. Something like human trafficking was a stain for a family. It doesn't matter if it's a clan or a gang, or a small family like this, as long as you want to get bigger and better and make another name for yourself. There are some things you can't admit to a deadbeat. As for the dirty deeds, they are all just done in private. Per se, who goes around idly yelling about how unethical they are? Bad things are definitely done anyway. Good things are done a few times now and then you pay for a couple of loudmouths to publicize it everywhere and magnify the impact of the situation. So says, these people in front of me already have a way to die. Sun Ling's eyes were scarlet, and the blood spirit behind him enhanced his own intimidating power. The strength of the Jinchuan realm was still fine. However, there was only one Jinchuan realm in the Sun family, while there were two on the opposite side. Is this a pair of twos? Of course not. Do you really think that these people from the Sun family are just for fun? Why fight alone when you can fight in a group? It's a very strange thought. With the family head's horse taking the lead, the others roared out and flashed their eating utensils. Messing with my Sun family? You've come to the wrong person this time. Sun Ling looked proud. Take them down for me. Charge. Die for the family. Protect the master of the house. The shouts of murder rang out like thunder, and in an instant they had surged in like a tidal wave. Kill these invaders. Xiao Jing's eyes went cold. His short sword flipped like a butterfly, bringing up a trail of cold light. The terrifying stabbing sword technique honed from often fighting with demonic beasts pierced through the throats of one person after another. The old dog let out a loud roar and directly executed the blood spirit secret skill, dog jumping over the wall. A wall blocked Zhou Yu and Zhou Chen behind him, and then he quickly rushed towards Sun Ling. Zhou Chen drew his sword and was about to help each other, but Zhou Yu couldn't care less. There's no need to rush. They can handle it. For a while, blood rained down, spilling onto the greenery in the courtyard. Points of blood light seemed to speak of this eternal and unchanging world of killing. Zhou Chen wasn't the rookie she was 2 months ago, and during this time, she had seen many lives and deaths, and her heart had experienced a very good sharpening. Zhou Yu crossed the crowd. Watch yourself. Sun Ling was not in his thoughts, for in his perception the man called Jiho was sitting on the ridge of a house in the rear. Zhou Yu walked through the main hall to the backyard, then looked up. Jiho's eyes were clear and cold, and it was obvious that he had no intention of making a move to help Sun Ling. Zhou Yu just stood there without making any movements. Jihao did the same, and the two of them just stared at each other wide-eyed. Zhou Yu knew that his opponent was dangerous, so he had already started to build up his strength. Jihao's eyes oddly surveyed Zhou Yu. He couldn't feel any fluctuation of emotions on this mortal blood realm fellow's body. There was no fear, no scruples. It was as if the man was empty. Empty to the point where there is no thought. For a while, Jihao still stood up. Then, keep looking at the circumference, Zhou Yu said. I'm a little tired of tilting my neck. Jihao's body flickered and fell down smoothly, and the black blade appeared in his right hand. Who are you? Zhou Yu said. It doesn't matter. Jihao nodded. It really doesn't matter. A dead man's name is never important, because even if you hear it, you won't remember it yourself. Zhou Yu spoke softly. You're from the forces of evil? Jihao spoke coldly. Is there a line between good and bad? Zhou Yu nodded. Yes. Jihao sneered. Such as? Zhou Yu thought about it. Like if I'm the good guy, you're the bad guy. Jihao pondered for a moment. I agree with you on that. If I'm good, you're bound to be bad. And me, always the good guy. I, for one, represent everyone. Zhou Yu's right hand landed on the hilt of his sword. Generally speaking, bad guys just have to die. Jihao revealed a smirk. Once again, I agree. His grip on the black blade tightened, but ripples rose within his stagnant waters. What a creepy feeling. Might get hurt yourself? It was just a mortal blood realm. Is it the man who's weird? Or is it the sword? Looking at Zhou Yu again, his eyes were as calm as a deep abyss. Unfathomable eyes with no emotions to speak of. He's spacey. It wasn't that he didn't have any thoughts in his mind, but in this moment, he was thinking of nothing. Jihao's breathing was a bit rapid, and the right hand that held the sword got harder and harder, and his fingertips turned white as a result. Not far away, that white-clothed woman from the Moon Emperor's sect stood in a pavilion, silently watching Jihao. A trace of killing intent swept through her clear eyes. The world needs confrontation. With opposition, one can distinguish between apparent good and evil. Obviously, the Moon Emperor's sect belonged to the righteous path in many situations. The forces of evil are as evil as that name suggests. The woman from the Moon Emperor's sect flicked her foot, and if a ray of moonlight crossed the dome of the sky, she landed on another ridge of the Sun family's house. Jihao didn't raise his head to look at it because he felt that a sword light might slice through his neck at any time. It's a hunch, and intuition never needs a reason. A sword appeared in the hands of the woman from the Moon Emperor's sect. The scabbard was like jade. The head of the sword was a crescent moon, and the body of the sword was as bright as a pool of autumn water. The appearance of this sword exuded a unique spirituality. This was a top-grade spirit sword with a high value. None of the three parties spoke, and the silent atmosphere actually spoke of many things. Some people want to do evil. Some people want to get rid of demons, and some people just get along for the ride. That's all. Jihao still spoke. After years of not making a move, even an inner disciple of the Moon Emperor's sect dares to confront me. He was naturally talking about the woman. Zhou Yu didn't say anything. He wasn't familiar with the Moon Emperor's sect. It's the truth. At best, he had only met the Moon Emperor's sect's patriarch and knew some stale things. The woman from the Moon Emperor's sect slowly opened her mouth. Her voice was nice and clear. You are the evil lord's disciple Jihao. I am honored to be able to kill you. She's pretty, and she talks a good game. Even if, say, it's something hit and miss. Zhou Yu thought about it. Why don't you guys fight first? He didn't like to get hurt, but he felt certain that he would if he struck. And getting hurt would hurt, and he loathed that feeling. As he said this, he was still thinking about when it would be good to break through to the degenerate realm. But breaking through the realm, after all, wasn't like squatting in a latrine and saying that you could just pull it. In a matter of moments, the wind swept in and the sky and earth went gray. The woman took the lead, and the moonlight spilled over the courtyard like a dream. Then, and the house blew up. Zhou also struck out. His blade aura was overbearing and furious. He was a man, and a man wouldn't be able to let a woman who had nothing to do with him just beat him up. Zhou walked quickly and decisively. This kind of thing is less involved. Chapter 126, You Want to Save the Beauty. The real battle was fought. Zhou dodged repeatedly, that the house in front of him collapsed, and there were many people who were affected. All of them were clansmen and subordinates of the Su family. The battles of the truly strong are always colorful and wild. Then, the kind where neither side dies yet. The Moon Emperor's sex woman's moves were extremely splendid. There were crescent moons in the air even high above that sky, and her blood spirit was a peacock. This peacock is not a pretty sight. For among animals the female peacock is almost indistinguishable from a pheasant. The really colorful one is the male peacock. So, when the peacock opens its screen, it's the male peacock that's flirting and seducing the female peacock. This kind of stance is probably similar to a man seeing a beautiful woman and then taking off his pants to show off his abs. Zhou let out a maniacal laugh as the muscles in his right arm bulged, bursting his sleeve. His right arm was just too thick, thicker than his thigh. That left arm, which had been fairly normal, was like polio. The black blade dominated the air with a vast sound. His blood spirit also presented itself intertwined. The Fey blood spirit, Kuei. Kuei had only one leg, shaped like a cow, and that leg was thick, just like Zhou's right arm. The Moon Emperor's sect woman's expression remained unchanged, waving her sword and spilling endless moonlight. The sword light was like countless rounds of crescent moon covering this side of the heaven and earth, and then rushed over in a mountainous manner. Zhou is still retreating and has already retreated to the front yard. The old dog and Xiaojing were very hardworking. The curmudgeons had been pretty much taken care of. The ones who should play dead, and the ones who deserved to die were all dead. Sun Ling's strength was extraordinary. After all, he was a family head. Facing Xiaojing who was quite weak in the Jinxian realm and the old dog who was without a weapon, he was still able to make a fight between you and me. Boom! The shadow of the blade fell, slicing through the mansion in front of it and landing in the courtyard. Even though several people dodged in time, they were still affected by the waves and spat out blood. Zhou Qin was well behaved as she was obedient and ran to the door long ago. The streets were full of people watching. This herd mentality is just weird. It's like saying, I'm just watching the show. You guys can't kill me. Yo. But with the moment the splashing stones pierced the neck of a woman stoned on melon seeds, everyone panicked and ran faster than a rabbit. And each of them screamed and cursed, even killing those who were watching the show. Are they still men? The old dog wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and balked. That slash shocked him and damaged his internal organs. His chest heaved, and there was blood about to rush out against his will. The old dog clenched his teeth, thinking that he had taken so many tonic pills to get this far, but he couldn't let the blood go to waste, so he forced himself to swallow again. Vomit. Swallowing it back wasn't a good feeling, so the old dog threw himself up in disgust and couldn't stand up half the time. Sun Ling staggered to his feet, his eyes glaring fiercely. Really think I'm easy to bully, don't you? Another blade shadow fell in the air, and the Moon Emperor's sect woman braced her aura barrier with all her might. This aura barrier was the same as her blood spirit, with surging spiritual energy converging in one place. But that blade was horrible. Wherever the shadow of the blade passed, it destroyed and split the aura barrier. The Moon Emperor's sect woman sidestepped at the critical moment, and the shadow of the blade grazed her shoulder, her clothes breaking and revealing a blinding white color. It's so white. The old dog wiped the stain from the corner of his mouth and couldn't help but sigh. As a man, there are only two things under the sun that you can't live up to. One is to see a beautiful woman and the other is to see a stunningly beautiful woman. Sun Ling didn't have time to completely dodge it, and the moment this blade fell, it once again shook him out. After all, anyone's means of attack are indiscriminate, let alone a subordinate. Even if his own father was standing there, he would be affected. Sun Ling struggled to climb up, and the blood spirit could not be maintained and collapsed straight away. Really think I am easy to bully, right? He said while spitting blood. The eyes were tenacious, with a touch of ruthlessness. To think that in his life, he had killed more people than he knew. What's a little wound like that? Xiao Jing had appeared behind Sun Ling, and his short sword devastatingly pierced through Sun Ling's back waist. Sun Ling cried out in pain. My waist! Xiao Jing quickly drew his sword and stabbed through his right shoulder again, avoiding his opponent's fish death. Having fought outside for years, His heart wasn't something Zhou Chen could compare to. The ruthlessness and determination of the hand is absolutely extraordinary. Stay alive, the old dog exclaimed. Kyo kicks Sun Ling off and lands in front of old dog. The old dog had a pang of heartache. Of course he didn't care if Sun Ling was dead or alive, but the problem was that a live mouth was definitely much more useful. It was able to mix a little more presence in front of Zhou Yu, lest he didn't bring himself to pick up the pieces if he messed things up. Hey, don't go to sleep. The old dog slapped Sun Ling in the face. Don't ever go to sleep. Do as you're told. People can't die. At least not now. Sun Ling was cracked and slapped dozens of times, and his eyes were almost slapped away. Zhou Yu stood there silently, then still tilted his head. Just be envious. Look at the others, crisscrossing and flying around, and then look at yourself, only able to look up, but he has a big heart. Plus tilting his head a lot is actually good for preventing whiplash. Knock! The Moon Emperor's sect woman fell from a high altitude, smashing the ground in front of Zhou Yu and bursting into pieces, the floor debris crashing into the ink and gold robe on Zhou Yu. Boo! Ji Hao fell furiously, his eyes cold. The veil of the Moon Emperor's sect woman was drenched in blood and completely covered her face. She tried to stand up, but couldn't. Escape. The Moon Emperor's sect woman's heart was unwilling, but she was still only able to say this to Zhou Yu. This is the nature of those in the righteous path. Normally people in the evil way would say, you take the rear. I'll run first. Ji Hao pointed his sword at Zhou Yu, trying to be heroic? Zhou Yu shook his head. Stop it. I don't even know her. Ji Hao sneered. What do you think? Do I believe it? The evil punishing sword was vibrating. A sharp sword chi coiled in the scabbard, seemingly ready to rush out of the scabbard and angrily cut the clouds. Zhou Yu sincerely said, I really don't recognize it. Ji Hao sneered. Kid, people who heroically saved beauty in history usually died a miserable death. Zhou Yu was unmoved. I've said that I don't know her. Why don't you believe me? Ji Hao said to himself. Is it worth it to lose your little life for a woman? Zhou Yu said. My thoughts coincide with yours, but the problem is that I really don't know her. Besides, her death or life has nothing to do with me. Ji Hao sneered. But she's a real beauty. Would you not be impressed? Not show off yourself, thus gaining enough goodwill to prepare for having children in the future? Even. I can totally see that you're afraid that you've even thought of the name of the child you two will have in the future. Zhou Yu slowly raised his right hand and landed on the hilt of his sword. You don't understand human language? Main bar. Zhou Yu also do not want to stand here. The problem is that you now dare to run? Or can you run away? If you don't run, you may still have a chance to live. Once you run, can the other party spare your dog's life? Ji Hao's face grew more and more somber. Fine. Since you want to heroically save a beauty, then I'll fulfill you.